Chapter 1. Why did Xuanzi bring a woman home? Mom. Mom. Aunt said Dad is back. The daughter, Yin, ran into the house with her little short legs, her bright eyes full of confusion as she spoke to Xia Hongying. Xia Hongying was momentarily stunned, added some firewood to the stove, and took Yin's hand to go outside. Huo Nanxun had been serving in the army and hadn't returned home for 4 years. When he initially returned on leave, they hurriedly got married through a matchmaker. After 40 days, his leave ended and he left. That departure lasted 4 years. During this time, she became pregnant, gave birth to a daughter, and went through the postpartum confinement, while also dealing with land redistribution and family separation. He never came back. Now he suddenly returned without any prior notice. Stepping out the door, she immediately spotted the robust and tall Huo Nanxun, wearing a gray shirt and military green pants, carrying 2 large military canvas bags as he entered the Huo family courtyard from the small tree-shade path in the southeast. The 2 heavy bags were clearly substantial, and his bronzed arms were muscular and taut, glistening with sweat. A large patch of sweat soaked his back, giving off a unique military stature and strength. Behind him was a slender woman. She had long, shiny black hair cascading down, held back by a blue headband, wore a blue dress, and had white sandals on her feet, exuding an elegant demeanor with fair skin. Clearly someone from the city. The woman held a small suitcase in one hand and was leading a 4 or 5-year-old boy with the other. Why did Xuanzi bring a woman home? In the Huo family courtyard, which had 6 households forming a large compound, everyone came out. And a boy too. Could she be a woman he raised outside? And they had a son? She looks like a city person, so lively and fair. What about Hongying and Yin? Everyone looked at Xia Hongying and her daughter with a mix of sympathy and curiosity. At this moment, it was noon, and the in-laws and the eldest couple had just returned from the fields to prepare lunch. Seeing this scene, the in-laws couldn't stop smiling, eagerly assessing the boy with intense excitement, wishing they could rush over to hug their grandson. The eldest brother, who was the village head and loved to act authoritative, furrowed his brows, wearing a face that suggested he wanted to criticize, but his eyes kept darting over the woman's curvaceous figure and fair calves. The sister-in-law rushed to Xia Hongying's side, her eyes filled with excitement, and said sarcastically, "Oh, what's going on with the second one? Can soldiers fool around with relationships? That kid looks older than Yin." Xia Hongying felt a heavy weight in her heart, tightly holding Yin's little hand, and remained silent. "We've arrived." Huo Nanxun turned to the woman and said, "From now on, this will be your home." The woman nodded, smiling graciously, and acknowledged the people around her. "Xuanzi, who is she?" Aunt Tang next door couldn't help but ask. "Why did you bring a woman and a child back?" "Hongying is a good girl, don't let her down." Huo Nanxun walked straight over, placed one of the bags at Xia Hongying's feet, glanced at her and little Yin, but didn't speak to them, then turned to bring the woman and the boy in front of Aunt Tang, his expression particularly heavy as he said, "Aunt, she is your daughter-in-law, Lu Qingyu. This is your grandson, Xiaoguang." As these words were spoken, everyone realized Huo Nanxun and Aunt Tang's only son, Huo Lei, had enlisted in the army together and served in the same unit. There had been rumors that Huo Lei married a female military doctor in the army and had a son. However, no one expected that Huo Lei's wife and son would come back with Huo Nanxun. It was a sudden surprise. Xia Hongying secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Over the years, she had regretted marrying in haste based on appearances. Married into this family, it felt like being a widow, raising the child alone. Her in-laws were dissatisfied with her for giving birth to a daughter and were generally displeased. Her brother and sister-in-law had strong personalities and often suppressed her, making life quite difficult. Just now, amid the immense embarrassment, her regret peaked. Fortunately, it was a misunderstanding. But what was with Huo Nanxun's heavy expression? She had a bad premonition. Soon, her premonition came true. Huo Nanxun took the woman and child into Aunt Tang's house, and not long after, a heart-wrenching wail echoed from inside. "My Lei, my son." Everyone who had come out to see the commotion was startled by the sudden cry and rushed to Aunt Tang's house to find out what happened. Xia Hongying also went over and saw that the bag Huo Nanxun brought in had been opened, revealing a hidden urn among the clothes. It turned out that Huo Lei had sacrificed his life in a mountainous area. There was a flood, and while the army was aiding in disaster relief, Huo Lei unfortunately lost his life and became a martyr. The widow, Lu Qingyu, resolutely came to his hometown to take care of Huo Lei's widowed mother. Mom, you still have me and Xiao Guang. Lu Qingyu held Aunt Tang's hand, crying, from now on, they'll take care of you and support you. Aunt Tang was heartbroken, and anyone who heard her couldn't help but shed tears. Xia Hongying's clothes were also damp with tears, and she couldn't help but feel respect for Lu Qingyu, seeing her in a new light. It was not easy for a city girl to voluntarily come to the countryside to take care of her mother-in-law. Everyone began to ask what had happened to Huo Lei, while Xia Hongying rolled up her sleeves to help Aunt Tang tidy up the house. She often helped Aunt Tang with heavy chores like fetching water and carrying manure, and when Aunt Tang had a headache or fever, she was the one taking care of her, so she was quite familiar with Aunt Tang's house. Usually, the elderly's homes are not as clean and fresh as those of the young, and Xia Hongying worried that Lu Qingyu might dislike it, so she helped to clean up. After tidying up, she noticed that the little boy was sleeping with his head on the table. So she went to Lu Qingyu and said, "Sister-in-law, you've come a long way and must be tired. Let the child rest inside for 8 bit." Lu Qingyu had just noticed Xia Hongying cleaning and with gratitude in her eyes asked, "What do I call you, sister-in-law?" Xia Hongying glanced at Huo Nanxun awkwardly and said, "I'm Huo Nanxun's wife. Xia Hongying, I live next door. If you need anything in the future, just call me." In that moment, whether it was her imagination or not, Xia Hongying sensed a hint of rejection and hostility from Lu Qingyu. But it was only for a moment. Lu Qingyu turned her head to look at her sleeping son and didn't speak to Xia Hongying, but instead went to Huo Nanxun and said, "Brother Sun Xiao, Guang has never traveled such a long distance. He must be exhausted. Could you please help him find a place to sleep for a bit?" Aunt Tang, under everyone's persuasion, gradually stopped crying, her eyes filled with sorrow, her expression somewhat numb from excessive grief. Huo Nanxun softly asked, "Aunt, should we let my sister-in-law and Xiao Guang stay in Lei's old room?" Aunt Tang looked up, saw Huo Xiao Guang sleeping with his head on the table, and began to cry again, nodding while crying. Huo Nanxun sighed, skillfully picked up Huo Xiao Guang, and took the mother and son to Huo Lei's room, telling Lu Qingyu, "You two rest for a bit. When the food is ready, come to my house for a meal." Lu Qingyu looked at him. "Thank you, brother Sun." Huo Nanxun replied, "No need to be polite with me." The tone of their conversation carried a familiarity of old acquaintances. Xia Hongying stood outside, listening silently, and suddenly felt that she and Huo Nanxun were completely unfamiliar with each other, feeling very strange. Chapter 2. Wide-eyed, blushing little expression. Before the blind date with Huo Nanxun, she had never seen him. After their match was successful, both parties were of marriageable age, so they got married directly. After marriage, they only spent half a month together before he returned to the army. Over the years, they exchanged a few letters each year. She spoke of the family situation, sharing good news but not bad. He replied with a few indifferent words of concern. Because the army has discipline, he can't talk about things in the army. So, in fact, she knows nothing about how he has spent these years or what he has done in the army. She doesn't even know which branch of the military he is, and she only knows one address. Moreover, she knows that his duties are heavy, and he hasn't taken any family visits in these years. Xia Hongying was worried about the fire burning on the stove and took Yin back first. The pot was cooking green beans, which were already done. Just as she served them into a big bowl, Huo Nanxun came in carrying another bag. He was tall, about 1.90 meters. His skin was the color of someone who had been sunbathing for years, but whiter than many farmers. His strong and upright figure exuded a fierce military aura, along with an innate calmness. Plus, he was known in the area for his handsome looks at that time. She had agreed to marry him just because of his appearance without thinking much about it. After these years, she was no longer that little girl who only knew how to dream. Yin was shy and hid behind Xia Hongying, peeking out with half her head, blinking her big eyes, looking at Huo Nanxun with curiosity and anticipation. Huo Nanxun's gaze fell on the little one. After being away for 4 years, there was now a 3-year-old little thing. He casually put down the bag, and his usually stern brows softened slightly. "Yin, I'm your dad." Yin shrank her head back and tightly hugged Xia Hongying's leg. Xia Hongying felt a bit awkward and said, "She's a bit shy." Huo Nanxun took out 2 big white rabbit milk candies from his pocket, squatted down to meet her gaze, and held the candy in his rough and strong hand. "Look." Yin stretched her little head out this time, blinking her big eyes at the candy. "Come to daddy." Huo Nanxun said again, "I'll give you candy." Yin looked up at Xia Hongying. Xia Hongying patted her little head. "Go on. Yin slowly moved towards Huo Nanxun, second uncle. Suddenly, Huo Fei and Huo Baozhen rushed in together. Huo Fei excitedly said, "Second uncle, you're back." Huo Baozhen's eyes lit up. Oh, candy. They were the children of the eldest family, one 10 years old and the other 7, both in elementary school. Since it was summer vacation, they were all at home. Huo Nanxun divided the 2 candies between the siblings, and they happily surrounded him, calling him second uncle. When Yin saw her candy being given away, her eyes instantly filled with grievances, and fearing she would cry and embarrass herself, she turned and rushed into Xia Hongying's arms. Xia Hongying immediately felt her clothes getting wet. Soon after, her parents-in-law and the eldest couple also came in, all chattering and asking why he suddenly returned without any notice. Huo Nanxun said he had been discharged from the army. Xia Hongying looked at him in surprise. Discharged? His mother was also surprised. How much did they give you? I heard that soldiers get money when they are discharged. They gave me 50 yuan for demobilization. Huo Nanxun said, "That's a little." His mother pouted, 8 years in the army and only 50. Mom, being a soldier is for serving the country and the people, not for making money. Right, Xuanzi? The eldest brother spoke in an official tone. Exactly. The sister-in-law chimed in. It's good that you're back. Look at the neighbor Huo Lei Sai. He was doing well, and now he's just gone. Talking about the neighbor, their mother also looked regretful. Come over to our place tonight for a reunion dinner, the father-in-law decisively said. After everyone left, Huo Nanxun took out 5 or 6 more candies from his pocket and called out, Yin, look. Yin turned back with red eyes and immediately broke into a smile. This time, Huo Nanxun didn't call her over, but walked to Xia Hongying, directly putting the candies into Yin's little pocket, then picked her up and carefully examined her face. Her eyebrows, face shape, and nose all resembled him. Her bright big eyes were like Xia Hongying's. Overall, she looked more like him. That he smiled slightly and touched Yin's small face. Yin looked at him and grinned. Then she eagerly started eating the candy. Huo Nanxun's presence was too overwhelming. Xia Hongying felt her heart race from his sudden closeness. Taking half a step back and asked, You really got discharged? Huo Nanxun looked at her. Xia Hongying asked, Why didn't you mention it in your letters before? The team didn't allow it. After a pause, he continued, Every letter had to be checked. Xia Hongying asked, Which unit were you in? Huo Nanxun shook his head. Don't ask for now. Aunt Tang probably doesn't have the time to cook. You should prepare more dishes and invite them over to eat. I've been on the train for 2 days and smell bad. I need to take a shower first. Xia Hongying said, Okay, I'll boil some water for you. No need. I'm used to cold water. He took a bucket of cold water and was about to head out toward the pig pen. Wait. Xia Hongying pointed to the back door of the kitchen and said, I've laid stones there. It's very convenient for bathing and washing clothes. You can shower there. Huo Nanxun went over to take a look, and it was indeed true. The Huo family had 4 rooms during the division of the family. The middle one, the largest, was given to the 2 elders. The 2 best rooms in the south were given to the eldest family. Xia Hongying only got the smallest room in the north, and her sister-in-law was sharing a room with her, having set up a small bed. But this room had its advantages. The back door of the kitchen led out to a small area that had been paved with blue stones, creating a small independent courtyard, which was originally a large bamboo mountain right next to the back eaves of the house. Behind the house, there was a drainage ditch connecting each family. Xia Hongying planted loofah at one end and a tall camellia at the other. This way, with the bamboo mountain shielding the back, dense camellia on the left, and lush loofah vines on the right, the drainage water flowed smoothly, yet it could block the footsteps and sight of outsiders. So she could bathe without anyone seeing that on the outer wall hung a hanging basket with flowers. Though they were unknown wildflowers, they had a unique vitality. Along the edge of the small courtyard, she also planted mugwort, mint, and camphor to ward off mosquitoes. Huo Nanxun quietly watched for a while, then went back inside to fetch water and undress to shower. Xia Hongying let him shower in the back because it was cleaner than the outhouse. She didn't think of anything else. For example, from the open back door of the kitchen, she could see him. She stared dumbfounded as he quickly stripped down to his underwear, revealing a strong and muscular back with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. As a ladle of water poured over him, Huo Nanxun turned around and asked, Do you have shampoo? When he turned, he saw his wife staring wide-eyed with a flushed face. Huo Nanxun. Oh, yes. Xia Hongying hurriedly ran out to get a small packet of seagull shampoo for him. With him so close, her face turned even redder. She completely couldn't bear to look at him and turned to leave. Although they both had children now, doing those intimate things with him felt as distant as a past life, and they always happened at night when the lights were out. While cooking, she couldn't help but recall the half-month after their wedding, where he would bully her almost every night, sometimes more than once a night. It was no surprise to her that she became pregnant. Chapter 3, she knows nothing about Huo Nanxun. Huo Nanxun took a shower and then washed his clothes by himself. Yin Yin squatted opposite him, watching him intently. What was Yin Yin looking at? Huo Nanxun probably liked Yin Yin. When he spoke to her, his gaze was focused with a hint of hidden affection. Yin Yin, watching Daddy. Huo Nanxun, do you like Daddy? Yin Yin touched the milk candy in her pocket and said, I like him. Huo Nanxun, can Yin Yin wash clothes? She replied seriously, yes, I can wash handkerchiefs. This serious little look gave off a sense of hidden wisdom, just like her mother. Huo Nanxun smiled and said, Yin Yin is very diligent. Yin Yin was happy to be praised, smiling at him, helping him pass soap, pouring water. Like a busy little bee, Xia Hongying thought, blood is thicker than water. The father-daughter bond is natural. Yin Yin was not easy to get close to. Even with her grandparents, uncles, and aunts, she was not close to them. She only stuck to Xia Hongying and her little aunt Huo Shouting. But after only an hour of her father coming home, she had already become Huo Nanxun's little tail. Xia Hongying made another pot of rice, washed a piece of cured meat, cooked stir-fried meat with fermented black beans, steamed eggs, sliced a plate of sausages, and made a stew with eggplant and loofah soup, placing it all on the table along with a large bowl of green beans. Huo Nanxun and Yin Yin went to the yard to hang the clothes, while Xia Hongying went next door to call people to eat. Aunt Tang was still crying. She sat alone in the main room, holding a photo of Huo Lei, tears streaming down her face as she mumbled to herself, as if she had aged 10 years in an instant. Xia Hongying had seen Huo Lei twice. Once was the year of their wedding when he returned with Huo Nanxun during his home visit. He was the most boisterous among the wedding pranksters. The second time was 2 years ago when he came back for a visit and secretly gave her 200 yuan. He was a tall and spirited young man, and it was really too pitiful that he had passed away young, leaving behind a widow and an orphan. She called Aunt Tang for dinner and then knocked on Lu Qingyu's door, saying, Sister-in-law, I made dinner, come over to my house and have some. The door opened, and Lu Qingyu first glanced behind Xia Hongying, her eyes showing obvious disappointment. Then she smiled at her politely but distantly, asking, Where is brother Sun? The previous hostility and now disappointment made Xia Hongying feel a bit uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because she was new and relied on acquaintances. In the entire Huo family village, anyone with the surname Huo was basically related. Huo Lei and Huo Nanxun had grown up together as childhood friends and with their bond from serving in the military. She should help take care of Huo Lei's widow and child out of both emotion and reason. So Xia Hongying brushed aside that slight discomfort, flashed her a friendly smile, and said, He is in the yard hanging clothes. It should be done by now. Let us go. She supported Aunt Tang, leading Lu Qingyu and her child to her home. At noon after the summer heat set in, the room was as hot as a steamer. Xia Hongying set up a low table in the small back courtyard, shaded by bamboo groves with a gentle breeze, much cooler and more comfortable than inside. Come on, sit down. It's just home-cooked food, don't mind it. After serving the rice, Xia Hongying warmly invited them to take a seat. Sister-in-law, I really appreciate your help today, Lu Qingyu said gratefully. Distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors. Our two families are just separated by a wall. It's only right for us to help each other, Xia Hongying said. Sister-in-law, don't be so polite with us. We? Lu Qingyu's smile didn't reach her eyes as she sat down with Xia Wang. Oh no, I forgot. We don't have enough stools at home. Xia Hongying suddenly remembered that there were only 5 small stools for 6 people, so she told Yin Yin, Yin Yin, go get a small stool from Grandma's side. As Yin Yin was about to leave, Huo Nanxun pulled her onto his lap and said, No need, I can hold her. I'll feed her. He picked up a small spoon and began to feed Yin Yin. Since she was 2 years old, Yin Yin had been eating by herself, using spoons and chopsticks. But she didn't say anything, sitting on Huo Nanxun's lap, opening her mouth wide to be fed, smacking her lips, her eyes sparkling. Unexpectedly at that moment, a little boy sitting next to Lu Qingyu suddenly ran over to Huo Nanxun, pulling at Yin's little arm forcefully, loudly saying, "Get down. Uncle will hug me." Yin was a bit startled, her eyes wide as she looked at him. Xia Hongying was also a bit surprised. She thought city kids were supposed to be polite. Lu Qingyu hurriedly said, "Xiao Wang, that's your sister. You can't do that." She said this, but didn't move. "I don't have a sister." Huo Xiao Wang spoke defiantly, reaching out to push Yin, his face red and neck thick as he shouted, "Get down quickly. I want Uncle Huo to hug me." Huo Nanxun protected Yin in his arms, his expression darkening as he said, "Xiao Wang, you can't be rude like this. Go back to your seat." Huo Xiao Wang pouted, his eyes reddening as he was about to cry. "Xiao Wang, what is wrong with you today?" Lu Qingyu finally stood up, a bit annoyed, and pulled Huo Xiao Wang back. Then with a gloomy expression said, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. This child has admired Brother Sun since he was little, and now that his father has just passed, he sees Brother Sun as his own father." As she spoke, she looked down and saw her son's aggrieved expression, and she choked up too. "Kids, sister-in-law, you don't have to take it to heart." Xia Hongying picked up a clean pair of chopsticks and served meat to Huo Xiao Wang. "Xiao Wang, you must be starving. Come on, eat." She also served meat to Aunt Tang and Lu Qingyu, encouraging them to eat. The dishes Xia Hongying made were very fragrant, and Huo Xiao Wang, probably hungry, finally stopped insisting on being hugged by Huo Nanxun and began to eat heartily. But occasionally, he would glance at Yin in Huo Nanxun's arms, his eyes full of hostility. Xia Hongying noticed the look in the boy's eyes and mulled over Lu Qingyu's earlier words. Admired since childhood? Seeing Huo Nanxun as his own father? So, before, they lived in the same military unit, saw each other often, and were very familiar with each other? She truly knew nothing about Huo Nanxun. Did Lei Zi mention that sister-in-law is a military doctor? Xia Hongying asked. Lu Qingyu looked up, meeting Xia Hongying's eyes. She had to admit that Xia Hongying had a pair of very beautiful big eyes, clear with distinct black and white, slightly smiling, full of kindness, naturally pure and unpretentious. "Yes." Lu Qingyu smiled faintly and said, "After graduating from university, I entered the military hospital. At first, I got to know the two of them because Brother Sun was injured." "Injured?" Xia Hongying's expression changed as she looked at Huo Nanxun. "What? Didn't Brother Sun tell sister-in-law?" Lu Qingyu asked in confusion. "Brother Sun has been injured more than once." "Once? Qingyu?" Huo Nanxun suddenly interrupted. "Don't violate discipline." Sorry, I spoke too quickly," Lu Qingyu said apologetically. Xia Hongying was puzzled. They've already retired. Do they still have to follow the rules? Huo Nanxun, yes. Xia Hongying glanced at him, remaining silent. "Speaking of which, I don't think Brother Sun has ever mentioned sister-in-law. I've always been curious about what kind of person sister-in-law is." Lu Qingyu said with a smile, "Seeing you today, I realize you're a beauty. Sister-in-law is really beautiful." Chapter 4. Brother Sun hasn't returned home for 4 years. Isn't sister-in-law angry? Lu Qingyu originally thought that a woman chosen by Huo Nanxun must have some beauty. However, she didn't expect Xia Hongying to be so beautiful. Her figure is exceptional, with a lovely bone structure. If she were any thinner, she'd look gaunt, and if any heavier, a bit plump. Everything is just right, looking very healthy. She has the appearance of a natural beauty, with skin that is fair and rosy, and exceptionally beautiful, clear eyes. When she makes eye contact with someone, even another woman finds it hard to bear, let alone a man. However, no matter how beautiful she is still an uneducated rural woman who only knows how to farm. With Huo Nanxun's current perspective, how could he still find her appealing? Xia Hongying has been praised for her looks since childhood and is already used to it. She politely responds, "Not at all. It's my sister-in-law who is beautiful. You city folks dress so stylishly." Lu Qingyu has even drawn her eyebrows and applied lipstick. These rural women will never have the chance to touch such things in their lifetime. Lu Qingyu then asks sister-in-law, "How did you meet Brother Sun?" Xia Hongying replies, "Introduced by a matchmaker." Lu Qingyu asks, "A matchmaker?" Xia Hongying says, "Yes, that's how it is around here." That means there was no emotional foundation. Lu Qingyu suddenly asks jokingly, "Brother Sun hasn't returned home for 4 years. Isn't sister-in-law angry? Xia Hongying smiles, her dimples showing. Since it is the country's need for him, that is our family's honor. How could I be angry? Huo Nanxun suddenly turns to look at Xia Hongying. Her smile is radiant, and she seems to have a strong sense of pride in being a military spouse, just as written in the letter. There is not a hint of resentment or concern. He turns his head back with a calm expression and continues to feed Yin Yin. Lu Qingyu keeps an eye on Huo Nanxun. He holds Yin Yin with one hand, taking a bite for her and then for himself, tirelessly. Whether it's the way he looks at Yin Yin or the action of wiping food from her mouth. In that moment, Lu Qingyu suddenly realizes, even though she's just a little girl and they haven't spent much time together, blood ties are blood ties. In his heart, he will always favor his own child. Lu Qingyu suddenly feels she has been too indifferent to Yin Yin, speeds up to finish her meal, puts down her bowl, and then gets up to squat beside Huo Nanxun, gently holding Yin Yan's small hand and asking, Yin Yin, come Annie for a hug. Let Daddy rest for a while, okay? Yin Yin pulls her hand back and shakes her head. Look, what is this? She pulls out a big white rabbit milk candy from her pocket, shaking it upright. This is milk candy. It's especially delicious. Do you want it, Yin Yin? Yin Yin pats her small pocket. I have some. Daddy gave it to me. Lu Qingyu looks at Huo Nanxun and smiles. I asked you to buy white rabbit candy, right? Kids love it. Huo Nanxun looks at the little girl snuggled up in his arms and smiles. Yes. Annie has a lot of candy here too. Lu Qingyu continues to tease Yin Yin. Come to Annie for a hug, okay? Yin Yin is so cute. Annie really likes her. Yin Yin is a shy child, burying her head in Huo Nanxun's arms and refusing to let her hug her. After trying to coax her for a while with no success, and feeling her legs getting numb from squatting, she has to stand up. At this moment, she notices the water stains on the floor, the bubbles in the drain, and the soap and shampoo placed nearby, and asks, Brother Sun, I see this drain leads outside. Can we take a bath here? Huo Nanxun says, yes. I wanted to take a bath just now, but Mom asked me to wash inside. Otherwise, it would make a mess on the floor. Lu Qingyu says, wait, can I borrow this place of yours? I think it's quite good here. This is not a big deal. And Xia Hongying thought Huo Nanxun would agree directly. But unexpectedly, he looks at her and asks, is that convenient? Xia Hongying says, feel free to use it. I'll boil a pot of water later. You can bring a big basin, and both adults and kids can wash up well. Thank you, sister-in-law, Lu Qingyu says gratefully. To be honest, living in the countryside, I have no problem with anything else, but it's really inconvenient to take a bath, which is quite frustrating. If only there was such a place behind my house. Huo Nanxun says, later, I'll find someone to help you make one too. Lu Qingyu smiles, then I want to be polite. Thank you, Brother Sun. At this moment, Aunt Tang, who had been distracted, suddenly says, Xuanzi, I want to arrange a funeral for Huo Lei. Can you help me by inviting Chen Chang'er from the 8th Brigade to see the date and pick a gravesite? Huo Nanxun says, okay, I'll go after I finish eating. After finishing his meal, Huo Nanxun prepares to go out to invite someone. Yin Yin, who finally has her dad, seems scared that he will leave and insists on going with him. Huo Nanxun indulges Yin Yin and agrees, carrying her on his back as he prepares to leave. Seeing this, Huo Xiaowang also insists on going. Huo Nanxun says, Xiaowang, didn't you keep saying your feet hurt on the way here this morning? Uncle Huo is going to a place quite far away, and you should rest at home. Huo Xiaowang, Uncle Huo, carry me. Huo Nanxun says, I can only carry one child. Huo Xiaowang, then take me with you. Don't take her. Feeling Yin Yin tightening her grip around his neck, Huo Nanxun lifts her a bit higher and says, Xiaowang, Uncle will be back soon. Be a good boy. Huo Xiaowang starts to cry and fuss. No, I want to go with Uncle Huo. I want Uncle Huo to carry me. This child is a bit troublesome. However, since his mother isn't there to coax him, Xia Hongying, as an outsider, can't say much. Huo Nanxun looks at Lu Qingyu and says, Qingyu, I can't take two kids. Please coax him well. Lu Qingyu glances at Yin Yin, who is clinging to Huo Nanxun's neck, frowning and staring at Xiaowang with wide eyes, looking wary. That little brat. Lu Qingyu lowers her gaze to hide her anger and embarrassment and manages to coax Huo Xiaowang back. After a while, she brings Huo Xiaowang, along with a change of clothes, to find Xia Hongying, saying apologetically, I'm really sorry to trouble you, sister-in-law. Don't mention it. Come in quickly. Xia Hongying leads them into the back kitchen, pointing to the large pot on the stove. I've boiled a pot of hot water. The water tank is over there. If you find the water too hot, just dilute it. Lu Qingyu, okay, thank you, sister-in-law. At this moment, outside, Huang Caihua's voice can be heard. Xia Hongying. Xia Hongying responds, Mom, didn't Tiwi say we would have a reunion dinner tonight? It's already 3 o'clock. Why haven't you come to make dinner? Huang Caihua scolds as she comes in. Are you missing a hand or a foot? Do you still want to eat what I've prepared? Hurry up and pick some good meat. As Huang Caihua scolds and enters the room, she suddenly sees Lu Qingyu and her child, and her expression changes instantly. Greeting them warmly, oh, isn't this lazy's wife? Yes, Annie, I came here to borrow a place to take a bath. Lu Qingyu holds with Xia Wang's hand and prompts him to greet her. Xia Wang, say hello to Grandma. With Xia Wang, hello, Grandma. Oh, what a spirited little boy. Look at this sturdy little figure, so nice. Huang Caihua loves boys, whether they are her own or others. As long as they are boys, she adores them. Your Yin Yin is also very cute. I particularly like her, Lu Qingyu says with a smile. Her? A girl, what use is that? Huang Caihua glances disdainfully at Xia Hongying. You are fortunate. You can give birth to sons. Chapter 5. After Huo Nanxun became a worker, Lu Qingyu glanced at Xia Hongying, made an awkward expression, but her tone became a bit warmer as she said, Annie, now with family planning, it doesn't matter if it's a boy or a girl. How can it be the same? Huang Caihua pouted. What was your name again? Lu Qingyu replied, Annie. My surname is Lu, and my name is Lu Qingyu. The child is called Xia Wang, was Xia Wang. Huang Caihua, who loved to gossip, asked, what does your family do? Lu Qingyu answered, my dad works at the provincial department, and my mom is at the hospital. The provincial department? Huang Caihua, illiterate, looked confused. What is that place? It's the provincial government. Lu Qingyu smiled. Oh, so he is a big leader in the province? Huang Caihua's eyes lit up. Lazy is really capable. Not only did he marry a city girl, but he also married a girl from a high official-s family. Lu Qingyu forced a bitter smile. Well, you all go take a bath. After Xuanzi returns from the army, I'll pick some meat for our reunion dinner tonight, Huang Caihua said. Lu Qingyu took the child to the backyard. Huang Caihua looked up at the few remaining pieces of cured meat on the stove, pointing at a pig's trotter and a piece of hind leg meat, saying, just these 2 pieces. Stew a pig's trotter tonight, and you catch a chicken to kill. Xia Hongying frowned. That pig leg weighs about 10 pounds, and the hind leg meat is also 7 or 8 pounds, with 10 people from 3 families. How can we eat that much in one meal? Since the land was distributed in 82, every household raised chickens and pigs. Each family would kill a pig for the new year, cutting the meat into strips, along with sausages, internal organs, and dried tofu, hanging them on the stove to dry into cured meat. The meat from one pig is meant to last a year. However, Huang Caihua would come over regularly to take meat from her, saying that there were only women in her family, and they couldn't eat much. So, it should be given to her in-laws. If she didn't give it, she would cry and make a scene, making it known to everyone. Xia Hongying was embarrassed and endured it. Huang Caihua took her meat, stole her eggs, and secretly sent them to her eldest son's family. She turned a blind eye to it. But now she couldn't afford to give. Say, Mom, how can we eat that much in one meal? Look, I have hardly any meat left here. Yin Yan's dad is back, and I also need to save some for him. Let us not take that hind leg meat tonight. I have half a piece left from lunch for Aunt Tang and 2 sausages. I can stir-fry a dish and arrange a plate. That should be enough. Don't you think? Huang Caihua immediately shouted loudly, oh, you're so stingy. In front of city folks. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Xia Hongying replied, I'm not afraid of being laughed at. If you agree, I'll take them. I'll also contribute the pig leg and the chicken. If you don't agree, then I won't take anything. Your eldest son's family is celebrating a birthday, and you use your own meat, kill your own raised chicken, and even spend money to buy fresh meat for them. Why does your second son have to bring his own chicken and meat when it's his turn? Huang Caihua glared with her small, murky eyes. Well, Xia Hongying, are you daring to challenge me? You're getting arrogant now that Xuanzi is back, huh? You can't even give birth to a son, and I haven't even let him divorce you. Do you expect him to support you, or something? Xia Hongying's expression darkened. Then let him divorce me. In this day and age, divorces were rare. If she really caused a divorce, the villagers would laugh at her family. Moreover, Huang Caihua was also afraid of causing a scene that would make her second son feel she favored the eldest. After all, As long as one was blind, they could see that there was still plenty of cured meat on the stove at her house and the eldest son's house, while Xia Hongying's side had hardly any left. So, she backed down. Did you take the wrong medicine? If you don't want to take it, then don't. Hurry up. Xia Hongying took the pig leg and a leftover meat from lunch, caught a big rooster, and went next door to cook. Lu Qingyu finished bathing and opened the kitchen door, glancing at the cured meat on the stove, smiling with a hint of sarcasm. These rural women were so ridiculous and sad. They fought like shrews over a piece of meat or an egg. While Xia Hongying was scalding the chicken with boiling water in the courtyard, Huo Nanxun returned. He had invited Chen Chongrun, who specialized in grave sitting in the village. It was said that Chen Chongrun had studied at a Taoist temple and formed a team to handle funerals. The old village secretary also came over, and the men set up benches to gather under the shade of a tree. Chen Chongrun asked for Huo Lei's birth date and, after some calculations, set the funeral feast for the next evening and the burial for the following morning. After discussing serious matters, they chatted idly. Xia Hongying worked while listening in. The old village secretary asked Huo Nanxun what his plans were after returning from the army. Huo Nanxun replied that he was assigned to Factory 301 and would report in a couple of days. 301? The old village secretary asked in surprise. I heard that those who have served in the army in the village are not guaranteed assignments. How did you get one? Huo Nanxun said, because I achieved merit in the army. Achieving merit guarantees an assignment. Oh, really? Everyone looked at him differently after that, especially the eldest, Huo Yingbiao, who smiled awkwardly, jealousy evident in his eyes. He always thought he was more capable than Huo Nanxun. Some are puzzled. I know 301. It's the factory next to the township government, along the cement road, with high railings, but what kind of factory is that? The old village secretary replied, it's an arms factory. They make guns and cannons. From now on, Xuanzi will be a worker holding a government job. Guns and cannons. I really didn't know that. What is the salary? Someone asked. Huo Nanxun replied, I don't know yet. I'll find out when I report. What kind of merit did you achieve in the army? Huo Yingbiao asked. Why Haven Tea? I heard about it before. Huo Nanxun said, there are rules in the army. We're not allowed to talk about it. The eldest nodded and after a while said, that's good. From now on, our family will have someone eating state grain. What? Huang Kaiwa and her husband overheard and rushed out to ask. The old village secretary told them that Huo Nanxun would be a worker at 301 in the future, and Huang Saihua's loud laughter could be heard from the next courtyard. Xia Hongying felt excited too. Her family had been farmers for generations, but now the man had suddenly become a worker. He could eat government rations. Perhaps Yin Yin could even go to the kindergarten and elementary school at 301 in the future, which would be much better than the village-run ones. She was plucking chicken feathers and glanced at the crowd. She didn't see Huo Nanxun. Suddenly, someone took the chicken from her hand. Huo Nanxun's voice sounded from the other side. Dad and elder brother are at home. How can I let you, a woman, kill the chicken? From now on, these tasks should be done by men. Xia Hongying stood there, momentarily stunned, looking at him. Chapter 6. Huo Nanxun slammed the chopsticks heavily on the table. He skillfully plucked the feathers from the chicken, then took out a beautiful metal lighter, ignited the prepared straw, and placed the chicken over the fire to burn off the fine feathers. Are you going to be a worker in the future? Xia Hongying asked. Huo Nanxun replied, MHM. Can Yin Yin transfer her household registration to 301 with me? Xia Hongying inquired. Of course, Huo Nanxun said. Xia Hongying smiled, her joy evident. Huo Nanxun's lips curved slightly. Just then, Yin Yin's aunt, Huo Shouting, returned. Upon seeing Huo Nanxun from a distance, she fluttered over like a little bird. Second brother, how come you're back? Huo Nanxun frowned. Where have you been running around? I haven't seen you all day. I went to the market, Huo Shouting replied, her eyes wandering. Huo Nanxun said, the market closed in the morning. What time is it now? Why are you so fierce? Huo Shouting pouted. You left for 4 years and didn't take care for your wife and kids. I helped you take care of the confinement period and raised Yin Yin. There is no credit but plenty of hard work. You come back and just scold me. Take care of the confinement? Huo Nanxun narrowed his eyes. Where are Mom and my sister-in-law? Why is a young girl like you taking care of the confinement? They? Huo Shouting turned her head and glanced at Huang Kaiwa, sneering. You know Mom favors boys over girls. You're not unaware of that. Second sister-in-law gave birth to a daughter, and she didn't even give her a good face. As for my sister-in-law, she only takes advantage. What can you expect from her? If it weren't for me helping second sister-in-law, she would have been bullied to death. Just ask second sister-in-law if you don't believe me. Huo Nanxun looked at Xia Hongying, his eyes darkening. Xia Hongying smiled and said, "The hardest times are already past. The land has been divided, and families are living their own lives now. So let's not mention these things. We just need to live well in the future." Huo Nanxun remained silent, picked up a knife, opened the chicken's belly, and pulled out the entrails. His movements smooth and unusually precise. In the room of the two elders of the Huo family, there was a family heirloom red lacquered large table, with 4 long benches set around it. It was ample for the 10 members of the Huo family to sit. Xia Hongying had been busy in the kitchen all afternoon. When she brought out the last dish and prepared to take Yin to sit down for dinner, she found her nephew Huo Fei lying across one of the benches, propping his legs up, holding a chicken leg in one hand, humming the theme song of the Legend of the Condor Heroes while gnawing on the chicken leg. "Xiao Fei, get up and sit properly," Xia Hongying said. "Dinner's ready." Huo Fei refused, saying, "I'm Hong Qigong. I'm eating beggar's chicken." Everyone laughed, and the sister-in-law said, "Their auntie bought a TV, and they watched it on TV. Get up, let your second aunt sit." Huo Fei replied, "I won't. I want to eat lying down. Get up now." The sister-in-law laughed as she pulled him. "Your second aunt and Yin have no place to sit. Let him lie down." Huang Kaiwa said, "Hongying, you can take some dishes and sit by Yin. Why fight for a spot with my grandson?" So, the sister-in-law stopped pulling Huo Fei and let him occupy one side of the entire table. Ever since Huo Nanxun left, there had been too many similar incidents. Everyone had already gotten used to it, including Xia Hongying herself. Initially, she couldn't help but say a few words. But what she received in return was their united accusations and even more blatant bullying. Later, she chose to remain silent. She picked up a bowl of rice, took a few dishes, and was about to leave when suddenly, with a loud bang, Huo Nanxun slammed the chopsticks heavily on the table. Huo Fei was startled and sat up abruptly, almost falling off the bench. Everyone looked at him in surprise. "Mom, is this how you teach the kids?" Huo Nanxun asked Huang Kaiwa with a dark expression. "At this rate, Xiao Fei will be taught to be unruly and selfish." Unruly and selfish? The sister-in-law's face turned ugly. Huang Kaiwa widened her eyes. "What is wrong with me?" You suddenly slammed the bowl and chopsticks. Huo Nanxun replied, "Hongying is Huo Fei's elder. You let him occupy one side of the table alone, forcing the elder to eat at the side. Do you think that's right?" The 26-year-old Huo Nanxun was completely different from the second son Huang Kaiwa remembered. He had undergone a transformation as if reborn, and in his every gesture, there was a decisive military demeanor and an indescribable aura of superiority. She didn't know if it was right or wrong. She just felt terrified. I. Huo Fei, oldest brother Huo Yingbiao, stood up and slapped Huo Fei on the back of his head. "You little brat. You're already 10 years old and still so unruly. Move aside." Huo Fei was startled by Huo Nanxun, then was solidly slapped by his father. He rubbed the back of his head sulkily and got down from the bench, standing aside. The sister-in-law's face turned dark, glaring at Huo Yingbiao. "Big brother, Xiao Fei is still a child. Just teach him well, don't hit him." Xia Hongying pulled Huo Fei to sit down. "Come on, Xiao Fei. Let us sit and eat properly." Huo Fei obediently sat down this time. Huang Kaiwa felt heartbroken at this sight. She picked up the remaining chicken leg and gave it to him, saying, "Come on, Xiao Fei, this chicken leg is for you." "Grandma," Huo Baozhen protested, "2 chicken legs. It's always one for me and one for my brother. Why does he get both? This one is for me." She reached for the chopsticks to grab it. Huang Kaiwa swatted Huo Baozhen's hand, placed a chicken wing into Huo Baozhen's bowl, and said, "Don't grab. Give your brother 2 chicken legs and you 2 wings. Is that okay?" Huo Baozhen also liked chicken wings and eagerly hugged the 2 chicken wings to munch on, reluctantly agreeing. "You're spoiling them." Old Master Huo frowned and spoke. "The adults haven't even touched their chopsticks, and you let the 2 kids eat first. They're not small anymore. They should be taught some manners. Otherwise, acting like this in front of outsiders will lead to gossip behind their backs." "Oh, Dad," the sister-in-law said with a sarcastic tone. "They're a bit mischievous at home, but but they want to embarrass you in public. They're all very polite and greet everyone. When we go out to eat, they are also well-behaved. They want to act like those two starving ghosts from the old Sun family, standing on benches and wildly grabbing meat. Exactly. My Xiao Fei and Baojin are outstanding. They aren't afraid of anyone wherever they go. Huang Kaiwa added, but Yin Yin, that girl, is quiet and doesn't speak. She hides when she sees strangers. What kind of future will she have? As she spoke, she glanced at Xia Hongying and her daughter with disdain. Yin Yin looked at her grandmother, and her small body leaned closer to Xia Hongying, a hint of hurt and self-doubt appearing in her big eyes. Xia Hongying could yield on other matters, but when it came to Yin Yin, she couldn't. Mom, don't say that in front of the child. Everyone has a different personality. It has nothing to do with their future success. Xia Hongying said, Yin Yin is introverted, but she loves to think and learn. At just 3 years old, she can do some math, recite the multiplication table, and many ancient poems. Yin Yin is also very excellent. Yin Yin looked up at her mother. Reciting the multiplication table? Well, Baojin didn't believe it. Second aunt, you must be kidding. We only learn the multiplication table in 2nd grade. How could she possibly recite it at 3 years old? Yin Yin, your mom said you can recite the multiplication table. Can you recite it for everyone to hear? The sister-in-law said maliciously. Yin Yin looked at all the eyes staring at her on the table, scared, and crawled into Xia Hongying's arms, burying her little head in her embrace. Chapter 7. Suddenly, there was a very noticeable man in bed. Xia Hongying gently patted her back, comforting her, saying, It's okay. Yin Yin is just shy, so she won't recite. Ha ha ha. The sister-in-law laughed heartily. This girl, I don't know who she takes after. She's so shy. She definitely won't recite. The multiplication table is so long, and she's so little. How could she possibly recite it? Well, Baojin said, It's normal that she can't recite it. Can you recite it? Huo Shouting asked her. I can definitely recite it. Huo Baojin, who had a strong personality like her mother, said this with a stiff neck, though her eyes were full of guilt. Huo Shouting replied, Then recite it for us to hear. Fine, I'll recite. Huo Baojin began reciting the multiplication table. 1 times 1 is 1. 1 times 2 is 2. 1 times 3 is 3. 2 times 5 is 10. 2 times 6 is 12. 2 times 7. 2 times 7 is 14. 2 times 8. 2 times 7 is 14. 2 times 8 is 16. 2 times 9 is 18. 3 times 1 is 3. 3 times 2 is 6. 3 times 3 is 9. Suddenly, a clear and tender voice came from Xia Hongying's arms. Yin Yin was still shy, but she mustered the courage to continue reciting the parts that Baojin couldn't. Moreover, she recited all the way to 81 in one breath. After finishing, she turned to look at her father's expression. She saw her father looking at her, his eyes filled with encouraging smiles. Also, her father stood straight and tall, giving her a great sense of security. The usually imposing uncle, compared to her father, seemed a bit shorter and slouched, looking greasy. So, Yin Yin turned back and said to Huo Nanxun, I can also recite poetry, quiet night thoughts, Tang Li Bai, the bright moonlight before my bed. I suspect it is frost on the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon and lower it to think of my hometown. Sympathy for farmers, Tang Li Shun. The hoe is wielded at noon. Sweat drips down to the soil. Who knows the food on the plate? Every grain is hard-earned. Yin Yin enunciated very clearly. Her voice was both tender and pleasant, and she was cute as well. Huo Shouting loved Yin Yin the most, and after she finished reciting, she clapped enthusiastically. Even the old man rarely smiled, nodding and saying, She's a smart child. She will definitely do well in her studies. Even Huo Fei looked at Yin Yin a couple more times, thinking she was much cuter than Huo Baojin. However, there were also some unhappy faces. For example, Huang Kaiwa had already grown impatient, and, hearing the old man say that, she snorted, What's the use of a girl doing well in her studies? When she grows up, she'll just get married and belong to someone else's family. Shut up. The old man yelled at her, and she didn't dare to say anything else. Moreover, the sister-in-law, who was already holding in her frustration from Huo Fei's earlier incident, felt even angrier now. But with Huo Nanxun around, she didn't dare to say whatever came to her mind like before, so her frustration was all taken out on Huo Baojin. When she saw her accidentally drop a chopstick, she slapped her on the back. Can't even recite the multiplication table. Can't you even eat properly? Huo Baojin was taken by surprise by her mother's sudden attack. And this slap hurt her a lot. Shocked and wronged, she suddenly threw the chopstick she had picked up towards Yin Yin and shouted, "Hui Yin Yin, you annoying brat. Why are you stealing my limelight? Making it look like you're so impressive." The chopsticks flew straight towards Yin Yin's face. Xia Hongying was alarmed, but a hand swiftly caught the chopstick just in time. She looked over in shock. It was Huo Nanxun, his eyes showing anger. "Huo Baojin, what are you doing?" Huo Yingbiao slammed the table, pulled her down, and spanked her. Huo Baojin cried out loud. This family reunion dinner turned into chaos. In the end, it was the old man who got angry and stopped the commotion. After dinner, Huo Shouting sighed helplessly and told her two brothers to help her move the bed into the old man's and Huang Saihua's room. As an unmarried girl, after the family split, she was supposed to live with the two older people. However, the old man snored at night, and Huang Kaihua had many issues at night, getting up to use the bathroom and drink water. Huo Shouting's bed was next to the electric light, and she was woken up countless times at night to turn on the light, so she couldn't sleep well. She asked Xia Hongying to let her move into her room to sleep. Xia Hongying, who had to take care of the child alone, also found it inconvenient at times, so it was just right to have her help. Thus, for the past few years since the family split, Huo Shouting had been eating and sleeping with Xia Hongying. Now that Huo Nanxun had returned, it was obviously inappropriate for her to stay over here, so she took the initiative to arrange for the bed to be moved. The bed was a single bed, but bigger than the door, so to move it, they would have to take it apart first. Their family didn't have tools, so they needed to borrow tools from the carpenter in the village. The road was bad at night, so everyone said to just make do for one night. Huo Shouting, now 21, felt very uncomfortable sleeping in the small couple's room. Xia Hongying also felt uneasy, as there was suddenly a very noticeable man in the bed, making it hard for her to breathe. The happiest one was Yin Yin. Having her father on one side and her mother on the other was a novel experience for her. She was looking left and right, her face full of happiness. Xia Hongying coaxed her to sleep, and just as she was getting drowsy, she suddenly heard Huo Nanxun ask, "Over the years, have you felt wronged?" Xia Hongying opened her eyes and looked at him. The lights in the room were off, with only the open windows letting in some moonlight, allowing her to see his strong silhouette. Chapter 8. Only interested in Huo Nanxun, she has indeed suffered a lot of grievances, especially during the time after she gave birth to Yin Yin and before the family split, living together with his parents and elder brother and sister-in-law. She was constantly looked down upon by Huang Kaihua and bullied by her sister-in-law, but she couldn't say these things in front of their siblings. After all, Huang Kaihua was their mother, and behind closed doors, they were a family. She was just an outsider. Her mother had a bit of a preference for boys over girls, and since Yin Yin was a girl, she didn't like her. Xia Hongying replied, "But with Shouting helping me, I'm not completely isolated. It's actually okay." "Huh?" Huo Shouting laughed from the small bed. "Second brother, did you hear that? This time I'm not boasting." Huo Nanxun, did Shouting mention the in-laws? Xia Hongying, not yet. The matchmaker has come a few times and met two people, but she wasn't satisfied with either. How about you help her find someone at your workplace? No need. Huo Shouting immediately refused. You don't need to worry about my relationship. Shouting, you've been going out a lot lately. Are you dating someone? Xia Hongying asked her. Ha! Huo Shouting laughed. Sleep, sleep. Tomorrow Aunt Tang's family is holding a funeral. We all have things to do, especially second sister-in-law. You will have to help in the kitchen. Thinking about tomorrow. Xia Hongying quickly closed her eyes and went to sleep. She had a dreamless night. In the village, there was a Huo Tianji who could cook for banquets. Whenever there were weddings or funerals, families would ask him to help with the feast. Of course, it wasn't for free. They had to pay and also give some face, cigarettes, wine, and other gifts of appreciation. Since Xia Hongying's cooking skills were recognized by him, he took her along every time he hosted a banquet. Out of the 8 big bowls on the table, half were made by Xia Hongying's hands. Naturally, she would also receive some money and gifts. This was thanks to Xia Hongying's grandfather. It is said that when her grandfather was young, he studied under an imperial doctor, could make medicinal dishes, and could gather herbs. Whenever someone in the village had a headache or fever, they would go to her grandfather. When her grandfather passed away, he left behind a thick notebook, instructing the Xia family to each copy a copy and study it well, as it would be beneficial. However, her grandfather was not a proper doctor, and his descendants could not make a living from that. Instead, the women who spent their days around the stove learn a lot from it. Xia Hongying's mother and aunt could both cook well and also make medicinal dishes. Xia Hongying had been interested in this since she was young. She had gathered herbs with her grandfather and later studied the book left behind by her grandfather with her aunt. Food and medicine come from the same source. Xia Hongying's dishes were famous for being delicious. Before she got married, she had a small reputation, and since she was also good-looking, many suitors came to her door. However, she had high standards and looked down on most people, only having eyes for Huo Nanxun. Naturally, she had to help out at Aunt Tang's house. She was responsible for making crispy pork with sweet bean sauce, preserved vegetable pork, egg rolls with meat, and steamed pork. As fragrant dishes came out of the pot, the wives helping in the kitchen couldn't help but drool. After a busy meal, Xia Hongying went out to the toilet. At this time, the first batch of people to eat at the banquet had basically arrived, and the place was bustling with noise. However, since the banquet had not yet started, everyone had not taken their seats and were gathered around Aunt Tang and her son Lu Qingyu, who was dressed in plain clothes. She heard Huang Kaiwa's loud voice in the crowd. "What? You're going to work at 301 Hospital?" Lu Qingyu, "Yes. I applied to transfer my job so I can take care of my mom." Someone asked, "Are you a doctor or a nurse?" Lu Qingyu, "I'm a doctor. I studied internal medicine in college, but I can also do surgery. In the future, if anyone has a sprain, headache, or stomachache, they can come to me." Another person exclaimed, "Oh, you're a university student?" Lu Qingyu humbly replied, "Yes. Most of the young doctors at our military hospital graduated from medical university." "Oh wow, you're still a university student. In our whole township, there has only been one university student in so many years, and that is Wu Xingmin from the township government." "Do you know Wu Xingmin?" Lu Qingyu said, "I've indeed heard that name. He was the top scorer in the college entrance examination in our province back then." "That is him. He is my maternal nephew. He was originally supposed to be assigned to the province to work. But I don't know what he did to offend someone, so he was only assigned to our township." Xia Hongying was very busy and caught this conversation before heading to the toilet. Suddenly, a question arose in her mind. Lu Qingyu's father is a provincial official. Her mother works in a hospital, and she is a university student with such good conditions. What does she see in Huo Lei? Huo Lei, like Huo Nanxun, was a true rural man who went to the army right after graduating from high school. He had no background or money. Moreover, Huo Lei was not as good-looking as Huo Nanxun. Perhaps their relationship was a true love that transcended social status. That is why Lu Qingyu came here after Huo Lei died. After the banquet officially started, she helped serve dishes. She looked good, and her dishes were delicious. As soon as she came out, people praised her in front of Huang Kaiwa. "Aunt Huang, you are truly blessed. Your daughter-in-law is so pretty and can cook so well. This crispy pork is really delicious, sweet, fragrant, and sticky. If I had a daughter-in-law like you, that would be great. What is so great about knowing how to cook a few dishes?" Huang Kaiwa said, "Look at Huo Lei's wife. She is truly capable. Not only can she give birth to sons, but her father is a high-ranking official in the province. She is also a university student. Coming here, she will also work at 301 Hospital. That is the real, capable one." Lei's wife is truly impressive. Others agreed, saying not only was she capable, but she was also very filial. Filial piety is the first of all virtues. She is a top-notch girl. It's a pity that Lei. She is still so young. She can actually remarry. Oh, today is Lei's funeral. Let's not talk about such things. However, even if it's a second marriage, whoever marries her will truly have a blessed family. Xia Hongying served dishes at each table and basically heard the villagers praising Lu Qingyu. Whether at her natal family or her in-laws, Xia Hongying had never lacked compliments for her beauty and ability. This was the first time someone was compared to her and received unanimous praise from the villagers. But she did not feel jealous or have any other negative emotions. She also thought that Lu Qingyu, a city girl with such a good background and a university student coming to the countryside to take care of her elderly mother-in-law, was indeed rare and deserving of praise. As for the unpleasantness from yesterday's trivial matters, she didn't take it to heart. After the banquet, she was exhausted and sore all over. After coming out from Aunt Tang's house, She was massaging her waist while walking home when she saw Huo Nanxun talking with his two childhood friends, Huo Gang and Wang Dahua. Lu Qingyu was also with them. When they had just gotten married, Huo Nanxun had introduced her to them. Huo Gang, Huo Lei, and Wang Dahua were his best friends. Acting on Huo Nanxun's request, Wang Dahua came every year to help her plow the fields and harvest rice, and she was very grateful to him. Seeing him now, she certainly couldn't ignore him and went over to greet them. Gongzi Dahua, sister-in-law. Wang Dahua also greeted her with a smile. I was just thinking, brother Sun has finally retired from the army and started working at 301. Sister-in-law has really come through tough times. Xia Hongying glanced at Huo Nanxun, smiled, and asked, "What are you discussing?" "I asked Gongzi to help make a washing station behind Aunt Tang's house," Huo Nanxun said. Huo Gang's father was a stonemason. Huo Gang nodded. "No problem. I'll come to take measurements early tomorrow, and it'll be done in 2 days." "Thank you." Huo Nanxun patted his shoulder. By the way, Xia Hongying remembered something. On the road coming from the east, there's a broken stone slab. Last time my dad stepped on it, it fell into the water field. "Brother Gang, could you please make another stone slab and fix that road while you're at it?" However, Huo Gang's expression remained cold, and he did not answer her. In fact, Huo Gang had been wearing a cold face since he first saw her. However, Xia Hongying usually didn't have much interaction with him and never considered that his cold demeanor was directed at her. It was only at this moment that she realized it. She looked at Huo Gang, feeling somewhat awkward and puzzled. "What's wrong, Brother Gang? Is it inconvenient to fix the road? I can pay for it." Chapter 9. The restless hand. Huo Gang sneered, just about to speak when Huo Nanxun pulled him away. The two brothers were talking about something. Huo Gang was quite agitated, and he even glanced back at Xia Hongying as if she were an enemy. "What is his problem?" Xia Hongying asked Wang Dahua in confusion. "What did I do to offend him?" Wang Dahua also looked puzzled. "I don't know." After Huo Gang finished talking with Huo Nanxun, he didn't come back and just left. Huo Nanxun returned to Xia Hongying and said he agreed to the road construction matters. Xia Hongying asked, "Why do I feel like he holds a grudge against me? I don't remember offending him." Huo Nanxun shook his head and turned to Lu Qingyu. "Qingyu, in the future, if anything happens and I'm not around, you can ask those two for help. We, along with Lazy, are childhood friends, the best of friends." Lu Qingyu nodded. "Okay, Sun Ge, thank you." Huo Nanxun replied, "Get some rest early. Tomorrow is another day of the ceremony. You and Xia Guang will have to work hard." "All right, you all should rest early too." Lu Qingyu turned and left. Wang Dahua watched her back and said, "Dr. Lu really has it tough. Her old body isn't good, and the little one is still so young." "Yeah," Huo Nanxun said, "Dahua, these years, thanks to you helping my family with a lot of work, thank you. We are brothers. Why say such things?" Wang Dahua peeked around. "Where's shouting? I haven't seen her." Xia Hongying smiled knowingly. Wang Dahua liked shouting. That night, shouting didn't move. She was too busy. After getting into bed, Huo Shouting curiously asked, "Second brother, Mom said that Sister Lu next door is actually the daughter of a high-ranking official in the province?" Huo Nanxun replied, "Not sure." "Not sure?" Huo Shouting asked in surprise. "I thought you were quite familiar with her." Huo Nanxun said, "We are quite familiar, but I haven't asked her about that." Upon hearing this, Xia Hongying felt an inexplicable sense of relief and glanced at him. At that moment, the light was still on, and Huo Nanxun noticed her gaze and looked back at her. His eyes had a strong sense of aggression. Since he returned this time, Xia Hongying had met his gaze several times, feeling her heart race, not daring to look longer. Now, lying on the same bed, that feeling intensified. Xia Hongying turned her gaze away as if scalded, her heart pounding and her face flushing. What's wrong with her? It was tea like this before, right? How did they get along when they were married? Back then, they hadn't split up. The whole family lived together, and during the day, they didn't have a chance to be alone. She married him because she liked him, a girl in her first love, afraid of doing anything wrong. She would wake up early, dress neatly to cook, eagerly doing chores, wholeheartedly trying to be a good new wife, busy all the time. Occasionally, when they spoke a few words, it was just the polite familiarity of strangers gradually becoming acquainted. The only time they could be alone was at night. But at night, that was another kind of interaction. She was too shy to even open her eyes. While lost in thought, Xia Hongying's hand was suddenly grasped by a strong hand. Her previously calmed heartbeat suddenly quickened again. That hand was restless, slipping under the hem of her clothes. The calloused palm from years of training gliding over her skin, sending shivers through her body. Huo Nanxun's breathing grew heavier, fearing shouting would notice. Xia Hongying pushed his hand away, but he refused to let go. Xia Hongying pinched his arm. It was hard as a rock and didn't budge. But at least he quieted down. The next day was the day of Huo Lei's funeral and burial. Xun Changren brought a group of apprentices, beating gongs and drums for the ceremony. The villagers took out the black lacquer coffin that Aunt Tang had prepared for herself 2 years ago and placed Huo Lei's ashes inside. Then, almost all the able-bodied young men in the village came over, banging and clanging, carrying the coffin to the burial site chosen yesterday. Lu Qingyu and Huo Xiaowang wore mourning clothes, crying alongside Aunt Tang and their close relatives. The burial site was heavy with negative energy, and children were generally not allowed to go. Xia Hongying had Huo Shouting take Yin while she followed behind. Upon arriving at the burial site, it was time to mourn. Generally, when an elder passes away, children and grandchildren kneel to mourn, whether the tears are genuine or not. There is always a certain atmosphere of a full house of descendants sending off the deceased. But Huo Lei was too young. Peers and elders couldn't kneel to mourn for him. Only Huo Xiaowang could. But Huo Xiaowang was only 4 years old, seemingly not understanding what was happening. When everyone urged him to kneel and cry, he looked around and couldn't cry at all. Xiaowang, cry for your dad. Aunt Tang struggled to squat beside him, tears streaming down her face. Your dad left so young. At least you can send him off. Just cry a little. It'll be a way to show filial piety. But Huo Xiaowang suddenly jumped up and ran to Huo Nanxun, grabbing his hand. Uncle Huo, I'm scared. Take me back. I don't want to be here. The people in mourning clothes, with their particularly eerie funeral gongs and drums, along with the coffin and grave pit. The atmosphere was indeed chilling. Xiaowang, listen to your grandma and mom. Huo Nanxun said, come, Uncle Huo will stay with you. Don't be afraid. He took Huo Xiaowang's hand and walked to the grave, saying, kneel down. This is what you should do. Huo Xiaowang listened to him and knelt down. Lu Qingyu also knelt beside him, silently shedding tears. She hadn't put on makeup today, looking somewhat pale compared to yesterday, but wearing a full white mourning outfit and a long white scarf on her head. Crying extremely sorrowfully, she was indeed heart-wrenching. While one side was crying, on the other side, Huogang Li Dahua and other young men began to fill the grave with shovels. As the coffin was gradually buried under the soil, Lu Qingyu and Aunt Tang cried heart-wrenchingly. Seeing his mother cry like that, Huo Xiaowang grew even more frightened and dove into Huo Nanxun's arms, who squatted beside him, holding him close and comforting him. After the mourning phase was over, Xia Hongying thought that Lu Qingyu had knelt for so long, her legs must be sore and numb. So she went over to help her. Lu Qingyu turned to see her, but said nothing, silently pulling her arm away from Xia Hongying's hand and taking out a handkerchief to wipe her face. Xia Hongying stepped back. Over there, Huo Nanxun also helped Huo Xiaowang up and handed him to Lu Qingyu. He picked up a shovel to fill the grave and erect the tombstone. Once the grave was set and the necessary rituals were done, people began to disperse in groups. Xia Hongying also prepared to head back when she spotted Huo Shouting and Yin peeking over. Xia Hongying walked over and asked, what are you doing here? Huo Shouting replied, Mom asked me to go out to gather pig grass. When we got close, I came to take a look. Has the burial been done? Xia Hongying responded, yes. I don't have any pig grass left at home either. I'll go back to get a backpack and come help you gather pig grass. There's a lot of lush goose intestines grass, water bamboo leaves, and other wild grass here, making it a good place to gather pig grass. Huo Shouting said, okay. Xia Hongying went home to get a backpack and returned to find Huo Xiaowang had pushed Yin to the ground. Yin fell heavily and started crying loudly. However, Huo Xiaowang didn't stop. He actually stepped forward and raised his hand to hit Yin face. Chapter 10 I know your true colors clearly. What are you doing? Xia Hongying rushed forward and grabbed the hand that Huo Xiaowang had raised, saying, you child, how can you hit someone? Xia Hongying felt both heartbroken and angry. But Huo Xiaowang was just a 4-year-old child, so she couldn't just slap him back. After stopping him, she released Huo Xiaowang and pulled Yin up, asking, Yin, where did you fall? Yin had been well protected by Xia Hongying since she was little, never having been hit by anyone. She felt both scared and sad, crying as she hugged her, pouting and saying, "My bottom hurts." The commotion drew Huo Shouting, who was cutting pigweed at the foot of the dirt slope. And the people from the gravesite also came over, all asking what happened. Mom, Huo Xiaowang, seeing this, ran to Lu Qingyu and cried, "Mom, she pushed me. My bottom hurts." Just moments after his father was buried, he hadn't shed a single tear, but now he was crying. Lu Qingyu's expression changed as she looked at Xia Hongying. Xia Hongying was somewhat surprised by Huo Xiaowang's acting skills. A 4-year-old child could lie so convincingly. "Xia Hongying, you are too much," Huo Gang said angrily, like a firecracker. "How can you bully such a small child? And he just lost his father." "I didn't push him," Xia Hongying replied. "He pushed Yin down and wanted to hit her. I only stopped him." Huo Gang sneered. Such a little child, could he lie? Xia Hongying had felt Huo Gang's hostility towards her since last night. Now, that hostility had materialized into cold glares and sharp accusations. "My mom didn't push him." Unexpectedly, the usually timid Yin suddenly shouted, "It was him. He pushed me. He cursed at me, spat at me, and he hit me." "Woo!" Yin cried, her face full of tears and grievances, expressing herself clearly. Huo Gang was stunned. "Did you hear that? Yin is even younger than Xiaowang. She wouldn't lie." Xia Hongying said, "Huo Gang, such a small child wouldn't lie, but you can teach her to say that, right? You taught Yin to say this, didn't you?" Xiaowang didn't have an adult teaching him. "It was her who pushed me. It was her who pushed me." Huo Xiaowang cried even louder upon hearing this. "What's going on?" Huo Nanxun also came over. "Brother Sun, Xia Hongying actually pushed Xiaowang." Huo Gang said angrily, "How can she do that to such a small child?" "I said she has a problem with her character. I didn't push him." Xia Hongying insisted. "You pushed me." Huo Xiaowang rushed over, grabbing Huo Nanxuan's hand with one hand and pointing at Xia Hongying with the other. "Uncle Huo, she's a bad woman." Huo Nanxuan frowned. "No, death." Yin ran over too, grabbing Huo Nanxuan's other hand and saying, "It was Huo Xiaowang who hit me. He called me a dirty girl, spat at me, and he pushed me down. He wanted to hit me, but Mom protected me. Mom didn't push him. Get away, you dirty girl." Huo Xiaowang, being just a child, in a fit of anger, reached out to push Yin again and cursed her once more. "Xiaowang." Lu Qingyu quickly hugged Huo Xiaowang and covered his mouth, her expression dim as she said, "Brother Sun, please don't blame my sister-in-law. She definitely wouldn't push a child for no reason. It must be that Xiaowang was being naughty." Saying this, she picked up Huo Xiaowang and bowed to Xia Hongying. "Sister-in-law, Xiaowang was in the wrong. For Lei Zi's sake, I hope you won't take it to heart." She looked very downcast, her face full of sadness as she said, "Xiaowang, let's go home." She directly carried the child away, dressed in white mourning clothes, her steps heavy, looking very pitiful as a widow with an orphan. Huo Gang looked at her with sympathy and then turned to glare at Xia Hongying. "Xia Hongying, are you even human? Bullying a widow and an orphan, is that amusing to you?" As he shouted like this, the relatives of Huo Lei who had not yet left cast either reproachful or unfriendly glances at Xia Hongying. A tree lives by its bark. A person lives by their face. Although Xia Hongying was not treated well by the Huo family, she had a good reputation in the village. Everyone said she was beautiful, capable, and had a good personality. Huo Gang's outburst directly tarnished her reputation. Xia Hongying was also enraged, yelling at him. "Huo Gang, I already said I didn't push him." "Huo Gang, could such a tiny child lie?" "Xia Hongying, he is lying. We've lived in the back and front yards for 4 years. When have you ever seen me?" "Xia Hongying, bully anyone? Let alone a 4-year-old child." "Huh, you can act." Huo Gang sneered, pretending so well that the villagers all say good things about you. "But I know your true colors, you bastard." Huo Nanxun placed a hand on his shoulder and led him away, without even seeing Huo Nanxun use any force. Huo Gang stumbled and nearly fell as he followed unsteadily. After moving a bit further away, the two were seen talking. Huo Nanxun looked slightly angry, while Huo Gang appeared flushed and agitated. Xia Hongying vaguely heard Huo Gang's high-pitched voice saying something about 2 boats not being pure and that he felt sorry for her. Huo Nanxuan's voice was lower, and she couldn't hear anything. Huo Gang didn't come back to cause trouble, but left angrily. Huo Nanxun approached Xia Hongying and said, "Gongzi is someone who hates evil and is very straightforward. Don't take it to heart." Hate evil? Xia Hongying felt uncomfortable inside. So you also think I'm an evil person? Huo Nanxun said, no. Actually, I've seen Xia Wang lie and deny his mischief more than once. But today is a special day, so it's not good to say too much. Today was indeed a special day. It was Huo Lei's burial day. She couldn't possibly hold a 4-year-old child accountable. She could let Huo Xiaowang go. But what was Huo Gang's problem? Xia Hongying asked. Why does he have such strong hostility towards me? Huo Nanxun was silent for a moment. He just has a bad personality. A bad personality? Xia Hongying shook her head. He doesn't treat others like this. There must be something else going on. He even said he knew my true colors. What true colors? Huo Nanxun glanced at her, his eyes dark. Xia Hongying couldn't understand. It's really nothing. He casually said this, then picked up Yin Yin, wiping away the remaining tears that hadn't dried yet, asking, Yin Yin, did you get hurt? Yin Yin, my bottom hurts. Huo Nanxun. Yin Yin was wronged. Yin Yin, Dad, Mom didn't push him. Huo Nanxun. I believe Yin Yin. But today is the day of his father's burial, so let's not hold against him, okay? Yin Yin, what does burial mean? It means his dad died. Huo Shouting said nearby. Yin Yan's big eyes were filled with sympathy. Huo Shouting. Yin Yin, don't play with Huo Xiaowang in the future. He's too bad. Little rascal. If it weren't for Huo Lei's sake, I would have slapped him twice. How dare he bully my little darling? Yin Yin pouted, nodding with a look of grievance. Chapter 11. Moving the bed, sister-in-law. It's all my fault. Huo Shouting said, I saw that the pig grass at the bottom of the slope was growing well. So I went down the slope. I didn't even see Huo Xiaowang coming over, which allowed someone to bully Yin Yin. Xia Hongying shook her head. How can you blame yourself? Next to them, Huo Nanxun said, I'll go back and help Shouting move the bed. Yin Yin, I'll take her back first. You can rest assured, I'll keep an eye on her. Xia Hongying didn't say anything. After Huo Nanxun left, Xia Hongying asked Huo Shouting, you are familiar with Huo Gang. Do you think he's the kind of person who would coldly speak to others for no reason or even attack them? Huo Shouting said, Brother Gang does have an impulsive personality, but he is a normal person. He definitely wouldn't target anyone without reason. Xia Hongying, then why is he targeting me? Huo Shouting hesitated for a moment, but still said, the way he just acted reminded me of something. Xia Hongying, what is it? Huo Shouting, there was a time on the street when I noticed he seemed to be following you. At that time, I asked him what he was doing, and he said he saw a thief tailing you, so he followed. I asked him where the thief was, and he said because I disturbed him, it startled the thief, and the thief had already run away. He also told me not to tell you or anyone else, saying that he was a big man secretly following you, and he didn't want any gossip to spread. Xia Hongying frowned. When did this happen? Huo Shouting, about 2 or 3 months ago. Xia Hongying recalled that period. 2 or 3 months ago. Nothing happened, right? How strange. Huo Shouting, I feel my brother must know the reason. You should ask him. Xia Hongying, didn't I just ask? He wouldn't say. Huo Shouting winked at her. Look how actively my brother is helping me move the bed. Tonight, I will sleep with Yin Yin. You take the opportunity when his willpower is low to ask him, and he will definitely tell you. Xia Hongying glared at her. What do you mean by low willpower? Huo Shouting joked. Ahem, what do you think? Hee. Xia Hongying, you're a young lady. Huo Shouting, ha ha ha. Sister-in-law, your face is all red. After finishing the pig grass and returning, they indeed saw Huo Nanxun calling Huo Ingbiao and several men from the yard to help move the bed out. Lu Qingyu had already changed back in her usual clothes and curiously asked, Brother Sun, what are you doing? Before Huo Nanxun could answer, Huo Ingbiao rushed to say, helping Shouting move the bed. Lu Qingyu, moving the bed? Country people speak without care. A man joked, isn't the Xunzi back? The couple needs to do something at night. How can Shouting sleep in the same room? Of course, the bed has to be moved. Ha ha. Everyone burst into knowing laughter. Lu Qingyu's face stiffened as she glanced at Huo Nanxun. He had his back to her, remained silent, and didn't refute. A strong, dark jealousy flashed in Lu Qingyu's eyes as she turned and went back into the house. The men thought she was just shy and didn't think much of it. However, Xia Hongying noticed Lu Qingyu's expression and felt that familiar discomfort rise again. She was no longer an inexperienced girl and understood what that expression represented. Could it be that Lu Qingyu had feelings for Huo Nanxun? She frowned as she looked at Huo Nanxun. It was hot, and he was only wearing a tank top, revealing his bronzed, well-developed, and beautiful muscles, making his broad shoulders and narrow waist stand out, strong and vigorous, exuding a deadly masculine charm. Huo Nanxun seemed to sense something and suddenly turn around. Their eyes met, and his gaze roamed over her, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth, somewhat mischievous. What kind of gaze was that? Xia Hongying's face flushed instantly, and she picked up the pig grass to wash in the backyard. Shouting did indeed sleep with Yin Yin. After night fell, Xia Hongying took a shower. She specifically used soap to wash twice, making her whole body fragrant. She looked down at her body. Her physical condition was good, and she took care of herself. Having a child hadn't left much mark on her. Her skin was naturally fair, with no visible pores. Her waist was still slender, without an ounce of excess fat. However, the places that should be full were even fuller than before having child. She bit her lip, specifically digging out the only gold necklace from the bottom of the box to wear. Looking in the mirror, a little golden butterfly sat on her fair chest, complimenting her beautifully. Huo Nanxun was still washing up, so Xia Hongying got into bed first, lying on the innermost side. The yellow electric light filtered through the mosquito net, creating a nearly romantic glow. She looked down at herself again, pulled the collar down a bit to reveal the beautiful necklace and collarbone, smoothed her hair, closed her eyes, and pretended to sleep. However, she could hear Huo Nanxuan's movements, showering, shaving, coming over, the bed sinking on the outside, an overwhelming masculine energy invading her. Xia Hongying's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Yet, there was no further action. Inside the mosquito net, the air pressure grew lower and lower. Xia Hongying opened her eyes and saw Huo Nanxun looking at her. The necklace on her chest, his face dark as ice. "What is wrong?" Xia Hongying asked, confused. "Where did the necklace come from?" Huo Nanxun asked. "My brother bought it for me. This is my only gold necklace." Xia Hongying touched the butterfly pendant on the necklace and shyly asked him, "Is it pretty?" Huo Nanxun didn't answer, but turned to turn off the light and lay down. There was no movement for a long time. Last night he had touched her, but today, with shouting and Yin Yin not around, what did he mean? She had even specially worn the gold necklace she had never worn before for him. Xia Hongying felt both shy and angry, increasingly uncomfortable, and suddenly turned over, facing away from him. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind. It had been 4 years. Did he have someone outside? Had he interacted with someone like Lu Qingyu from the city and looked down on her? Also, Lu Qingyu's gaze at him. Could it be that he had an affair with Lu Qingyu? "Are you asleep?" Suddenly, Huo Nanxun spoke. Xia Hongying blinked her eyes, which had no sleepiness. "Yes." "Huo Nanxun, do you have something you want to say to me?" Xia Hongying turned to look at him. After the light was turned off, he sank into darkness, and she couldn't see him clearly. "You." Xia Hongying spoke. "Huo Nanxun, what?" Xia Hongying. "Lu Qingyu said you got hurt after meeting her. How did you get hurt? Is it serious?" Huo Nanxun. "As a soldier, various trainings lead to injuries. It's normal. It's nothing." Xia Hongying. "I saw Xia Wang is quite close to you." Huo Nanxun. "Yes. After Huo Lei got married, he often invites me to his house for dinner, improving my meals. Naturally, we got familiar over time." Xia Hongying. "Is Dr. Lu close to Huo Lei?" Huo Nanxun. "Quite well. If not, she wouldn't come here." "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Xia Hongying said, "Just asking casually, nothing. Let's sleep." She turned back again, waited for a while, and still felt no movement, disappointed and uncomfortable, and closed her eyes to sleep. Chapter 12. Is there love between you? The next day, Huo Gang and his dad had prepared the stones needed for Lu Qingyu's laundry platform. Early in the morning, while the sun had not yet risen and it wasn't too hot, they called Huo Nanxun and Wang Dehua to help carry the stone slabs. To pave the ground and make the laundry platform, they needed to carry about 20 slabs, and the round trip was not short. The four of them, Huo Gang, his father, Huo Nanxun, and Wang Dehua, were making trips back and forth, and by almost 10 o'clock, they still hadn't finished. The sunlight at this hour was scorching, and everyone was sweating profusely. Wang Dehua, feeling extremely hot, shouted, Sister-in-law, hey, coming." Summer Hongying and Lu Qingyu, both sister-in-laws, responded simultaneously, appearing at the door. Summer Hongying, wearing an apron and her homemade cloth shoes, was cleaning the stove with some black soot on her apron and sleeves. Lu Qingyu, on the other hand, was dressed in a puff-sleeve dress and heeled sandals, looking graceful and radiant in her fair complexion. Seeing Summer Hongying's attire, Lu Qingyu's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain as she asked, "Dehua, which sister-in-law are you calling?" Wang Dehua replied, "I'm calling sister-in-law Hongying." "Sister-in-law Hongying, can you make us some mung bean soup? It's so hot." In the past, when he helped Summer Hongying harvest the autumn rice, she had made him mung bean soup, which was refreshing and soothing, completely dispelling the heat and feeling good on his stomach. He couldn't forget it every summer. In fact, he hadn't told anyone that the reason he was willing to help Summer Hongying every year was partly because of Huo Nanxun's siblings. One was a buddy, and the other was a girl he liked. The other half was simply craving Summer Hongying's delicious food. Summer Hongying responded, "Okay, the sun is getting higher. You guys wait until the afternoon when it's cloudy to continue. Don't get heat stroke." Wang Dehua insisted, "There are only a few slabs left. Let us just finish them all at once." "Sister-in-law, make sure to cool it with well water." "Got it," Summer Hongying replied with a smile. Once the mung bean soup was ready, Summer Hongying filled a large teapot and took several bowls to the next door. When she entered, she didn't see anyone and heard some noise from the back, so she presumed everyone was working in the back kitchen and headed there. The layout of the houses was similar, with a front hall and a back kitchen. Families with only one room had to place their beds in the main room. Those with more than one room used the other rooms as bedrooms. Aunt Tang's house had 2 rooms, with the 2 side rooms as bedrooms. While the main room was a spacious, pig-liver-colored, double-door hall, furnished with tables and benches, and housing a Buddha altar, much larger than Summer Hongying's little room. However, the room was cluttered with various farming tools, brooms of different sizes, wooden barrels, firewood, etc., making it look rather messy. The back kitchen door was open, and Summer Hongying spotted Huo Gang laying down the floorboards while Huo Nanxun was digging a drainage ditch with a hoe. Wang Dehua and Huo Gang's father, Huo Sanshu, were likely still on their way back carrying stones. "Sun Ge." Summer Hongying was about to greet him when suddenly Lu Qingyu called out. Huo Nanxun paused and looked at her. Lu Qingyu asked, "I've always been curious. What does it feel like to have a marriage introduced by a matchmaker? Like you and sister-in-law, without a foundation of feelings?" Huo Nanxun didn't answer. He picked up a cup of water and took a sip, then pulled out a pack of cigarettes, tossing one to Huo Gang and lighting one for himself. "Let me ask this. Is there love between you two?" Lu Qingyu pressed. Summer Hongying instinctively tightened her grip on the teapot, remaining silent, eager to hear Huo Nanxun's answer. Standing in a cramped corner of the back eaves, Huo Nanxun appeared even taller and sturdier. It was so hot that he was only wearing a red tank top, bare-armed while working, and sweat trickled down his well-built muscles, the veins in his arms showing strength. His smoking posture looked very manly and handsome. As he inhaled, his brows furrowed in a way that suggested he was swallowing something extremely bitter. Lu Qingyu glanced at Summer Hongying, a trace of satisfaction in her eyes, and said in a teasing tone, "Sun Ge, I'm just curious, just tell me." However, Nanxun then noticed Summer Hongying and turned his head to look at her. Summer Hongying stepped out and said, "I made a pot of mung bean soup, cooled with well water from the crab hole. You all should drink some. It can clear heat and detoxify." Lu Qingyu's face showed embarrassment as she said, "Sister-in-law, thank you." Summer Hongying gave a slight nod and turned to leave. "Sister-in-law," Lu Qingyu called her back. Summer Hongying asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything else?" Lu Qingyu replied, "I'm hosting everyone for lunch today. You and Yin Yin should come too." Summer Hongying said, "I haven't been able to help much, so I want to come." Lu Qingyu insisted, "Last night, Mom told me you helped my mom a lot and asked me to thank you properly. If sister-in-law doesn't come, I will feel guilty about it." Her invitation was very sincere. Unable to refuse, Summer Hongying finally agreed. "All right then, I'll trouble you." "It's no trouble." Lu Qingyu smiled, then sister-in-law, come over later. Summer Hongying nodded and went home. Lu Qingyu turned back and saw Huo Nanxun drinking mung bean soup. Moreover, he drank bowl after bowl, finishing 3 bowls in one go. She frowned and asked, "Sun Ge, are you thirsty? I'll pour you another cup of water." Huo Nanxun felt completely refreshed and cool, replying, "No need. The mung bean soup is great." When Summer Hongying returned home, she lost the motivation to clean the stove and sat on the small stool by the stove, lost in thought. She was pondering Lu Qingyo's earlier question. Is there love between you two? What did Huo Nanxun's bitter expression mean? She recalled the day they met for their blind date. Aunt Zhang, who ran a small shop on the street, acted as their matchmaker. That day, Aunt Zhang arranged for both parties to meet, and Xia Hongying went with her mother. Upon arrival, she immediately spotted Huo Nanxun. At that time, he seemed a bit more youthful than he did now, and his demeanor wasn't as sharp and inscrutable. He was standing under the big phoenix tree in front of the shop, tall and handsome in the lush green shade, instantly capturing Xia Hongying's attention. Perhaps it was because she was good-looking herself, but Xia Hongying had high standards. That was the first time she experienced the feeling of a heartbeat, feeling flustered and shy, unable to look too much, hiding behind her mother. Aunt Zhang pulled the two of them into the house, shared Huo Nanxun's basic information, and asked how they felt about it, whether they were willing. Her mother also took a liking to Huo Nanxun at first glance, but she mainly focused on Xia Hongying's feelings. Xia Hongying blushed and nodded. When they left Aunt Zhang's shop, she and Huo Nanxun exchanged a glance, and her face turned bright red as she ran away as if chased by a dog. Later, the Huo family proposed a direct marriage because Huo Nanxun was serving in the army and had no time to slowly get to know each other. She, almost bewitched, agreed. So, she actually married him because she liked Huo Nanxun. She always thought he felt the same way, but his expression just now, seemingly swallowing a belly full of bitterness. And last night, after 4 years apart, they lay alone in bed. Yet he didn't touch her. On this hot day, Xia Hongying felt a chill running through her. Chapter 13, you will definitely teach him, well, just past 11 o'clock. She took Yin to Aunt Tang's house. It wasn't mealtime yet. She was there to help. Upon arriving in the kitchen, she first checked the progress of the construction. The work done by Huo Gang and the others was basically finished. They had paved it with bluestone, dug drainage ditches, and even added a laundry station, which was more than what she had at her home. The space was also slightly larger than hers. Originally, the eaves of the back room were less than 2 feet wide, and with the eave trough, it was at most 3 feet. However, their little backyard extended out 3 to 4 meters. Although Xia Hongying's house and Aunt Tang's house were adjacent, they were at a corner of the courtyard, and the back of Xia Hongying's house faced a bamboo forest, where she had utilized a small cleared area. But behind Aunt Tang's house was a sloped piece of land that did not belong to her. It was from the yard of second uncle's house behind. They had excavated a 2 to 3 meter area of second uncle's land, paved it with stones, and turned it into a yard. This area behind was second uncle's land. Xia Hongying asked suspiciously, "Did you ask him before digging?" Second uncle was known to be stingy. Previously, when her pumpkin vine crawled into his land, he had confronted Xia Hongying about it. She had given him a large pumpkin and pulled the vine back on her own land. And only then did he let it go. Xia Hongying was a bit worried. If they hadn't informed second uncle beforehand, it might lead to disputes. "You don't need to worry about this," Huo Gang suddenly said. "I will talk to my grandfather about it." Huo Gang was second uncle's own grandson. Moreover, Huo Gang's father, Huo Senshu, was also present, so they should be able to handle it. Xia Hongying nodded and didn't say anything further. Lu Qingyu was also capable. With Xia Hongying and Aunt Tang assisting her, she prepared a large table of dishes. When the meal was ready, their work was also finished, and they took turns washing their hands and faces, wiping sweat, and went to the front hall to prepare for the meal. Yin was a bit afraid of Huo Xiaowang. As soon as she got close to him, she hid behind Xia Hongying. Huo Xiaowang, on the other hand, was smug, glancing at Huo Nanxun, and seeing that he wasn't paying attention to them, made a spitting gesture towards Yin. Xia Hongying saw his action and her expression darkened. "Xiaowang, that spitting gesture towards someone is very impolite, and hopes you won't do that in the future." Huo Xiaowang, caught, glared at her resentfully. "I didn't." When he saw Huo Nanxun look over, he instead turned the tables and complained. "Uncle Huo, I didn't. She's framing me." "Oh, this city kid not only lies, but also complains." Huo Senshu grinned and teased. "We all saw it, haha." It wasn't just Huo Senshu who saw. Aunt Tang also chimed in. "Xiaowang, you can't do that in the future." Huo Xiaowang was dumbfounded. "Xiaowang." Lu Qingyu came out with the food, gave Huo Xiaowang a light smack on the backside, and then sincerely apologized to Xia Hongying. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry about what happened between Xiaowang and Yin yesterday. Xia Wang used to be raised by my mom, and older folks spoil the kids. He has been spoiled like a little tyrant. If he really bullied Yin Yan, please don't take it to heart. Xia Hongying replied, how could that be? How old is he? Following you. You will definitely be able to teach him well. What does you will definitely be able to teach him well mean? Does it imply that he isn't good now? Lu Qingyo's expression stiffened for a moment, but quickly masked it and turned back to the kitchen. In rural areas, there are rules about seating during meals. The upper seat faces the door and is occupied by the highest-ranking guest, while the other three sides have no distinction. Additionally, men who drink sit together for convenience in toasting. Huo Nanxun let Huo Nanshu and Huo Gang sit in the upper seat, while he sat next to Huo Gang at the right seat. Uncle Huo, I want to sit with you. Huo Xiaowang, still too young to understand his mother's embarrassment, clung to Huo Nanxun. Seeing this, Huo Nanshu joked, if you want to sit next to Uncle Huo, you have to drink. Huo Xiaowang grinned and shook his head no. It tastes bad. Lu Qingyu came out again with 2 bottles of white liquor and naturally handed them to Huo Nanxun. Huo Nanxun took them, opened the caps, and poured drinks for everyone. Mom, sit here. Huo Xiaowang pulled Lu Qingyu to sit on his other side. As for the children's behavior, no one thought much of it. Moreover, in the eyes of rural people, having a good meal is the most important. Everyone was hungry, and the table was filled with a variety of dishes, all ready to eat. At this moment, the last person to wash up, Wang Dehua, came over. Dewa, komisit. Lu Qingyu warmly welcomed him. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Dehua surveyed the seating arrangement. At the table, on the upper seat were Huo Gang and his father. On the left seat were Xia Hongying and her daughter. On the right seat were Huo Nanxun, Huo Xiaowang, and Lu Qingyu. And the last side was Aunt Tang by herself. If he wanted to take a seat, he certainly couldn't squeeze into the upper seat with Huo Gang and his father. The table was small. With the 2 of them sitting with their legs spread out, there was no room for him to squeeze in. He couldn't go and squeeze next to Xia Hongying, a young woman either. He could only sit next to Aunt Tang. In that case, Huo Gang and his father, along with Huo Nanxun, would be together, leaving him sitting far away among the women. The seating was arranged by the host, and since Huo Lei was not present, he felt embarrassed to argue with the widowed mother and child. So he jokingly said, Xionggu, why did you sit there? You should be sitting with Sister Hongying and Yin Yan. As soon as he said that, something that no one had noticed before was now brought to everyone's attention. And the more they looked, the more it felt off. Huo Nanxun was not sitting with his wife and child, but instead with the widow and her child, which felt strange. However, everyone understood it was Huo Xiaowang's reason, so no one thought in other directions. Huo Nanshu noticed Dehua's embarrassment and waved his hand, instructing, Xiong's wife, take Xiaowang to sit next to your mother, let Dehua sit with Xiong, and us men can have a drink. Lu Qingyu exclaimed, glanced at Huo Nanxun, and reluctantly got up to take Xiaowang to sit next to Aunt Tang. However, Huo Xiaowang clung to Huo Nanxun's arm. No, I want to sit next to Uncle Huo. Then let Xiaowang sit here. It's settled. You have to drink. Huo Nanshu said. This way, Wang Dehua, Huo Nanxun, and Huo Xiaowang ended up sitting on one bench, while Lu Qingyu went to sit next to Aunt Tang. Unexpectedly, Huo Xiaowang again pulled at Lu Qingyu. Mom, don't go. I want to sit next to Mom. This child. Aunt Tang shook her head helplessly, allowing Lu Qingyu to sit on her right side, letting her sit next to Huo Xiaowang across the table corner, saying, look, Mom is right next to you. I want to sit like just now. Mom and Uncle Huo should sit on the same bench as me. Huo Xiaowang pulled at Huo Nanxun's clothes with one hand and Lu Qingyo's hand with the other. Huo Nanshu frowned. This child was too rowdy and rather annoying. In contrast, Yin Yin was well-behaved, quietly sitting at the table with her big, watery eyes watching them, endearing herself to everyone. Chapter 14, I am more accustomed to Hongying's flavor. People in this era are very conservative, especially the older generation. Just when they weren't paying attention, they started to notice. No matter how much Xiaowang made a fuss, it couldn't change this outcome. Wang Dehua saw that he wanted to cry and gave him a piece of meat, saying, Xiaowang, hurry up and eat. You can only grow as tall as your Uncle Huo if you eat well, or else you'll become a little shorty. Huo Xiaowang was scared. Huh? Really? Wang Dehua, really? It's true. Uncle Huo-san, who was starving, raised his chopsticks and said, look, your mom made so many delicious dishes and arranged them so beautifully. Hurry up and eat. You need to eat more to grow. Only then did Xia stop making a fuss. Sister Qingyu is really capable, making such a large table of dishes and presenting them so exquisitely. Huo opened his mouth to say, I used to hear people say that city girls can't cook and go to restaurants to eat. It seems that's false. Lu Qingyu smiled and said, of course it's false. Who can afford to eat out every meal? When I was a girl, I really didn't know how to cook, but after getting married, I had to take care of Huo Lei and Xia Wang, so I had to learn. She actually learned cooking skills for Huo Nanxun to invite him over for meals often, and also to find excuses like sending marinated goods and pickles to see him. Huo had a few more bites and said, it tastes really good. Lu Qingyu smiled and asked, how does it compare to your sister Hongying's cooking? Huo glanced at Xia Hongying. I haven't eaten her cooking, so I don't know. But I think this is the best dish I've ever eaten. Lu Qingyu smiled and asked again, Dehua has eaten your sister Hongying's cooking, right? You just asked her to make mung bean soup. Of course I've eaten. Wang Dehua said, I can have it several times a year. In fact, we all have eaten it. The bowls that were finished last night at the banquet were made by Sister Hongying. Aunt Tang nodded. The dishes made by Hongying are top-notch, right? Wang Dehua said, I'm most greedy for Sister Hongying's cooking. Although the seasonings aren't as abundant as Sister Qingyu's and are relatively light, they're particularly fragrant, and after eating, my stomach feels comfortable. Lu Qingyu's expression faded slightly. Then she smiled and asked Huo Nanxun, what about you, Sun Ge? Do you prefer my cooking or your sister's? Huo Nanxun replied, both your dishes are delicious. Yours are more delicate. As he spoke, he looked at Xia Hongying. Xia Hongying had been avoiding his gaze, and her expression became even more indifferent. Huo Nanxun was about to smile at her when she turned her gaze away, appearing very cold. The smile on Huo Nanxun's face froze at the corner of his mouth. Sister-in-law not only cooks well, but she also understands traditional Chinese medicine. The house is kept clean, and she's good at working. My mom often says that Sun Ge is so lucky to have married Hongying. Wang Dehua's praise flowed out as if it were free and was particularly sincere. Lu Qingyu's smile disappeared for a moment. Then she casually smiled and asked Xia Hongying, sister-in-law, I see Dehua is almost envious of Sun Ge. Do you have a younger sister? Why not introduce her to him? Xia Hongying looked at Wang Dehua. There are no younger sisters in my family, but there is one in my in-laws' family. Do you want her? Wang Dehua scratched the back of his head somewhat foolishly, grinning widely. Sister-in-law, you also know traditional Chinese medicine? Lu Qingyu asked Xia Hongying again. Xia Hongying said, I can't say I know it well. It's just that some methods for treating common ailments with herbs have been passed down from my ancestors. And I've learned some. Lu Qingyu, I've always been interested in traditional Chinese medicine, but unfortunately, I studied Western medicine. Sister-in-law, could you teach me? Xia Hongying waved her hands repeatedly. I only know some folk remedies. How dare I teach you? A medical university graduate? Lu Qingyu, sister-in-law, you don't know. Western medicine and traditional Chinese medicine are very different. Although I attended medical school, I know nothing about traditional Chinese medicine. Please teach me. Xia Hongying's notes are not shared with others. However, it would be inappropriate to say that, as it would seem too arrogant and too formal. So she asked, you still have to work, right? There's so many people at the hospital every day. You must be very busy and won't have time. Lu Qingyu was about to say something else when Huo Nanxun suddenly spoke. Qingyu, I'm going to report to 301 tomorrow. Are you going to the hospital? If you are, I'll take you along. Lu Qingyu's eyes brightened. Yes. Even though my bereavement leave still has half a month left, I should go and report early since I'm new here. Huo Nanxun nodded and then said to Xia Hongying, Hongying, you should go too and transfer your and Yinyan's household registration. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Xia Hongying with envy. A non-agricultural household registration is a kind of honor, something rural people aspire to but cannot obtain, and cannot even be bought with money. Xia Hongying thought for a moment and asked him, if I transfer my household registration, can I also become a worker at 301? Huo Nanxun, no, you can't. If I don't transfer it, will it affect Yinyan's admission to 301 kindergarten and elementary school? Huo Nanxun, no, it won't. Then let's not transfer the household registration for now. Xia Hongying said. Huo Nanxun's expression darkened. Why not? Aunt Tang also asked, Hongying, how rare is a non-agricultural household registration? Why don't you transfer it? Xia Hongying, if I transfer the household registration, I could become a formal worker and get a salary. I would definitely transfer. But it doesn't make sense, does it? If I transfer the household registration, yin and I will have no land. Without land, what will we eat and drink? Uncle Huo San said, oh, with Xuanzi's success, are you still worried about not having food and drink? In the future, you could be like city people, buying whatever you want to eat. You can even eat at the 301 cafeteria without having to cook. How great is that? Antang also said, exactly. Hongying, you've had a hard time these years, raising a child on your own and farming for 3 people. If you transfer your household registration, you won't have to dig for food anymore. You can enjoy life with Xuanzi in the future. However, Xia Hongying shook her head. Having my own land is equivalent to having a guarantee. How can I easily give it up? What if? I'm just saying what if. What if something goes wrong with Sun Nan's work? Everyone listened and felt that it made sense. Transferring to an urban household registration sounds high and mighty, as if it were something that rural people cannot aspire to. However, no one could really say what tangible benefits it has. On the contrary, with a rural household registration, as long as one is diligent and hardworking, they won't go hungry. There's no such what if. Huo Nanxun suddenly said. Xia Hongying, though simple-minded, was also stubborn, saying, no matter what, I will not transfer my household registration. Yinyans should also not be transferred for now. That way, the family will have one more piece of land. I'm not afraid of hard work. I'm just afraid of having no work to do. Huo Nanxun stopped speaking, but it was evident that his expression was somewhat gloomy. Lu Qingyu smiled slightly and cheerfully greeted everyone. Thank you all for your hard work. Uncle San, Gongzi come eat more? Chapter 15, for example, land. Back at home, Huo Nanxun told her, Hongying, I have joined Factory 301 as a formal employee of the state, not a temporary worker. As long as I don't make any fundamental mistakes, there won't be any problems at work. Xia Hongying said, even if your job is stable, what about me? I can't just sit around doing nothing all day. Huo Nanxun replied, the unit will allocate dormitories, and when the time comes, the 3 of us will move to the dormitory. You will be responsible for cooking, housework, and taking Yin to kindergarten. If you want to work, I will help you find opportunities later. After a pause, he added, my work will be very busy, and I may not have much time to help you with farm work. I don't want you to suffer so much, and I also think about Yin. If she lives in the 301 dormitory, she won't have to walk far to school every day. Xia Hongying was not unaffected. Changing to an urban household registration, not having to do farm work, and living a life like a city person was something many envied but could not attain. Moreover, it took over an hour to walk from home to the 301 kindergarten. If she could move to the 301 dormitory without work at home, it would be very convenient. However, thinking of the morning when Lu Qingyu asked him if there was love between them and his bitter expression at that time, Xia Hongying rubbed her palm and shook her head. What other concerns do you have? Huo Nanxun asked her. Xia Hongying was silent for a moment and looked at him. After we get married, you stayed at home for half a month, and there wasn't much feeling. What if we divorce? I have no job. How will I support myself and Yin? Divorce? Huo Nanxun squinted his eyes, suddenly exuding a dangerous aura. You want to divorce me? Xia Hongying replied. It's not that I want to divorce you. I'm just saying what if. There won't be that what if. Huo Nanxun interrupted her. Xia Hongying said, Huo Nanxun, it's not that I don't trust you, but I can say I know nothing about you. I don't know how you've lived these years. I don't know about your injuries. I don't know about your achievements. And I don't even know which unit you belong to. Now you are a worker, and I am a farmer. The gap between us is getting bigger and bigger. In the future, for her, changing her household registration felt like a gamble. It was a bet on Huo Nanxun's everlasting loyalty to her. But she had no confidence that she could win this bet. Huo Nanxun's gaze darkened. I didn't tell you because of military discipline. I can't say. I know, and I don't blame you. Xia Hongying said, but I really don't want to change my household registration now. Huo Nanxun looked at her for a long time, nodded, and said in a calm tone, then let's not change it for now. Xia Hongying could see his disappointment. However, she did not regret it. If it were her just married, she would have happily changed her household registration. But after these years, she had become very clear-headed and realistic. Relying on others is not as good as relying on oneself. Only the things that truly belonged to her, which she could hold in her hands, were her support. For example, land. In the afternoon, Huo Nanxun went to the old secretary in the village to handle the household registration transfer procedures. The old secretary invited him to stay for dinner. That night, Huo Shouting said she wanted to take Yin to sleep, but Xia Hongying did not agree. She set up a cool bed in the backyard, hung a mosquito net, and slept outside with Yin. Huo Nanxun went out to take a look. The cool bed could fit 3 people, but mother and daughter were sleeping in the middle, leaving no space for him to lie down on either side. So he turned around and went back inside. The next day, Huo Nanxun was going to report to 301. Just before leaving, Xia Hongying asked him, "When will you be back?" Huo Nanxun replied, "I don't know. It depends on the situation." Xia Hongying nodded and handed him a key. "This is the house key. If you come back and I'm not home, you just... Were you not at home?" Huo Nanxun suddenly interrupted her, his tone a bit fierce. Xia Hongying was about to speak when Lu Qingyo's voice called out from outside. "Sun Ge, are you ready? It's time to go." Huo Nanxun heard and reached out to take the key, saying nothing, and turned to go out. Xia Hongying followed him outside and saw Lu Qingyu holding Huo Xiaowang's hand waiting at her doorstep. Lu Qingyu was wearing a red dress with white polka dots and a beautiful sun hat, while Huo Xiaowang was in overalls. The mother and son looked like stars from a magazine. Upon seeing Huo Nanxun, Lu Qingyu smiled brightly and said, "I plan to take Xiaowang to buy 2 pairs of shoes after I report. His feet have grown longer, and his shoes are a bit tight." Huo Nanxun said, "It's hot, and the road is long. There's no need to take him along. Just buy according to his shoe size." No, I want to go too." Huo Xiaowang ran over and held Huo Nanxun's hand, acting cute Uncle Hua. "I want to go too." Huo Nanxun replied, "Your mom can't carry you. You have to walk back and forth by yourself." "I can walk myself." Huo Xiaowang raised his fist and said, "I'm a boy. I don't want my mom to carry me." Huo Nanxun said, "Then let's go." Lu Qingyu turned back and smiled at Xia Hongying. "Sister-in-law, we're leaving. See you." Xia Hongying forced a smile and nodded. Huo Nanxun held Huo Xiaowang in front, and Lu Qingyu followed behind. The 3 of them walking together looked just like a family of 3. Xia Hongying felt uncomfortable again. Who in the village didn't know about 301 Hospital? Even Aunt Tang knew. Did Huo Nanxun have to take her there? A lonely man and a woman. Didn't they fear people gossiping? Moreover, Huolei had just passed away, and it hadn't been 3 days since the burial. She was all dressed up and smiling so brightly, making it feel very strange. At 3 in the afternoon, the village loudspeaker announced that each family should send 1 person to attend a meeting at the commune courtyard. Xia Hongying brought Yin along. When the villagers saw her, they all chatted with her, saying how successful Huo Nanxun was now. Even the seating arrangement at the meeting was influenced by her peers, and she sat much closer than before, at the same level as the eldest sister-in-law, Wu Lianing. As the wife of the village head, the eldest sister-in-law used to sit in the front and center during meetings, surrounded by a group of women. However, Xia Hongying had always sat at the back, squeezed into a corner where she couldn't be reached. Seeing everyone crowding around Xia Hongying, the eldest sister-in-law curled her lips. Looking displeased, the old secretary cleared his throat and said that today's meeting was for one matter. Over a decade ago, the township had unified planning and planted several hundred acres of tea gardens, among which there were over 50 acres in their village, located on the 2 highest mountains behind the village. When the land was assigned, the tea gardens were difficult to divide, and no one wanted them. So they remained collective property. For the past 3 years, the tea gardens have been neglected, overgrown with weeds. Now the township had issued a notice requiring each village to contract the tea gardens. The 50 acres of tea gardens in Huojiakan could be contracted for a fee of 500 yuan, and after 3 years, they would have to pay the village every year. As soon as this was said, the villagers erupted in an uproar, saying, paying a one-time fee of 500 yuan for the contract? Why not just rob a bank? Who can take out that much money these days? Moreover, in these years of free economy, the government no longer bought their tea. They had to find their own market. They were all farmers. Where could they find a market? The village secretary pretended to mobilize everyone, but no one showed any interest. He announced the meeting was over and let everyone go back. However, Xia Hongying stayed behind and said to the old secretary, "The tea gardens in Baishu Township are mainly located near my parents' home. My father is a technician. I grew up in the tea gardens." Old secretary, I want to contract our village's tea gardens. The old secretary frowned and hinted to her, Hongying, actually, I have already fulfilled my task by notifying you of the township's notice. Do you understand? Xia Hongying did not understand. What do you mean? Chapter 16 Dispute. The old party secretary straightforwardly explained to her. The tea leaves from the tea garden can't be sold at all, and if you contract it, you're bound to lose money. This isn't just a couple of hundred yuan. If you really contracted 1,005 investment is just the beginning. Managing the tea garden, picking tea, and processing it all require hiring people. It's a bottomless pit. Xia Hongying said, the times are different now. Maybe it can be sold? I want to give it a try. The old party secretary shook his head and said, if you really contract it, I can explain it to the village. But I advise you to discuss it thoroughly with Xuanzi. If he agrees, let him bring his ID to find me, pay the money, and sign the contract. Xia Hongying, okay. Thank you, old party secretary. After leaving the commune courtyard, she saw her sister-in-law Wu Lianying eavesdropping with her ear cocked. When she saw Xia Hongying come out, Wu Lianying put on a hypocritical smile and asked, what's up? You want a contract, the tea garden? Xia Hongying, yes. Wu Lianying's eyes were full of suspicion. But you have to pay 1,005 all at once. Do you have that much money? Xia Hongying, I saved a little money before, but it's still not enough. Can you lend me some, sister-in-law? Wu Lianying rolled her eyes and said loudly, where would I get the money? Xia Hongying, you must have at least 200, right? Can you lend me 200? Not to mention 200. We can't even gather 20 at home. We still need to save for daily necessities like soy sauce and vinegar. Wu Lianying's tone became sharp. What are you contracting a tea garden for if you don't have money? Just pretending to be rich. Xia Hongying didn't retort and just said, then I'll think of other ways. In fact, Xia Hongying had saved enough for 1,005. But she knew Wu Lianying too well. She knew that if she borrowed money, she would never think about paying it back. She said this to prevent her from asking for money. The two sisters-in-law returned to the Hui family courtyard together, and before they even entered the yard, they heard a noisy commotion. Is it the second uncle? What are they arguing about again? Wu Lianying, full of gossip, rushed in. Xia Hongying followed into the yard. And sure enough, it was the second uncle in the backyard, angrily confronting Aunt Tang and Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu? They are back. Xia Hongying instinctively looked towards her house, but the door was still locked. This morning, she gave Huo Nanxun the key. Why was the door still locked? She looked around. Several households in the yard had come out, some watching the commotion, some trying to mediate. Xia Hongying looked around, but didn't see Huo Nanxun. After asking Huo Xiaoding, she found out that he hadn't returned yet. Lu Qingyu had come back with Huo Xiaowang. The discomfort she had been suppressing all day inexplicably eased a bit. And Xia Hongying looked over at the second uncle. He was shouting with a red face, my land. You say you could just occupy it? You're from a city, so you're impressive, huh? You could just take my land to set up a washing station? You must compensate me today. Lu Qingyu looked very uncomfortable. Huo Xiaowang glared fiercely at the second uncle, while Aunt Tang wore a conciliatory expression, softly advising, second uncle, we are all from the same village. Let's talk this over. The most anxious was Huo Gang, who shouted from the side, Grandpa, it was my dad and me who made the decision. Don't blame Sister Qingyu. Can you be reasonable? Don't embarrass her in front of others. Slap. The second uncle's quick temper led him to slap Huo Gang. You little brat. What qualifications do you have to make decisions for your grandpa? You haven't even grown up yet. Hit me. Go ahead and hit me. This matter is up to me to decide. Huo Gang shouted with a red face. Lazy just sacrificed. How can you come here to bully a widow and her orphan? I can't talk to you. The second uncle directly told Lu Qingyu. Lazy's death is unfortunate. But there's no law that says when someone in a family dies, they can occupy someone else's land. You're from a city. You must understand reason, right? Do you think I'm right? Lu Qingyu pressed her lips together, looked at Huo Gang with concern, and gently asked, Second uncle, how much do you want? I'll compensate you. The second uncle, you occupied 6 square meters of my land, at 10 yuan per square meter. So you must pay me 60 yuan every year. What? 60 yuan? 60 every year? Lu Qingyu exclaimed. Her monthly salary is less than 60. Uncle, you're asking for too much money. The rural people are honest. They say one thing and mean it. Someone immediately said, Is there gold in your land or something? I'm planning to plant ginseng and deer antler in that land. The second uncle sarcastically said, that would be worth a lot. I'm only asking for 60. That's not much. Who are you to say? After he shot back, he told Lu Qingyu, you must compensate me 60 today. Otherwise, restore the land to its original state. Lu Qingyu's attitude became firm. Second uncle, occupying your land is indeed my fault. Compensating 60 is not out of the question, but it can only be this once, not every year. The second uncle, dream on. My land can grow ginseng every year. Of course, you have to compensate me every year. Lu Qingyu, furious, said, then let's wait for Sun Ge to come back. Let's see what he says. Xuanzi? The second uncle glanced at Xia Hongying in the crowd. This matter was initiated by Xuanzi, right? Then let him pay. Hongying, if Huolei's family doesn't pay, then it must be you who pays. Xia Hongying said, second uncle, since Lu Doctor occupied your land, she should indeed compensate you. However, 60 yuan is too much. How about this? I could take a piece of the same size from Aunt Tang's land and give it to you. The second uncle, I don't want land from her family. Her land can't compare to mine. Xia Hongying, I see that in previous years, you only planted a season of wheat and a season of corn on that sloped land at the back. How about this? I can compensate you with a liter of wheat and a liter of corn every year. Everyone nodded, thinking it was reasonable. In that small area, you can't even harvest a liter of grain. But together, these two wouldn't sell for 3 yuan. How could the second uncle agree? The quarrel continued endlessly. Aunt Tang sent someone to call the old party secretary over to arbitrate. The old party secretary also said Xia Hongying's compensation plan was very reasonable. But the second uncle refused to agree, insisting on 60 every year. The old party secretary angrily said, aren't you extorting? You see that Lei Zi is gone. Are you intentionally bullying them? I won't agree to that. Yes. Second uncle, Huolei's grandfather is your brother. You are still close relatives within 3 generations. You're going a bit too far. Grandpa, occupying that little bit of land was agreed upon by my dad and me. Can you stop making things difficult for them? If you want money, I can pay you. Chapter 17. Xia Hongying resolves the dispute. The villagers all said that Uncle Air was going too far. Even his own grandson was shouting at him. Uncle Air got angry and pointed at Xia Hongying, saying, this matter was all instigated by Xuanzi. Since asking them for money is bullying widows and orphans, then I will ask you for money. 60 yuan a year, not a penny less. Hand it over. Xia Hongying took a deep breath and said, Uncle Air, if that's the case, you should be paying me 600 yuan every year. Uncle Air widened his eyes in disbelief. What? Xia Hongying continued, in Hai's Hupo, you've been borrowing my family's land every year to cut grass. How much have you taken over the years? According to your compensation rate of 10 yuan per square meter, you should at least be paying me 600 yuan every year. In Hai's Hupo, Xia Hongying's land was adjacent to Uncle Air's. Her land was higher in elevation, while Uncle Air's was lower, with about a 1-meter drop in between. He had always dug into her land under the pretext of cutting grass. Xia Hongying had complained several times, but he continued to do as he pleased. Uncle Air adamantly denied. When did I dig into your land? What evidence do you have? Xia Hongying replied, the evidence is with the old party secretary. He has recorded the boundary lines of every family's land. The boundary line between our 2 families is that old pine tree. But now, have everyone go take a look? It's already shifted more than a meter away from the old pine tree. Their 2 plots of land had a long boundary line, about 50 to 60 meters. And he had dug away a meter wide, totaling about 50 to 60 square meters. Everyone knew that during the land distribution, the old party secretary had taken notes to accurately record the boundary lines to avoid any future disputes. Uncle Air felt a bit guilty and said, that's just cutting grass. How can that be the same as intentionally taking my land? Xia Hongying responded, but the grass isn't growing on your land. It's growing on the vertical slope. How does that bother you? If you keep digging like this year after year, eventually my family's land will all belong to you. She turned to the old party secretary and said, in the past, I thought that calling someone Uncle Air meant they were an elder, and as a younger person, I should be accommodating and not be too calculating. But today, since Uncle Air wants to count every detail, let's do a careful calculation. I would like to trouble the old party secretary and the big brother to bring measuring tools to Huo, and we will measure how much land he has dug from my family. Exactly. He has also dug into my family's land. Let's measure over there too, said others whose land was adjacent to Uncle Air's. The old party secretary looked at Uncle Air. How about it? Shall we go measure? Uncle Air backed down and said, forget it. Just consider me unlucky. He didn't mention compensation anymore, fearing others would also ask him for compensation. According to this compensation method, he would end up losing everything. But he was still feeling frustrated and turned to slap Huo Gang on the back of the head. It's all because of you, you brat. What trouble have you caused for me? Offering my land to others? Huo Gong blushed, Grand Po. Dad was there too. Why are you only hitting me? Everyone laughed. Unclear. Thank you for your generosity. Lu Qingyu walked up to Uncle Air and sincerely said, this is not the fault of Brother Gongzi. If you want to blame someone, blame me. Actually, yesterday, Sister Hongying told us that if we touched your land, we should at least let you know. I thought Uncle Air wouldn't be as stingy as Sister Hongying said, and with Gongzi and third uncle present, I didn't go over to talk to you. It was my mistake. Her apology seemed sincere, taking full responsibility. But there was an underlying implication. Xia Hongying had called Uncle Air stingy. Although Uncle Air was over 60, he was sharp and noticed this. He immediately glared at Xia Hongying with a fierce look. Xia Hongying valued face and had a sense of propriety. But she was not someone who was afraid of trouble. She directly called out to Lu Qingyu. Dr. Lu, I did ask you to consult Uncle Air first. I felt that if we were going to touch someone else's land, it was only right to inform them. Although third uncle and Huo Gang are his children, they can't just decide things for Uncle Air. How did it turn to me saying Uncle Air is stingy when it got to your mouth? Lu Qingyu didn't expect her to be so direct, and her expression stiffened. Yesterday, Xia Hongying indeed hadn't mentioned the word stingy, and with so many people present, she couldn't deny it and had to force a smile. Maybe I misunderstood your meaning. Sorry, sister. Xia Hongying, I also spoke without thinking. No other meaning. Let's clarify things to avoid any misunderstandings. Lu Qingyu forced a smile. The matter with Uncle Air finally came to an end, and the onlookers gradually entered the house, while the old party secretary and others were preparing to leave. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Huang Kaiwa suddenly shouted, Old party secretary. The old party secretary stopped and asked her, What is it? Huang Kaiwa hurriedly ran over and asked, Is it true that Xia Hongying wants to take 1,500 yuan to contract the tea garden? Xia Hongying glanced at Wu Lianying, who turned her head away, pretending not to see her. The old party secretary said, I told Hongying to discuss it with Xuanzi first. So it is true? Huang Caihua's eyes widened like saucers, glaring at Xia Hongying like a blade. Xia Hongying, how dare you take so much money from my son? Xia Hongying was baffled. What do you mean taking your son's money? Where did you get so much money? It must be what Xuanzi sent you. Huang Kaiwa replied, as if it were a matter of course. We worked so hard to raise Xuanzi, and he hasn't enjoyed a single day of happiness. You, a woman who can't even give birth to a son, what right do you have to take so much money from him? Hurry up and hand over the money. Xia Hongying said, My money is saved little by myself, not given by Huo Nanxun. Huang Kaiwa, you saved it by yourself? Who believes that? Not only Huang Kaiwa, many others doubted that a woman could save so much money. Sister, this is indeed something you did wrong. Wu Lianying said, Our parents raised Xuanzi to this point. How can you swallow the money that Xuanzi sent back all by yourself? You should at least give our parents 1,000 out of 1,500. Xia Hongying, it's really not from him. It's my own savings. If you don't believe it, wait until he comes back and ask him. Wu Lianying, since he secretly sent money to you, he probably won't admit it. Big sister Wu, and unexpectedly, Lu Qingyu spoke up. It shouldn't be that Sun Gu sent money to sister. Wu Lianying looked at her with hostility. How do you know about their marital affairs? Lu Qingyu, I don't know about Sun Gu, but I know about Huo Lei. Huo Lei has been in the army for 8 years. For the first 4 years, his allowance was only 1 or 2 yuan, 4 or 5 yuan. In recent years, it has risen to 15. Sun Gu enlisted in the same year as Huo Lei. Even if his rank is higher than Huo Lei's, his monthly allowance shouldn't exceed 25 yuan. Let's say it's 25 yuan. His annual allowance adds up to 300 yuan. After deducting daily expenses like soap, toothpaste, and shampoo, he can save at most 280 a year. Chapter 18, it should be someone else's contribution. Wu Lianing. It's 280 yuan a year, and after being a soldier for 8 years, that's enough for over 1,000. He sent it all to Xia Hongying. What's the problem? Lu Qingyu said. The key is Sun Gu also paid for 4 years of self-study correspondence courses at the National Defense University. The tuition for correspondence courses is 200 yuan a year, and after 4 years, plus book fees, materials fees, and travel expenses, how could he have any money left? By the way, you must be wondering how I know how much his tuition is? That's because 1 year he was too busy and couldn't go to the post office to send the tuition, so he asked Wei to help him. Wei was also busy, and in the end, it was me who helped him send it. Sun Gu is usually very frugal. He wouldn't even buy a tea, egg, and it's still Lei Zi who sees that he has a heavy training schedule and less oil, so he often invites him to my house for better living. What National Defense University? What correspondence course? Huang Kaiwa didn't understand. What is that? And why does it cost so much money? Lu Qingyu patiently explained. Andy, it's a program where the military collaborates with some universities to provide opportunities for outstanding soldiers who have graduated from high school to attend university. Although they can't attend classes in person, the university sends related materials and tapes by mail. Sun Ge has completed 4 years of undergraduate courses and has received his diploma. Huang Caihua's eyes lit up. So, my son Z is also a university student now? Lu Qingyu, yes. It's not quite the same as the university students who take the college entrance examination, but the state recognizes the qualifications. Moreover, Sun Ji's major is impressive. The professors at the National Defense University value him very much and even specially invited him to demonstrate teaching at the university. Huang Kaiwa didn't understand what a major was. She only knew her son was impressive. A rural woman like her was hardly worthy of him, especially since Xia Hongying had given birth to a girl. Now that family planning cards are so strict, they can't have a second child. Does that mean her outstanding Sun Zi will have no descendants? Huang Kaiwa immediately looked at Xia Hongying with more discontent. So, Lu Qingyu continued. The money from Hongying's sister-in-law definitely wasn't sent by Sun Ge. It should be someone else's contribution. Someone else's? Huang Kaiwa suddenly thought of a possibility, her eyes widening in shock, and she shouted sternly. Xia Hongying, you don't have a secret man outside, do you? This shout could be heard throughout the courtyard, and Xia Hongying's mind buzzed, feeling dizzy with anger. When Huo shouting heard this, she panicked and shouted, Mom, what are you shouting about? Where did she get so much money from? Huang Kaiwa shouted anxiously, her face turning red. Xia Hongying, I know what kind of family you come from. Your father favors your older brother, and he wouldn't give you any money. Your elder brother isn't born of the same mother as you. He would rather sweep you out the door than let you take a single straw. Your sister-in-law comes from a good background and has money, but can she give you money? Even when Yin Yin went over to eat a few more bites, she sarcastically said that she doesn't get enough to eat at home. Was shouting, but my sister-in-law said, it's her own saved money. My sister-in-law is very capable. Every time she helps with cooking, she can get 10 yuan. She even collects herbs to sell to Renjitang. Huang Kaiwa, how many times has she helped? Huh? She only started working with Huo Tianji the year before last, and combined, she's only done a dozen. 20 banquets at most, which adds up to only a few hundred yuan. Where did she get 1,500? It must have come from some outside man. You're talking nonsense. Xia Hongying was about to cry from anger, shouting, stop dreaming. No matter how much you cry and make a scene today, I will never give you the money. I'm going to contract the tea garden. After saying that, she turned to unlock the door and go back inside. Huang Kaiwa rushed over to snatch her keys, wanting to open the door herself to find the money. Xia Hongying wouldn't give it to her, and the two started to struggle. Yin Yin was scared and ran over to pull Huang Kaiwa, crying, Grandma, don't hit Mommy. You can't hit Mommy. Woo-woo, Daddy. Get away. Go far away. Huang Kaiwa pushed Yin Yin away. Yin Yin was only 3 years old. How could she withstand the shove from the strong, old woman? She immediately staggered back several steps, about to fall from the 4-step high courtyard. The courtyard was made of cement mixed with sand and gravel, used for drying grain, and it was very hard. If Yin Yin fell head first, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yin Yin, Xia Hongying's heart sank, and without thinking, She pushed Huang Kaiwa aside and, amidst the gasps of the crowd, lunged towards Yin Yin. Chapter 19. Mom, what are you doing? However, it was too late, and Yin Yin still fell. Xia Hongying's vision darkened, her legs went weak, and she knelt on the ground. Then, she suddenly saw Huo Nanxun, who caught Yin Yin with his large hands and lifted her up. Yin Yin lay in Huo Nanxun's arms, scared and crying loudly. Huo Nanxun gently patted Yin Yin, looking at Huang Kaiwa with an expression so gloomy it was frightening. Mom, what are you doing? Huang Kaiwa felt somewhat guilty and said, I didn't mean to. I pushed her away just now because I was afraid she would get hurt. Nanxun stepped up to the eaves, pulled Xia Hongying up from the ground, protected her behind him, and asked Huang Kaiwa, then why did you take Hongying's keys? His gaze was chilling, making Huang Kaiwa feel uneasy and instinctively look for excuses. Xuanzi, let me ask you, have you ever sent money to Xia Hongying? More than 1,000 yuan? The main party had arrived, and everyone looked at Huo Nanxun. Huo Nanxun frowned. No, I haven't sent a single cent to Hongying. The 200 yuan brought back by Huo Lei wasn't sent either. Huang Kaiwa, Dr. Liu also said that you spent a lot of money on animal classes, so you shouldn't have money to send back. But Xia Hongying actually wants to spend 1,005 to contract the tea garden. Where did she get so much money? It must be from some man outside. I just wanted to go in and see if there are any men's things in her room. Huo Nanxun, of course there are men's things in the room. They're all mine. I mean if there are things belonging to other men. Huang Kaiwa said maliciously, Xia Hongying, do you dare to open the box and let me look? Xia Hongying sneered. I have saved the money in the bank. You won't find it even if you open the box. Huang Kaiwa's face froze. Then she said, Xuanzi, did you hear that? She admitted it herself. She has money. More than 1,000 yuan. If it's not from you, it can't be from her family. So where did this money come from? So, you need to be more cautious. If she is fooling around outside, you should divorce her immediately. We can find someone better. Ah, Mom, how dare you speak nonsense in front of Ergo? Huo shouting said, my sister-in-law has said that it's her own savings. Nonsense. Huang Kaiwa grabbed Huo, shouting by the ear, you little brat. Always turning your elbow outwards. Why are you a girl, so talkative? Go away. She threw Huo, shouting aside, who stepped on Huo Gang's foot and rubbed her red ear, saying, sorry, Gang go. The old party secretary, Huo Gang, and others had not left yet, and more people were gathering. Huo Gang shot Huo, shouting a sidelong glance, and suddenly said, my family has been stonemasons for so many years, and we don't even have 1,500 in savings. Huo shouting, what do you mean? Huo Gang sneered. Do you really believe she saved it herself? Huo shouting, of course. My sister-in-law never boasts. Huo Gong, huh? Fool. Huo shouting's eyes widened. Huo Gang, who are you calling a fool? Huo Gang noticed Huo Nanxun looking over at him, so he stopped talking. Huo shouting, you are the fool. I live with my sister-in-law every day. How can I not know what kind of person she is? The herbs she concocts are worth money. You know nothing, just making baseless guesses. Over there, Xia Hongying walked to the edge of the corridor and loudly said, old party secretary, big brother, uncles, aunts, today if we don't clarify this matter, I want to be able to hold my head up in public. Please don't leave yet. I'll go inside to get something. She went inside and brought out a wooden box, placing it on the long bench in the courtyard, then opened it, took out the ledger, and handed it to the old party secretary, while also passing various receipts to Huo Ingbiao, the village head. Old party secretary, this contains every bit of my income over the past few years. Please read it out loud for everyone. Xia Hongying said to the old party secretary, then turned to Huo Ingbiao and said, big brother, the silkworm cocoons, grain, hemp, and pigs were all sold to the supply and marketing cooperative, and there are receipts. I sell herbs to Rinzatang, and they also issued receipts. Other scattered items like eggs don't have receipts, but I can count the number of chickens I raised, and the number of eggs can also be estimated. Everyone can also recall the banquets I organized. You are the village head. Could you please help count the receipts and see if they match the ledger? Huo Ingbiao looked down at the thick stack of receipts and said nothing. The old party secretary opened the ledger and began to read. October 3rd, 1982, sold silkworm cocoons, received 15 yuan. Sold herbs, received 57 yuan. Sold hemp, received 23 yuan. November 6th, 1982, sold 3 pigs, received 325 yuan. November 19th, 1982, sold 5 chickens, received 22 yuan. February 17th, 1983, sold herbs, received 59 yuan. February 18th, 1983, Aunt Hohat's banquet, received 10 yuan. March 3rd, 1983, sold eggs, received 8 yuan, sold century eggs, received 12 yuan. As the old party secretary read, a middle school student named Gua in the yard quickly wrote down the numbers, and when the old party secretary finished reading, he also finished calculating and said, a total of 2,900 yuan. Xia Hongying asked, Big brother, did you check the receipts? Do they match? Huo Nanxun nodded lightly. Xia Hongying looked at Huo Nanxun and said, this is the income for these 3 years. The other book is for expenditures. After the family was separated, I spent money on digging a cellar, building a granary, buying pots and pans, buying piglets and chicks, buying fertilizer, buying clothes and shoes for Yin, buying 2 sets of clothes and 2 pairs of rubber shoes, 1 pair of rain shoes for my parents each year, and some social expenses, totaling more than 1,200 yuan, leaving 1,007. Additionally, my sister-in-law borrowed 200 yuan over the years and hasn't returned it. I just happened to have 1,005. People began to discuss. Some said Xia Hongying was capable. Others said she even bought clothes for the 2 elders, while their daughter-in-law had never bought anything. Over there, Sister Zhou sneered, Wu Lianing, that lazy woman, borrowed so much money from Hongying and hasn't paid it back, truly shameless. The old party secretary was highly respected in the village and had a great deal of influence. He put the ledger back in a box, looked at Huang Kaiwa, and said, Huang Kaiwa, Hongying is hard-working, raising silkworms for 3 seasons a year, raising 4 pigs, 20 to 30 chickens, and ducks, harvesting hundreds of pounds of hemp, and also digging herbs to sell. This is how she saved so much money. As an elder, your son is not home, and your daughter-in-law is raising the children alone. Yet you never offer to help, and you spread rumors about others. This is simply outrageous. Huang Caihua's face turned green and white. Old Master Huo smoked silently. Wu Lianing's face was ugly. Lu Qingyu stood behind Aunt Tang, her eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. Huo Nanxun, holding Yin, listened quietly, not knowing what he was thinking. Xuanzi, the old party secretary, turned to Huo Nanxun and asked, Hongying said she wants to contract the tea garden in our village. She needs to pay 1,005 first, and after 3 years, she will have to pay 1,000 yuan to the village every year. Do you agree? Huo Nanxun pondered for a moment and said, let us discuss it, and we'll give you an answer tomorrow. The old party secretary nodded and left. Xia Hongying also put away the box and prepared to go back inside. Hongying, however, Huo Nanxun called out to her. Chapter 20. A strong enemy approaches. Xia Hongying looked at him and saw him, saying to Huang Kaiwa, Mom, you're a woman too. You should know how important reputation is for a woman. If it's ruined, everyone will spit on you, and life will be worse than death. I hope you won't do this anymore. What do you mean? Huang Kaiwa, already embarrassed from being reprimanded by the old branch secretary, was now provoked by her son and immediately started to throw a tantrum. Go ask around. How many families in this entire village can come up with 1,500 yuan? Not to mention you're not even home. I'm just expressing normal doubts. What have I done? You all keep saying things about me, even though I'm not home. I can imagine how hard Hongying has it from what the old branch secretary said. When Nanxun replied, questioning Huang Kaiwa, you live under the same roof every day. How come you don't see it? Huang Kaiwa widened her eyes. Which rural woman doesn't work hard? I'm working hard too. I raised all of you siblings with great difficulty, and now you're all turning against me and blaming your mother. Sister Kaiwa, just listen to Xuanzi. Aunt Tang advised her from the side. This kind of thing that concerns a woman's reputation can't be explained clearly with words. The more you try to cover it up, the worse it gets, and the more ridiculous the rumors become. In the end, not only will Xuanzi and Hongying be gossiped about and laughed at, but how will you, as parents, have any face left? Who knows? Even shouting S reputation could be affected. After all, she lives with Hongying. Huang Kaiwa held her neck high. It's not that serious. Huo Nanxun said, then what if I say you have a man outside? Do you think that is serious? Old Master Huo glared at him. Huang Caihua's veins popped. What nonsense are you talking about? You little bastard. I'm your mother. How dare you talk to me like this? Huo Nanxun replied, You see, when a knife doesn't cut yourself, you don't feel the pain. But when it comes to you, you get agitated. You. Huang Kaiwa gritted her teeth. I've already said everything. Xia Hongying has clarified it too. The old branch secretary even scolded me. What more do you want? Why are you being so relentless? Huo Nanxun said, you should apologize to Hongying. What? Huang Kaiwa stared in disbelief. You want me to apologize to her? Old Master Hua interjected. How can a mother-in-law apologize to her daughter-in-law? Xuanzi, you've gone too far. Hua Ingbiao defended his mother, the atmosphere becoming tense. Nanxun stood there calmly, not needing to put on a show, like a sharp blade drawn from its sheath, his presence much stronger than Hua Ingbiao's. And he said firmly, elders must act like elders to earn the respect they deserve. Mom, I know how you've bullied my wife and daughter over the years. In the past, I didn't take care of them, and I don't blame anyone. But from now on, if anyone dares to bully Hongying and Yinyan again, don't blame me for not being familial. Xia Hongying looked at him in surprise. Could he really be so protective of her and Yinyan? Lu Qingyu noticed the way Xia Hongying looked at Huo Nanxun and turned her eyes away, hiding the surging jealousy in her heart. You. Huang Kaiwa, both sad and angry, pulled out a small towel to cover her face and cried, Huo Nanxun, you ungrateful wretch. You forget your mother after getting a wife. I've devoted myself to your well-being, and this is how you treat me. I won't live anymore. I'll hang myself. I'll crash into a wall. She pretended to run into a wall. Hua, shouting, gently pulled her back with one hand. Mom, that's enough. I'm not saying this to criticize you, but it's a new society now. Having a son or daughter is the same. Your old mindset of valuing boys over girls needs to change. Having a son or daughter is the same. Huang Kaiwa cried, snot and tears flowing. How can it be the same? Family planning is so strict now. And your second brother is a state employee. He definitely can't have more children. So he can only have Yin Yin for the rest of his life. This is cutting off the lineage. When he gets old, no one will take care of him. And when he dies, there won't even be someone to drop a bowl. My son, you don't know how much your mother hurts for you. And you treat me like this. Woo. Big Aunt, please don't be sad. Lu Qingyu went over to support Huang Kaiwa, then said to Hua Nanxun, Xuanzi, I know you're angry because you're worried Yinyan almost fell, but I saw it clearly at that moment. Big Aunt pushed Yinyan away because she was afraid of hurting her. Yinyan is Big Aunt's own granddaughter. How could she not care? She then said to Huang Kaiwa, Big Aunt, Yinyan is Xuanzi's own flesh and blood. The more you care about Xuanzi, the more he cares about Yinyan. What he said just now was out of anger. So please don't be sad. We are all family. Don't let these trivial misunderstandings hurt our feelings. Huang Kaiwa listened to her and felt everything was in order, and she really stopped crying, grabbing Lu Qingyu's hand, saying to Huo Nanxun, Look, even an outsider understands me better than you do. You've been bewitched by that little demon, Xia Hongying. How much pillow talk has she fed you to deal with your own mother? She then fiercely said to Xia Hongying, if you dare to talk nonsense again and report to my Xuanzi, trying to turn us mother and son against each other, let us see how Mom, you're talking nonsense. Huo Nanxun stood in front of Xia Hongying. Hongying hasn't said a single bad thing about you. Who would believe that? Huang Kaiwa said. If she hadn't said anything, would you treat me like this? Huo Nanxun replied, I'm not blind. You, Big Aunt, let us not say more. Lu Qingyu pulled her back, then turned to Xia Hongying and said, Sister-in-law, you've indeed been wrong today. However, it's really inappropriate for a mother-in-law to apologize to her daughter-in-law. How about this? I'll apologize on behalf of Big Aunt. Please be magnanimous and forgive Big Aunt's unintentional mistake and her bluntness. Can you also talk to Xuanzi, okay? Xia Hongying quietly looked at Lu Qingyu. Before, she had doubted whether she was being overly sensitive. A martyr's widow, traveling thousands of miles to take care of her lonely mother-in-law in the countryside. Whether it was her identity or her actions, Xia Hongying viewed her through a filter, believing she should be glorious and worthy of praise. If she thought a little negatively, it would be disrespectful to Huolei and a desecration to the martyr. But today, Lu Qingyu had ignited a fire towards her twice. The first time was in front of the second uncle. The second time was during Huang Saihua's commotion. Huang Kaiwa was someone she knew well, straightforward as a stick. If it weren't for Lu Qingyu's remark about how it should have been someone else, she wouldn't have thought of that angle. Now, she was trying hard to win over Huang Kaiwa, trying to gain favor in front of the Huo family. At that moment, Xia Hongying felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. A strong enemy was approaching. If she was careful, she would lose her territory. Chapter 21. Who are you throwing a tantrum at and slamming the door for? She tightly clenched her palms and took a deep breath, saying, Our family's matters have made Dr. Lu laugh. It's true that my mother-in-law is confused and favors sons over daughters, but I can't pretend that's a good thing. However, my mother-in-law doesn't have that many bad intentions. I believe she didn't mean to push Yin or slander me. She just heard you say the money should come from others and took it the wrong way. Once this was said, everyone turned to Lu Qingyu. Saying it like that to Xia Hongying really seemed to make sense. If it weren't for Lu Qingyu's comment, no one would have thought in that direction. After all, everyone knows Xia Hongying's character. She doesn't go out much and lives with her younger sister-in-law. Sister Hongying, what do you mean by that? Are you blaming me? Lu Qingyu was indeed not used to Xia Hongying's straightforwardness, feeling a bit flustered. I was just reasoning normally. If the money wasn't given by Sun Ge, then it must be from someone else. Anyone would think that way. It seems I don't know enough about my sister-in-law. I didn't realize she could make money like this. Xia Hongying said, Dr. Lu, I see you can talk well when comforting my mother-in-law and resolving their mother-son conflicts. You clearly have high emotional and intellectual intelligence. But today, first in front of Uncle Air, you said I called him stingy, which I never said. Then you said my money came from others, causing my mother-in-law to guess wildly. Sister Hongying, Lu Qingyu interrupted her, looking shocked. How could you say that? I swear on my family, Swale, that I was just speaking normally. I never thought those details I completely overlooked would lead to such a misunderstanding. Xia Hongying replied, Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, since you're new here, I'll consider it a heartfelt mistake, speaking without thinking and not pursue it. But I ask you to be more careful with your words in the future to avoid causing me trouble. Lu Qingyu looked wronged and speechless. Hongying, Huo Gang spoke up for Lu Qingyu. Why drag Sister Qingyu into your family conflict? She was just trying to mediate, and now you're holding a grudge against her? Moreover, I was present for both things you just mentioned. She was just speaking normally, so why are you nitpicking? Xia Hongying coldly looked at him. Fine. Consider it that I like to nitpick. Huo Gang sneered. Dr. Lu, you should keep your distance from people like her in the future. Gongzi. Huo Nanxun frowned and shouted at him. Try saying another word. Huo Gang closed his mouth, feeling aggrieved. Lu Qingyu was on the verge of tears. Looking at Huo Nanxun with red eyes, Sun Ge, I really didn't mean it. You have to believe me. It's my family matter that has implicated you. Huo Nanxun said lightly, It's none of your business. Don't get involved in the future. Lu Qingyu choked up. In this world, which mother doesn't love her son? I am a mother too. So even if my sister-in-law blames me, I can't bear to see you two fighting like this. Huang Kaiwa truly loved listening to Lu Qingyu, every word hitting her heart. Exactly. Son, you are my child born after 10 months of pregnancy. I fed you with every bite of food. When you had a fever in the middle of the night, I carried you for 2 hours. My feet were blistered, just to find a doctor for you. Seeing them work together around Huo Nanxun, Xia Hongying felt extremely irritated. She turned around, unlocked the door, pulled Yin back into the room, and slammed the door shut. Huang Kaiwa screamed, Xia Hongying, who are you throwing a tantrum at and slamming the door for? You. Huo Nanxun raised his voice, angrily stopping her. Huang Kaiwa, didn't you see her? Shut up. Old Master Hua, whose face was as dark as a pot bottom after losing face today, shouted at her, You foolish woman. Today, you embarrassed our whole family in front of the old party's secretary. Are you still yelling? Huang Kaiwa was a shrew who feared no one but old Master Hua. Once he spoke, she immediately pouted in grievance, mimicking Xia Hongying's actions, and turned to go back into the house, slamming the door. Wu Lianying, who had her hand pinched and was shaking it in pain, had been watching the commotion at the door with a face full of schadenfreude. Now, she couldn't smile anymore. Shaking her hand and spitting back into the room. Old dead man, why are you slamming doors like that? Xia Hongying locked the small box back in the chest, and Huo Nanxun also entered the room. Their eyes met, and Xia Hongying's mind flashed back to the scene of Huang Kaiwa and Lu Qingyu surrounding him just now. She turned to walk inside. Huo Nanxun grabbed her arm. Xia Hongying turned to look at him. I'm sorry, Huo Nanxun said. I apologize on behalf of my mother. You don't need to apologize for her. It's meaningless. Xia Hongying replied. She won't change anyway. Huo Nanxuan's tone was heavy. Yes, elderly people are not like young people. A lifetime of habits is hard to change. He pulled her a bit closer and said softly, So, Hongying, let's move to dorm 301 together. The closer you are, the more friction there will be. If we see each other less, there will be less conflict. Xia Hongying felt averse to his closeness, pushed him away, stepped back 2 steps, and shook her head. Didn't you promise me not to mention this for now? Huo Nanxuan's hand fell empty, stiffly going behind his back, clenching into a fist. Huo Nanxuan, do you believe me? Xia Hongying asked, looking at him. Lu Qing, you did it on purpose. Huo Nanxuan frowned. What is your reason? Why would she do that? The reason is, she likes you. She probably wants to take my place. What about you? What do you think? Xia Hongying really wanted to ask him this, but she couldn't say it out loud. Without proof, rashly bringing it up, she feared it would anger him. After all, Lu Qingyu was his brother's woman. I believe your intuition is not baseless. Huo Nanxuan saw her frowning and silent, and added, because of Xiao Guang and Yin Yin, there's already a gap between you adults. Xia Hongying replied, Is it just that? What else is there? Huo Nanxuan asked her. His expression didn't seem fake. Xia Hongying felt he probably didn't know Lu Qingyu's feelings for him. At that moment, shouting peeked in at the door. Second brother, second sister-in-law, Dad wants to see you for a moment. So the couple went next door. Old Master Huo was smoking a long pipe. Huang Kaiwa still held that handkerchief. And upon seeing Huo Nanxuan, turned around and pretended to cover her eyes. Sit down, Old Master Huo said. Huo Nanxuan sat down with Yin Yin, and Xia Hongying sat as well. Old Master Huo took a few puffs and said, Today's matter was indeed your mother's fault. Hongying, your mother hasn't been educated and doesn't understand anything. Don't argue with her. Xia Hongying replied, Dad, I know. I've been married into your family for 4 years. If I argued with her, I'd probably die from anger. Huang Kaiwa you. Old Master Huo shot her a glare, and she immediately dared not speak, also not covering her eyes, glaring angrily at Xia Hongying. Old Master Huo cleared his throat and continued, I called you over to ask a few serious matters. Huo Nanxuan asked, What matters? Chapter 22 Xuanzi. How much is your salary? Old Mr. Huo looked at Huo Nanxuan. Today, the neighbor Lazy's wife said you went to the army and studied at university? Huo Nanxuan replied, Yes. Although I'm not a regular university student, being able to get this job is largely related to this diploma. Old Mr. Huo felt a sense of pride in his son and asked, Did you report for duty today? Huo Nanxuan nodded. Old Mr. Huo asked, Is it stable? Huo Nanxuan replied, Old Mr. Huo's face showed some joy, but then he noticed Yin Yin, who had big curious eyes looking left and right on Huo Nanxuan's knee, and his expression turned worried. He asked, Then, if you have a second child, will you lose your job? Previously, a government worker in the township had a third child and was fined 5,000 yuan and dismissed from public office, which spread throughout the township. Huo Nanxuan answered yes. Old Mr. Huo frowned. Losing interest in his cigarette, he knocked it against the ashtray, his whole demeanor filled with heaviness. Dad, Mom, things are different now, Huo Nanxuan said. Whether it's a boy or a girl, don't worry about me being left alone. Exactly, Huo shouting, leaning against the door, added. And who knows if policies will change in the future. It might not be long before family planning is canceled. Old Mr. Huo retorted, Impossible. Family planning is a fundamental national policy. It cannot be canceled. Yinchuan is a populous province. The promotion of family planning is everywhere, and enforcement is particularly strict. All the women in the village are required to have IUDs and must undergo gynecological checks every 2 to 3 months, so it indeed seems unlikely to be canceled. Huo shouting did not refute. The room fell silent for a moment, and old Mr. Huo sighed, saying, Another thing is the tea garden contract. You guys don't need to think about it. It's clearly a waste of time. Exactly, Huang Kaiwa said from the side. If there was profit, it would be your sister-in-law Xia Hongying's turn to grab it. Now, nobody wants anything to do with it, and you want to be the fool? If you have extra money to burn, give it to your mother. Xia Hongying said nothing. She knew these two elders too well. Huang Kaiwa was shallow, greedy, gossipy, and favored boys over girls, while old Mr. Huo cared more about face and understood reason. but his vision and mindset were not broad. Moreover, once he made up his mind, he would not allow anyone to refute him. He was very stubborn. No matter how reasonable you are, don't argue with him. Huo Nanxun said, "This matter, I'll discuss it with Hongying." "Discuss what?" Huang Kaiwa said sternly. "You haven't been home for years. What do you know? The grass in the tea garden is taller than the people. You still want to contract it? Those tea leaves, even pigs want to eat them." After holding back for a while, Huang Kaiwa quickly asked, "Xuanzi, how much is your salary?" Huo Nanxun said, 50 a month. 50? Huang Kaiwa nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Not bad. Those people in the township government only earn 30 or 40. You are more than them. Without waiting for Huo Nanxun to respond, she continued, "Give me your salary to keep. And the 1,005 in Xia Hongying's hands, also give it to me." Finally, she added, "Don't worry. I want to spend it. I'm just helping you save it. You young people can't keep money in your pockets." Xia Hongying glanced at Huo Nanxun, who didn't get angry but clearly did not compromise, and calmly asked, "Mom, you're keeping the money for my brother and sister-in-law too?" Huang Kaiwa was taken aback. They're not like Xia Hongying, who spends extravagantly. Besides, they have to raise 2 children. The burden is heavy. How can they have any money left? Huo Nanxun said, "Then, if the money is with you, can you give me interest?" Huang Kaiwa's eyes widened. "What? I raise you up this big, and you don't think of honoring me, and you still want interest from me?" Huo Nanxun replied, "There's no interest with you, but there is with the bank. Why should I save with you instead of the bank?" Once it involved money, Huang Kaiwa's brain worked particularly well. "Saving in the bank is fine. Then just give me the passbook to keep." Huo Nanxun said, "Mom, when Grandpa and Grandma were still around, you and Dad's money was kept by them, right?" Huang Kaiwa's gaze flickered. "What did those old folks know? You can't compare us to them." Huo Nanxun said, "Since I can remember, the money in the family has always been kept by you. After my brother got married, his family's money is managed by my sister-in-law. Now that I'm married, my earnings should, of course, go to Hongying." Huang Kaiwa exclaimed, "How can it go to her? What are you worried about?" Huo Nanxun interrupted her. "Worried that Hongying can't save money? She has 1,700 in savings. How much do you have?" Huang Kaiwa. Huo Nanxun continued, "Or are you worried she will lose the money? For what I see, she keeps the house very tidy, clean, and organized. And look at you. It's as messy as a chicken coop." Huo Shouting chuckled. Huang Kaiwa's face turned red, and she slapped Huo Nanxun's arm. "You little rascal. Now you're criticizing your own mother." Huo Nanxun said, "Mom, since we have already split the family, we should each manage our own affairs. It's like this in the village. Whoever you go to, you'll be at a disadvantage." After a pause, he added, "In the future, I'll give you 20 every month. If you two have any difficulties, my brother and I will certainly help. As for the rest, you just have to trust me and Hongying to live well." 20 for us? Huang Kaiwa stuttered with excitement. "Every month?" Huo Nanxun nodded. Huang Kaiwa excitedly glanced at old Mr. Huo. Then you must not contract any tea gardens. Otherwise, no amount of money will be enough to fill in." Huo Nanxun said, "Whether to contract or not, Hongying and I will judge ourselves. You don't need to worry about it." "Dad, Mom, my second brother is now a university student." Huo Shouting said, "His perspective is different now. You two elders, don't fret unnecessarily." "All right," old Mr. Huo declared. "You handle it yourself." Back at home, Xia Hongying asked Huo Nanxun, "Is your correspondence university also confidential? You've never mentioned it." Huo Nanxun replied, "Yes." Xia Hongying asked, "Then how did Lu Qingyu know?" "Telling Lu Qingyu doesn't violate discipline?" Huo Nanxun explained, "Some things are highly confidential, and even comrades cannot discuss them. Some things are of lower confidentiality, and fellow soldiers can know. The correspondence class falls under the lower confidentiality category, so it's okay for Huolei to know. However, anything involving confidentiality cannot be written to inform family members. If discovered, it's a serious violation of discipline." Xia Hongying nodded and said, "Huo Nanxun, I want to contract the tea garden. Tomorrow morning, you accompany me to the old party secretary's house." Huo Nanxun responded, "That's not just an acre or two, but over 50 acres. You're already busy farming. Can you handle it?" Xia Hongying replied, "You know, most of the tea gardens in our village are on my mother's side, and my dad is a technician. I'm familiar with all the tea garden stuff. Later, I can hire people to teach them how to manage it, and when we make money, I can also hire people to help with the land at home. Chapter 23. The promise made on the wedding night. Huo Nanxun said, "My mom can't keep secrets. I'm afraid she'll go around bragging, so I didn't tell her the truth. My salary isn't 50, it's 100, plus various benefits and bonuses. I'll give my parents 20 every month, and the rest will be for you. Although it's not a lot, it's enough to ensure a decent life for the three of us." Xia Hongying was surprised. 100? That's a lot. These days, workers usually only earn 40 or 50. Huo Nanxun smiled slightly and nodded. "I'm a senior engineer, so my salary is a bit higher than that of ordinary workers. Hongying, I married you not to make you suffer. If you don't want to change your household registration, you don't have to for now. But please move into the dormitory with me. The conditions there are good. They use honeycomb coal, have running water, and everything is convenient." Xia Hongying replied, "But I want to contract the tea garden." Huo Nanxun asked, "Why must it be the tea garden?" Xia Hongying explained, "Because I believe I can make money from it." Huo Nanxun said, "I won't let you lack money in the future." Xia Hongying insisted, "The money you earn is yours. I want to earn my own." Huo Nanxun fell silent, and the atmosphere around him became heavy. Huo Nanxun, "Don't worry. I won't make you spend your own money. The 200 yuan you asked Huo Lei to bring back, I haven't touched a single cent. I'll return it to you." She pulled out a handkerchief from the box, opened it, and revealed the 200 yuan he had sent back with Huo Lei, all in 10 yuan bills, 20 in total, and handed it back to him intact. Huo Nanxun looked at the money, his mood darkening further, as if the surrounding air was freezing. He questioned her, "What's this? You won't spend the money I gave you. But you were the gold necklace others gave you without hesitation? Who exactly is your husband?" He grabbed Xia Hongying's shoulders with such force that it felt like he might crush her. "You don't want to change your household registration. You don't want to spend my money, and you insist on contracting the tea garden. You want to draw a line with me, right? What else do you want? Divorce me? Is someone waiting for you?" Xia Hongying's shoulders hurt, and she tried to pry his hands off. "It hurts." Nanxun loosened his grip slightly, but then held her chin, forcing her to look up at him. "Xia Hongying, do you remember the promise you made on our wedding night?" Xia Hongying stammered, "WH? What promise? You've forgotten." Huo Nanxun suddenly released her. His tone mixed with frustration and anger. "Xia Hongying, I won't let you contract the tea garden. I don't agree. I'm going to find the old party secretary now." He turned and strode out. Xia Hongying touched her slightly sore chin, lost in thought. The promise made on their wedding night? Back then, she was too nervous and shy, and it hurt so much that she couldn't remember what was said. Suddenly, she heard Lu Qingyu calling out to him outside, snapping her back to reality. When she chased out, she saw Lu Qingyu talking to him, and then they both walked out of the courtyard together. Xia Hongying felt it would be too awkward to follow, so she gritted her teeth and turned back. Lu Qingyu followed Huo Nanxun to a secluded area and said, "Sun Ge, you heard what my sister-in-law said about me today, right?" Huo Nanxun, still harboring anger, nodded coldly. "It seems my sister-in-law has never liked me from the beginning." Lu Qingyu looked sad. "Does she have some prejudice against me?" Huo Nanxun replied, "It should be because of Xiao Guang. You should teach Xiao Guang well in the future. Let him get along with the other kids in the neighborhood. If the children get along, the adults won't have any issues." Lu Qingyu's expression stiffened slightly, and she nodded. "Xiao Guang is a bit spoiled by his grandmother. But he wasn't like this before. It's all because of his father's death. He fears losing his dad too much and has transferred his feelings for his dad onto you. Moreover, his possessiveness has become particularly strong." Huo Nanxun remained silent. "Of course, I will definitely teach him well," Lu Qingyu quickly said. "I will try my best not to trouble you." Huo Nanxun nodded. Lu Qingyu's eyes flickered, and she added, "But with my sister-in-law like this, to be honest, I'm afraid to interact with her in the future, worrying that I might say something wrong and make her unhappy." She forced a smile, looking quite helpless. Huo Nanxun replied, "From her perspective, it is indeed your words that have brought her negative feelings." Lu Qingyu asked, "So, Sun Ge, do you think it's my fault?" Huo Nanxun said lightly, "You have always been clever and considerate." Lu Qingyu's expression changed. "What do you mean? You don't think I did it on purpose, do you?" Huo Nanxun looked at her with sharp eyes, as if he could see through her heart. "What I mean is, you are always smart and considerate. In the future, you won't make the same mistake again. Hongying isn't someone who keeps score, so you don't need to worry about your relationship with the neighbors." Lu Qingyu fell silent. I have something to discuss with the old party secretary. I'll go ahead. Huo Nanxun politely nodded to her and left. Lu Qingyu watched his tall and strong figure, clenching her fists, her nails digging into her flesh. For so many years, no matter what she had done for him, he had always built an impenetrable wall in front of her, positioning her as a sister-in-law, making it difficult for her to approach him. She thought that now that Huo Lei was dead and she had come to the countryside with him, things would change. But now it seemed that the wall was still there. Moreover, he actually defended Xia Hongying like this. She felt unwilling. The man she had loved for so many years. How could she be satisfied with this? She had to get Huo Nanxun. If one does not act for oneself, heaven will strike down. When she returned to the courtyard, she saw Xia Hongying under the eaves, cutting pigweed with a long machete. Xia Hongying had her back to the entrance, wearing a short-sleeve shirt with a white base and gray flowers, black long pants, dark button cloth shoes exposing her feet, and 2 braids. Even dressed so simply, she looked slim and attractive. Jealousy gnawed at Lu Qingyu's heart as she walked up the steps, standing beside Xia Hongying and calling out, "Sister-in-law." Xia Hongying turned to look at her and saw her smiling. However, the smile didn't reach her eyes. "I really didn't mean it today," Lu Qingyu said. "Don't be angry with me, okay?" Xia Hongying felt annoyed and forced a smile. "I'm straightforward and say what I think. Don't take it to heart." Lu Qingyu sat on a small bench beside her, elegantly arranging her skirt over her knees, and said softly, "That being said, no matter how much you find fault with me, for Sun Ji's sake, I won't argue with you." She looked nostalgic and said, "You know, Sun Ge is my savior." Xia Hongying asked, "Savior?" "Yes." Lu Qingyu said, 6 years ago, when I had just started my internship, I encountered a family of a medical dispute who took me hostage and almost pushed me off the building. It was Sun Ge who saved my life." Chapter 24 Geese. Xia Hongying saw the tenderness in Lu Qingyu's eyes and lowered her head to ask, 6 years ago, I didn't even know Huo Nanxun. Why didn't you marry him, but instead married Huo Lei?" Lu Qingyu seguid. Huo Lei poursuit diligently. Sun Ge was focused on his career and never considered personal matters. If it weren't for the dormitory issue, he might still be unmarried. Dormitory issue? Xia Hongying was puzzled. Lu Qingyu explained, 4 years ago, he was accepted into the correspondence program at the National Defense University, right? At that time, his military rank qualified him to apply for a single dormitory, but you had to be married to apply. So, to make self-study easier, he went home and got married. Xia Hongying's pig grass knife suddenly fell to the ground. She remembered clearly that after he went to the army, he wrote her a letter saying that he got a single dormitory because he got married. Seeing her expression, Lu Qingyu laughed. "Oh, I have to go back and clean my house. This rural house is so dirty and messy. I need to decorate it nicely." Xia Hongying slowly picked up the pig grass knife and continued cutting the grass. Huo Nanxun didn't come back until the evening. Xia Hongying was washing the dishes, not glancing at him and ignoring him. "Dad!" Yin ran over to ask, "Where have you been?" "Mom and I have been waiting for you to come back for dinner." Huo Nanxun glanced at Xia Hongying, picked up Yin and said, "I went to the street. Then to the old party secretary's house. He and your military uncle insisted on toasting me. So, it took until now." Yin said, "Oh, Dad, Mom has been unhappy all day." Xia Hongying hurriedly turned around. Yin, don't say that. Why are you scolding her?" Huo Nanxun placed Yin on his lap and sat down beside her, saying, "If you're angry, come at me." Xia Hongying retorted, "Did you really tell the old party secretary that you don't agree with me contracting the tea garden?" Huo Nanxun replied, "What else could I say?" He seemed a bit drunk tonight, his entire demeanor becoming dangerously unstable. Xia Hongying looked at him for a moment, then abruptly threw the unwashed dishes into the basin and turned to leave. Tears fell down her cheeks. He married her for the sake of a dormitory, had no feelings for her, and showed no interest. These thoughts, which he had never considered before, pierced her again and again. He wouldn't even let her contract the tea garden. Was she not allowed to find a way out? Yin followed her out, hugging her leg. "Mom?" Xia Hongying picked her up, pressing her head against her shoulder to hide her action of wiping her eyes. "Mom, what's wrong?" Yin was a very sensitive child and could sense that her mother was upset. "Mom is just feeling hot. I came out to get some air," Xia Hongying said. Yin struggled to get down, ran into the house, and came back with a big fan, handing it to her. "Here." If you fan yourself, it won't be hot. Xia Hongying looked at Yin Yin, who was not much taller than the fan, her heart warming up. She reached out to take it. Squatting down to pinch her little face, Yin Yin is so good. Thank you, Yin Yin. Mom, can I recite a poem for you? Yin Yin asked. Sure. Xia Hongying replied. Yin Yin recited, geese, geese, geese with curved necks singing to the sky, white feathers floating on green water, geese feet paddling the clear waves. Xia Hongying finally couldn't help but laugh. You're amazing, darling. Speaking of which, she should thank Huo shouting properly. Because Xia Hongying had a lot of work to do, and Huo shouting was an unmarried girl with relatively less work, Xia Hongying often entrusted Yin Yin to her care. Since discovering that Yin Yin was good at reciting poems, shouting eagerly taught her every day, even teaching her to write and recognize characters. Whenever Yin made progress, Huo shouting felt a sense of accomplishment even more than Xia Hongying, the mother. Mom, you're not angry anymore, right? Yin Yin asked again. Yes, Xia Hongying replied. Then I'll go to Dad and recite poetry for him, Yin Yin said. Go ahead, Xia Hongying encouraged. Yin Yin ran back into the house with her little short legs. Inside, the sound of washing dishes could be heard. Huo Nanxun was indeed washing the dishes. The smile on Xia Hongying's face gradually faded again. Was it for a single dormitory that he married her? Was her love and marriage so ridiculous? From the eldest brother's side came Wu Lianying's shouts. Hua Ingbiao, are you a dead man? Hua Fei and Hua Baojin played all day and didn't do a single word of homework, and you didn't even manage them. Hua Ingbiao shouted back, Hua Fei, Hua Baojin, have you both gone crazy? From the farthest room, the cheerful laughter of Sister Zhou's family could be faintly heard. In the 4 rooms at the western end lived another big family. Their 3rd child had just been born a few months ago, and now the baby was crying loudly while the couple was soothing the baby, filled with the nervousness of new parents. Every family has its own troubles, but no woman in any family was as unfamiliar with her husband as she was. Knowing nothing about him, she could only learn about his past through Lu Qingyou's few words. She felt truly pitiful. Xia Hongying stayed outside for a while, ensuring her tears had dried and wouldn't be noticed before entering the house. Huo Nanxun had prepared the bathing water and said, You can bathe Yin Yin. She's sleepy. Xia Hongying didn't respond, locked Huo Nanxun in the room, silently washed up for herself, and Yin Yin set up a cool bed and asked Yin Yin, Do you want to sleep with Dad or Mom? Yin Yin replied, I want to sleep with both Dad and Mom. Xia Hongying said, Mom is afraid of heat. Mom will sleep outside. Dad isn't afraid of heat. He will sleep inside. Yin Yin decided, Then I'll sleep with Mom. So, the mother and daughter lay down to sleep. Yin Yin was tired and fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. Xia Hongying, however, had no intention of sleeping at all. She couldn't help but listen to Huo Nanxuan's movements. He also came out to wash up, take a shower, and brush his teeth. The air filled with the scents of soap and toothpaste. After he finished washing, he gently called, Yin Yin. Yin Yin's breathing was even. She was sleeping soundly. Xia Hongying remained silent, closing her eyes and pretending to sleep. Suddenly, she felt Huo Nanxun move the mosquito net, and then her body was lifted off the ground. She was startled and hugged his neck tightly, afraid of waking Yin Yin and worried about being heard by the neighbors, whispering, What are you doing? Huo Nanxun didn't answer, carrying her into the room and placing her on the bed before leaning down to kiss her. Xia Hongying's mind went blank for a moment, but as her rationality returned, she struggled to push him away, only to have him capture her hands and pin them above her head. He kissed her fiercely and deeply, his breath wild as if trying to melt her. His temperature was frighteningly high, with a faint scent of alcohol that made her dizzy. In a daze, she suddenly remembered what she had promised him on their wedding night. He had also pinned her down like this, kissing her and saying, Hongying, from now on, you can only have me in your heart. At that time, she was too shy to speak up, and he emphasized repeatedly, forcing her to agree. In the end, she shyly and sweetly murmured an "mm." She also recalled what Huo Nanxun had said in the afternoon. What else do you want to do? Divorce me? Is someone waiting for you? He had also said, Xia Hongying, do you still remember the promise you made on our wedding night? Like a sudden realization, she suddenly understood Huo Nanxuan's meaning. Chapter 25 Consultation. Xia Hongying, push him hard. Huo Nanxun, I remember now. Huo Nanxuan's voice was hoarse. Remember what? What you said to me on the night of our wedding. Xia Hongying's eyes were slightly wet, her voice trembling a little. I can only have you in my heart. Is it that sentence? Huo Nanxun seemed truly drunk, laughing a bit wildly. Besides that sentence, you were begging for mercy at other times. Xia Hongying, so, you believed your mother and suspected that I have someone else outside? Huo Nanxun looked at her, his eyes filled with desire, but he didn't speak. So, when you defended me in front of others, was it just for show? Or was it for your own face? You doubt me in your heart? Huo Nanxun still didn't answer. Xia Hongying raised her hand and slapped him across the face. Huo Nanxun was stunned for a moment, looking much sobered up. Xia Hongying got out of bed and ran to the backyard, slamming the door with a bang. Then she tossed and turned, so angry that she couldn't sleep all night. He defended her when Huang Kaiwa apologized to her, which moved and comforted her. She never expected that he would think like that. She had stayed at his home like a widow for 4 years, working hard every day, taking care of the children, and he suspected her of cheating? This marriage really seems more and more like a joke. The next morning, it was Yin who woke Xia Hongying up. Opening her eyes, she saw that the sun was already out. She had gone to bed late last night and woke up late today. When she entered the house, she didn't see Huo Nanxun, but saw a meat dish and a vegetable dish on the stove and rice cooked in the pot. He actually got up early to cook. The image of slapping him last night flashed in her mind, making her a bit apprehensive. He shouldn't hit women, right? If he were to domestically abuse her, given his physique, he could probably kill her with one punch. Second sister-in-law, Huo Shouting, ran in with a strange smile on her face. You're up? Xia Hongying felt a bit embarrassed. I accidentally woke up late. Huo Shouting leaned closer and whispered in her ear. Is my second brother very strong? Xia Hongying, what? Huo Shouting laughed. Ha. Can't even get out of bed, I understand. Ha. You. Xia Hongying slapped her lightly. What nonsense. I just had a quarrel with him last night and couldn't sleep. Huo Shouting was surprised. A quarrel? Why did you argue? Xia Hongying. He disagrees with contracting the tea garden. Huo Shouting. He's just worried you'll be tired. Why not just not contract it? With all this land, isn't it enough work for you? If I were you, I would enjoy life and not farm. Xia Hongying shook her head. Have you eaten breakfast? Want to eat together? Sure. Huo Shouting went to get a bowl to serve rice. In 20 years, I've never eaten food he cooked. Let's try it. Xia Hongying asked her. Where is he? Oh, right. My second brother told me to let you know he went to work. Huo Shouting said it's his first day at work. He can't be late, so he left early. Xia Hongying nodded. Wow, the taste is surprisingly good. Huo Shouting said while eating. Although it's not as good as what you cook, it's much better than what Mom makes. Xia Hongying, Shouting, do you have anything to do today? Huo Shouting, not really. Why? Xia Hongying, I want to go to the street to ask about the tea garden contracting issue, and then find a way to persuade your brother. Can you help me take care of Yin this morning? Huo Shouting blinked and thought for a moment. Sure. No problem. Xia Hongying went to the township government and found Deputy Township Head Wu Xingmin. Wu Xingmin was her half-brother. Before liberation, Xia Hongying's mother was a small concubine in the biggest landlord's family in the area. In 1953, she gave birth to Wu Xingmin, raised by the infertile wife of the Wu family. The wife disliked her for various reasons, treating her harshly, so her mother requested the government to help her leave the Wu family. After leaving, she married into the Xia family through an introduction and then had Xia Hongying. Very few people knew about this matter, because at that time, the Wu family's condition for releasing her was that her mother would never speak of it. And in the future, Wu Xingmin would be the son of the Wu family's wife. Xia Hongying only learned about this when she was in middle school, when she and Wu Xingmin became classmates. Her mother happened to see Xia Hongying asking Wu Xingmin for help with math problems and worried they might fall in love early. So she secretly told her. Her mother's worries were not unfounded. After graduating from middle school, Wu Xingmin indeed confessed to her. So Xia Hongying revealed the truth to him. After that, the two siblings attended the town as high school together, often keeping in touch privately. Her mother, missing her son, allowed Xia Hongying to send him some food or handmade shoes when she learned he already knew and that it hadn't affected his mindset. He would also send some food to her and her mother, and when they met in private, they would talk about their families and current events, getting along better than with their half-brother. Later, Xia Hongying failed to get into university, while Wu Xingmin excelled and was admitted to Peking University as the top student in the province. He graduated this year and was supposed to be assigned to a provincial government unit, but encountered some setbacks during the assignment process and was assigned back to his hometown as the deputy township head of away.She township. Brother, here's some eggs. Take them to eat. Xia Hongying handed Wu Xingmin a bag of eggs. Keep them for Yin Yin. Wu Xingmin said, I can buy eggs myself. Xia Hongying insisted, there's more at home. Take them. Wu Xingmin accepted them and asked, I heard Huo Nanxun is back from the army? Xia Hongying, yes. Wu Xingmin, has he been assigned work? Yes. Xia Hongying said, he will be a worker at Factory 301 from now on. Wu Xingmin genuinely felt happy for her. That's great. I originally wanted to help Yin Yin apply for a spot at the 301 kindergarten, but they control it too strictly, and I couldn't do anything. Now it's fine. Yin Yin can go to the 301 kindergarten in the future. The 301 kindergarten is even better than some urban government kindergartens. Rural kindergartens can't compare at all. Xia Hongying smiled. You're always very busy. How come you have time to come today? Wu Xingmin asked her. Is there something you need? Xia Hongying paused for a moment and said, I have some questions I don't understand and would like to consult you. Wu Xingmin, what is it? Xia Hongying, if I were to get a divorce, how will my household registration be handled? Wu Xingmin's expression changed, angrily asking, what? He wants to divorce you? Xia Hongying, no, I'm just asking in advance, so I have some understanding in my heart. Who would ask this for no reason? Wu Xingmin questioned her. Hongying, what exactly is going on? Does he think that just because he became a worker, he looks down on farmers and wants to divorce you? Chapter 26, Object No. Really not. It's just, he left after we got married for half a month, and he hasn't come back for 4 whole years. A deep bitterness rose in Xia Hongying's heart. Although he doesn't say it, I know he has no feelings for me. Now he's a worker again, and I feel the distance between us growing further apart. So I came to ask you this, not because of him, but because I want to be prepared and have a sense of my own situation. Wu Xingmin frowned and said, if you get a divorce, you can move your household registration back to your parents' home, but I know this won't be easy. Your brother and sister-in-law will probably make a huge fuss. Xia Hongying nodded. That's what I'm worried about. What if I can't move my household registration back to my parents' home? Wu Xingmin said, if you have your own house, you can open a separate household. The household registration can stay in Huojiakan or be moved back to Yinjing village. It depends on your wishes. However, I suggest keeping it in Huojiakan because if you move it back to Yinjing village, you will have to wait in line for land, and you don't know how long it will take. Their policy here is that new migrants need to have someone move out before they can be allocated land. And moving out is not common. Usually, it happens when a girl marries into another village or someone dies, which frees up land for newcomers. You have to wait in line, which could take a few months to several years, or even decades. Xia Hongying, but I don't have my own house. What if I don't have a house? Wu Xingmin, you can temporarily do a formal separation of households and wait until you remarry. Then you can directly move your household registration to the new family. Xia Hongying fell silent for a long time and said, it's quite sad to think about it. I just realized that if I really divorce him, it seems I have nowhere to go, and I don't even have the confidence to keep Yin Yin by my side. How can you have nowhere to go? Wu Xingmin said, I'm here. You can stay with me anytime. Xia Hongying laughed. How can that be? Others want to know we are siblings. If I move in with you, what will they say? Wu Xingmin. Then we'll just publicly acknowledge our relationship. No. Xia Hongying shook her head. Mom warned me repeatedly. She swore a poisonous oath at your house at that time. She would never tell anyone that you are her son. She is so superstitious and only told the 2 of us, worrying day and night that the oath would come true. If it becomes known to everyone, she might get sick from the stress. Wu Xingmin, in any case, Hongying, you don't need to worry about not having a place to stay. If you really divorce him, I will help you solve your accommodation issue. Xia Hongying couldn't help but feel relieved and said, thank you, brother. There's one more thing. Yesterday, our village held a meeting to mobilize villagers to contract tea gardens. I'm interested in contracting. What do you think? Wu Xingmin asked in surprise. Didn't Huo Nanxun come to ask yesterday? Why are you asking again? Xia Hongying, huh? He came to ask? Wu Xingmin, my colleague Shin Zhonghua is his high school classmate. He came to ask specifically yesterday afternoon because I'm in charge of this matter. Shen Zhonghua mentioned it to me, otherwise I wouldn't have known he was back. Xia Hongying, oh, you didn't tell me. Brother, do you think this is feasible? Of course. Wu Xingmin said. Once the tea garden is contracted, the township will arrange technical training and help with investment attraction, attending trade fairs, and so on. I think as long as the tea trees are good, it will have a promising future. Xia Hongying, did your colleague say the same to Huo Nanxun? Wu Xingmin, yes, everyone was present at the meeting, and my colleague knew this and told Huo Nanxun. Xia Hongying frowned in silence. What is wrong? Wu Xingmin noticed her unusual expression and asked, does Huo Nanxun disagree? Xia Hongying nodded. Wu Xingmin said, of course, everything has risks. He may have other considerations. You should communicate with him well and discuss it. As for your relationship, you feel the distance between you is growing. But maybe he doesn't think so? I will. Xia Hongying said, then I'll head back now. You're busy. Wu Xingmin, just in time. I need to go out for something too. I'll walk with you. So the siblings left the township government together and walked towards the other end of the street. There were many stalls selling things on both sides of the street, and suddenly, Xia Hongying actually saw Huo shouting. She was sitting with a grocery stall owner, chatting and laughing, looking quite intimate. Xia Hongying stopped in her tracks and called out to Wu Xingmin, brother, look over there at that grocery stall. A man and a woman are sitting together talking. Wu Xingmin, who had just returned after studying at university for 4 years, didn't recognize Huo shouting. He looked over and asked, what is wrong? Xia Hongying, that girl is my sister-in-law Huo shouting. Who is that man? Do you know him? Wu Xingmin actually recognized him and said, he is from Chenjigu, named Chun Hao. After a pause, he added quietly, you'd better keep your sister-in-law away from him. Xia Hongying, why? Wu Xingmin, the reason I remember him is because his wife came to the township government for help, bruised and battered, saying she was beaten by Chun Hao. Xia Hongying, what? Wu Xingmin, later, they got divorced and the son was given to Chun Hao. Moreover, he has unclear relationships with several women doing business on the street. The two of them are sitting shoulder to shoulder, almost without any gap. Xia Hongying frowned tightly, letting Wu Xingmin go ahead with his business and directly walked over, calling out, shouting. Huo shouting looked at her, visibly nervous, hurriedly said a few words to Chun Hao, and came over to her. Second sister-in-law, are you done with your work? Xia Hongying, what are you doing here? Where is Yin? Huo shouting turned back and shouted, Yin Yin, Yin Yin. Yin Yin ran out from the house and happily rushed towards Xia Hongying, mom. Xia Hongying hugged her and saw a little boy following her out, about 7 or 8 years old, looking quite steady, resembling Chun Hao a bit. He should be Chun Hao's son that Wu Xingmin just mentioned. Shouting, what is your relationship with that person? Xia Hongying asked. Huo shouting shyly said, since you saw it, I won't hide it from you, second sister-in-law. He is my boyfriend. His name is Chun Hao. Xia Hongying's heart sank, first asking, boyfriend? I see you two are so close. How far have you gone? It wouldn't be. No. Huo shouting hurriedly said, second sister-in-law, believe me, we've only held hands. Do you know what kind of person he is? Xia Hongying asked her. Of course I know. Huo shouting said, how could I not know about my own boyfriend? Chapter 27, he is the head of your household. So do you know he has been married and has children? He hits his wife and has unclear relationships with several women. Xia Hongying asked her. I know all of this. Huo shouting said, his ex-wife is not a good person. She hit his mother in a fit of anger. He slapped his ex-wife a few times, and she went around shouting that he was abusive. As for the rumors about him being involved with several women, he is in business, and it's inevitable that he has to interact with many people. Those jealous of his successful business are deliberately slandering him. Second sister-in-law, you must not take those rumors seriously. He is a really good person, truly. He is humorous, knowledgeable, and I am particularly happy when I am with him. Xia Hongying was silent for a moment, looked at Chun Hao, and found he was also looking at them. Their eyes met, and Chun Hao smiled and nodded at her. Judging by his appearance, he looked quite spirited and smart, and he was handsome too. Wu Xingmin said he has unclear relationships with many women, and Xia Hongying worried that he might just be playing around. She turned back to Huo shouting and asked, has he ever mentioned marriage to you? Huo shouting said, he just told me today to invite go out for dinner. He will treat us. Invite your second brother for dinner? Xia Hongying asked her. Did you mention that your second brother was assigned to 301? Huo shouting, yes. We were chatting and it just came up. Xia Hongying, before this, did he mention anything about meeting the parents? Huo shouting, we have only been dating for 3 months, second sister-in-law. No need to rush. Xia Hongying was silent for a moment and asked, shouting, do you want to go back with me or stay? Huo shouting, I'll go back with you. Let us go. On the way, Xia Hongying repeatedly advised her to think carefully about her lifelong matters. She is tall and beautiful, has gone through high school, and her 2 brothers are relatively successful in the village. Her conditions are quite good. Why does she want to find someone who has been married and has children? But Huo shouting said she is determined to be with Chun Hao. So, Xia Hongying emphasized again that she should not do anything inappropriate before marriage. Huo shouting agreed verbally, but it was unclear if she really understood. On the way home, they passed by the old party secretary's house, and Xia Hongying deliberately stopped to ask the old secretary about Huo Nanxun's attitude toward the tea garden contract. The old secretary said he had made it clear that he would not contract it. Xia Hongying, old secretary, it's not about him contracting it. I want to contract it, I'll pay the money and do the work. Why does he have to agree? The old secretary replied, he is the head of your household. This matter is clearly stated in the documents. The head of the household must sign the contracting responsibility letter. Xia Hongying, old secretary, I want to ask again, if I contract the tea garden, will the house on the mountain also belong to the contractor? There is a courtyard built in the tea garden for drying tea, frying tea, and guarding the tea garden. The old secretary, of course. Xia Hongying became even more tempted. If she contracts the tea garden, even if she divorces Huo Nanxun, she would have to worry about where to go. When the 2 of them got home, they found Tan the carpenter from the neighboring village working in the yard. It was Lu Qingyu who asked Huo Gang to find him, saying he was making furniture for the family. Making furniture is not cheap, charged by the day. 10 yuan a day. Lu Qingyu wanted to make a dressing table, a wardrobe, and a bowl cabinet, and also some flower stands. These jobs would take Tan the carpenter at least 20 days with 2 apprentices, costing about 200 yuan. Everyone told Aunt Tang that although her son was gone, she had a good daughter-in-law. Aunt Tang forced a smile, but said nothing. She had been like this for a while, and everyone thought it was because of Huo Lei's death, so no one thought much of it. In the evening, Huo Nanxun came home. At that time, Yin was under the eaves, setting up a small table and stool, holding a pencil, writing carefully. Xia Hongying was beside her, watching her write while making cloth shoes for Yin. Lu Qingyu and her son were also outside. Huo Xiaowang, probably having never seen a carpenter work, curiously stared at the shavings and ran to pick them up, almost getting stepped on by the carpenter several times. Lu Qingyu told him to go back, but he stubbornly refused. Huo Nanxun walked into the yard under the sunset, wearing a dark gray work uniform with no insignia, only a small 301 printed on the upper pocket. Yin looked up and saw her dad, her eyes brightening, just as she was about to call out. Huo Xiaowang next door cheered Uncle Hua and ran over, taking his hand. Huo Nanxun smiled and led him over to Tan the carpenter, greeted him, and exchanged a few pleasantries, while also bringing Huo Xiaowang to Lu Qingyu, handing her Huo Xiaowang's hand. However, Lu Qingyu seemed not to see this and took Huo Xiaowang's other hand, smiling and asking, Brother Sun, how was your first day at work? Huo Nanxun said, pretty good. Are your colleagues and leaders easy to get along with? Huo Nanxun, yes. Lu Qingyu, have they arranged dormitories for you? Huo Nanxun, yes. Huo Nanxun glanced at Xia Hongying out of the corner of his eye and said, the place is quite spacious with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a big kitchen with a window. Lu Qingyu, that's great. The treatment at your factory is really good. You get a dormitory right away. Unlike our hospital, we still have to go by seniority. Who knows when will be my turn? Huo Nanxun said, I heard that a new dormitory building will be built at the hospital. Once it's done, everyone will be able to get one. Lu Qingyu said happily, that is wonderful. Listening to their conversation, the others looked on with envy and admiration. Things like dormitories and benefits were things these farmers could not touch. Yin was still young and did not understand these things. But watching her dad and Aunt Lu each holding Huo Xiaowang's hand, the light in her eyes dimmed, and her little face was filled with indescribable sadness. Mother and daughter share a bond. Seeing her expression, Xia Hongying felt very uncomfortable. Huo Nanxun was her husband, but he and Lu Qingyu were on the same path. This feeling had been starkly presented to her since they returned. Over there, Huo Nanxun took advantage of Huo Xiaowang's grip on him, loosening a bit, pulled his hand away, turned, and walked up the steps to his home, coming to Yin Yan's side, bending down to ask, "What is Yin Yan writing?" Yin Yan carefully pushed her notebook towards him. "Today, I wrote Dad's dad." It was written very neatly. Huo Nanxun squatted down and kissed her little face, asking gently, "What other words can Yin Yan write?" Yin Yan went inside, took out 3 notebooks, and handed them to Huo Nanxun. "Dad, look." Huo Nanxun opened them and saw all the words she had written, starting from 1, 2, 3, 4 to person, mouth, hand, foot, gradually getting more complex and getting better and better. Yin Yan is only 3 years old, and she can write so many words? Huo Nanxun asked. Yin shyly nodded. "Great." Huo Nanxun rubbed her little head and said, "Keep writing." This time, Yin Yan was happy, saying okay, and wrote even more seriously. From over there came Huo Xiaowang's voice. "Pa, what's so great about being able to write?" Chapter 28, let's go. Lu Qingyu picked him up and warned him, "Xiaowang, Yin Yan is your sister. You must take good care of her and absolutely must not bully her, understand?" Huo Xiaowang replied, "I don't have a sister. If you keep being disobedient, Mommy won't want you anymore." Lu Qingyu knew very well that being unkind to Yin would only push Huo Nanxun further away. And this time, she was genuinely angry. Huo Xiaowang was scared and reluctantly said, "Got it." But the look he shot at Yin was filled with even more hatred. Over there, Huo Nanxun squatted beside Xia Hongying, quietly watching Yin write a line of words. Suddenly, he stood up, took off his work jacket, and handed it to Xia Hongying, saying, "Since you're sewing, please help me sew the button securely. It's not firm enough." Xia Hongying turned to look at him. He was only in a tank top, and the evening sunlight cast a golden glow on him. The contours of his face were more defined, and the muscular lines that hinted at strength and beauty were subtly visible, tall and handsome, full of masculine charm. This glance made her feel the same fluttering sensation she had when she first met him, annoyed with herself for being so weak. Xia Hongying reached out to take the jacket and helped him reinforce the button. "After you finish, help me wash it," Huo Nanxun added. "I'm going to cook," he said. Xia Hongying, this morning cooking, and now cooking again in the evening. After slapping him last night, he had taken the initiative to work? Or could it be seen as a gesture of reconciliation? Then when she talked to him about the tea garden, would there be a breakthrough? During dinner, Xia Hongying took the lead and said, "I ran into Shouting and a guy selling things on the street together today." Shouting said he has her boyfriend. Huo Nanxun raised an eyebrow. "Oh, she has a boyfriend now? Is it someone she met herself?" "Yes," Xia Hongying replied, "but I don't think he is suitable. He is divorced with a child, and his ex-wife suffered domestic violence from him. His reputation isn't good, and there are rumors that he is involved with several women." Huo Nanxun frowned. "Is Xia Shouting blind?" Xia Hongying said, "Shouting claims those are all rumors. She also said the guy wants to invite you to dinner, and when the time comes, you can help Shouting assess him. When you have time, you can also ask his hometown folks to see if the domestic violence rumors are true." Huo Nanxun nodded and asked casually, "Where did you see them?" Xia Hongying replied, "Just outside the town government. Turn left and walk about 100 meters. He has a shop there selling miscellaneous goods." Huo Nanxun asked, "You went to the street?" Xia Hongying nodded. Huo Nanxun continued, "Today isn't a market day. What were you doing there?" Xia Hongying explained, "I was looking for someone to ask about the tea garden." Huo Nanxun asked, "Who were you looking for?" Xia Hongying said, "Wu Xingmin, my classmate. By the way, he also told me that you went to ask about the tea garden yesterday afternoon." Huo Nanxun's movements became a bit stiff. "Yes, I went to ask." Xia Hongying continued, "Wu Xingmin told me that if we contract the tea garden, the village will organize technical training and help find a market. Your classmate should have told you the same, right? Why don't you agree?" Huo Nanxun instead asked, "Are you very familiar with Wu Xingmin?" Xia Hongying replied, "He was in my class in middle school and in the neighboring class in high school, so we are quite familiar. He told me that he is in charge of the tea garden contracting, and he said it's feasible." Huo Nanxun, "Even if you don't believe me, you should believe him. He was the provincial champion back then. He graduated from Peking University, and if he says there is potential, it must be right." Huo Nanxun stared at her, silent. Xia Hongying felt uneasy under his gaze and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Huo Nanxun withdrew his gaze and reached out to wipe the rice grain from Yin Yan's mouth, remaining silent. Xia Hongying said, I know you want me and Yin Yin to change our household registration and live in the 301 dormitory where the conditions are better. I appreciate your intentions, but I don't want to rely on you. Whether it's contracting the tea garden or the idea of opening a restaurant I had before, I just want to carve out my own path. I don't want to rely on my parents or depend on others' charity. I want to live on my own terms. Huo Nanxun still said nothing. He was simply impervious to reason. Xia Hongying swallowed hard and continued. The wall just outside has big characters written. Women can hold up half the sky. You've been a soldier for so many years, receiving education from the party every day. You wouldn't be like your parents and look down on women, would you? Huo Nanxun suddenly smiled, with a hint of mockery. Xia Hongying's anger flared. What are you laughing at? Do I look funny to you? Huo Nanxun replied. Xia Hongying, you even brought up the party's education. If I don't agree, does that mean I'm unworthy of being a soldier? Xia Hongying asked. So, will you agree or not? Huo Nanxun coldly said, I do not agree. You. Xia Hongying's anger surged, and she suddenly stood up and said angrily, if you don't agree, then I will divorce you. If I divorce, I will be the head of the household, and I need your agreement. Huo Nanxun's expression gradually darkened, becoming gloomy, even revealing a hidden fierceness. Xia Hongying took a step back in fear, a wave of regret washing over her. No matter what, she did not want a divorce. After a long while, Huo Nanxun let out a cold laugh and said, fine. Xia Hongying's heart sank. Huo Nanxun continued, if you insist on contracting, then go ahead. Tomorrow morning, I will go with you to the old party secretary. Xia Hongying stood there in a daze. Did he mean he agreed to the tea garden contract? She thought he was talking about the divorce. Although he agreed, Huo Nanxun did not give her a good face all night. Xia Hongying finished sewing his clothes and even helped wash them. The next morning, she actively went out to help him get the clothes back and handed them to him. But he didn't say a word to her. However, he kept his promise and indeed went with her to see the old party secretary before work, signing a 10-year contract for the tea garden in his name. To be safe, Xia Hongying specifically asked the old party secretary to note in the contract that the courtyard and the old tea forest were included. Watching Huo Nanxun sign his name and press his thumbprint, Xia Hongying finally felt relieved and handed over the money on the spot. After leaving the old party secretary's house, Huo Nanxun said nothing, didn't he look at her, and went straight to work. Watching his distant figure, Xia Hongying struggled for a moment before calling out to him. Huo Nanxun. Huo Nanxun paused and turned back. Thank you. Huo Nanxun didn't respond and walked away with a neutral expression. His attitude, Xia Hongying suddenly felt anxious. Last night, his concession made her feel that he probably didn't want a divorce either. Although she didn't know why he was so adamant against her contracting the tea garden, since he had made a concession, it meant he was trying to salvage their marriage. In a moment of impulse, she embroidered a small bunch of red beads on the right pocket of his jacket. The beads were sewn beneath the pocket flap, so it wouldn't be visible unless the flap was lifted, preventing him from being laughed at by others. Now that she thought about it, this action was a bit too bold. She didn't know how he would think if he found out. A wave of shyness hit her, and she tapped her forehead in annoyance. Impulsiveness is the devil. Chapter 29. The Red Pendant After Returning Home. Xia Hongying couldn't wait to climb up to the tea tree ridge. At the back of the Huo family's yard, there was a sloping hillside. Named for the many wild ancient tea trees growing on it, this area was called Tea Tree Ridge. Because those ancient tea trees thrived, some were said to be hundreds of years old, when the village chose locations to plant tea trees back in the day. This place was included as one of the options. Standing at the top of the hill, looking down, the undulating slopes were lined with rows of lush green tea trees. Although they lacked proper care and were overgrown with weeds, they remained vibrant and full of life. The tea garden wound down, leading to bamboo groves and woodlands. Beneath the bamboo and trees were several neighboring households, the largest and most prominent being the Huo family's yard. Not far in front of the Huo family yard was a small river, and along the river were various farmlands and dry fields. About 2 miles down the river, there is a small plain that served as the main settlement for Huo family village, where the rice milling factory, rice seed greenhouse, and commune yard were located. From the high vantage point, the scenery was picturesque, and the view was expansive, lifting Xia Hongying's spirits. This tea mountain was now hers. As long as she managed it well and made money, Huo Nanxun and his parents would definitely no longer oppose her. Furthermore, even if she couldn't end up with Huo Nanxun, the courtyard in the tea garden could serve as her fallback option. In the tea garden, at the junction of two relatively flat ridges, a courtyard was built with high-quality bricks and tiles, equipped with tools for frying and drying tea. Two of the rooms even had beds, which were previously provided for those who watched over the tea garden. Outside the courtyard, a latrine was dug, and, with some renovations, it could also be used for pig farming, generating sufficient manure. Additionally, this mountain range had not been fully developed. In the undeveloped areas, many medicinal herbs grew. In the past, she had made quite a bit of money by digging for herbs on this mountain. In the future, she could utilize the natural environment here, sowing some seeds to secure a stable and substantial income. She happily inspected every room and every corner, then crossed the mountain to visit her aunt, Xia Ju. Xia Ju had married into the neighboring village, which was very close to her home. Following the small path down the mountain, it took just 10 minutes to arrive. Before her aunt got married, she always took Xia Hongying with her wherever she went. The two had a good relationship and had even studied the book left by their grandfather together, sharing many common topics and interests. Xia Hongying told her about taking over the tea garden. Aunt, such a large tea garden, I definitely can't handle it alone. I want to partner with your family. Are you interested? Xia Ju's eyes lit up. Partner? What kind of partnership? Xia Hongying replied, I've thought of two ways. One is that we each contribute a certain proportion of the capital, and we share the profits and losses. The other, which is safer for you, is for your family to provide labor, and I will pay wages monthly based on the number of people. Xia Ju had 2 sons and a daughter. The eldest was already married with children, while the second and third were still in school. After thinking for a moment, Xia Ju said, I'll give you an answer tomorrow. When your uncle returns, I'll discuss it with him. Xia Hongying, okay. Huo Gong, can I borrow a lighter? During lunch, a colleague asked Huo Nanxun for a light. Huo Nanxun took out a lighter from his right pocket and handed it to his colleague. The colleague, curious, asked, Wow, Huo Gong, why does your clothes look different from ours? Huo Nanxun was puzzled and looked at the other's clothes, then at his own. What's different? The colleague lifted his pocket flap. Look here, you have embroidery, but ours doesn't. Huo Nanxun pulled his clothes closer and saw a small piece of embroidery. It was a red pendant. He stared at it for a long time without blinking. Wasn't this part of the clothing? Another colleague also leaned in to take a look, and it seemed like it was newly embroidered. After a moment of silence, Huo Nanxun said, My wife embroidered it. His master, Wei Daong, was also present and joked, I've seen your registration form. I remember your wife is named Xia Hongying, right? She embroidered her name on your clothes. It seems you two are quite affectionate. Everyone suddenly realized, and a wave of jokes followed. Huo Nanxun felt somewhat embarrassed, but the corner of his mouth curved up, and the intimidating coldness he had exuded all morning dissipated. After returning from her aunt's house, Wu Lianying spotted her from a distance and turned to enter the old couple's room to tell them that Xia Hongying was back. As soon as Xia Hongying stepped onto the porch, Huang Kaiwa pulled Yin Yin out and pushed her towards Xia Hongying. Where have you been? You just threw Yin Yin to us. Xia Hongying, how could I dare to throw Yin Yin to you? I had Xiao Ting help me take care of her. Where is Xiao Ting? Never mind Xiao Ting. I'm asking you, where did you just go? Did you go to the old secretary's house to take over the tea garden? Huang Kaiwa asked. Xia Hongying hesitated for a moment and said, Yes. Xia Hongying. Huang Kaiwa screamed, Are you crazy? So much money. You say you could just give it to the village? Are you burning money? Did a donkey kick your brain? This shout attracted everyone from the other households in the courtyard, including Aunt Tang next door and Lu Qingyu. Old was shouted with a dark face, Lower your voice. Then he turned to Xia Hongying and said, Hongying, you won't make money from taking over the tea garden. You will only lose. Hurry up and withdraw. Xia Hongying, Dad. Mom, I have my own plans for this matter. You don't have to worry. You have what plans? Huang Kaiwa interrupted her. Hurry up and find the old secretary to get the money back. Xia Hongying, I've already signed the contract. The money can't be returned. At this moment, Hua Ingbiao said, I'll take you to talk to the old secretary. As long as he hasn't submitted the contract to the township yet, it can still be negotiated. Xia Hongying shook her head. Dad, Mom, big brother, I am determined to run this tea garden, so you don't need to advise me. Rest assured, whether it goes well or poorly, I will bear it myself, and I definitely won't drag you down. What ability do you have to bear it yourself? Huang Kaiwa crossed her arms, looking fierce. Isn't it all about my son Xuanzi supporting you? Even the contract has to be signed by him. Xia Hongying. I. Sister-in-law. At this moment, Lu Qingyu called out, Sunga looks good now. But you don't know how much he suffered during his 8 years in the army. He worked hard for today. Don't let your greed drag Sun Gu into the abyss. Exactly. Huang Kaiwa felt that Lu Qingyu was speaking on her behalf, voicing her thoughts and reasoning that she couldn't express. You go on being a fool if you want. Don't drag my son down. Chapter 30 Fetching Water. Xia Hongying took a deep breath and said coldly, no matter what you say, I will not give up the tea garden. After saying that, she went into the house. If you don't back down, I'll make Xuanzi divorce you. Huang Kaiwa threatened. Xia Hongying glanced back at her, said nothing, and went inside. In the evening, Huo Nanxun returned home from work. Before he even entered the door, Huang Kaiwa called out to him, Xuanzi. Huo Nanxun frowned and asked, Mom, what's wrong? Are you angry? Why did you sign that tea garden contract? Huang Kaiwa asked. I've told you that the tea can't be sold. Why are you still giving money to the village? Huo Nanxun replied, I asked some acquaintances. Since the village has mobilized, they will find ways to develop sales channels. You don't need to worry. You believe their words? Wu Lianying, who was standing nearby, said with glee, the village has said such things before, but they were just words. Did you hear what your sister-in-law said? Huang Kaiwa became more anxious. Xuanzi, if you don't go find the old secretary today to get the money back, then you must divorce Xia Hongying. Don't let her drag our family down. Mom, what are you making a fuss about? Huo Nanxuan's tone turned cold. It's none of your business. Your monthly salary is 50 yuan, which is 600 a year. But Xia Hongying has to pay 1,000 to the production team every year. Your salary is not even enough to cover her losses. Huang Kaiwa was so anxious that she almost jumped. Huo Nanxun said, no. Since Hongying is confident, I believe her. What do you believe? Huang Kaiwa shouted. Mom, we've already separated. Huo Nanxun raised his voice. It's none of your business. If you keep making a fuss, I won't give you the 20 yuan every month. Huang Caihua's eyes widened in shock. You. Huo Nanxun stepped into the house and immediately saw Xiao Yinyan, who was sweating profusely, helping her mother cook. Her small body was sitting upright on a small stool, with 2 little braids, and when she saw Huo Nanxun, her eyes curved as she called out, Daddy, you're back. Huo Nanxun felt a pang of heartache as he wiped her sweat and asked, Yinyan is helping Mommy cook? Yeah, Mommy cooks. I fetched the fire, Yinyan replied. Yinyan can fetch fire. Huo Nanxun smiled and gently asked, Did you learn a new ancient poem today? I learned it. Yinyan said, Today I learned Chao Zhi's 7 steps poem, boiling beans burn the beanstalk, the beans cry in the pot. They are born from the same root. Why should they be so urgent to harm each other? I also learned to write Yinyan's name, Huo Yinyan, that's how it's written. She used her small hand to write in Huo Nanxuan's palm. Yinyan is really diligent. Huo Nanxun smiled and kissed her little face. Then he stood up and looked at Xia Hongying, who was washing vegetables. He walked to her side, opened the right pocket of his clothes, and pointed at the small embroidery, asking, What does this mean? You found out. Xia Hongying suddenly blushed and stammered. I just thought that your work uniforms are all the same, so I helped you embroider a mark, so it won't be easy to mix up. Huo Nanxun leaned in closer, looking in her eyes. Then why did you embroider red pearls specifically? Are you stitching your name onto my work uniform? Xia Hongying's ears turned red, and she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She had acted on impulse at that moment. However, Huo Nanxun seemed not to notice her embarrassment and continued to ask, Xia Hongying, what do you really mean? Xia Hongying hesitated. Just then, a voice called out from outside, Lu Qingyu. Huo Nanxun noticed the blush on Xia Hongying's face, and with a slight smile, he went out to ask, What's wrong, Qingyu? Lu Qingyu's voice rang clearly from the kitchen. Xuanzi, my mom went to fetch water today and accidentally twisted her back. I wanted to try fetching it, but I couldn't even lift 2 empty wooden buckets. Lu Qingyu sounded very frustrated. My mom said that before, it was always my sister-in-law who helped her fetch water. Can you ask her to help again? I really can't manage it. I'm so useless. You've never done farm work, so it's normal that you can't carry it. Huo Nanxun said, but for this kind of heavy work, don't ask Hongying anymore. From now on, I'll help you fetch water. After saying that, he shouted into the house. Hongying, I'm going to help Aunt Tang fetch water. Hey, Xia Hongying exclaimed. Soon, She heard Huo Xiaowang's excited voice and Lu Qingyu's laughter. The three seemed to have gone out to fetch water together. In fact, Aunt Tang had her son Huo Liang help her fetch 2 loads of water earlier when she twisted her back, so they shouldn't have run out so quickly. It seemed she was deliberately finding an excuse to get closer to Huo Nanxun. Xia Hongying felt like she was on fire, quickly cooking the dishes, then turning off the heat to keep them warm, and walked outside. It was already getting dark, but she could still see everything clearly. From the courtyard of the Huo family, she took the small road to the west, turned a corner, and under a cluster of banana trees was the well. She saw Huo Nanxun leading the way with water, and Huo Xiaowang was also imitating Huo Nanxun, carrying 2 small plastic buckets the size of sputum cups, stumbling behind him, with water spilling out and only a little left in the bottom. Lu Qinyu seemed worried that her son would fall into the rice fields next to the path, so she kept following closely behind Huo Xiaowang to protect him. Seeing this, Aunt Wu joked from the west, "Oh, Xiaowang can fetch water now?" Huo Xiaowang excitedly replied, "I'm a man. I want to be a big hero like Uncle Hua." Aunt will laugh, haha. Impressive, impressive. Huo Xiaowang was especially proud. When he entered the courtyard and saw Xia Hongying and Yin Yin standing outside, he rolled his eyes at Yin Yin and made a funny face. Yin Yin held onto Xia Hongying's hand, her small mouth tightly pressed together. Xia Hongying reached out to pick Yin Yin up and quietly asked, "Yin Yin, do you really hate Huo Xiaowang for stealing Daddy from you?" Yin Yin nodded, "Yeah." Xia Hongying said, "Then, when you see Daddy come home from work, you have to shout Daddy louder than Huo Xiaowang and run over faster to let Daddy hug you." Yin Yin replied, "Okay, I'm going now. Daddy is working now." Xia Hongying said, "You take your small basket, go over to the ridge over there, and help Mommy dig some fish mint back. We'll eat it later." "All right." Yin Yin ran off, carrying her small basket, crossing the courtyard, and went to the ridge between the rice fields to dig for fish mint. In the countryside, children running around is normal. Even though she was just over 3 years old, she had dug fish mint over there many times. When Huo Nanxun took Huo Xiaowang and Lu Qinyu to fetch the second bucket of water, he immediately saw Yin Yin, and his expression changed slightly. "Yin Yin, why did you run up to the ridge? Be careful not to fall into the rice field." Chapter 31. Huo Xiaowang falls into the rice field. Yin Yin, "Dad, Mom asked me to dig for zhijian, a type of edible plant." Huo Nanxun, "Be careful. I'll help you after I finish carrying water." Yin Yin, "Okay." Huo Nanxun had just been encouraging Huo Xiaowang, but this time he was distracted, frequently turning to look at Yin Yin. He quickly carried another load of water back. Aunt Tang's water tank was almost full. He set down the bucket and went to Yin Yan's side to help her dig for Jin Lu Qinyu. Seeing this, felt a surge of resentment and called out, "Xiaowang, Mom wants to eat Jin too. You should dig some and go to Uncle Huo's place." So, Huo Xiaowang picked up a bamboo basket and took a sickle, heading towards a ridge. However, Yin Yan's basket was a small, sturdy grass basket specially woven for her by Xia Hongying, only the size of a bowl, and it was almost weightless. Huo Xiaowang's bamboo basket, on the other hand, was a full-sized adult basket made of real bamboo, and at not even 5 years old, he struggled to carry it. The ridge was narrow, barely wide enough for 2 feet to stand on. Huo Xiaowang was from the city and had never walked such a difficult path before. With the added weight of the basket, he lost his balance and stumbled into the rice field after just a few steps. Huo Xiaowang started crying loudly. At this point, he was only a few steps away from the courtyard, making it much easier for Lu Qinyu to pull him up than for Huo Nanxun, who was further away on the ridge. After all, the narrow and soft ridge was nowhere near as easy to walk on as the cement courtyard. But Lu Qinyu stood frozen, her face pale with fear, shouting, "Sun Ge! Sun Ge!" Xiaowang fell into the field. "You have to save him." Huo Nanxuan's expression changed, and he rushed over, only to see Xia Hongying run over in a few quick steps and pull Huo Xiaowang out of the rice field. Huo Xiaowang was crying like a little mudfish. Upon seeing that Lu Qinyu was still standing there, Xia Hongying shouted, "Dr. Lu, why are you just standing there? Hurry and take Xiaowang back to wash up." The others looked at her curiously. Lu Qinyu noticed Huo Nanxun had stopped, and a flash of dark hatred crossed her eyes. She had no choice but to go over and lead Huo Xiaowang back, giving him a slap on the butt. "You can't even handle such a small task. Yin Yin is younger than you and can walk just fine. You're so big." And you can't even keep your balance? Huo Xiaowang cried, even harder. Xia Hongying, Dr. Lu, please stop hitting the child. You're from a city. It's normal not to be used to walking on the ridge. Plus, that basket is too heavy for him to maintain balance. Lu Qingyu didn't respond, her face dark as she took Huo Xiaowang back. Over there, with Huo Nanxun's help, Yin had filled her basket with Jin and was steadily walking back from the ridge with her father. Mom. Yin patted the grass-woven basket in Huo Nanxun's hand. Look, Dad, and I dug up so many plump Jin. You're amazing, Yin. Xia Hongying pinched her little face and reached for the basket in Huo Nanxun's hand, saying, since we have so much that our family can't eat, I'll take some of Dr. Lu. You take Yin back to wash her hands and eat. Huo Nanxun nodded and took Yin home. Xia Hongying headed to Aunt Tang's house, and as soon as she entered, she heard Huo Xiaowang's cries coming from the laundry area, with Lu Qingyu yelling at him in a very impatient tone. Aunt Tang was cooking, one hand on her waist, her face pale and cold sweat dripping down. Xia Hongying rushed over to support her. Aunt, you twisted your waist today. Didn't I tell you not to work? You need to rest. Aunt Tang only had a slight strain. Xia Hongying applied some medicinal wine to her in time, and as long as she didn't exert herself, she would be fine in a few days. Aunt Tang shook her head and asked, Hongying, have you eaten? Not yet, but it's already cooked. I'm about to eat. Xia Hongying replied. Just now Dr. Lu said she wanted to eat Jin, and since we dug up a lot we can't finish, I brought some over for her to wash and eat. Aunt Tang grabbed her hand. Good. Thank you, Hongying. Xia Hongying, I see your face doesn't look good. You must rest well. If it still hurts tomorrow, you must go to the hospital. Aunt Tang said. Why go to the hospital? Isn't there a doctor at home? Why spend that money? That's true. Xia Hongying laughed, then said, I'll head back first. Ontang not that. When Lu Qingyu helped Huo Xiaowang wash up and return to the house, she saw Aunt Tang bending over painfully, washing Jin. Lu Qingyu's face darkened as she pushed the basin away. Mom, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to rest? Aunt Tang was startled by her and said, Didn't you want to eat Jin? This is what Hongying just brought over. I don't want it. Lu Qingyu interrupted harshly. Seeing Aunt Tang's expression was off, she softened her tone. Oh, why didn't you say earlier? Mom, forget it. This stuff isn't that tasty anyway. She scooped the already clean Jin from the basin and threw it into the trash can. Aunt Tang was heartbroken. Oh no, I just cleaned it. Why did you throw it away? If you don't want it, I will eat it. Lu Qingyu rolled her eyes secretly and then feigned an apologetic expression. Oh, you should have said earlier. Mom, forget it. This stuff isn't that good. She pulled Huo Xiaowang into the house. Aunt Tang looked at the closed door and, holding her waist, continued cooking. This daughter-in-law from a city, besides cooking a meal the day she arrived at the laundry, usually did nothing. Even when her waist was hurt, Lu Qingyu showed no intention of helping. Aunt Tang felt awkward to ask her to do this or that. First, the two weren't familiar. Second, Aunt Tang was also afraid. If she accidentally offended this daughter-in-law, they might leave with Xiaowang, and no one would be there to take care of her in her old age. After Xia Hongying delivered the Jin and returned home, Huo Nanxun had already washed it and said to her, I can't make cold dishes. You do it. Xia Hongying mixed it up, and both mother and daughter enjoyed it, eating heartily. Huo Nanxun, however, didn't eat at all. Why aren't you eating? Don't you like Jin? Xia Hongying asked. Huo Nanxun, it has a fishy smell. I have never liked it since I was young. There's no fishy smell. Yin used her small chopsticks to pick one up for Huo Nanxun. Daddy, eat this one that I dug. It's delicious. Huo Nanxun couldn't bear to refuse and reluctantly put it in his mouth, chewed a few times, and looked at Xia Hongying. I don't taste any fishy smell. It's very good. Xia Hongying smiled. If you can eat it, then have some. It's also a medicinal herb, good for clearing heat and detoxification. Huo Nanxun nodded and picked up another piece. Jin. Hua, shouting, came in smelling the aroma. Second sister-in-law. You're not being fair. You've forgotten your sister now that you have a husband. You didn't even call me for the Jin. She picked up her chopsticks and started eating voraciously, quickly finishing a whole plate of Jin. Chapter 32. Is this a strange kind of possessiveness? Just as Huo Nanxun was enjoying the wonderful taste of the Jin, he said irritably, You have to dig it yourself? Ho shouting pouted, You're so stingy. Huo Nanxun replied, I only had two. Huo shouting asked, huh? Don't you usually dislike Zhejian? Why are you fighting to eat it now? Huo Nanxun said, your second sister-in-law makes it delicious. Huo shouting smiled, right? My second sister-in-law makes everything delicious, and it's good for your health. Marrying her is like our old Huo family ancestors burning incense. Xia Hongying laughed, shouting, you've praised her to the heavens. That's enough. Huo shouted made a face. I'm not exaggerating. Eating mom's cooking these days has been. Second brother, second sister-in-law. Can you do me a favor and let me come back here to cook with you? Huo Nanxun replied, if you think mom's cooking is bad, then you can cook yourself. You're already an adult. How can you still rely on ready-made food? Huo shouting protested, but, second brother, how much rice can a little girl like me eat? Look at you being so stingy. Huo Nanxun said, you're not a little girl anymore. Don't you have a partner? You should learn more about the household and farm work. Once you get married, no one will pamper you. If you can't do anything, won't people look down on you? Huo shouting blushed. The person I'm going to marry won't let me work in the fields. We're going to do business together. Huo Nanxun frowned. Didn't you say he wanted to invite me to dinner? Tomorrow is Sunday. I'm off. Let's not wait for a good day. Let's do it tomorrow. After a pause, he added, I'll go with your second sister-in-law. Huo shouting's face turned red with excitement. Really? Really? Huo Nanxun nodded. Then, I'll go find him tomorrow morning. You guys come over around noon and go to his shop. Second sister-in-law, you know where it is, right? Xia Hongying replied, I know. After Huo shouting left, Xia Hongying asked, then why did Chen Hao only invite you? Why do you want to bring me along? Huo Nanxun said, if I go alone, it might be biased. It's safer with two people. Xia Hongying said, but I have a lot to do tomorrow. It's almost busy farming season. I need to sort out things in the tea garden. Huo Nanxun replied, tomorrow morning, come with me to the dormitory and help me clean up. Sometimes I have to work overtime and stay there. Xia Hongying said, oh. Huo Nanxun added, it won't take long if we clean together. After we return, I'll help you with the tea garden work. Xia Hongying looked at him and nodded. Huo Nanxun then asked, you still haven't answered me. Why did you embroider your name on my clothes? Xia Hongying replied, if you don't like it, I can take it off. Huo Nanxun said, that's not answering the question. Xia Hongying replied, there aren't that many reasons. I just think it looks good. The pattern was drawn by me before. Huo Nanxun asked, you drew it yourself? Xia Hongying smiled and began to explain, looking more vibrant and lively. My mom learned embroidery when she was young. Before teaching her embroidery, her master taught her how to draw. She drew flowers, birds, fish, insects, cats, and dogs really well. I've seen her work since I was little, so I became very interested in drawing. Later, in high school, I learned from Teacher Wu. Do you remember Teacher Wu? He was the only art teacher in the whole school. They had never talked so much before, and the atmosphere was quite nice, but unexpectedly, Huo Nanxun's expression suddenly turned cold. After a long pause, he said softly, Art Teacher Wu, I remember he is Wu Xingmin's uncle. Xia Hongying exclaimed, yes. It was because of Wu Xingmin's recommendation that he accepted me and didn't charge me a fee. Huo Nanxun fell silent again. Why is he so moody? Xia Hongying bit her lip and asked, is there something wrong with this pattern? Should I take it off? Huo Nanxun said, no need, keep it. Everyone's work clothes are the same, so it's easy to confuse them. After a pause, he added, but this pattern, I hope to only see it on my clothes. Don't embroider it on other things. Xia Hongying was silent. Is this a strange kind of possessiveness? The next morning, before breakfast, Annie came over. Annie had seen Huo Nanxun before, but after 4 years, she couldn't help but take a good look at him and said, Nanxun has changed a lot in these years. Huo Nanxun replied, Annie hasn't changed. You're still so young and beautiful. Annie laughed heartily. You really know how to flatter. Unlike my 2 sons, one more wooden than the other, they only know how to work hard. Huo Nanxun asked, has my cousin gotten married? Annie said, yes. I already have a grandson. Huo Nanxun smiled. Annie is really lucky. Annie got straight to the point, saying, Hongying came to me yesterday, wanting to partner up to run the tea garden. I discussed it with your uncle, and we decided to join. That's great. Xia Hongying grabbed Annie's hand, happily saying, Aunt, I knew you would be interested. Annie replied, but our family can't come up with that much money right now. Only 500. Let's invest 500 shares. From now on, you'll be the boss. And I will be the second boss. Ha ha ha. She took out 500 yuan and handed it to Xia Hongying. Xia Hongying decisively accepted. Okay. Auntie continued. Before I came here, I went to the tea mountain for a look. There are too many weeds. It needs care. Do you have time today? Just the two of us. I'll also call your brother and sister-in-law to help. Xia Hongying thought for a moment and said, in about half a month. It will be busy farming season. We need to finish the work in this half month. Just the two of us won't be enough. And it wouldn't be right to make my brother and sister-in-law work for free. It would be better to hire a few people who are good at managing tea gardens as long-term employees. As soon as she started talking about the tea garden, she became animated, her dark eyes sparkling with intelligence. Auntie said, our village doesn't have a tea garden, so there aren't people who know how to manage one. Your village must have some. Why don't you find a few people? She added, other than that, no special skills are needed. We can teach them. It's just roasting and sun-drying tea that requires experience. Xia Hongying looked at Huo Nanxun and said, Dehua and Shouting can roast and sun-dry tea. Huo Nanxun, can you ask Dehua about it? If they join us, along with my cousin and sister-in-law, we'll have enough manpower. When it's tea-picking season, I can rally the whole village to come pick. Huo Nanxun, however, was staring at her without speaking. Huo Nanxun? Xia Hongying looked at him in confusion. Chapter 33 Ice Cream. Huo Nanxun looked away. What? Xia Hongying? Can you help me talk to Dehua and ask him to join the tea garden? I'll pay him 30 yuan a month. Huo Nanxun nodded and went to the back courtyard. Xia Hongying then discussed other details with her aunt and agreed to meet at the tea garden at 4 in the afternoon. In the countryside, if you don't have a skill, it's hard to earn money beyond selling agricultural products. Huo Gang was a stonemason, but Wang Dehua had no skills. He had only gone to learn tea-making techniques when the village sent him and a few other young people, including Shouting, to high school during the collective period. Now that this skill could be useful and earn money, Wang Dehua readily agreed. As for Shouting, Xia Hongying knew she had long wanted to make some pocket money to save for a good marriage, so she was sure she would agree. Sure enough, when Xia Hongying mentioned it to her, she happily agreed. Huang Kaiwa scolded Xia Hongying whenever the tea garden was mentioned, but upon hearing that Xia Hongying was willing to pay Shouting, she naturally wouldn't stop it. After breakfast, Xia Hongying specifically changed into a new outfit she bought last year, a white fitted short-sleeve top with 2 ribbons in white and light purple at the neckline, which she expertly tied into a beautiful bow. The lower half was a light purple knee-length skirt. The fabric was ordinary, and the style was common on the streets. But on Xia Hongying, it looked particularly good, the snow-white skin complemented by the light purple, and her beautiful brows and eyes, set against the white outfit, appeared clean and pure without a speck of dust. Xia Hongying looked at Huo Nanxun. How do I look in this? Huo Nanxun's gaze lingered on her face for a moment. He nodded and said nothing. I'll go call Shouting. Xia Hongying went to call Huo Shouting to come along. But Huo Shouting had just gotten up, still groggy and brushing her teeth under the eaves, and hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Xia Hongying told her, we're going to clean the 301 dormitory first. You can come slowly after we leave. All right, second sister-in-law, you finish your work and come find us, Huo Shouting replied. So, the couple decided to leave first. Xia Hongying took a rag, soap, and other items, while Huo Nanxun held Yan Yan's hand. As they went out, they ran into Lu Qingyu, who was also coming out with Xia Wang. Oh, Sungu, are you going out? Lu Qingyu asked. Huo Nanxun, taking your sister-in-law and Yan Yan to recognize the dormitory and clean up along the way. I see. Lu Qingyu said, just in time. I have something to do on the street too. I can help you clean up later. No need, Huo Nanxun said. There's nothing in the house. It can be cleaned up quickly. No need for so many people. Nothing? Lu Qingyu asked. An empty house? Huo Nanxun, pretty much. Lu Qingyu, no wonder you go home to stay every day. I was wondering why you don't stay in the dormitory with such a long way to travel. Xia Hongying tightened her grip on the bag. Huo Nanxun replied, once it's cleaned, I'll stay there when I have to work overtime. But I still have to come back when there's no overtime. I can't leave all the household chores to your sister-in-law. Lu Qingyu laughed. Your sister-in-law is really lucky. When Xia Wang's dad was around, he would slack off whenever he could and never help me with chores. Xia Hongying detected the jealousy hidden in her tone, smiled faintly, and asked, Dr. Lu, where are you going? Lu Qingyu, my mom hurt her back. I'm going to the hospital to get her some medicine. Xia Hongying casually said, Aunt Tang's back injury isn't serious. As long as she doesn't do any work and rest for a few days, she'll be fine. Don't worry too much. Lu Qingyu, Thank you for your concern. Sister-in-law, I'm a doctor. I know what I'm doing. There was a sting hidden in her words, as if saying that she was meddling. Xia Hongying chose not to say anything more. Walking from the Huo family's courtyard to the village street takes about 45 minutes to an hour. The first 20 minutes are on country lanes, and after 20 minutes, they get onto the main road. There is someone selling ice cream by the roadside, and Huo Xiaowang immediately clamored for some. Lu Qingyu went to buy ice cream, but was told there were only 2 left, so she bought both, giving one to Huo Xiaowang and one to Yin Yin. Yin Yin also wanted ice cream, her eyes sparkling. After receiving it, she softly said thank you, Annie, and eagerly tore open the ice cream wrapper to eat. The cold, sweet, milky-flavored ice cream brought a look of satisfaction to her face. Lu Qingyu wanted to please Yin Yin, squatted in front of her and stroked her little face. How is it? Does it taste good? Yin Yin nodded. Lu Qingyu, when we get to the street, Annie will buy you more delicious food, okay? Yin Yin looked at her shyly, not saying a word. I want to buy you any good food. Huo Xiaowang suddenly reached out and swatted the ice cream out of Yin Yan's hand. You poor thing. I want to let you eat. Yin Yin was taken aback, looking at the ice cream that had fallen on the ground and gotten dirty, tears streaming down her face as she began to cry sadly. Huo Xiaowang, however, smugly held up the ice cream in his hand, wearing a proud expression. What a child. How can he be like this? Even the naughtiest kid in the village isn't like him. Xia Hongying was so angry she wanted to slap him. But he was just a 4-year-old child. She clenched her fists, her eyes filled with fury. At the same time, Huo Nanxun picked up Yin Yin, gently comforting her. Don't be afraid, Daddy is here. Yin Yin buried her little head in his chest, crying in hiccups. Huo Nanxun gently patted her back, his usually calm face unable to hide the pain in his eyes. Huo Xiaowang. Lu Qingyu gave Huo Xiaowang a heavy slap on the back, making him stagger. How do I usually teach you? Didn't you listen to a single word? Huo Xiaowang cried out in pain and began to wail. Huo Nanxun noticed the force of Lu Qingyu's earlier slap and shielded Huo Xiaowang, saying, Don't hit the child. Lu Qingyu looked guilty and said, Sun Ge, I'm really sorry. Xiaowang is really spoiled by his grandma, and no matter how I teach him, I can't correct him. Huo Nanxun said, Habits are formed over time. You have to teach him slowly. Lu Qingyu looked at Huo Nanxun with hope. Sun Ge, Xiaowang has always admired you the most since he was little. Your words are more effective than my 100. In the future, can you help me discipline him more? Huo Nanxun, since Lazy is gone, it's my duty. He looked at Huo Xiaowang and said, Xiaowang, you always say that when you grow up, you want to be a hero like Uncle Huo. Do you know what a hero is? Although Huo Nanxun didn't hit or scold him, Huo Xiaowang could feel that he was being criticized, and his crying grew louder. Stop crying. Huo Nanxun suddenly shouted sternly. Huo Xiaowang was startled and almost choked. Answer me. Huo Nanxun said, What do you think a hero is? Chapter 34. It's hard for heroes to get past the beauty gate. Huo Xiaowang blinked his eyes and sobbed, saying, That's right, everyone is afraid of you. Really powerful. Really awesome. Huo Nanxun replied, That's not right. A hero is someone who has the ability to protect good people and also to fight against bad people. You were just bullying that little sister. Is that something a hero should do? Huo Xiaowang pouted and fell silent. Xiaowang, apologize to your sister. Lu Qingyu said, Promise Uncle Huo that you won't do it again. Huo Xiaowang remained motionless. Apologize. Lu Qingyu shouted. Huo Xiaowang cried out softly, I'm sorry. Lu Qingyu continued, Give your ice pop to your sister. Huo Xiaowang, feeling very wronged, said no. Lu Qingyu took a deep breath, squatted down to comfort him. Xiaowang, there'll be ice pops for sale later. Mom will buy you 2. This one is for your sister, as an apology. When Huo Xiaowang heard about getting 2, he reluctantly handed the ice pop to Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu held the ice pop in front of Yin Yin and said, Yin Yin, brother was wrong. He has apologized to you. Here, this ice pop is for you. Yin Yin glanced at the ice pop that Huo Xiaowang had eaten, then buried her head in Huo Nanxun's arms and refused to take it. Yin Yin, Lu Qingyu continued to coax her. Come on, take it. The ice pop is really delicious. Dr. Lu, it's fine. You can give it to Xiaowang, Xia Hongying said, taking out a handkerchief to wipe Yin Yan's tears and nose. We have things to do. We need to hurry and leave. Lu Qingyu stiffly withdrew her hand, watching Huo Nanxun and his wife walk away. She angrily shoved the ice pop back into Huo Xiaowang's hands, glaring at him as she slapped the back of his head, nearly knocking him over. You useless thing. What did Mom tell you? Don't provoke that annoying little girl in front of Uncle Huo. Huo Xiaowang endured the pain, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with resentment, mirroring Lu Qingyu's expression. Did you hear that? Lu Qingyu raised her hand again to hit him. Huo Xiaowang quickly dodged and said, got it. If you want Uncle Huo to like you, you have to be nice to that little girl in front of him, because she is Uncle Huo's daughter. Lu Qingyu emphasized. The more you bully Yin Yin in front of him, the less he will like you. Huo Xiaowang looked at Huo Nanxun's retreating figure. His small heart stirred. Seeing her son's expression, Lu Qingyu began to feel sorry for him, holding him in her arms and saying, that little girl, all she knows how to do is cry. She makes Uncle Huo feel sorry for her. Xiaowang, you are a boy. You have to be strong and brave, so that Uncle Huo will look at you differently, understand? Huo Xiaowang nodded. Did Xiaowang used to live with his grandmother? Xia Hongying asked Huo Nanxun as Lu Qingyu and their son were still behind and hadn't caught up. Did he not live with Huo Lei and Dr. Lu? Huo Nanxun replied. Qingyu has to work. Usually, it's his grandmother who takes care of him. They live together. Xia Hongying asked, they all live together? I thought. Huo Nanxun glanced at her. What did you think? Xia Hongying said, I thought Dr. Lu didn't live with Huo Xiaowang before. Since they live together, why has Huo Xiaowang become so willful? Didn't she and Huo Lei teach him properly? Why do you have to teach him? Huo Nanxun shook his head. I only occasionally visit his house during my time off. I'm not sure. However, Xiaowang's grandmother indeed spoils him. Xia Hongying frowned. When they reached the street, Lu Qingyu headed towards the hospital, while Huo Nanxun took Xia Hongying and Yin Yin to building 301. Xia Hongying had only been to the city twice in her life. Once was to take the college entrance examination at a high school in the city. The other time was to send Huo Nanxun to the train station. During those two visits, she had only entered a building during the college entrance examination. The exam classroom was on the second floor of the teaching building. That was the only time she had ever stepped into a building. Now this was her second time, entering the heavy iron gate of building 301. She saw dozens of buildings, all 6 or 7 stories high, with flowers and plants planted between them, clean and tidy. Compared to the houses in the countryside, this place was filled with a sense of strangeness and inaccessibility. Holding Yin Yan's hand, Xia Hongying walked behind Huo Nanxun, feeling a sense of pride and longing in her heart. This kind of place was something she had never even dreamed of in the past, yet here she was now. All of this was earned by Huo Nanxun. She suddenly remembered what Lu Qingyu said yesterday. She said that Huo Nanxun had worked hard for 8 years in the army to achieve today. He had it tough. Xia Hongying pursed her lips and looked at Huo Nanxun's strong and imposing back, quickening her pace to catch up. Nanxun, an elderly man with half-white hair, a middle-aged man in his 40s, were playing chess outside and smiled at Huo Nanxun as they saw him. Huo Nanxun approached with Xia Hongying, respectfully calling out, Director Qi, Master. Who are they? The half-white hair man was Director Qi, asking about Xia Hongying and Yin Yan's identities. My wife Xia Hongying, daughter Huo Yin Yan. Huo Nanxun gently wrapped his arm around Xia Hongying's shoulder and introduced her. Hongying, this is our Director Qi, and this is my master. Xia Hongying quickly bowed to them. Hello, Director. Hello, Master. Director Qi sized up Xia Hongying and said, your wife. I'm afraid there's no one else like her in the 10 miles and 8 townships. No wonder you. Uncle Qi. When Nanxun suddenly interrupted him. Hee. Director Qi understood and smiled, then looked at Yin Yin. This child really has spirit. What's her name? Yin Yin hid behind Xia Hongying, shyly looking at them, too afraid to speak. Seeing this, Huo Nanxun picked Yin Yin up and said, Yin Yin, don't be afraid. They're all Daddy's elders. Say hello to Grandpa Qi and Uncle Wei. Yin Yin shyly called out to them in a tiny voice and buried herself back into Huo Nanxun's arms. My daughter is shy, Xia Hongying said. I hope I didn't make the 2 leaders laugh. That's normal. Huo Nanxun's master said with a smile. Kids are like that. They'll be fine when they grow up. I'll take Hongying to tidy up the dormitory. Huo Nanxun said, we'll go ahead. Go ahead. Director Qi said, get what needs to be done, and if there's anything difficult, go find Teacher Zhang. Okay. Huo Nanxun took the mother and daughter to the 3rd floor of Building 4. On the way, Xia Hongying asked, Who is teacher Zhang that Director Qi just mentioned? Huo Nanxun said it was Director Qi's wife and the principal of the elementary school in Building 301. Xia Hongying suddenly felt a bit nervous. Then we need to get along well with their family. Yin will still need to attend 301 elementary school in the future. Huo Nanxun reassured her. No need to be nervous. Director Qi is an old classmate of my military leaders. I've known him for a long time. Xia Hongying said. No wonder you call him Uncle Qi. Huo Nanxun nodded. Xia Hongying asked. He just said, no wonder you. And you interrupted him. What was he going to say? Huo Nanxun was silent for a moment and replied. He probably wanted to say, no wonder it's hard for heroes to get past the beauty gate. Xia Hongying burst out laughing, lively and bright. He called me a beauty, and I deserve it. But how dare you shamelessly call yourself a hero? Chapter 35, Lu Qin, you bought a bunch of things. Huo Nanxun looked at her with a half smile, his deep eyes carrying a hint of teasing and aloofness. So what do you think I am? Xia Hongying replied. If I remember correctly, you seemed to be the school bully when you were in high school. I'm 2 grades below you, but your name was well known. Huo Nanxun stopped smiling, his proud lips pressed thin. Xia Hongying said, I was just joking. You're not mad, are you? Huo Nanxun. No. We've arrived. Their house was located in room 303, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a kitchen. There was a corridor in front and a balcony in the back, with tiled floors and white plaster walls. It was quite spacious. But as Huo Nanxun said, it was basically an empty house. Inside, there were only 2 beds without mattresses, a table, and 2 stools. Everything else had to be purchased anew. Who would have thought it would be so spacious? It's even bigger than my home, Xia Hongying exclaimed. However, if you're going to live here, you'll need to buy some things. Huo Nanxun replied, we'll talk about it later. I have money. Xia Hongying said, let us go buy some things now. Huo Nanxun stopped her. Right now, the tea garden needs money, so we should save it. We can buy things when we have more to spare. Today, we're just here to clean and get familiar with the place. Xia Hongying questioned, but what if you have to work overtime and there's nothing here? Where will you stay? Huo Nanxun replied, it's summer now. If I need to stay, I could just bring a mat and a pillow from home. The unit has a cafeteria, so I don't need to cook or buy anything. Looking at the empty house, Xia Hongying suddenly felt a bit guilty. Huo Nanxun, the money I have on hand was originally meant to buy a lot of things, but now it's all gone to the tea garden. She had also hired people, and every month she had to pay out hundreds, making her finances tight, and she didn't dare spend money on furnishings. Since you've already contracted it, just do it well. We can buy things later when we have more money, Huo Nanxun said. Xia Hongying nodded, thinking that once her finances were better, she would definitely make this place cozy for him. The 2 of them cleaned the house, which was quite simple since there was no furniture, just mopping the floor and wiping the windows and kitchen. While they were working, Huo Nanxun's master, Wei Daong, came over. After glancing inside, he asked, cleaning up? Master. Huo Nanxun went over to greet him. What brings you here? Wei Daong pointed to the west. You probably don't know yet, but I live on this floor too, in room 306. Huo Nanxun smiled. So we're neighbors. Wei Daong leaned in to look at Xia Hongying and asked with a smile, you're Hongying, right? Xia Hongying nervously replied, yes, master. Wei Daong said, I had your master's wife prepare some things for you. Come with me to get them. Xia Hongying looked at Huo Nanxun, who declined, that is too much trouble. You're my disciple, Wei Daong said. It's only right for a master to take care of his disciple. Keep working, and let your wife go meet my wife and pick up the things. Huo Nanxun nodded. Thank you, master. Hongying, you should go. Xia Hongying washed her hands and nervously followed Wei Daong. There were 6 households on the first floor, and the corridor led to a shared water room and toilet at the far west. Wei Daong's home was the closest to the water room, and when Xia Hongying entered, she saw a middle-aged woman with graying hair, a dark complexion, and pale lips, clearly lacking vitality and in poor health. You must be the master's wife, Xia Hongying politely greeted. Hello, I'm Xia Hongying, Huo Nanxun's family from room 303. The master's wife stared at her face for a moment, speechless. Wei Daong asked, what about the things you prepare for my disciple? The master's wife quickly replied, they're in the house. I'll go get them. I'll go, Wei Daong said to Xia Hongying. Come in with me. He led her straight to the bedroom. Although rural areas don't have many formalities, Xia Hongying felt that a bedroom was a private space, so she hesitated to enter and stood at the door. Guomin, Wei Daong urged, it's fine. Xia Hongying felt it was hard to refuse and stepped inside. Once she entered, she was hit by a strong scent. Though fragrant, it was not pleasant because it mixed with a strange odor reminiscent of old age and a hint of something foul. However, the room looked quite nice, with flowery curtains on the window, a trendy bunk bed with red and white floral sheets, a wardrobe against the wall, a set of antique-style cabinets, and 2 bedside tables. On one of the bedside tables, there were several medicine bottles, and she noticed 2 labeled Jinpi pills and Tianma headwind pills. Here, take this. Wei Daong handed her a bedding set. Xia Hongying hurriedly reached out to take it. As Wei Daong withdrew his hand, it brushed against the back of hers, clammy and sweaty, sending goosebumps all over her. However, she tried her best to not show it, thanked him, and walked out. In the living room, she once again expressed her gratitude to the master and mistress. Thank you for your generosity. Once we have the house set up, I'll invite you both over for a meal. The master's wife forced a smile and nodded. Wei Daong patted her shoulder with a smile, saying, "All right, we'll be waiting. We're neighbors, so if you need any help, feel free to ask us." Xia Hongying felt a shiver at his touch, feeling uncomfortable, and thought to herself, was this master so informal? She was a junior and a woman, yet he dared to pat her shoulder. After returning, she closed the door and softly said, "Your master and mistress sent a set of bedding for you." Huo Nanxun asked, "Did you meet the mistress? Is she easy to get along with?" Xia Hongying replied, "She looked unwell, like she has some illness." Huo Nanxun was surprised. "Really?" Xia Hongying nodded and asked, "What kind of person is your master?" Huo Nanxun said, "I just got here a few days ago, so I can't say much. I only know he's the deputy factory director and a senior engineer, basically the second in command at the factory." "Why do you suddenly ask this?" Xia Hongying said, "He just patted my shoulder, and I felt he is quite informal." Huo Nanxun's expression darkened. At that moment, a security guard came to find him, saying a woman named Lu Qingyu was at the door, wanting to bring something to Huo Nanxun. If he knew her, he should let her in. Huo Nanxun went to bring her in. Lu Qingyu had 2 large bags of items: a basin, towels, hangers, soap, toothpaste and toothbrush, cups, bowls, chopsticks, razors, etc., all packed tightly. Among them were 2 pieces of clothing, one for a man and one for a little girl, which looked of good quality and should not be cheap. Xia Hongying didn't want to see her. She felt no gratitude for all these items, but she still had to say a few polite words. Why spend so much? Buying so many things? Compared to what Xun has done for me, this is nothing, Lu Qingyu said, taking out the 2 pieces of clothing. "Xun, I bought one for you and one for Yin. Go try them on and see if they fit." Huo Nanxun said, "These clothes look expensive at first glance. Just return them." Lu Qingyu replied, "The tags have been removed. They can't be returned." Huo Nanxun picked them up to check and indeed found the tags missing. "Oh, come on. It's just 2 pieces of clothing." Lu Qingyu insisted. "It's not like I've never bought you clothes before. Hurry and take Yin to try them on. I want to see if they fit." Chapter 36. I know Sun Ji's clothing size like the back of my hand. She pulled Huo Nanxun and Yin into the room, stuffed the clothes into their hands, and shut the door. Turning around to see Xia Hongying, she smiled and said, "This house is really nice, square and spacious, with windows in every room, bright and airy." Xia Hongying replied, "You shouldn't have spent so much." Lu Qingyu said, "You don't have to be so polite with me, sister-in-law. I was able to transfer my work here thanks to Sun Ji's help. He has been busy with all the arrangements for Huo Lei's funeral. This little bit of stuff really isn't worth much." As she spoke, she looked around. "This room is so empty. There's still many things to buy. I can't carry much, otherwise I would buy more." She went into the kitchen, opened the empty cabinets. There's nothing in the kitchen either: pots, bowls, rice, flour, condiments, knives, cutting boards. Everything needs to be bought. If only my bicycle were here, I could buy everything at once. These things, how could she, an outsider, buy them? But her demeanor and tone made it seem as if she were the mistress of the house. Xia Hongying lowered her gaze slightly and said, "You've bought so many things. We already feel embarrassed. Please don't spend any more. Especially the clothes. You've removed the tags without trying them on. If they don't fit, you won't be able to return them. Sister-in-law, don't worry. They will definitely fit." Lu Qingyu smiled slightly. "I know Sun Ji's size like the back of my hand." Seeing Xia Hongying's expression change, Lu Qingyu smiled, a hint of triumph flashing in her eyes. Huo Nanxun came out wearing the clothes Lu Qingyu bought, a white shirt that fit perfectly and looked great on him. Yin also changed into the red dress Lu Qingyu bought, looking as pretty and cute as a New Year painting doll. Not bad. It fits you very well. Lu Qingyu smiled at Huo Nanxun. He looked simply too handsome. Huo Nanxun looked at Xia Hongying upon hearing this, but her expression was faint. Wow, Yin is so cute, Lu Qingyu said exaggeratedly, picking Yin up and kissing her cheek. She looked absolutely stunning. Annie loves you. Yin looked at Xia Hongying a bit panicked, struggling to get down. Lu Qingyu held her tightly, ignoring her averted gaze, and asked affectionately, Yin, do you like pretty dresses? In the future, Annie will buy you many beautiful dresses, okay? Yin reached out to Xia Hongying. Mommy. Xia Hongying reached out and took her, and only then did she settle down. Lu Qingyu's eyes were cold, but her face was full of concern. Yin is a bit too introverted. What will she do when she starts kindergarten in the future? Sister-in-law, you should teach her to be more open and sociable. She likes quiet. There's nothing wrong with that, Xia Hongying said. Speaking of kindergarten, I'm more worried about Xiao Guang. If he treats other kids like he treats Yin, you might end up having to apologize and give gifts endlessly. Lu Qingyu's expression stiffened for a moment. Then she forced a guilty look, saying, Sister-in-law, please don't hold a grudge against Xiao Guang. He's still young, only 4 years old, and he just promised me that he won't bully his sister anymore. She asked Huo Xiaoguang, Xiao Guang, did you promise Mommy? Huo Xiaoguang nodded, looking obediently at Huo Nanxun, saying, Uncle Huo, I know I was wrong. I won't do it again. Huo Nanxun nodded with satisfaction, went back inside to change into his original clothes, and said, It's almost noon, let's go. The group left dormitory 301, walking along the specially built concrete road towards the street. On the way, Huo Nanxun pointed to a construction site not far away and said, Over there is the new dormitory building for the hospital staff. Once it's done, you can get assigned there too. At that time, you can live here with Aunt Tang and Xiao Guang. It's closed for school and work. Lu Qingyu smiled with her eyes narrowed. It looks like it's not far from your dormitory. Oh, Huo Gong. At this moment, a man in his 30s walked over and greeted Huo Nanxun. It's your day off. What are you doing here? Huo Nanxun replied, I'm here to help my family tidy up the dormitory. The man nodded. Oh, is this your colleague? Lu Qingyu asked with a smile. Yes. Huo Nanxun introduced, This is my colleague, Yigong. Yigong looked at Lu Qingyu and asked, Is this your sister-in-law? Lu Qingyu smiled ambiguously. She is my sister-in-law. Huo Nanxun pointed to Xia Hongying. This is my wife, and this is my daughter Yin. Oh, sorry. Yigong quickly apologized, and when he saw Xia Hongying's appearance, he was amazed. Sister-in-law is really beautiful. You and Huo Gong are a perfect match. No wonder your relationship is so good. Huo Nanxun knew what he meant and chuckled, giving him a light pat. Sister-in-law's name is Hongying, right? Yigong asked again. Xia Hongying? Yes. Yigong laughed. I knew it. I didn't hear it from Huo Gong. I guessed it. Red coral, ha. Xia Hongying also understood what he meant and felt embarrassed. It was definitely because his colleague saw the embroidery of the coral on Huo Nanxun's shirt. She originally thought that with the cover, others shouldn't be able to see it, and even if they did, they wouldn't think of anything else. Unexpectedly, this colleague directly pointed out her name. I'll buy you a drink when I have the chance. Huo Nanxun patted his shoulder. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll leave first. After Yigong walked away, Lu Qingyu asked, Sun Ge, what does red coral symbolize? Xia Hongying interjected, It's nothing. Huo Nanxun glanced at her, his eyes filled with amusement. What's wrong, Sun Ge? Is there anything you can't tell me? Lu Qingyu pressed. It's just a joke between colleagues. Huo Nanxun changed the subject, asking, Did you buy medicine for Aunt Tang? Lu Qingyu replied. Huo Nanxun asked, Has Aunt Tang's mood improved? Lu Qingyu sighed and shook her head. No. The pain of losing a child. Perhaps it is the greatest pain in the world. Huo Nanxun said, She's getting older, so don't let her do those heavy chores in the future, especially fetching water and carrying dung. I've talked to Huo Gang and Dehua. If I'm not home, let them help. Lu Qingyu said, I have something to ask you for help. I don't feel burdened because we have a friendship. I don't have much of a relationship with them. So how can I always trouble them? Huo Nanxun replied, It's fine. No need to feel embarrassed. Lu Qingyu said, It's almost the busy farming season. When it's time to harvest rice and plant wheat, could you help me ask them? Huo Nanxun, sure. As they spoke, they walked along the wide and flat concrete road for about a quarter of an hour and returned to the street. At this point, they had to part ways with Lu Qingyu, so Huo Nanxun said, Qingyu, we're going to eat lunch. You should head back first. Lu Qingyu asked, are you going out to eat? You won't take me along for such a good thing? Speaking of which, I haven't eaten out since I came here. How about I treat you all to lunch today? Xia Hongying said. Someone else is treating Huo Nanxun to a meal. It's already a bit inappropriate for him to bring family along. If he brings neighbors too, people might talk behind his back about him bringing a group to eat and drink for free. Chapter 37. The slacker fooling around with his brother's wife. Lu Qingyu's expression softened. Someone is treating us? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll head back now. Kek Sun Yi. Drink less, don't get drunk. Huo Nanxun nodded. Lu Qingyu took with Xia Wang and left. Xia Hongying, having held back for a long time, finally couldn't help but say, buying you clothes and reminding you to drink less. If someone didn't know better, they might think she's your wife. Huo Nanxun frowned. What do you mean by that? Xia Hongying asked, don't you think she's being too affectionate towards you? Huo Nanxun replied, don't overthink it. She really treats me like Huo Lei's own brother. Back in the army, every holiday, she would cook a big meal and invite me over to improve my life. When she bought new clothes for Huo Lei during the new year, she would also buy me some. Whenever she sent food to Huo Lei, she would always make sure to send me a portion too. Over the years, I've received a lot of care from her. Now that Huo Lei is gone, I feel it's my responsibility to take care of her and her son. Xia Hongying said, if she simply sees you as a big brother, then I have no objections to you taking care of them. But are you sure she doesn't have other feelings for you? Huo Nanxun's expression darkened instantly. Xia Hongying, in your eyes, am I just a slacker fooling around with my brother's wife? Xia Hongying clarified, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about her. Huo Nanxun's demeanor turned cold. Talking about her is even worse. Are you going to protect her like this? Xia Hongying felt increasingly distressed, pinching her palm as she said, Huo Nanxun, Huo Lei is my sworn brother, and he's a martyr who sacrificed himself for disaster relief. Huo Nanxun interrupted her. His family should not have any rumors spreading about them. Especially, this kind of talk shouldn't come from our family. Xia Hongying looked at him, unable to distinguish if he was defending Lu Qingyu or if these were his true feelings. I know, Huo Nanxun's tone softened because of Xia Wang. You also hold some prejudice against Qingyu. Xia Wang is a child and can gradually correct this. Didn't he just say he knows he was wrong? Lu Qingyu's intention was towards Huo Nanxun, which was a feeling that Xia Hongying, as the party involved, experienced. But she had no evidence to clarify. It was like that day when Lu Qingyu intentionally set her up, leading the second master and Huang Kaiwa to attack her. The person who was set up felt deeply, while the bystanders thought Lu Qingyu was just speaking unintentionally. Hua Gang even said she was nitpicking and involving innocent people. Xia Hongying felt she couldn't persuade Huo Nanxun, so she simply stopped talking, turning coldly to leave. But Huo Nanxun grabbed her arm, pulling her back. What are you doing? Xia Hongying frowned and tried to break free. Huo Nanxun said, Hongying, Huo Lei once took a bullet for me. Xia Hongying exclaimed, what? Huo Nanxun explained, when we were on a mission, he spotted a sniper and took a bullet for me. Even though he was wearing a bulletproof vest, the bullet still injured his leg. I even suspect, with his skills, if it weren't for the leg injury, he shouldn't have fallen off the mountain and lost his life. Xia Hongying frowned. What mission were you executing? Was it real gunfire? Huo Nanxun said, I can't disclose the specifics of the mission. It's still classified. Hongying, I'm telling you this because I hope you understand why Qingyu treats me like a brother. That's because Huo Lei regarded me as a brother. Xia Wang sticks to me because he sees me as family. Hearing this, Xia Hongying felt moved by Huo Lei to take a bullet for Huo Nanxun without hesitation. She questioned whether she could do the same. The bond between Huo Nanxun and Huo Lei was indeed one of deep friendship. However, she still trusted her instincts. She believed that Lu Qingyu's feelings for Huo Nanxun were definitely not simple. But she also knew that now was not the time to discuss this. Without any proof, Huo Nanxun would not only not believe her, but might also think she was petty-minded, lacking vision, and not understanding the camaraderie between him and Huo Lei. Let's not talk about this for now. It's getting late. Let us go over there and not keep shouting waiting too long. She avoided the topic and led Huo Nanxun to Chun Hao's stall. Chun Hao was very warm and attentive to them, inviting them to the most upscale restaurant in the area for dinner. To be fair, regardless of Chun Hao's character, his looks and eloquence surpassed that of most rural youths. He often went into the city to purchase goods, interacted with various people, and was well experienced and articulate. He also brought his son, Chun Yanjun, with him and candidly shared his family situation and the reasons for his divorce from his ex-wife. Xia Hongying initially had a very negative impression of him, but after this meal, she found it hard to dislike him. Even his 7-year-old son, Chun Yanjun, was likable. The child was more handsome than his father, looking upright and charming. Perhaps due to family changes, he seemed mature for his age and very sensible. During the meal, he even helped take care of Yin Yan. Yin had previously played with Huo Shouting and surprisingly remembered him today, calling him brother and enjoying playing with him. Shouting was clearly smitten, looking at Chun Hao with fiery admiration. Xia Hongying felt that even if the Huo family elders disagreed, as long as Chun Hao didn't have any major flaws, it would be hard to stop Shouting from marrying him. After dinner, Shouting returned home with them. On the way, she kept asking, second brother, second sister-in-law, what do you think of him? Be honest. I want to hear unbiased truths, seeing that neither of them expressed their opinions. Huo Shouting tugged at Xia Hongying, saying, second sister-in-law, you go first. Xia Hongying thought for a moment and said, I admit I had some prejudice against him before. His conversation, knowledge, looks, and eloquence are all quite good. But I don't want to hear but. Huo Shouting interrupted her. I know what you're going to say. It's just that he has divorced and has a child. I don't care. I only care about the person he is. Besides, I'd be gaining an excellent son like Chun Yanjun. He is outstanding, consistently ranking first in the whole township. He'll definitely be successful in the future. Xia Hongying replied, I didn't mean to say that. Huo Shouting continued, are you trying to say something about the rumors of domestic violence? Second sister-in-law, I'm not stupid. I know about the incident where his ex-wife caused a scene at the town government. I specifically asked a classmate from middle school about it. Xia Hongying asked, you inquired? Huo Shouting said, yeah. My classmate happens to be from the same village as his ex-wife. My classmate said that his ex-wife has always been bad, lazy, and liked to hang out with delinquents. Chun Hao was deceived into marrying her. That day, Chun Hao's mother just said a few words about her neglecting the child, and she made a huge scene and hit Chun Hao's mother. She slapped her several times. Chun Hao went mad and hit her, and then she caused a scene at the town government. After the divorce, she spread rumors to ruin Chun Hao's reputation. Xia Hongying glanced at Huo Nanxun and said, this matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. We can't just listen to one person. Huo Nanxun said, leave it to me. I'll look into him. The fact that he was willing to investigate was a preliminary acknowledgement of Chun Hao. Huo Shouting's face lit up. Great. Second brother, help me check. If he really is a domestic abuser or is involved in a love triangle with another woman, I'll immediately break up with him. Huo Shouting wore a flattering expression. But if he turns out fine, then you guys help me say good things in front of my parents, okay? Huo Nanxun did not respond. Xia Hongying also remained silent. Second brother, second sister-in-law. Huo Shouting stamped her foot. Say something. Chapter 38, Dad, Mom. Mushroom Huo Nanxun shook his head. I'll check it out before I speak. Xia Hongying also said, Shouting, your judgment is good. He's quite nice. It's just, from our conversation, I feel he has a lot of ambition, the ambition to stand out. This was also what she wanted to say earlier. Huo Shouting seemed lively and quirky, but in reality, she was a girl who was easily satisfied. In this regard, Xia Hongying always felt uneasy. Huo Shouting retorted defiantly, what's wrong with having ambition? A man should have ambition. If he has no ambition, can he still be called a man? Look at my second brother. If he had no ambition, would he be where he is today? Right, second brother? Huo Nanxun did not refute. Huo Shouting, I know, sister-in-law. You always want to match me with Wang Dehua. Someone like Wang Dehua is a typical example of having no ambition. He spends his days in peace. Just knows how to work hard. I don't like him like that. Xia Hongying looked at her disgusted expression and sighed for Wang Dehua, saying, Dehua is practical and hardworking, and treats you so well. If you don't like him, don't hurt him. How have I hurt him? Huo Shouting blinked cutely. I just rejected him 100 times. Xia Hongying didn't know what to say. I should be clear about not liking him, so he doesn't have unrealistic fantasies. Huo Shouting said, "This isn't considered hurting him. Xia Hongying, you don't like him, so you should refuse. But can your refusal be a little more tactful? Don't always speak to people with a disgusted face." Huo Shouting, "I just dislike him." Xia Hongying. Returning to the village, they arrived at the tea garden just around 4 o'clock. Aunt brought her eldest son and daughter-in-law, while Xia Hongying brought Huo Shouting and Wang Dehua. The 6 of them were considered the official staff of the tea garden. You 4, your monthly salary is 30 yuan. During the picking season, each person will receive additional bonuses and subsidies based on their contributions. Do you have any objections? Xia Hongying was low-key and usually spoke little. But when she was serious, she had a decisiveness and wisdom that made it hard for people to look away. Huo Shouting excitedly said, 30 yuan? Is that much? My second brother and sister-in-law only earn over 50 yuan. Yes. Wang Dehua also said, sister-in-law, we don't even know if the tea will sell. So we don't need to pay salaries for now. Let's all help out together, and we can talk about salary when the sales stabilize. We don't want money. Aunt's eldest son Wang Dashu said, Mom also invested, so it's only right for us to help. Xia Hongying shook her head. You don't need to say more, it's settled. The tea garden is not small, and in the future, it will mainly rely on the 6 of us to manage it. Each person's task will not be easy, especially in the last half month. She assigned tasks to everyone, and they all went to work. Only she and Huo Nanxun were left in the yard. She had just noticed that while assigning tasks, Huo Nanxun had been leaning against the pillar outside the tea roasting room, with his arms crossed, in a relaxed posture, but seemingly gathering strength, his heavy gaze fixed on her. Xia Hongying felt a strange sensation as if she was being watched by a wolf. This feeling was oddly familiar. She suddenly remembered something. Before, every time she met her brother, it was basically on a deserted mountain on the way back from town. There were no houses or fields there, and few people came. Standing on the hillside, you could see the whole Longwei town and Longwei High School, with a very wide view. The mountain also had the loquats she liked. The first time she went there was to pick fruit, and later it became the place where they met and talked. One time, she arrived early and was waiting for Wu Xingmin on the mountain, but he never showed up. She was bored eating loquats when, inexplicably, she felt that sensation of being watched by a wolf and suddenly felt scared. So she planned to leave. Turning a corner, she saw a person wearing a hat, standing behind a big rock, staring at her. She was terrified and ran away quickly. She didn't even see the person's face. That person didn't chase after her, and she didn't encounter any danger. Strangely, that day when she went to school, someone sent her a lot of loquats, through her classmate who shared a door with her. When she asked who sent them, her classmate didn't know either. At that time, many boys had written her love letters or had crushes on her, and she didn't pay much attention, quickly forgetting about it. Now, she unexpectedly recalled that day while being stared at by Huo Nanxun. Back then, she had just entered high school, and it had been several years. But because she was frightened, the memory was vivid, and she could still remember that tall figure. Just as tall as Huo Nanxun. Why does it seem like he resembles him now when she thinks back? Xia Hongying walked over and stood in front of him. Huo Nanxun looked at her and didn't move. Huo Nanxun, do you know there's a deserted mountain full of loquats on the way from our village to town? Xia Hongying asked. Huo Nanxun raised his eyebrows slightly. I don't know. Why? Xia Hongying couldn't help but laugh. Her imagination was a bit too strong. How could it be him? What would he be doing there? Xia Hongying. When I was in high school, I once met a guy in a hat on that mountain, and I thought he was a bad person and got scared half to death. Huo Nanxun didn't say anything. Xia Hongying. That person was as tall as you, and seemed to have a similar build to you. So I had a sudden thought, could that person be you? So I asked, Huo Nanxun, why? You didn't see his face? Xia Hongying shook her head. At that time, he was wearing a hat, and his face was in the shadow of the brim. So I couldn't see anything clearly. Huo Nanxun, what were you, a girl, doing on a deserted mountain? Xia Hongying, I went to pick loquats. I like eating loquats. Huo Nanxun suddenly smiled and said casually, Is that so? Huo Nanxun, everyone has gone to work, so you shouldn't just stand here idle. Xia Hongying said, Take Yin Yin to pull the weeds. The weeds pulled should be divided into 2 baskets, one for cow grass and one for pig grass. That way we won't have to pull pig grass for at least a few days. Huo Nanxun, how much salary are you offering me? Xia Hongying pouted. Do you still need a salary? Huo Nanxun, shouting as your cousin and sister-in-law have. Why can't I have one? No salary. You can choose whether to work or not. Xia Hongying turned and walked away. But Huo Nanxun caught her by the collar and pulled her back, asking, if I go pull weeds, what are you going to do? Xia Hongying, I'm going down the mountain to pick up 2 watermelons for everyone to eat. Huo Nanxun leaned down to her ear and said, you have to pay me a salary. Otherwise, I won't work. The warm breath of his words brushed against her ear, making Xia Hongying feel ticklish, and she laughed, instinctively curling up and pressing her body against him. Huo Nanxun's breathing quickened, and he leaned down wanting to kiss her. But as he leaned down, he saw Yin holding a mushroom, looking up with a pair of clear big eyes, staring at them with a puzzled expression. Huo Nanxun. Dad, Mom, mushroom. Yin raised the mushroom high and said, Chapter 39, Re-Verification. Xia Hongying not only wanted to go down the mountain to pick watermelons, but she also wanted to find her third uncle to help her build a pig pen. This matter was actually more suitable for Huo Nanxun to handle. But she wanted to take this opportunity to ask Huo Gang what misunderstanding he had about her. Ever since she sensed Huo Gang's hostility towards her, it had been like a thorn in her throat, and she had always wanted to clarify things with him. However, hostility is just a personal feeling and not really a big deal. It would seem a bit strange for her to specifically seek out Huo Gang for this. The best time to ask would be when she had another legitimate reason to approach him. So, she specifically sent Huo Nanxun to pull weeds while she went to the backyard. Coincidentally, her third uncle was not home, but Huo Gang was. Xia Hongying called him out and explained her purpose. Huo Gang coldly refused. Recently, my dad and I have other work and can't spare the time. Xia Hongying replied, my work is not urgent. We can wait until you finish. We can settle the payment afterward. I will not owe you a penny. Huo Gang said, you should find someone else. Xia Hongying didn't expect Huo Gang to harbor such strong hostility towards her that he wouldn't even take on a job that was practically handed to him. She knew that as stonemasons, they didn't have work every month. It was a case of getting what jobs they could. Hu Gong, I have been in your Huo family village for a few years and have rarely interacted with you. I don't remember offending you in any way, Xia Hongying said. Do you have some misunderstanding about me? If so, just say it openly. Huo Gang took a deep breath, as if swallowing some grievance that was hard to digest, and after a long pause, said, there's no misunderstanding. Xia Hongying, if you have any conscience, treat my brother Huo Nanxun better in the future. If you dare to do anything to hurt him, I will not let you off. Xia Hongying was even more baffled, her voice unconsciously rising. What have I done to hurt him? What can I do to hurt him? What do you mean? Can't you just explain clearly? There's nothing going on. Nothing at all. Huo Gang coldly retorted and turned to leave. Hu Gong. Xia Hongying was infuriated. What do you mean there's nothing going on? There's clearly something. But he wouldn't say anything, and Huo Nanxun wouldn't either. Xia Hongying was also angry and thought, if he wants to find someone else, then let him. There are plenty of stonemasons in the village. There's even a Wang mason in her aunt's village, whose skills are better than theirs. Her aunt's new pig pen was built by Wang the mason, and it was done particularly neatly and beautifully. She turned and strode towards her watermelon field. As she walked, she saw Lu Qingyu standing behind a cluster of bamboo, probably having overheard her conversation with Huo Gang. Seeing Xia Hongying looking at her, Lu Qingyu smiled and said, sister-in-law, I'm here to borrow something. Where are you going? Xia Hongying replied, going to the tea mountain. Lu Qingyu said, I heard the tea mountain is all overgrown. There must be a lot to do, right? Why don't I go up the mountain to help you? Did she really want to help with the work? Or did she just want to be with Huo Nanxun? Huo Nanxun said that Lu Qingyu only saw him as a close brother. If that were true, then she must really want to help with the work. Let's verify it once more. Xia Hongying paused for a moment, pretending to be rejecting. No need. Having Yin Yan's dad helping is enough. I can't trouble you. Lu Qingyu, who was initially uncertain whether Huo Nanxun had gone up the mountain, firmly responded upon hearing this. It's fine. Didn't you say you wanted to finish the work before the busy farming season? Just in time. I have nothing to do right now. I'll help you. Xia Hongying said, you've bought so many things today, and I don't even know how to thank you. How can I trouble you to help me with work again? Lu Qingyu insisted, it's really nothing. I'll go up the mountain with you now. She directly wanted to go with Xia Hongying without even borrowing anything. Xia Hongying felt touched by the warm gesture. All right then. There is indeed quite a bit of work. However, Dr. Liu, if you want to go up the mountain, you can't wear those sandals and skirt. The path up the mountain is difficult to walk, and wearing sandals would cause her feet to slip when they sweat. The grass in the tea garden is thick and dense. If she wore a skirt, her calves would be exposed, and the grass leaves would scratch her legs. Which would tea look good? Lu Qingyu could endure hardship, but she absolutely could not accept looking unpresentable. So she agreed, fine, I'll go back and change. Xia Hongying said, Huo Gang is too busy to help me build the pig pen, so I have to find someone from another village to do the work. I want tea wait for you. You can take your time changing clothes and come up slowly. No ruse. Lu Qingyu agreed. After Xia Hongying went up, she relayed Huo Gang's words to Huo Nanxun, asking him to go to Wang's village to find the mason. She also told him to go check out her aunt's new pig pen for reference and discuss how to proceed with Wang the mason. When Lu Qingyu arrived on the mountain, Xia Hongying warmly greeted her. Dr. Liu, now that you're here, I won't stand on ceremony. Could you please help me pull the weeds in this area? Be sure to pull them out by the roots, otherwise they'll grow back quickly. Lu Qingyu did not respond, but looked around like she was admiring the scenery, seeing several people working from a distance, while Yin was playing nearby, but Huo Nanxun was nowhere to be seen. Where's Huo Nanxun? Lu Qingyu asked casually. Why isn't he here? You want to find a mason, Xia Hongying replied. Lu Qingyu's expression stiffened for a moment. Didn't you say you were going to find a mason? How did it become him going? Xia Hongying noticed the change in her expression and said, for us as a couple, it doesn't matter who goes. Why is she still here if Huo Nanxun isn't? Lu Qingyu ground her teeth and suddenly slapped her forehead, saying, Oh, I just remembered. Tin the carpenter is still waiting for me to borrow a tape measure. I actually forgot. She looked apologetic as she said, ever since I had Xiao Guang. My memory has gotten really bad. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. I have to go back first. It was clear she had come for Huo Nanxun. If Huo Nanxun wasn't there, she wouldn't even pretend and was ready to leave. Xia Hongying smiled and said, all right, you go back. Yin Yan's dad will be back in a little while. And when he comes back, he can continue pulling these weeds. Lu Qingyu's eyes shifted. He can come back in a little while. Can Huo Nanxun find the mason that quickly? Xia Hongying replied, it's just Wang the mason from Wang's village behind the tea mountain. It'll just take a little time to go up and down the mountain. He'll be back soon. She wasn't lying. Wang the mason's house was indeed not far away. But if he had to first check out her aunt's new pig pen, he would have to greet her uncle and chat. After checking the new pig pen, they would also need to discuss the details with Wang the mason, so it was hard to say how long that would take. Lu Qingyu remained silent, and it was clear she was rapidly brainstorming. She was smart and quickly thought of a way, pointing to Huo shouting, who was working at the bottom of the tea garden, and asked sister-in-law, do you think if I shout from where shouting is, Huo Gang would hear me? In an era where communication relied on shouting and walking, it was quite normal to shout in the village when there was something to say. Xia Hongying said, shouting has a loud voice. She should be able to. So Lu Qingyu said, then I'll go find shouting and have her shout for Huo Gang to bring the tape measure over. I won't need to make a trip myself. Going up a mountain is really exhausting. Trying to delay time until Huo Nanxun returns, then she would have to do more work. Chapter 40, it's hot. With a lot of tough grass, no need to go all the way over. Xia Hongying shouted, directly raising her voice, shouting. The voice was strong and echoed. Huo shouting heard it and replied, second sister-in-law, what's wrong? Xia Hongying made a trumpet shape with her hands. Tell Huo Gang to bring the tape measure to Tan the carpenter. Huo shouting, okay. Then she shouted for Huo Gang, who quickly responded. Xia Hongying smiled at Lu Qingyu. Shouting's voice is just loud. Lu Qingyu's expression was a bit forced. She didn't want to pull weeds. She originally planned to go over to Shouting's side, chat for a while, and then come back when Huo Nanxun returned. But Xia Hongying directly called her out. Then you take care of this area. Thank you for your hard work. Xia Hongying took Yin to the side, leaving this patch of grass for Lu Qingyu to pull. Lu Qingyu had come up the mountain under the pretense of helping, even changing her clothes and shoes, so she had to put on a show. However, it was hot. The grass was abundant and tough. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Qingyu, who had never done farm work, was drenched in sweat. Her back ached, and her hands were cut with several shallow scratches from the grass blades. Lu Qingyu regretted it immensely. She had come to help Xia Hongying out of boredom. She had envisioned working alongside Huo Nanxun, feeling a sense of romantic rural realism. Unexpectedly, Huo Nanxun was not there. Seeing Lu Qingyu straighten up, showing signs of wanting to give up, Xia Hongying said again, "You pull that area. I originally designated it for Yinyan's dad. When he comes back and sees you've helped him, he will definitely appreciate you." Lu Qingyu looked at the cuts on her hands, imagining how Huo Nanxun would feel sorry for her, rubbed her waist, and continued pulling weeds. However, a full hour passed, and after pulling 2 large baskets of grass, Huo Nanxun still hadn't returned. Lu Qingyu couldn't take it anymore. Using the excuse that Aunt Tang had a back injury and couldn't cook, she left early to prepare a meal. Watching her almost flee, Xia Hongying smiled. But in an instant, the smile on her face turned into heavy concern. This time, she could be sure that Lu Qingyu liked Huo Nanxun. In less than an hour, she glanced at the road up the mountain countless times. Not seeing Huo Nanxun return, her disappointment was hard to conceal. Climbing up the mountain is easy, but coming down is tough. Lu Qingyu finally returned to the Huo family's courtyard. Feeling the heat attack her heart, her whole body ached, and she was about to faint. After washing up and changing out of long pants and long sleeves, she felt a bit better. Then she felt extremely hungry. She usually didn't eat much, and without doing farm work, it was fine, but once she did, her small appetite clearly couldn't support the labor's consumption. At this time, Aunt Tang would usually have already cooked. Today, however, there wasn't a spark in the kitchen. Aunt Tang was sitting outside, supporting her waist while watching Xiao Guang and chatting with the carpenter. Lu Qingyu's anger grew, and she asked, "Mom, why isn't the food being cooked at this hour?" Aunt Tang looked astonished. Recently, although Lu Qingyu hadn't cooked or helped with farm work and hadn't been much involved with the kids, she had been polite and kind, and her attitude towards her was good. Earlier that day, she had even gone a long way to the hospital to help buy medicine for her. In this hot weather, Aunt Tang felt guilty and had listened to Xia Hongying's advice to avoid work, wanting to recover quickly so as not to burden this city-born daughter-in-law. Unexpectedly, she suddenly changed her attitude. Aunt Tang was startled and quickly stood up, saying, "Hongying said to let me rest and not work for a few days. I didn't dare to move. Qingyu, I also want to recover quickly so I don't burden you." "Old woman, a tough-skinned, thick-fleshed rural person, what are you being delicate about? Just using a back injury as an excuse to be lazy." The carpenter had finished work but was still packing up and hadn't left. The house wasn't soundproof, and if the volume was too loud, the neighbors would hear. Naturally, Lu Qingyu couldn't voice these thoughts. She still had to establish a good reputation and relationships in Huojia village, and even the whole by Shu township, completely overshadowing Xia Hongying. Lu Qingyu took a deep breath, switching to a somewhat stiff tone of concern, and asked, "Did you stick the tiger skin plaster I bought you? Does it still hurt?" Aunt Tang nodded. "Yes, I stuck it on, and it feels a bit better, but I still can't bend or exert myself." "Then you rest. I'll go cook a bowl of noodles." Just as she was about to go cook noodles, Huo Nanxun, Xia Hongying, and the others entered the courtyard together. Huo Nanxun and Xia Hongying each carried a large basket full of grass. Huo Nanxun's basket was the biggest, carrying cow grass. Xia Hongying's basket was slightly smaller, carrying pig grass. Huo Xiaoting carried yin yin and also had a small basket the size of basket, filled with mushrooms. The sky was darkening but not quite dark. Everyone had returned from the fields and greeted them. "Oh, Hongying, where did you gather so many mushrooms?" Aunt Zhou asked. Xia Hongying said, "They grew on the tea mountain." "Aunt Zhou, I brought back the grass while clearing the weeds in the tea garden. It could be fed to the cows. Farming cows are essential for every household. But in a year, they are only used during the 2 months of planting and plowing. At other times, they're just kept. Therefore, the entire Huo family courtyard jointly raises 2 farming cows, with each family taking turns to feed them every month, which is quite convenient. This month, it just happened to be Aunt Zhou's family's turn. Aunt Zhou saw the large basket of fresh fodder and smiled widely. "So much. Enough for 2 cows to eat for a whole day. It saves me a lot of work. Thank you. The cows are ours. What is there to be polite about?" Xia Hongying said to Huo Nanxun, "Huo Nanxun, take the grass to the cow pen. Don't give it all at once. Then once he finish it and it will go to waste." Huo Nanxun obediently turned around and went to the cow pen. Xia Hongying put down the pig grass, picked up the basket of mushrooms, and went over to Aunt Zhou, saying, "Yin Yin found a lot of mushrooms by the side of the tea factory, They are perfectly grown. Not a single rotten one. We can't eat all these at home. Come, let us share some. It's the chicken fighting mushroom. Aunt Jo happily brought out a basin. This chicken fighting mushroom is the most fragrant and delicious. Yin is so clever to find so many mushrooms. Hearing Aunt Jo praise her, Yin secretly smiled. Xia Hongying then went to Huo Nanxun, elder sister. Come out and get some mushrooms. Huo Nanxun had long heard the commotion and came out with a dustpan. She poured a small half into it, and, seeing Xia Hongying about to leave, grabbed 2 large ones with both hands, laughing and asking, Hongying, I heard you want to build a pig pen in the tea garden? Xia Hongying replied indifferently, Yeah. Then why are you leaving out third uncle and inviting the stonemason from the neighboring village? Huo Nanxun looked reproachfully. Do you have something against third uncle? Xia Hongying said, Of course not. I went to invite him, but Huo Gang said they have too much work and can't take it. What work do they have? Huo Nanxun pouted. Xia Hongying ignored her, went to deliver mushrooms to Huang Kaiwa, and arrived in front of Aunt Tang and Lu Qingyu. Aunt Tang smiled widely upon seeing Xia Hongying. Just right. Qingyu said she wants to cook noodles. Chicken fighting mushrooms are the best for noodles. Qingyu, take a few. Lu Qingyu frowned. I dare not eat wild mushrooms. They might be poisonous. Chapter 41, he swore to make Xia Hongying cry and beg him tonight, not poisonous, not poisonous. Aunt Tang said with some greed, These mushrooms are delicious. Quickly, take some to cook noodles. Lu Qingyu said, You don't know. Many mushrooms look similar. Mixing in 1 or 2 poisonous ones is hard to recognize. Every year, many people end up in the hospital because they ate poisonous mushrooms. So everyone should be a bit careful. Upon hearing this, Xia Hongying directly bypassed her and went to Aunt Wu's house at the far west, asking Aunt Wu, Do you want mushrooms? Yes, of course. Aunt Wu had long been waiting outside with a basin. Wow, so many fighting chicken mushrooms. They look so appealing. Thank you, Hongying. Aunt Wu's 2 daughters-in-law also came out to thank her. Their family was large, so Xia Hongying gave them quite a bit, keeping only enough for 1 meal that evening before returning home. Lu Qingyu thought that by saying that, these people would be afraid to eat Xia Hongying's mushrooms. However, what she didn't understand was that fighting chicken mushrooms were the most common edible mushrooms in the area. Their ancestors had eaten them for generations, and even 3-year-old Yin could recognize them, so they wouldn't mistake them. No matter how much she exaggerated the dangers, everyone continued to eat without hesitation. Lu Qingyu gritted her teeth in hatred, went into the kitchen, and sneered repeatedly. She really knows how to win people's hearts with small favors. But what are these little tricks worth? In this world, strength always speaks for itself. What strength does Xia Hongying have? Can she cook? Can she raise pigs? Xia Hongying also cooked a pot of noodles. The mushrooms were torn into long strips, and when cooked in the noodles, a fragrant aroma wafted through. Adding some small greens and stir-frying with diced-cured meat for seasoning, no other spices were needed, and it was already delicious. Yin ate 2 small bowls. Xia Hongying and Hua, shouting, each had a large bowl. Huo Nanxun, being big and having a large appetite, ate 2 large bowls. They all felt very satisfied. After finishing the meal, Shouting voluntarily washed the dishes and went back to her own place. The 3 of them sat in the backyard enjoying the coolness. And Yin took out her 300 poems and said to Huo Nanxun, Dad, I haven't recited any ancient poems today. Well, Nanxun took the book, taught her to recite poems, and even taught her to write the simple characters from the poems. In the soft orange light of the electric lamp on the courtyard wall, Huo Nanxun looked serious and focused, gently yet powerfully reciting the ancient poems, while Yin tried hard to mimic her father's tone, her bright big eyes sparkling with curiosity and admiration. Xia Hongying felt that since Huo Nanxun returned, Yin had become much more cheerful. Although she still felt shy around strangers, her eyes were brighter, her smiles more frequent, and she spoke more. The role of a father is ultimately indispensable in a child's life. The spiritual strength that a father brings to a child is something a mother cannot provide. Even if not for herself, for Yin, she had to protect her little family and not let anyone take Yin's father away. She brought a small stool and sat next to Huo Nanxun, watching Yin write. Huo Nanxun glanced at her. Xia Hongying immediately felt as if she were being stared at by a wolf. After washing up, Xia Hongying, as usual, slept on the cool bed next to Yin Yin. Huo Nanxun, who usually slept on the bed, came over today and asked, Yin Yin, can Dad sleep with you? Okay. Yin Yin happily said, Mom, move over a bit. Xia Hongying was pushed to the edge. Yin Yin was in the middle and quickly fell asleep. Huo Nanxun's arm reached over Yin Yin from above the pillow, cradling Xia Hongying's neck and head in his hand. Xia Hongying's face felt extremely hot as she turned to look at him. He leaned down and kissed her on the face. Xia Hongying trembled all over, her heart racing. He kissed her lips again, hot and fiery, and the temperature in the mosquito net rose sharply. He then kissed her lips, following her fragrant, jade-like small face. The cool bed was made of bamboo, sticks woven together with strong ropes, resting on 4 long benches below, making it a cool bed. When Huo Nanxun's weight pressed down, the bed creaked under strain. Xia Hongying pushed him. It's going to break. Huo Nanxun got off the bed, picked her up horizontally, and carried her into the house. On the big bed, Xia Hongying pushed against his chest to keep him at bay and asked, What's wrong? Don't you suspect I have someone outside? Huo Nanxun replied, I've never suspected. Xia Hongying said, You clearly. Huo Nanxun sealed her remaining words with his mouth. He was a vigorous man who had been celibate for 4 years. At that moment, he wanted nothing more than to devour Xia Hongying completely. He swore that tonight he would make Xia Hongying cry and beg him, just like that dreamy half-month after their marriage. Over the years, he often recalled in the middle of the night her red eyes, weakly clutching his arm, begging him to let her go. Tonight, it was finally no longer a dream. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden knock at the door. Sun Ge. Sun Ge. Huo Nanxun frowned, stopping his actions, and responded, What is it? Lu Qingyo's voice was filled with a crying tone. Xiao Guang has a high fever. What should we do? Can you take us to the hospital? Huo Nanxun looked down at Xia Hongying, took a deep breath, adjusted her clothes, and said, I'll go take a look. He got up, got dressed, and opened the door. Huo Xiaoguang's face was flushed with fever, and he was frowning, sleeping very restlessly. Huo Nanxun reached out to touch his forehead. It was burning hot. How can he have a fever in the middle of summer? Huo Nanxun frowned and asked. But Lu Qingyu didn't answer. She felt that Huo Nanxun at that moment was different from his usual cool and aloof demeanor. There was a surge of male hormones about him, stronger sexual tension, and even his breath felt hotter than usual, as if desire had stirred, yet was not settled. She glanced at his waist and abdomen, and her face instantly turned red and hot. Qingyu? Huo Nanxun frowned. Oh. Lu Qingyu came back to her senses and said, Xiao Guang's constitution has always been weak. Since the day he fell into the water paddy and got a scare, he hasn't been sleeping well at night. I didn't expect him to have a high fever tonight. Sun Ge, I don't have any medicine on hand. Can you take us to the hospital? Huo Nanxun replied, Okay, grab your things and let's go. Xia Hongying got dressed and waited. After a while, Huo Nanxun's voice came from outside. Hongying, Xiao Guang has a high fever. I'm taking him to the hospital. Xia Hongying said, Go ahead, it's dark on the road, be careful. She went out and saw Huo Nanxun carrying Huo Xiaoguang on his back, while Lu Qingyu had one hand on Huo Xiaoguang's back and held a flashlight in the other, closely following Huo Nanxun, resembling a couple protecting their child as they quickly left the courtyard. Xia Hongying returned and lay down beside Yin Yin, feeling an emptiness inside. She recalled Huo Nanxun's lack of feelings for her, how he married her just to avoid sharing a dorm, and her heart ached with a dense pain. The 301 hospital had a doctor on duty at night. The doctor gave Huo Xiaoguang an injection in his butt, and Huo Xiaoguang cried so loudly that the entire building could hear him. After much effort, they managed to calm him down, and after taking medicine, he fell asleep. The doctor suggested they observe him for the night. In the dead of night, Lu Qingyu stepped out of the ward and saw Huo Nanxun sitting on a bench outside, resting with his eyes closed. Chapter 42, If she takes the initiative, will Huo Nanxun accept her? He habitually sat up straight. His tall and upright posture exuded an aloofness that kept people at a distance. Lu Qingyu recalled how she had called him out of bed. At that time, what was he doing? Was he in bed with Xia Hongying? What would a man like him look like when he was aroused? He must be incredibly captivating to women. Lu Qingyu had always been very cautious in maintaining her distance from Huo Nanxun, not revealing a hint of her thoughts. But tonight, with a rare opportunity of being alone together, and witnessing the usually cold and restrained Huo Nanxun show a more emotional side, she felt a stir in her heart. They say there's no cat that doesn't steal a fish. If she took the initiative, would Huo Nanxun accept her? Even if it meant being a mistress temporarily, she would be willing. With a deep-seated desire hidden in her eyes, Lu Qingyu walked up to Huo Nanxun, gazing at his sensual thin lips, and slowly leaned down. Sensing someone approaching, Huo Nanxun suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharp. "Don't move. Mosquito!" Lu Qingyu exclaimed, and then slapped his forehead. Huo Nanxun, however, blocked her hand, brushed his forehead with his own hand, and asked, "How is Xiao Guang?" Lu Qingyu sighed, sitting down beside him. "He better. The fever's gone down, and he sleeping more soundly." Huo Nanxun breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Guang was Huo Lei's only bloodline. He couldn't afford to have anything happen to him. "Brother Sun, I'm tired of saying thank you." Lu Qingyu's voice was filled with fatigue, "but I still want to say, I troubled you again today. Thank you." Huo Nanxun shook his head. "You should go in and rest." Lu Qingyu replied, "Although I'm very tired, I can't sleep." "Brother Sun, chat with me." Huo Nanxun asked, "What to chat about?" Lu Qingyu said, "Let us talk about you and Sister Hongying." Huo Nanxun was silent for a moment before responding. "There's nothing to say about her and me." Lu Qingyu smiled. "After all, you were once a couple." Huo Nanxun shook his head and remained silent. "Brother Sun, yesterday I went to borrow a tape measure from Huo Gang," Lu Qingyu said. "I happened to overhear Sister Hongying talking to Huo Gang about wanting him to build a pig pen on the T-mountain." Huo Gang's reaction was so strange. Huo Nanxun asked, "Strange?" Lu Qingyu replied, "Yes." It seemed like he held some resentment towards Sister Hongying, saying that she had done something to wrong you, and he refused to help her, outright rejecting her. A wave of irritation surged in Huo Nanxun's eyes. "That Gongzi," Lu Qingyu said, "Brother Sun, there are no outsiders here, so I'll speak frankly. Could it be that during the years you weren't around, Sister Hongying did something to wrong you that Huo Gang saw?" "That is not the case," Huo Nanxun said. "I know what Gongzi is about. It's due to some misunderstandings from the past. You don't need to overthink it." "Is that so?" "I thought." Lu Qingyu lowered her gaze to hide the disappointment and unwillingness in her eyes. "Then, Brother Sun, let us talk about your retirement. Why didn't you continue to stay in the army? I heard that if you agreed to stay, you would be promoted to a division level, with a bright future ahead." Huo Nanxun did not answer. Lu Qingyu asked, "Is it because of Luo Yi?" Huo Nanxun replied, "Don't mention things about the army." Lu Qingyu said, "All right, don't worry. I'll only tell you. I won't say a word to anyone else." Huo Nanxun nodded. Huo Nanxun did not come home all night. Xia Hongying was in a low mood, but she didn't have time to think too much. After breakfast, she hurried to the T-mountain, taking Wang Shijiang to look for a place and discuss plans. Wang Shijiang had previously communicated with Huo Nanxun and already had a plan. The two quickly settled on it, and Wang Shijiang brought his 2 sons and 2 apprentices, found a place, and got to work energetically. Around noon, she returned to cook, only to find Lu Qingyu had already come back. Xiao Guang still looked a bit weak, not like before when he would run around playing, but instead listlessly leaning against the eaves. "Dr. Lu," Xia Hongying asked, "how is Xiao Guang?" Lu Qingyu said, "He has already had his fever reduced, but he is still not in great spirits." Xia Hongying glanced at the locked door and asked, "Where is Huo Nanxun?" Lu Qingyu replied, "He stayed at the hospital all night and went straight to work in the morning." After a pause, she revealed a happy smile and said, "Thankfully we have Brother Sun. Otherwise, in this dark countryside with distant roads, I really wouldn't know what to do." Xia Hongying nodded, remaining silent, and took out her keys to unlock the door. Lu Qingyu walked over and spoke in a voice only Xia Hongying could hear. "Don't worry, he did sleep last night. There aren't many patients in the hospital. There's even an empty bed in the ward." Her tone had a somewhat playful lilt. "That being said, Brother Sun is so strong. Even if he doesn't sleep all night, he would still be full of energy." Xia Hongying frowned and looked at her, suddenly noticing a distinct red mark on her neck. It looked like the kind of marks left 4 years ago when she first married Huo Nanxun. Back then, he had left a kiss mark on her neck, and she had been too embarrassed to face anyone the next day. Was shouting had accidentally seen it and turned red. Lu Qingyu noticed where she was looking and smiled slightly at her, reaching up to touch her neck, There are many mosquitoes in the hospital. I got bitten, and it's all red from scratching. Xia Hongying clenched her fists tightly, just about to speak, when suddenly the voice of Huo Nanxun, Huo Gang's father, rang out from behind. Hongying, he looked furious. Xia Hongying asked in confusion, "Third uncle? What's wrong?" Huo Nanxun's face was dark. "Hongying, I heard you hired Shi to build a pig pen in the tea garden?" Xia Hongying replied, "Yes. Work started this morning." Huo Nanxun said, "Do you have something against me? Why did you hire him and not me?" Everyone heard the commotion and came out to watch. Huo Yingbiao immediately took on the role of the village chief to scold her. "Hongying, this is where you're wrong. In our Huo family village, anyone with the surname Huo is of the same clan, and for so many years, we helped each other out. How can you hire someone from outside the village and not ask your third uncle?" "Third uncle, I came to find you yesterday," Xia Hongying said. "But you weren't home." Huo Gang was. "He said you were all booked up with work recently and couldn't spare the time. I said my pig pen wasn't urgent, and I could wait until you were free to help me. But he refused. That's why I want to find Shi. Xia Hongying asked him, "What's wrong? Didn't he tell you?" Huo Nanxun, however, did not believe her. "How is that possible? We Haven Tea had work for over a month. Where did he get the time to be booked up?" Xia Hongying replied. "Then why don't you call Huo Gang over to ask him?" That's what he said. Huo Nanxun looked at Xia Hongying. Seeing that her expression didn't seem like she was lying, and his dark face changed slightly, saying, "He went to his maternal grandfather's place and will be back in the afternoon." Xia Hongying insisted, "He really said that. When he returns, you can ask him again." "Third uncle," Lu Qingyu said, "I went to your house to borrow a tape measure yesterday and happened to overhear Sister Hongying talking to Huo Gang. I can testify for Sister Hongying. She really want to find you, and it was Huo Gang who refused. I also heard him say something about Sister Hongying doing something wrong to Brother Sun, and his attitude was particularly terrible. Right, Sister Hongying?" Chapter 43. Anyone who spreads rumors about me must pay. What? Wu Lianying perked up like a dog that had caught a whiff of something foul. Hongying has wronged Sun Zi. What's going on? Lu Qingyu seemed to realize she had misspoken and covered her mouth, saying, "No, I didn't mean that Hongying did something wrong to Sun Ge. It was Huo Gang who said that." "Hongying, I'm not mistaken, right? Huo Gang said that, didn't he?" Lu Qingyu was digging a pit for her again. She really is a talent. If she asked that, if Xia Hongying said yes, wouldn't it mean she admitted to wronging Huo Nanxun? If she said no, then Huo Gang did indeed say those words. Xia Hongying turned to look at Lu Qingyu. Their eyes met, and the malice hidden in Lu Qingyu's eyes was glaringly obvious. The anger that Xia Hongying had been accumulating suddenly erupted. "Dr. Lu, I find you quite interesting. Why do you always like to throw dirt on me? Last time, you deliberately twisted my words, causing Second Master to misunderstand. This time, you intentionally cut out a segment of my conversation with Huo Gang to raise suspicion among my family. What are you trying to achieve?" Lu Qingyu feigned an expression of astonishment. "Hongying, I'm just here to testify for you. Why are you turning around to scold me? Did I say anything wrong? Didn't Huo Gang say that? Or should we wait for him to come back and confront him together?" Xia Hongying refused to fall in her trap and instead said to everyone, "Yesterday, I asked Huo Gang to help me build a pig pen, but he refused and had a very bad attitude. I don't remember offending him, so I asked him if he had any misunderstandings about me. He said to treat Huo Nanxun well and not to do anything wrong to him. Then he went into the house without looking back. I'm just as confused." "Third uncle, do you know what is going on?" Uncle Huo recalled that recently, because of Huo Nanxun's retirement and job allocation, his family and affairs had become hot topics among the villagers. Every time Huo Gang mentioned Xia Hongying, he really did have a bad attitude and didn't say a good word about her. But Uncle Huo didn't know why. Such unpleasant truths. He obviously couldn't say, so he just shook his head. That kid Gongzi, well, he has just been like this since he was young, always close to Xuanzi. They were in the same class from elementary school to high school. What he said was just brotherly loyalty. Xuanzi hasn't been home in 4 years of military service. He might be afraid you have some opinions about Xuanzi. That doesn't make sense. Wu Lianying interjected. If he was afraid Hongying had opinions about Xuanzi, why wouldn't he even take on a job? Clearly, this means Xia Hongying did something wrong to Xuanzi. and Huo Gang was so angry he'd rather earn less money than help Xia Hongying build a pig pen. Only this would make sense. Huang Kaiwa, hearing this, pointed angrily at Xia Hongying's nose. Xia Hongying, what have you done? Did you do something outside that wrong, my son? Having learned from the last time, she didn't dare speak carelessly. Faced with this baseless accusation, Xia Hongying was furious and slapped Huang Kaiwa's hand away, shouting, "Are you all coming again? Fine. Then this matter must be made clear. Right now, Huo Gang and Huo Nanxun are both not here. When they come back, we'll ask them together. I, Xia Hongying, have acted justly and cannot be wrongfully accused time and again. When they return, I want my innocence. Eldest sister-in-law, Dr. Liu, anyone who spreads rumors about me must pay. Compensate me for my mental distress. If you don't pay, I'll report you to the township government. I'll report you to the 301 hospital. Let us see if the village chief, my elder brother, can still hold his position." The momentum shifted. As Xia Hongying went crazy, Huang Kaiwa and Wu Lianning's momentum weakened. Lu Qingyu's face also looked extremely grim. Truly, a troublesome person comes from a poor rural area. With Xia Hongying's behavior of making a scene for money, how could she be worthy of Huo Nanxun? Huo Nanxun is a man whom even the military commander desperately wanted to keep, and professor from a national defense university greatly admire. In the evening, Huo Nanxun and Huo Gang returned home one after the other. Xia Hongying directly called Huo Gang over, told him the whole story, and questioned him. "Huo Gang, Lu Qingyu heard what we said yesterday and specifically pointed out that you said I did something wrong to Huo Nanxun. Now my family has concluded that I did something wrong to him. Please tell me, and tell everyone, what exactly did I do wrong to him?" Huo Gang's family and many people from the backyard had come. He didn't expect that a single warning would cause such a big uproar. His first reaction was to look at Huo Nanxun. Huo Nanxun's expression was cold and serious, and he slightly shook his head at him. Huo Gang frowned and thought for a moment, saying, "At the beginning, your family asked for 100 pounds of grain, 10 pounds of pork, and $200 in betrothal gifts. At that time, during the collective farming, everyone couldn't even afford to eat. Do you know how Sun Go managed to gather that $200? Xia Hongying didn't expect Huo Gang to bring up old accounts. Because of her looks and her skills in medicinal cuisine, suitors were endless. Her older brother and sister-in-law had originally planned to sell her for a good price. When they saw Xia Hongying finally agreed to marry, they urged her father to ask for a high betrothal gift. At that time, she thought this marriage would fall through. She didn't expect the Huo family to agree. "Why are you suddenly saying that? What does the betrothal gift have to do with what we're talking about today?" Xia Hongying asked. Huo Gang said, "Sun Ge sold blood to make that betrothal money." Xia Hongying was stunned and looked at Huo Nanxun. "What? Sold blood?" Grandpa Huo and Huang Kaiwa also widened their eyes. "Sun, you got that money from selling blood? How much blood did you have to sell to gather $200? Huo Nanxun's face darkened, his eyes scanning Huo Gang. "It was Huo Gang, Huo Lei, De Hua, and I. The four of us went to sell blood together." Xia Hongying. Huo Gang continued. "We all donated a little. Xuanzi donated a lot. I just thought it was too easy for Xuanzi. So I told Xia Hongying to treat Sun Ge well. Don't do anything wrong to him. You all are overthinking it." Wu Lianninging. "Then why didn't you want to do her work?" Huo Gang was silent for a moment and said, "Since we've come this far, it seems I have to clarify things. So I'll be straightforward. Because I'm brothers with Xuanzi, it feels awkward to take money for doing work for his family. If I don't take money, I don't want to work hard in this hot weather for nothing. So I'd rather let others do it to avoid making things difficult." Wu Lianninging, with a long face, started to scold. "Your family does stonemasonry. What is so awkward about taking money? Are you crazy to say those things that cause misunderstandings?" Saying that, she put on a smiling face and looked at Xia Hongying. "Hongying, it's all Huo Gang's fault for talking nonsense. I misunderstood too. We're all family. So don't be angry. Xia Hongying, I said, pay me. You 100, Dr. Liu 100, and the 200 you owe me before, pay it back too." Chapter 44, The Gold Necklace with Butterfly Pendant. Wu Lianninging immediately changed her expression and acted like a rogue. "How do I have money? Even if you sell me, I can't come up with that much money. Xia Hongying, take as much as you have. Otherwise, I'll go to the town government to make a scene tomorrow." Go ahead and make a scene. Anyway, as a village chief, I only get a 2 yuan subsidy a month. What can I do with that? Wu Lianing turned her head and went back to the room, refusing to come out. Xia Hongying turned to Huang Biao. Big brother, what do you say? Xia Hongying, are you done yet? Huang Kaiwa shouted fiercely at her. You can't even give your son. Xia Hongying interrupted her. Huang Kaiwa pointed at her. You, do you dare? The money is my son's. Were you? Dare not to give me? Xuanzi, say something. Huo Nanxun valued his position as village chief and frowned at Huo Nanxun. The expression was clear, hoping Huo Nanxun could stop Xia Hongying. Huo Nanxun, I told you. All the money in my family is managed by Hongying. Huang Kaiwa, your mother. Hua shouting pulled her back and whispered, if you keep making noise, she really won't give it. Maybe I'll lose my job in the tea garden. Huang Kaiwa fell silent. Give the 2 old ones 20, give shouting 30. A total of 50 yuan. Huo Nanxun went into the house with a long face, and the sounds of their tugging came from inside. Gu Lianjin, no, don't open the box. Huo Nanxun, get out of the way. All you do is cause trouble for me. Wu Lianing, don't take it. A crisp sound echoed. Wu Lianing screamed. Huo Nanxun, you dare to hit me. I will fight you to the death. After a while, Huo Nanxun came out with 3 scratch marks and a grim expression, handing 50 yuan to Xia Hongying. Sister-in-law, take this money first. When I have more on hand later, I'll return you the rest. Xia Hongying knew Wu Lianing's character. She would only take in but never give out a dime, and could feel heartbroken for several days over it. It was already quite difficult for Huo Nanxun to bring out 50. Xia Hongying did not continue to press him, took the 50 yuan and turned to ask Lu Qingyu. Dr. Lu, what about you? Are you going to compensate, or should I go to the 301 hospital to find your leader? Xia Hongying, Huo Gang shouted her full name excitedly. What does this have to do with sister-in-law Qingyu? She was just trying to help you, and only said a truth. Xia Hongying, I told you so much. Why did she only pick that one sentence that could be easily misunderstood? Do you still think she didn't do it on purpose? This was indeed not the first time. Huo Gang and Huo Nanxun looked at Lu Qingyu with skeptical eyes, especially Huo Nanxun. He had explained this matter to Lu Qingyu last night. Lu Qingyu, being a university student, was quick-witted. Feeling that no matter how she argued, she couldn't get out of it, she simply admitted, yes. This time, I did indeed point that out on purpose. She walked over, standing in front of Huo Nanxun with a righteous expression. You all don't know how hard it has been for Sun Ge these years, not to mention the high-intensity training. He has risked his life for the country and the people, getting injured multiple times. You could say he has walked on the edge of a knife, surviving against all odds. Such a person deserves to be loved and respected. She looked at Huo Nanxun with tears in her eyes. Yesterday, I heard Huo Gang say those words to sister-in-law, and I felt that sister-in-law might have done something wrong to Sun Ge, which is why Huo Gang treated her that way. I was particularly angry, particularly upset. If I don't say it, it feels like a thorn in my throat. But since Huo Gang said we were overthinking, then let it be that I overthought it. Sister Hongying, I am willing to apologize to you, and I will compensate you. She went inside and took out 100 yuan, handing it to Xia Hongying. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, but remember, if you really did something wrong to Sun Ge, I will still expose you. Sun Ge is like my own elder brother to me and Huo Lei. I will never allow anyone to hurt our family, to hurt the hero who contributes to the country. Xia Hongying took the money without courtesy, saying, Lu Qingyu, you should meddle less in the matters between my husband and me. If it goes too far, it becomes sowing discord and has ulterior motives. Lu Qingyu's eyes were filled with hurt, tears brimming, looking fragile. Xia Hongying, have you had enough? Huo Gang stood in front of Lu Qingyu, angrily saying, stop bullying Sister Qingyu. Do you think she's easy to bully just because she's from out of town? I won't agree to it. He snatched the money back and stuffed it into Lu Qingyu's hands, saying to Xia Hongying, this 100 yuan, I will compensate you, is that okay? Is the money from the tea garden not enough? Going everywhere to extort money. Xia Hongying snatched the money back. Just as she was about to put it in her pocket, Lu Qingyu's face turned green with anger. Huo Gang, I'm not extorting money. I just want to tell them that spreading rumors has a cost. It comes with a price. Xia Hongying said, otherwise, if everyone's lips touch, they can ruin a person, a family, Seeing that Huo Gang was about to speak again, she added, "If you are willing to pay the cost of this rumor for Lu Qingyu, just give her the money directly. Why snatch my compensation for emotional distress?" You. Huo Gang was so angry that his chest heaved, suddenly turning to Huo Nanxun and shouting, "Did you see that? I told you her character is low. She can't even compare to a single hair of Sister Qingyu. And you still didn't believe it." Huo Nanxun walked over and directly slapped him on the back of the head, dragging him away. "Hu Gong, can you control your mouth?" When they reached the riverside, in an open area with no one around, Huo Nanxun angrily said, "How can you bring up something as shameful as selling blood?" "Huo Gang, you won't let me speak the truth. I only thought of this at that time. Otherwise, how could I round it up?" "Huo Nanxun, I've told you many times, don't treat Hongying like that. Why don't you listen?" Huo Gang had a stubborn look. "If I didn't know, that would be fine. But now that I do, you want me to act like nothing happened. I can't do it." He looked at Huo Nanxun. "I just don't understand. How can you endure this?" I saw her secretly meet with Wu Xingmin, laughing and talking. And Wu Xingmin even gave her a gold necklace. A gold necklace with a butterfly pendant. "Do you think I would lie to you?" Huo Nanxun shook his head. "I know what you're saying is true. She has worn that necklace. Then you still endure it." Huo Gang had a murderous expression. "If it were me, even if I didn't divorce her, I would beat this shameless couple to death." Huo Nanxun rubbed his temples. After a long time, said, "They have been together for so many years. It's normal for her to not forget him. No one is perfect, and besides, we already have children. As long as she is willing to live a good life with me now, that's enough." "Are you a turtle?" Huo Gang was so furious at his spineless words that he spoke without thinking. "She put a green hat on you, and you still say no one is perfect." Chapter 45 Last night. Unsatisfied, Huo Nanxun looked at him with a warning gaze. "Did you see them go to bed?" "Hu Gong." "No, I didn't. I followed her 3 times. Each time, the two of them met in a secluded place, exchanged some things, and talked for a while. That's it," Huo Nanxun said. "As long as she hasn't cheated, it's within my tolerance limit. I believe that given time, she will forget Wu Xingmin." "Huo Gang, but she's so indecisive. I feel it's not worth it for you. You look like this, and now you've entered 301. You should find a woman like Sister Qingyu. Look at Sister Qingyu. Her family background is good. She's a college student. Yet she doesn't mind that Huo Lei is from the countryside, and she even actively takes care of Aunt Tang. A woman like her deserves you." Huo Nanxun's face darkened. "What do you mean by that?" Huo Gang realized and quickly waved his hand. "That's not what I meant. I mean, only a woman like Sister Qingyu, who is deeply affectionate and of noble character, is worthy of you." Huo Nanxun took a deep drag on his cigarette and exhaled, the smoke swirling around him, his expression complex. "Gongzi, you don't understand." "Huo Gang, what don't I understand?" Huo Nanxun shook his head and said, "Let's not talk about anything else, just Wu Xingmin. He returned to the countryside for Hongying, probably waiting for me to divorce Hongying. Why should I fulfill his wish?" "Huo Gang, he returned to the countryside for Xia Hongying? What does that mean? Didn't they say he was sent here because something happened?" Huo Nanxun, he did have some issues, but it wasn't enough to send him to the countryside. After all, he is a top student from Peking University. He was originally assigned to the county seat, but he voluntarily requested to return to Baishu Township. Think about it. What reason does he have to leave the county seat and return to our poor place? Huo Gang, he's doing it for Xia Hongying? Huo Nanxun, he was somewhat famous at Peking University, and he looks like a pretty boy. I've heard many female classmates like him. But he didn't find someone from his own school. Instead, he found a girl from Capital Medical University. Guess what that girl's name is? Huo Gang what? Huo Nanxun, Xia Hongying. Hu Gong, Huo Nanxun. His girlfriend is also named Xia Hongying. Same name, same surname. Hu Gong. If he misses Xia Hongying so much, why did he break up in the first place? Huo Nanxun, what else could it be? Xia Hongying chose to marry me because she failed the college entrance exam. Wu Xingmin could only find a namesake as a substitute. Huo Gang thought for a long time and finally understood, asking curiously, "How do you know so much about Wu Xingmin?" "Huo Nanxun, the unit I served in is in the suburbs of Beijing. It's not difficult to inquire about his matters." After a pause, Huo Nanxun continued, "So Gongzi, with a strong enemy nearby, don't add to my troubles." Huo Gang looked aggrieved. "You're not young anymore. You should consider your lifelong matters." Huo Nanxun said. Aunt San said you were interested in a girl before? Huo Gang, not feeling it. Huo Nanxun, what kind of girl do you want? Huo Gang shook his head, not speaking. Huo Nanxun, Yin is already 3 years old. You and Dehua should hurry up. Huo Gang, let's see. Today's matter was brought up by me. I'll go back. Get the money and give it to Sister Qingyu. No need, Huo Nanxun said. I'll have Hongying return the money to her. Huo Gang nodded and turned to leave. On the way back to the Huo family courtyard, Lu Qingyu was waiting there. Huo Nanxun frowned. Qingyu, Lu Qingyu Lu Kid Una Ossi, Kek Sunye. I am sorry. Are you angry with me? Huo Nanxuan's expression was stern. Didn't I tell you last night? What's wrong with you? Lu Qingyu said, you did say that. But I still feel that Huo Gang said that for a reason. She observed Huo Nanxuan's expression. Just now, I saw you exchanging glances with Huo Gang. Actually, he still hasn't told the truth, right? Huo Nanxun was silent for a moment and said, Qingyu, remember, I am one with your sister-in-law. Lu Qingyu's expression changed slightly. What do you mean? Huo Nanxun, the matters between me and her, we will handle ourselves. Neither you nor Huo Gang needs to interfere. Lu Qingyu looked somewhat embarrassed. All right, I understand. Sun Ge, I promise it won't happen again. Huo Nanxun, let's go back. The two walked towards the Huo family courtyard, and Lu Qingyu casually asked, Sun Ge, I also went to Chashan yesterday afternoon. That tea garden is growing quite well. Huo Nanxun, Lu Qingyu, but aren't you worried about the tea leaves not having a market? Huo Nanxun said, since the government encourages villagers to contract, they definitely won't ignore it. Oh. Lu Qingyu asked again, by the way, I didn't see you at Chashan yesterday. Sister-in-law said you went to find a stonemason? Huo Nanxun replied, yes. Lu Qingyu, sister-in-law said the stonemason's house is right behind Chashan. Why did you take so long? Huo Nanxun said, talk with my uncle for a while. Lu Qingyu, your uncle lives in the next village? Huo Nanxun, yes. Lu Qingyu, your aunt married so close, that's nice. Huo Nanxun, it's Hongying's aunt. You call her aunt so affectionately? Lu Qingyu pinched her own thumb tightly. Oh, Sun Ge, can you bring me a bottle of hand cream tomorrow? She stretched her hand in front of him. My skin has gotten rough after coming to the countryside these days. I got some cuts while weeding yesterday. There were indeed a few shallow cuts on the back of her hand, looking particularly prominent on her fair skin. But the two were suddenly too close. So Huo Nanxun stepped aside and said, the leader is coming down for a surprise inspection. I might not be able to return these days. Xia Hongying was recording the 150 yuan she just received in the account book when Huo Nanxun came in. She unconsciously glanced at his neck and saw 2 red marks, and her expression instantly changed. Hongying, Huo Nanxun said, big brother and sister-in-law owe you money. You can collect as much as you can, but return Qingyu's money. Xia Hongying tightly gripped her pen. No, Huo Nanxun, she may not lack this 100 yuan, but her identity is Huo Lei's widow. It's inappropriate for us to take her money. Xia Hongying said, I want the money to prevent them from continuing to spread rumors about me. Huo Nanxun, she promised me it won't happen again. I don't believe her promise. Xia Hongying said, I only believe that only when they feel pain will they shut up. Huo Nanxun looked at her and suddenly lifted her chin. You're particularly fiery tonight, aren't you? It wouldn't be. He held a hint of a mischievous smile, his gaze falling on her lips. Last night. Unsatisfied? Chapter 46. Splitting sunflower seeds, Xia Hongying slapped his hand away, her face pale with anger. Huo Nanxun, you bastard. Huo Nanxun noticed that she was genuinely angry, and her eyes were a bit red. He straightened up and frowned, saying, I was just joking with you. In a marriage, joking like this shouldn't make me a bastard, right? Xia Hongying put away the ledger and turned to leave. Hongying, Huo Nanxun grabbed her. What's wrong? If there's something, just tell me. At that moment, the 2 red marks on his neck were particularly noticeable. Xia Hongying asked, where did you sleep last night? Huo Nanxun replied, I lay on a bench in the hospital corridor for a while. He explained further, Xiao Guang's fever hasn't subsided, and the doctor said to observe him for a night. Xia Hongying asked, what are those red marks on your neck? Huo Nanxun was taken aback, looked in the mirror, and said, mosquito bites. There are a lot of mosquitoes in the hospital at night, and they bit me quite a few times. Why? Xia Hongying responded. Lu Qingyu also said they were mosquito bites. Huo Nanxun understood, and his expression turned cold. Xia Hongying, what do you mean by that? Xia Hongying pushed him away. Are the mosquitoes in the hospital worse than those at home? How come you don't get bitten like this at home? I don't know. Huo Nanxun recalled something and said, maybe it's because I used expired cooling oil? Xia Hongying asked, expired cooling oil? Huo Nanxun explained. Qingyu gave me a box of cooling oil, and I just applied it to these 2 spots. She said she took the wrong one. That box was expired, and she swapped it for a new one. The rest of me, isn't red or swollen, just those 2 spots. So it could be because of the expired cooling oil. Xia Hongying looked at Huo Nanxuan's face, said nothing, and turned to cook. Xia Hongying, Huo Nanxuan followed her inside and asked, do you not trust me this much? Xia Hongying stared at the flames and said after a long time, Huo Nanxuan, we've only been together for a month, right? I really don't know you well, so I can't judge whether I should trust you. Huo Nanxuan took a deep breath, nodded, and maintained a cold expression without saying anything more. Dad, Yin, standing nearby, asked curiously, how do you sell blood? Huo Nanxuan. Yin asked, does it hurt? Huo Nanxuan, with a somewhat helpless tone, pointed to the bend of his arm and said, a needle is stuck in here, and blood is drawn out. It hurts. When he mentioned the pain, he glanced at Xia Hongying. Getting an injection? Yin looked at him with sympathy. I hate injections. They hurt so much. Huo Nanxuan replied, yeah. Yin asked, does it still hurt, Dad? Yin will blow on it for you. She blew on the bend of Huo Nanxuan's arm. Huo Nanxuan's cold eyebrows softened a bit as he lifted Yin onto his lap and said, still, Yin cares about Dad, unlike some people who are heartless. Xia Hongying shot him a sideways glance. In the following half-month, Huo Nanxuan became very busy, almost working overtime every day. If it was too late at night, he would sleep in the dormitory, returning home only twice in the middle of those 15 days. Chunhao lived in Chenjiagu, not far from the 301 base. During this time, Huo Nanxuan somehow managed to investigate Chunhao thoroughly. The information he obtained wasn't too much different from what Shouting had said. His ex-wife was said to be bad by everyone in the village. She was lazy, didn't care for the children, and ran around with other men, showing a lot of bad behavior. The reason Chunhao hit her was that she slapped his mother. After their divorce, she spread rumors about Chunhao everywhere. Additionally, he had a lot of young female customers at his stall. Chunhao knew how to leverage his advantages. He was aware of his good looks and how easily women were attracted to him, so he treated female customers very warmly. Especially with a few loyal customers who were willing to spend money, he would chat with them, joke around, and give them small favors, making them very willing to come to his stall. As for any deeper relationships with them, there shouldn't be any. Hearing this, Xia Hongying felt uneasy again. When they had met before, Xia Hongying felt that Chunhao was ambitious, clever, and good at scheming. He knew exactly what he wanted. For instance, he had been dating Shouting for several months without discussing marriage. As soon as Shouting mentioned that her second brother had joined the 301, he brought it up. In the countryside, having a successful relative is not easy. But when she raised this concern again with Shouting didn't care at all. She said, businessmen are like that. Chunhao's stall is more popular than others. That's his skill. She added, we've already agreed that after the harvest, when the busy season is over, he will come to propose. Different strokes for different folks. Xia Hongying liked down-to-earth men and couldn't expect all girls to be like her, so she didn't say much more. During the past half-month of Huo Nanxuan working overtime, Xia Hongying was also very busy. She spent almost every day in the tea garden, weeding, fertilizing, and pruning. Meanwhile, the carpenter work at Lu Qingyu's house was finished, and the house had a new look. She invited the whole family over to see and have a warm house meal. Usually, a warm house meal is held when a new house is completed and occupied. It was a bit inappropriate for Lu Qingyu to invite them for a warm house meal just after tidying up the house. But since she had invited them, it would be rude not to go. Just so happened that Huo Nanxuan returned home that day, and the 3 families went to Aunt Tang's house together. Lu Qingyu had spent money to get new cabinets, a bowl cabinet, and a dressing table, making the house look much richer. In the backyard, there were flower racks with 3 rows of flower pots. The once messy main room was now free of various farming tools, adorned with landscape paintings, vases, and tablecloths. Looking completely refreshed and very beautiful. Huang Kaiwa and Wu Lianing were dazzled by the sight, full of envy, and kept praising her. Xiongge, what do you think? Lu Qingyu looked beautiful today, dressed in a red outfit, with a pink checkered handkerchief tied in a ponytail, smiling brightly as she asked. What? And Nanxun nodded in appreciation, saying, "You've always been graceful and talented. Your home is well decorated." Lu Qingyu's smile deepened as she glanced at Xia Hongying, raising an eyebrow slightly, filled with a provocation that only Xia Hongying could understand. "Sister Hongying, what do you think?" Xia Hongying replied, "It's wonderful. Huo Lei in heaven would surely be pleased to see the house transformed." Lu Qingyu held her gaze for a moment, her eyes growing darker, though her face remained smiling. After a while, she turned her head and called out, "Xiao Guang, bring out the sunflower seeds and candy that Mom bought and share them with Grandpa and Grandma." "Okay." Huo Xiaowang brought out a bamboo basket and distributed the sunflower seeds to everyone one by one, sweetly saying, "Grandma eats sunflower seeds. Grandpa eats sunflower seeds. Brother Xiaofei, here is some candy for you. Sister Baozhen, take whatever you want." At this time, everyone was sitting in the main room. After distributing the sunflower seeds, he deliberately skipped over Xia Hongying and Yin Yin. Moreover, Xia Hongying was sure it was intentional because he rolled his eyes at Yin maliciously as he passed by her. Xia Hongying couldn't understand why a 4 or 5-year-old child, who should be innocent, had such malice toward Yin. Chapter 47, Arranging Work after finishing distributing the snacks. Huo Xiaowang sat on a low stool next to Huo Nanxun, monopolizing the basket of half-eaten sunflower seeds and candies on his lap, picking out his favorite sweets. Wu Lianing noticed that he hadn't given any sunflower seeds to Xia Hongying and Yin, and looked at her own children, both with bulging pockets, laughing joyfully. In a teasing tone, she asked, "Xiao Guang, why didn't you give your Aunt Hongying any sunflower seeds?" Huo Xiaowang hugged the basket tightly and said, "I want to give her any." Wu Lianing laughed even more. "Why not?" Huo Xiaowang replied, "She is a bad woman. She bullies my mom." "Xiao Guang." Lu Qingyu hurriedly stopped him, snatching the basket away, pretending to hit him. "You better stop talking nonsense, or I'll really hit you." Huo Xiaowang hid behind Huo Nanxun and said, "Uncle Huo, she bullies my mom. She even swindled us out of 100 yuan. She is a bad egg and should be arrested by the police." Huo Nanxun frowned and said, "Aunt Hongying is not a bad person. Don't be so impolite." Huo Xiaowang lay on Huo Nanxun's back, glaring at Yin with hostility, but obediently replied, "Okay, Xiao Guang will behave. Xiao Guang knows he was wrong." Huo Nanxun rubbed his head. Huo Xiaowang smiled widely, stuffing his mouth with candy while provocatively raising his chin at Yin. Children are always tempted by snacks. Yin was no exception. Seeing the colorful candies in Huo Xiaowang's basket, her eyes lit up, but he wouldn't give her any, making her very sad. Now, seeing him monopolize her dad and deliberately tease her, she immediately hid her little face in Xia Hongying's arms. Wearing only a thin layer of clothing, Xia Hongying felt her chest getting wet and realized Yin was crying. Yin, who was shy, was always embarrassed to let others see her cry. So Xia Hongying picked her up and walked outside. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingyu, carrying the basket of sunflower seeds and candy, suddenly bumped into her. Xia Hongying's view was blocked by Yin, and she didn't see what happened. All she heard was Lu Qingyu's startled exclamation. Then the basket clattered to the ground, scattering sunflower seeds and candies everywhere. "Hongying's sister." Lu Qingyu's tone was somewhat hurt. "Xiao Guang is just a child. Why are you getting angry with him? You knocked over the seeds." Xia Hongying frowned. "What do you mean I knocked it over? I was just stepping out for a moment. How was I to know you would suddenly bump into me?" Lu Qingyu looked wronged and angry. "What do you mean suddenly bump into? I came over to get sunflower seeds for you and Yin. You knocked them over. Isn't that a bit too much?" Xia Hongying replied, "It wasn't me who knocked it over. My hands are holding Yin. Can I grow a third hand?" Wu Lianing wanted to say something, but Lu Qingyu hurriedly stopped her. "Sister Lianing, don't say anything more. Just say I wasn't holding it steady." She looked at Huo Nanxun with an apologetic expression. "Brother Sun, it's my fault. I didn't hold it steady. Please don't blame Hongying's sister while saying this." She suddenly shed a few tears, her voice slightly choked. Huo Nanxun had never seen Lu Qingyu cry, and frowned. "Qingyu, you I'm fine?" Lu Qingyu quickly wiped her tears and said, "Maybe it's because Huo Lei is gone. I feel like I'm not as strong as before. And it's embarrassing for everyone to see. She wiped her tears with her hand, her nose turning red while forcing a brave smile. It's my own misfortune. I can't blame others. But thankfully, I have good neighbors like you. During this time, thanks to uncle and aunt, brother Huo, and sister Wu for your help. And of course, there's no need to mention brother Sun. For Huo Lei's affairs, brother Sun was busy helping to manage everything. I've been wanting to thank everyone. Today, inviting you all over for the warm room was just an excuse. I actually want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Also, starting tomorrow, I will be working at 301 Hospital. Xiao Guang will stay at home with my mother-in-law. So I hope you all can help look after them. Thank you. She deeply bowed to everyone. Huo Yingbiao always wore a serious expression. Speaking in a righteous tone, don't worry. Since you're here, you are a part of our Huo family village. If you have any difficulties at home, just let me know. I'm a village chief. I will do my best to help you. All right. Thank you, brother Huo. Lu Qingyu smiled gratefully at him. Her smile was like a dew-kissed petal, and Wu Lianying, standing next to her, in contrast, looked like a dark-faced judge with her dark complexion and short hair like dry grass. Huo Yingbiao didn't want to look a second time and turned his face away. Hongying's sister Lu Qingyu called out again. Xia Hongying, holding Yin, stood at the door. Yin had stopped crying, so Xia Hongying didn't move far away. Hearing Lu Qingyu call her, she glanced over with indifference. Come back and sit. Lu Qingyu said, it's all my fault for not teaching Xiao Guang well and not being a good host. So please don't be angry. She pulled Xia Hongying to sit down, sincerely saying, over the years, Huo Lei and I have regarded brother Sun as our own brother. So sister, you are like my own sister. Let us not mention past matters. From now on, we are family. After I start working, I'll trouble you to help take care of my mother-in-law and Xiao Guang. Xia Hongying really wanted to spit at her, but she didn't want to lose her composure in front of everyone. So she said, if you truly see me as a sister, then I naturally consider you a sister-in-law, and I will take care of everything that needs taking care of. Lu Qingyu smiled brightly. Of course I see you as a sister. Huo Shouting picked up a broom to sweep up the spilled sunflower seeds, during which she saw the tension between Lu Qingyu and Xia Hongying. Naturally, she leaned towards her sister-in-law and asked sarcastically, Sister Qingyu, why didn't you take Aunt Tang to the city to enjoy life, but instead came here? If Huo Lei were still here after he retired, my dad would definitely help him arrange work, and we would take Mom over to take care of her. Now it's just me. She shook her head sadly and said, Mom has never lived in the city, and at her age, it's probably very hard to adapt. I'm busy with work, and I don't have time to accompany her, so it's better for me to come here. Mom doesn't have to adapt to a new environment, and there are relatives and neighbors around to take care of her, and I can also look after her. It's the best. Huang Kaiwa didn't understand what adapting meant. She didn't catch any other details, but heard one thing. My dad will definitely help arrange work for Huo Lei. Her eyes lit up, and she asked, can your dad help arrange work for Huo Lei? Lu Qingyu smiled humbly, yes. Huang Kaiwa's eyes lit up, and she asked immediately, then, can you ask your dad to help arrange a job for brother Yingbiao too? Chapter 48. Bleeding Huo Nanxun frowned. Mom, don't talk. Huang Kaiwa yelled at Huo Nanxun, looking eagerly at Lu Qingyu. Wu Lianying and Huo Yingbiao also looked at her with bright eyes. Lu Qingyu had a troubled expression. Auntie, that's not possible. If it were my husband's biological brother, it would be fine. Huo Ge and I have no direct kinship, and the policy doesn't allow it. Huang Caihua's expression was like someone who had just lost 10,000 yuan. Wu Lianying and Huo Yingbiao also looked disappointed. Seeing this, Lu Qingyu said, I'm sorry, Auntie. Sun Ge is my lifesaver, and if I could, I would definitely tell my dad. But this is a policy regulation, and it's not something my dad can change. The quota in my dad's hands can only accommodate relatives. Huang Kaiwa laughed with a difficult expression. I was just asking casually. Uncle, Auntie, you sit down first. I will go in and help my mom cook. Lu Qingyu stood up and went into the kitchen. Wu Lianying, who would never, suddenly got up and followed her in. She didn't go to help Aunt Tang cook, but pulled Lu Qingyu into the back garden and quietly asked her, Qingyu, what you meant just now is that if Huo Yingbiao were your uncle, your dad could help him arrange a job. Lu Qingyu smiled slightly, yes. The purpose of today's banquet is to get their family to stand on our side. See, we've taken a bait. Then, Wu Lianying asked, What do you think about adopting Huo Yingbiao to Aunt Tang? Lu Qingyo's smile froze. This fool has so many ridiculous ideas. Sister Lianying, that's definitely not possible. The review is very strict. Such temporary adoption won't pass the review, and it could implicate my dad due to a violation. Lu Qingyu said firmly. Wu Lianying laughed, looking more like she was crying. Oh, then let's forget it. My dad only has one quota. Many of my relatives want it, and my dad has reserved it for Huo Lei, but he has turned them down. Now that Huo Lei is gone, they are restless again. My dad's idea is for me to hurry up and remarry, and if the next partner doesn't have a formal job, it will go to him. She whispered to Wu Lianying. Of course, if the next partner is like Sun Gu and already has a formal job, then it can also go to his brother. Wu Lianying was stunned for a moment and then suddenly realized, her eyes brightening. What are you talking about outside? Although Aunt Tang was older, her hearing was still good, and she vaguely heard something about remarrying and Sun Gu frowning and asking, Mom, we're here to help. Lu Qingyu pulled Wu Lianying into the kitchen, saying just now, Aunt Huang asked if my dad could help brother Yingbiao arrange a job. I just told Sister Lianying that it can only be arranged for relatives, not outsiders. Aunt Tang glanced at Wu Lianying and rolled her eyes. The aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. In the living room, Huang Kaiwa was looking around and quietly asked Huo Nanxun. I asked the carpenter Tan, and these things cost a total of 300 yuan. If they can afford to spend 300 on furniture, then Dr. Lu's family must be quite wealthy. Right? Huo Nanxun frowned and glanced at Xiao Guang, signaling her not to speak carelessly. Huang Kaiwa awkwardly said, What does a child know? Seeing that Huo Nanxun didn't intend to answer her, she wandered off elsewhere. Huo Xiaowang picked up a picture book of the Monkey King and clung to Huo Nanxun to have him read it to him. Huo Nanxun explained while shelling sunflower seeds. Huo Fei ran out to play with Dog Hua, while Huo Baozhen sat beside Huo Nanxun, listening to him talk about the Monkey King. Yin also wanted to see the picture book and go to her dad, but she disliked Huo Xiaoguang and was a bit afraid of him. So she just stared over there while her body remained seated on Xia Hongying's lap. Xia Hongying felt a bit uncomfortable seeing Yin Yan's expression, distressed for Lu Qingyo's earlier entrapment. Does Huo Nanxun not believe her? Does he think she deliberately knocked over those sunflower seeds? That's why he hasn't looked at her or Yin this whole time. Lost in thought, she suddenly felt the light blocked. Looking up, she saw Huo Nanxun squatting in front of her, saying to Yin, Stretch out your little hand. Yin, confused, stretched out her little hand. Huo Nanxun said, Both hands. Yin then stretched out both hands, cupping them. Huo Nanxun, as if performing a magic trick, placed a handful of shelled sunflower seeds in her hands. Yin instantly smiled. Huo Nanxun pinched her little face, glanced at Xia Hongying, and then stood up and went out. After a while, outside, the sounds of him chatting with Wu Auntie's eldest son, Huo Liang, next door could be heard. Huo Liang asked him what he was responsible for at the factory. Huo Nanxun said, technical aspects. Huo Liang asked if he learned his skills in the army. He said yes. Xia Hongying's position was not far from the door, and she couldn't help but peek outside. As soon as she looked, it seemed Huo Nanxun had eyes in the back of his head, suddenly looking back at her. Xia Hongying quickly shrank back, her movements very fast. Xia Hongying didn't want to stay in the same room as Lu Qingyu, so she didn't go in to help while cooking. After finishing the meal, she started to clean the table. Unexpectedly, while carrying a stack of bowls to the kitchen, she suddenly slipped on something and fell straight back. A strong sense of danger surged in her heart. The situation was urgent. She didn't have time to think about where the danger came from, and her head hit the corner of the table. The back of her head hurt for a moment, but it wasn't too painful. It felt like she had hit a soft cushion. Her body was also firmly held by someone, helping her stand straight. It was Huo Nanxun. Huo Fei stared in astonishment and exclaimed, Second uncle, how did you do that? You were over there just now. How did you suddenly get over here? Your movements are so fast. The stack of bowls in Xia Hongying's hands didn't even fall and remained cradled in her hands. She placed the bowls back on the table and looked down. What made her slip was a piece of fatty meat and a patch of grease. She remembered that earlier, Huo Xiaowang was sitting over here. He had picked up a piece of fatty meat, took a bite, and then threw it away. Aunt Tang had said with concern, If you don't want to eat fatty meat, then don't pick it up. Huo Xiaowang didn't listen and threw away 3 or 4 shiny pieces of pork fat. It was only when Huo Nanxun stopped him that he finally calmed down. Later, Aunt Tang picked up the fatty meat and took it back to the kitchen. She probably didn't want to throw it away, intending to wash it and eat it later. The piece Xia Hongying had just stepped on was exactly from where the fatty meat had been thrown. This unfortunate child was really naughty. Xia Hongying then looked at the corner of the table where she had just bumped her head. The corner was very sharp, and there was blood on it. Just now, Huo Nanxun had put his hand under the corner. Xia Hongying's face changed suddenly, and she pulled Huo Nanxun's hand to check the back of his hand. There was a small hole that had been punctured, and it was bleeding. It's bleeding. Huang Kaiwa shouted, Xia Hongying, you jinx. Are you lame or paralyzed? Can't you walk without falling? Xuanzi's hand is for technical work. How can he work now that it has a hole in it? Chapter 49, Huo Nanxun slammed his fist against the wall. Xia Hongying didn't argue with him and said, I'll go get some mugwort, before turning and running out. Mugwort is a good medicine for stopping bleeding. If you pinch a fresh stalk and crush it before applying it, the effect is immediate. However, when she returned, panting, she saw Lu Qingyu holding Huo Nanxun's hand, pressing a bandage against the wound to stop the bleeding. Xia Hongying's gaze avoided their clasped hands as she raised the already juiced mugwort and said to Lu Qingyu, Let me do it. Lu Qingyu frowned and asked, What is this? Xia Hongying replied, Mugwort. It's a herb for stopping bleeding. Lu Qingyu said, Is it sterilized? Xia Hongying replied, No need for sterilization. It will stop the bleeding immediately. Please let go. Lu Qingyu insisted, No way. If something that hasn't been sterilized touches the wound, it will get infected. I can press it for a while longer, and it will stop bleeding. Xia Hongying countered, In the countryside, we stop bleeding like this all the time. I've never heard of anyone getting infected. Huo Nanxun extended his hand towards Xia Hongying. As soon as she released her pressure, the small hole started bleeding again, quickly soaking the bandage. Xia Hongying removed the bandage and placed the mugwort on the wound, and it immediately stopped bleeding. Lu Qingyu's expression turned a bit pale. In our area, whenever someone gets injured and bleeds, we use this, said Huo Shouting, who was nearby. What? Dr. Lu, don't you do that where you are? Lu Qingyu shook her head. Why not use such effective mugwort? Huo Shouting asked in confusion. Huo Shouting thought that although Lu Qingyu's family lived in the provincial capital, they should have similar plants growing in the fields, right? Huo Nanxun interjected, The green belts in the city are all artificially planted landscape trees. There are very few wild grasses, and you can't find them even if you wanted to. Huo Shouting was taken aback. Huh? Brother Sun, let me help you reapply the bandage, Lu Qingyu said. The wound is a bit deep. We should keep it covered overnight, and it can scab over by tomorrow. Huo Nanxun glanced at Xia Hongying and said, I'll do it myself. How can you do it yourself? Lu Qingyu skillfully took his hand and began to wrap the bandage around it. Xia Hongying didn't look back and turned to clean up the mess on the floor, then helped wash their dishes before returning home. Huo Nanxun followed her back, but Xia Hongying avoided him and kept to herself. During this time, they had maintained this state. They only exchanged words about Chun Hao, and Huo Shouting was also called over. Are you planning to never speak to me again? Huo Nanxun blocked her way. Xia Hongying replied, Thanks for what you did just now. If you hadn't blocked it with your hand, it would have been the back of my head that hit. The back of the head is a dangerous spot. A heavy blow could even be fatal. Huo Nanxun heard her thanks, but was not pleased. Do you need to be so polite with me? Xia Hongying remained silent and tried to sidestep him. Huo Nanxun grabbed her. Xia Hongying, what will it take for you to dispel your doubts about me? Xia Hongying's gaze inadvertently shifted to his neck. Half a month had passed, and the red marks there had long disappeared. However, they were firmly etched in her heart, stabbing at her every day. Huo Nanxun said, The hospital has nurses doing rounds, and there's Xiao Guang in the ward. She was asleep, not dead. What else could I do in the ward with her? Xia Hongying still said nothing. Huo Nanxun assisted, Xia Hongying. Those marks were really just from expired cooling oil. Xia Hongying broke free from his grasp and silently walked away. Huo Nanxun punched the wall. The loud thud echoed, shaking the entire wall. Xia Hongying widened her eyes, staring at him. Yin also turned to look at him. Her innocent eyes filled with confusion. Daddy, why are you hitting the wall? Huo Nanxun met his daughter's clear gaze, forcibly suppressing his gloomy and restless mood, and said, Daddy is swatting a mosquito. You don't need to hit it that hard. Yin said, mimicking a light tap against the wall. Just a gentle tap, and it will be squished. Huo Nanxun replied, yeah. Okay, Daddy was just a bit too forceful. Does your hand hurt? Yin Yin asked. It does. Come here. Let Yin Yin kiss it better. Huo Nanxun extended his hand to Yin Yin, but his eyes were still on Xia Hongying. Xia Hongying inexplicably sensed a hint of grievance in his expression. The next day, Lu Qingyo's funeral leave was over, and she had to return to work. She and Huo Nanxun were on the same route, so naturally they walked together. From now on, they would probably be commuting together every day. Xia Hongying had a fleeting thought that if she had agreed to move her household registration and live in dormitory 301, she could have avoided this situation. But that thought lasted only a moment. She had no regrets about taking over the tea garden. That afternoon, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed as heavy rain began to fall. Huo Nanxun worked overtime until 8 in the evening, and by then, it was already pitch dark outside. The country road after the rain was muddy and hard to walk on. He planned to return to the dormitory, but saw Lu Qingyu in the security room of the dormitory. She was slightly damp, squatting at the door, hugging her arms and shivering, looking extremely pitiful. Qingyu? Huo Nanxun was surprised. What are you doing here? Lu Qingyu stood up, but seemed to stumble as if her legs were numb. Huo Nanxun reached out to support her. Lu Qingyu grasped his strong arm and weakly asked, Brother Sun, it's raining so heavily and it's so dark. I can't go back. What should I do? Huo Nanxun asked. Did you just get off work this late? Lu Qingyu shook her head. I finished work early, but I didn't bring an umbrella, and I couldn't borrow one. So I kept waiting for the rain to stop. I didn't expect it to keep raining until dark. I had no choice but to come find you. And you still hadn't finished work. She smiled gratefully at the security guard and said, Fortunately, the security guard is kind and let me wait in the security room for you. Doesn't your hospital have a duty room? Huo Nanxun asked in confusion. You could rest there. Why come out in the rain when it's dark? Lu Qingyu explained, there's a duty room, but it's only for the doctors on duty. The doctor on duty tonight is a man, and I can't just go squeeze in with him. Brother Sun, you have 2 rooms in your dormitory. Can you let me stay one night? Huo Nanxun replied, let's go. As dusk approached, Aunt Tang came over with a worried expression and asked Xia Hongying, Hongying, it's so late. Why hasn't Qingyu come back yet? Xia Hongying comforted her, Aunt Tang, don't worry. She probably can't come back because of the rain, or she might be on duty tonight. I heard that doctors at regular hospitals often have night shifts. Aunt Tang asked, where will she sleep tonight? Xia Hongying replied, I've been to the 301 hospital. The conditions there are very good. There are special rest areas for duty doctors. If not, there are empty wards to stay in temporarily. After hearing this, Aunt Tang felt much more relieved. Aunt Tang, there's also Xuanzi. What are you worried about? Came the voice of Wu Lianying as she approached with a bucket of pig feed. In the past, she would go directly to the pig pen from the yard. But today she walked along the eaves to avoid the rain, passing right in front of Xia Hongying's door. The 301 factory and the hospital are less than a 5-minute walk apart. Wu Lianying said, if she has any difficulties, she will definitely go find Xuanzi. Don't worry. Aunt Tang nodded, that's good. Hey, Wu Lianying set the pig feed bucket down, her triangular eyes gleaming with a mix of gossip and malice as she asked, Aunt Tang, Dr. Lu is still so young. She definitely can't stay widowed for the rest of her life for Huo Lei. What will you do if she remarries? Chapter 50, if I stay out all night with her, want you make a fuss? Aunt Tang's face looked a bit unpleasant, and she didn't reply. Sister-in-law. Xia Hongying frowned and said, Huo Lei has only been gone for a few days. You shouldn't say such things. Wu Lianying looked as if it was obvious. What's wrong with saying that? I'm thinking of Aunt Tang. Just think about it. If she remarries, even if she wants to, her husband probably won't let her support an ex-mother-in-law. Aunt Tang said, if that day really comes, I can manage on my own. When I get old and sick and can't move, it's just death. We could be reunited mother and son. You shouldn't say that. Wu Lianying said, what I mean is, you need to be wary of her marrying far away. It's better to help her find someone nearby. Then she can continue to take care of you, and she will be grateful to you. Aunt Tang didn't speak, but it was clear that she was pondering over this matter. Just think about it. Wu Lianying said meaningfully and walked away with a bucket of pig feed. The rain continued until about 8 or 9 in the evening. Huo Nanxun hadn't come back. Lu Qingyu hadn't come back either. After the rain, the weather cooled down a lot. Xia Hongying and Yin Yin had dinner, went to bed, and fell asleep early. Listening to the sound of the rain outside, accompanied by thunder and lightning, Xia Hongying told herself that it was normal for them not to come back in such weather. However, her mind involuntarily recalled Lu Qingyu's suggestive tone saying, "Brother Sun is so strong. Even if he doesn't sleep all night, he will still be energetic." Her heart felt like it was being fried in oil. "Mom, is Dad not coming back again tonight?" Yin Yin suddenly asked. For some reason, hearing Yin Yin's innocent question, the tension that had been building up in Xia Hongying's heart snapped, and tears streamed down her face, flowing into her hair along her temples. "Mom?" Xia Hongying didn't answer. Yin Yin hugged her arm and asked, "Are you asleep?" Xia Hongying wiped her eyes with her hand, trying to control her emotions. Just as she was about to speak, there was a knock at the door. "Hongying, Yin Yin?" Yin Yin jumped up excitedly and said, "It's Dad." Xia Hongying got out of bed to open the door and saw Huo Nanxun standing at the door in a raincoat, holding rubber shoes, barefoot, and dripping wet. "You?" Xia Hongying was surprised. "It's such heavy rain, and so late. Why did you come back?" Huo Nanxun took off the raincoat and hung it outside, saying, "First, bring me some water to rinse my feet." Xia Hongying brought him water and also got some slippers and a towel. While Huo Nanxun was washing his feet, Xia Hongying glanced outside and saw that Aunt Tang's house had already turned off the lights, completely dark. Lu Qingyu hadn't come back with him. After entering the house, Huo Nanxun scooped another bucket of water and carried it towards the backyard. "What are you doing?" Xia Hongying asked. "You're not going to take a cold shower, are you?" Huo Nanxun, "Yeah, I'm all wet, just rinsing off." Xia Hongying, "You got caught in the rain, and it's cool tonight. You can't take a cold shower. It's fine." Huo Nanxun continued walking outside. "No." Xia Hongying grabbed the bucket with a firm tone. "I'll heat up some water for you. You go change into dry clothes first." Huo Nanxun was silent for a moment, then let go. Xia Hongying poured the water into the pot and started a fire to heat the water. Huo Nanxun didn't change his clothes but sat by the fire waiting. "Go change into dry clothes," Xia Hongying said. "Huo Nanxun, it's fine. In the army, running in the rain with a load was common. I've built up my resistance. I won't get sick." Xia Hongying added more bamboo branches to the fire, increasing the flames, and asked him, "It's so late. Still raining. Just sleep in the dormitory. Why come back?" Huo Nanxun said, "Qingyu got stuck in the rain and couldn't go back. Came to the dormitory to look for me, so I let her stay there, and I came back by myself." Xia Hongying's face darkened. "There are so many wards in the hospital. Can't she make do for one night? Why did she have to come find you? Not many people in the countryside can afford to stay in a courtyard, and it's common for there to be empty wards in rural hospitals." Well, Nanxun said, "She said the duty room has a male doctor in it. As for the situation in the wards, I didn't ask. It must not be convenient. There are definitely empty beds in the wards." Xia Hongying said, "If she is not staying in the hospital, how can she feel good about occupying your dormitory in this weather, forcing you to come back so far?" Huo Nanxun said, "Don't say that. If I told her I was coming home tonight, she would definitely feel uneasy. I lied to her, saying I was going to stay at a colleague's house for the night." Xia Hongying, "Then why didn't you go to your colleague's house?" Huo Nanxun, "What do you think?" Xia Hongying, "How would I know?" Huo Nanxun, "I have 2 mosquito bites on my neck. You've been giving me the cold shoulder for half a month. If I stay out all night with her, won't you make a fuss?" Xia Hongying pursed her lips and didn't speak. The water quickly heated up. Huo Nanxun went out to take a shower, changed into dry clothes, and Xia Hongying brought him a dry towel to dry his hair. Huo Nanxun comfortably got into bed. Yin Yin hadn't fallen asleep yet and looked at him with a smile. "Dad." Huo Nanxun pinched her little face and asked, "Yin Yin, do you want to go to kindergarten?" Yin Yin, "Kindergarten? Will Mom go?" Huo Nanxun, "When little Fei and Sister Baozhen go to school, will your aunt go with them?" Jian Jian, "No." "So Mom can't go to kindergarten?" Huo Nanxun, "No." Yin Yin, "Then I want to go." Huo Nanxun, "There are many little friends in kindergarten to play with, and there are teachers to teach you." Yin Yin, "I want to go. I want Mom." Xia Hongying said from the side, "Yin Yin, after you go to school, you can go to university like your uncle and become a great person. And when you grow up, you can protect Mom and no longer be bullied by your grandma." Yin Yin frowned and blinked her eyes. Then, "Okay." Huo Nanxun, With a slightly cold expression, asked Xia Hongying, what university did her uncle go to? I remember your brother only went to elementary school, right? Xia Hongying said, I was talking about Wu Xingmin. Yin Yin likes him a lot. You took Yin Yin to see him? Huo Nanxun suddenly interrupted, his tone extremely cold. Xia Hongying, I've run into him on the street a couple of times. Why? Huo Nanxun paused for a moment and replied, it's nothing. Yin Yin, do you like that uncle who goes to university? Or do you like Dad more? Yin Yin said, of course I like Dad. I like Dad the most. Huo Nanxun affectionately stroked her hair and kissed her little face. Yin Yin was happy, grinning as she leaned close to Xia Hongying. Mom, kiss. Xia Hongying also gave her a kiss. She closed her eyes and fell asleep contentedly. Turn off the lights. Xia Hongying looked at Huo Nanxun outside. The electric light line is on his side. Huo Nanxun's stern face showed no expression as he reached out to turn off the light. They didn't speak the entire night. The rain stopped by midnight, and the next morning, when Huo Nanxun left for work, Xia Hongying handed him an umbrella to keep as a backup. She also reminded him to buy 2 pairs of rubber shoes on the street, one to keep at home and one at work. He nodded coldly and left. Xia Hongying didn't know which of her words had upset him. That evening, the sunset was beautiful. Lu Qingyu returned, carrying her beautiful handbag, looking fresh and tidy. She came back alone. Huo Nanxun didn't come with her. Xia Hongying was again under the eaves watching Yin Yin right while doing some needlework. When Lu Qingyu saw her, she greeted her with a bright smile. Sister Hongying, are you teaching Yin to write again? Chapter 51. Who came back in the rain last night? Lu Qingyu saw her and greeted her with a smile. Sister Hongying, are you teaching Yin how to write again? Xia Hongying replied indifferently. Lu Qingyu said, Yin is only a little over 3 years old. There's really no need to rush teaching her to read and write. Anyway, she can go to kindergarten in September. Xia Hongying asked, kindergarten? Didn't they say you have to be 5 to go to kindergarten? Lu Qingyu replied, didn't Sun Ji tell you? There's a new regulation recently that allows children of employees to go to kindergarten once they turn 3. Yin and Xiao Wang can both go to kindergarten in September. Last night, when Nanxun suddenly asked Yin if she wanted to go to kindergarten. So that was the reason? It's already early August, so it's coming up soon. She needed to get ready. Sister-in-law, it rained heavily last night, and I couldn't come back, so I stayed at Sun Ji's dorm for the night. Lu Qingyu said again, I hope you don't mind. Xia Hongying did mind. She had never stayed in that place. But Lu Qingyu had. Xia Hongying said, her tone not so pleasant. That place only has a bed frame, not even a straw mat. I bet Dr. Lu didn't sleep very comfortably last night. Not at all. After sleeping for a night, my back and waist were sore. She smiled, adjusting the round neck of her dress, and added, I even got bitten by mosquitoes. Look at this, it's red again. There were red marks on her collarbone, just like last time. Xia Hongying's expression changed. I'm really scared of thunder. Lu Qingyu looked at Xia Hongying's face, covering her chest and smiling gently. Fortunately, Sun Ji was there last night. He kept me company and talked to me until the rain stopped at midnight. Otherwise, I would have been scared to death. Xia Hongying took a while to process. What did you say? When Nanxun kept talking to you? Until the rain stopped at midnight? Then who was it that came back in the rain last night? Seeing Xia Hongying in a daze, Lu Qingyu's smile deepened, even with a hint of gleaming pride. Yes, he knows I'm timid. So he kept chatting with me until the rain stopped at midnight. Sun Ji is really a good person. Xia Hongying stared at Lu Qingyu's expression, suddenly having an epiphany she had never considered before. So, lies could be told so naturally? Then, all those knives Lu Qingyu had stabbed into her heart these days, could they also be lies? Sister-in-law, you seem unhappy? You wouldn't have misunderstood something, would you? Lu Qingyu raised her eyebrows and asked, you really have to believe us? Sun Ji is as upright as they come. He is just looking out for me because of Huo Lei. So please don't ruin his and my reputation because of your suspicion. She lowered her voice. If his reputation is ruined, he'll be fired. I believe you wouldn't want to see that, right? And I'm someone you definitely shouldn't provoke. I'm the widow of a martyr. If you dare to spread rumors about me without evidence, you could get arrested. Hee. Xia Hongying was always stirred by her few words. But this time, she remained unusually calm, pursing her lips and silent. Aunt Tang had long seen Lu Qingyu, and after waiting for a while, she called out, Qingyu. Lu Qingyu turned around, responding cheerfully, hey, Mom, you didn't come back last night. Where did you sleep? Aunt Tang asked. Mom, were you worried about me? Lu Qingyu replied. It rained heavily yesterday, and I couldn't borrow an umbrella anywhere, so I waited at the hospital for the rain to stop. After that, Xia Hongying couldn't hear her anymore. After a while, she saw Lu Qingyu change her clothes, carrying a basket, and loudly declare, Mom, I'm going to the fields. Aunt Tang replied, Go on. If you don't pick the green beans soon, they'll get old. Bring them back to dry. Lu Qingyu said, Okay, Mom, I want to go too. Xia Wang followed her out. Xia Wang, don't go. Aunt Tang stopped him. It just rained yesterday, and the fields are all muddy. Your shoes and pants will get dirty. Lu Qingyu also found it troublesome and said, Xia Wang, be good and stay home to read comic books. Mommy will be back soon. Xia Wang reluctantly agreed. Watching Lu Qingyu walk away, Xia Hongying called Huo Shouting over and whispered to her. Huo Shouting looked puzzled. Borrow cooling oil? But I was bitten by mosquitoes? The herbal sachet you made is especially effective. Mosquitoes hardly bite me. Xia Hongying said, Can't you pretend to be bitten? Hurry up. Huo Shouting went off, full of questions. When she reached Xia Wang, she put on a friendly smile and asked, Xia Wang, your mom is a doctor, right? Xia Wang proudly replied, Yes. My mom is a doctor. Huo Shouting continued. Then your mom must have cooling oil, right? Xia Wang was only hostile towards Xia Hongying and Yin Yin, and he didn't show any abnormality toward the other adult in the yard, even trying to please Huo Nanxun's family. His eyes lit up, yes. My mom has cooling oil. When I get bitten by mosquitoes, she puts cooling oil on me. Huo Shouting said, and he got bitten by insects. Can you find your mom's cooling oil for me to use? Xia Wang, being still young, thought for a long time and said, I don't know where it is. Huo Shouting suggested, maybe it's in her bag? Can you take your mom's bag out and look for it? Xia Wang nodded and went inside to bring out his mom's handbag. He unzipped it and rummaged, excitedly saying, Found it. There are 2 bottles. Huo Shouting was taken aback. Sister-in-law is really insightful. How did she know Lu Qingyu's cooling oil was in her bag? And that there were 2 bottles? Auntie got bitten by mosquitoes here. Huo Shouting pointed her thigh. I need to take it back and use it. I'll return it to you right away, okay? Take it to use. Xia Wang waved his hand generously. Xia Wang is really good. Huo Shouting quickly took both bottles. She went inside to give them to Xia Hongying, who first carefully checked the expiration dates on the 2 bottles. One bottle was within the expiration date. The other bottle had its label torn off, so she couldn't tell if it was still good. She opened both bottles and smelled them. The one within the expiration date smelled normal. The one with the damaged label had a pungent odor. However, this odor didn't seem like the smell of expired cooling oil. It was more like something had been added to it. Xia Hongying knew a little about traditional Chinese medicine, but didn't understand Western medicine, so she couldn't distinguish what had been added. She applied a little on her hand, and her skin stung, turning red shortly after. The sting was mild. If applied to a mosquito bite, combined with the itchiness, it should feel like much. She scooped a tiny bit of the altered cooling oil, planning to show it to her classmates at the Township Health Center. Was Shouting watch her actions with a belly full of questions. Sister-in-law, what exactly are you doing? Shouting, don't tell anyone about today's events. If Lu Qingyu asks, just say you were bitten by insects on your thigh, a private area like that. She can't possibly ask you to show her, Xia Hongying said. Was Shouting stomped her feet in curiosity. What is going on? Tell me, sister-in-law. Chapter 52, The Most Secret Room in the South. Xia Hongying said, that night, your brother took Xia Wang to the hospital, and when he came back, he had suspicious red marks on his neck. He said Lu Qingyu had 2 bottles of cooling oil, one of which was expired, and he accidentally applied the expired cooling oil, causing those red marks. I just wanted to verify it. Huo Shouting's mouth formed an O shape. Red marks? Sister-in-law, does it mean what I think it means? Are you suspecting my brother of fooling around with other women? Xia Hongying remained silent. How can you suspect my second brother like that? Huo Shouting became angry. If you say my eldest brother is messing around, that might be possible. My second brother is not that kind of person. Xia Hongying, yes. I was just being overly suspicious, okay? Huo Shouting playfully pointed at her. You mustn't suspect my second brother randomly in the future. Xia Hongying smiled and grabbed her hand. Got it. Thank you. Shouting, you really helped me a lot. After Lu Qingyu returned with the green beans, She probably heard from Huo Xiaowang that shouting borrowed the cooling oil. Soon after, she went to Huang Caihua's house and called at the door, shouting, "Hey!" Huo Shouting came out. "Sister-in-law Qingyu, what's wrong? I heard from Xiaowang that you just borrowed some cooling oil." Lu Qingyu asked. Huo Shouting, "Yeah. Thank you, sister-in-law Qingyu." Lu Qingyu, "Let me see how it is." Huo Shouting pointed to the inner thigh. "Hi. It got bitten there. It's not convenient to see." "Oh." Lu Qingyu glanced at her inner thigh. "How could it get bitten there?" Huo Shouting, "Who knows? Maybe I got bitten while sleeping. I only wore underwear while sleeping." Lu Qingyu, "Then why didn't you come to borrow it while I was there? You waited until I left to borrow the cooling oil?" Xia Hongying, who was listening behind her own door, couldn't help but feel nervous for Huo Shouting upon hearing this. Fortunately, the little girl was clever enough to say, "I just heard your voice inside and suddenly remembered that you might have cooling oil. I came over to find you, but you had already left. What's wrong, sister-in-law Qingyu?" Lu Qingyu, "I have 2 bottles of cooling oil, one of which is expired. I'm worried you might use the wrong one." Huo Shouting, "Huh? That shouldn't be the case. It feels quite effective. It's nice and cooling. That's good." Lu Qingyu handed her the cooling oil. "Here, take it and use it." Huo Shouting, "Oh, how can I accept this?" No, just take it." Lu Qingyu insisted. "My mom will be coming over in a few days, and I'll write to her to bring you some snowflake cream or something so your face won't crack in winter." Huo Shouting, "Your mom is coming over?" Lu Qingyu, "Yes. She is worried about me, so she's coming to take a look." Huo Shouting said, "Sister-in-law Qingyu, if your mom comes, please don't let her buy anything for me. There's no need to be so polite with me." Lu Qingyu greeted the elders in the house. "Uncle, Aunt, have you eaten? We're cooking." Huang Caihua's voice came from inside. "Come eat with us." Lu Qingyu, "No, my family has also made dinner." Huang Caihua's tone when speaking to Lu Qingyu had a kind of loving feeling. After marrying into the Huo family for so many years, she had never spoken to Xia Hongying in this tone. Even when she first got married, she hadn't done so. At that time, she resented the bride price demanded by Xia Hongying's family. She also heard that when Xia Hongying got married, her family only gave her 10 yuan to bring along. And from that day on, she never treated Xia Hongying well. After giving birth to Yin Yin, Xia Hongying silently vowed to work hard to earn money and become strong. Only in this way, when Yin Yin gets married in the future, would she not face the disdain and humiliation of her in-laws. When Nanxun returned home just before dark, Huang Caihui didn't wait for him to enter the house and directly pulled him to Huo Yingbiao's house, entering the most secret room in the south. Inside the room, Huo Yingbiao and his wife were also there. When Nanxun asked in confusion, "What is going on?" Huang Caihui was all smiles. "Xuanzi, do you remember back when we used to eat from a big pot? We often went hungry, but your brother secretly pulled a sweet potato from the ground and would share it with you." Huo Nanxun said, "I caught him sneaking a bite, and he only shared half with me because he was afraid I would tell." Huang Caihui, "TSK, no matter what, your brother still shared half with you." Huo Nanxun, "What is it? Just tell me directly." Huang Caihui opened her mouth, but seeing her son's righteous and handsome face, she couldn't get the words out for a long time and nudged Wu Lianying with her elbow. Wu Lianying said anxiously, "Xuanzi, that day you heard what Dr. Lu said, right? Her father is a big official in the province and has a quota to arrange jobs." Huo Nanxun, "I heard it. So what?" Wu Lianying, Could you pretend to divorce Hongying and pretend to marry Dr. Lu? That way, Dr. Lu's father can arrange a formal job for your brother." Huo Nanxun naturally knew what his family was like. They were uneducated, had low awareness, and were selfish and narrow-minded. But he didn't expect them to say such things. Huo Nanxun was silent for a moment and said, "Do you have a problem? The quota in their hands is for a future son-in-law. If my brother takes it, what will happen to Qingyu's future husband?" Huang Caihui, "Then you just marry her for real. Their family background is so powerful. Marrying her is 100 times better than Xia Hongying. Mom, when you told us the story of Chen Shimi when we were kids, you scolded him mercilessly." Huo Nanxun said, "Why are you telling me to be like him now?" Huang Caihui widened her eyes. "How can that be the same?" Huo Nanxun, "What is the difference? Isn't it all to abandon a wife to seek wealth?" Huang Caihui, "Who told Xia Hongying not to have a son? It's her own fault." Huo Nanxun took a deep breath. "Their parents teach their children to be good. You, on the other hand, are teaching me to do such immoral things? What are you talking about? Huang Kaiwa, angered and embarrassed, slapped his arm. I'm not doing this for your own good. You're such a tall man and don't even have a son. How regrettable. As a mother, it hurts my heart just thinking about it. Huo Nanxun knew that reasoning with her was harder than ascending to heaven, so he simply stopped. He asked, Mom, this ridiculous idea of pretending to divorce and marry, did you come up with it yourself? Who incited you to say this to me? Huang Kaiwa looked at Wu Lianying with guilt. Is it your sister-in-law's idea? Huo Nanxun asked. You old thing. You sold me out. Wu Lianying glared at Huang Kaiwa and said, Xuanzi, you're doing well now. You can't ignore your brother. Besides, I'm doing this for your own good. You're so accomplished. You should be paired with a high-ranking daughter like Lu Qingyu. Xia Hongying doesn't he deserve you? Exactly. Huang Kaiwa strongly agreed. If you marry Lu Qingyu, you'll have a father-in-law who is a big official in the province. Your brother will have a job. And you'll have a son. Even if he is not your biological son, I see that child treats you like his real dad. And he'll definitely be filial to you and take care of you in your old age. Chapter 53. Huo Nanxun gave her a slap on her bottom, quite hard. I don't care whether we have a son or not. The country's policy is there. In the future, having sons or daughters can ensure old age security. Huo Nanxun said, I don't need to rely on my father-in-law. I have walked it today by myself and can continue to do so. Moreover, I don't have much ambition. I don't seek wealth and nobility, just that my family is safe and sound. So this matter, you all don't even think about it. It's impossible. After a pause, he added, and you guys' wicked thoughts better not reach Hongying's ears. If my wife is scared away by you pack of wolves, I'll move to dormitory 301 and never come back. After saying that, he left. Huang Kaiwa, not willing to give up, chased after him, shouting, Xuanzi, Xuanzi, we're all doing this for your own good. That vixen has drugged you, right? You just find her good-looking, don't you? Qingyu is not bad-looking either. Where can you find such a good thing, you fool? Xia Hongying went out to collect clothes and happened to bump into Huo Nanxun coming out of the old house. Behind him, Huang Kaiwa was chasing after him and immediately fell silent upon seeing Xia Hongying turning back into the house. Xia Hongying asked in confusion, Why did you come out from their house? Mom is calling you. Why didn't you respond to her? Huo Nanxun's expression was not good. He said, I have something to find Qingyu. Xia Hongying, what is it? Huo Nanxun didn't say anything, his face dark as he headed towards Aunt Tang's place. Xia Hongying, Huo Nanxun stopped. What is it? Xia Hongying, I have something to ask you. Huo Nanxun returned to her side, waiting for her to ask. His expression was too serious, seemingly carrying some anger, which looked somewhat intimidating. Xia Hongying hesitated a bit, but still mustered her courage to ask, Why? Did you marry me? Huo Nanxun squinted his eyes. Why are you suddenly asking this? Xia Hongying, you went to sell blood to gather the betrothal gifts and even brought Dehua and the others along. So at that time, you must have liked me, right? Not just randomly marrying someone to get a single dormitory, right? If it was just for a single dormitory, facing the exorbitant betrothal gifts, you could just marry someone else. Why go sell blood for the dowry? Previously, when Huang Kaiwa scolded her, she said that many girls wanted to marry her Xuanzi, who was tall and handsome. Some even offered to pay betrothal gifts. She spent so much money to get a daughter-in-law back, but still couldn't give birth to a son. Huo Nanxun looked at her, silent for a moment, then said, No, I just wanted a single dormitory and randomly found someone to marry. Xia Hongying was taken aback, the light in her eyes gradually dimming. Suddenly, she felt a slap on her bottom. Huo Nanxun had slapped her bottom again, quite hard. You ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. Xia Hongying covered her bottom. Huo Nanxun, why do you ask that? Marrying you just for a single dormitory? What nonsense are you thinking all day? It was Dr. Lu who said it. Xia Hongying told him Lu Qingyu's exact words from that day. So that's how it is. Huo Nanxun shook his head. After I got married, I got a single dormitory. My comrades joked that I got married just to get a dormitory. If that reached her ears, she probably took it seriously. Xia Hongying, then why did you marry me? Did you really mean it? Huo Nanxun looked at her for a long time, then said, Because I liked you. I was afraid that if I left, someone else would take the opportunity. So I married you first. This answer was, in fact, the answer in Xia Hongying's heart. She liked his looks, and he liked her looks. They both found each other appealing. What about you? Huo Nanxun asked her. Why were you willing to marry me? Xia Hongying. Because you're the most handsome among the families that can afford the betrothal gifts. Huo Nanxun had no expression before me. Did you like anyone? After a pause, he added, It's fine. Just say it honestly. It's all in the past. I don't mind. Xia Hongying felt uncomfortable. You don't mind? Huo Nanxun. Xia Hongying, what about you? Have you liked anyone? You can say it honestly. I don't mind either. Huo Nanxun, however, suddenly darkened his face. I've never liked anyone. Xia Hongying. Neither have I. I've never liked anyone. But there were many who liked me, but I didn't like them. Huo Nanxun. Same here. Same here. Xia Hongying's expression also turned sour. Does that mean many girls liked you? Huo Nanxun raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Is it strange? Xia Hongying. Back in school, I heard many girls like the school bully Huo Nanxun. What about in the army? Didn't many female soldiers like you? Not many. Huo Nanxun said, Just one from the enhanced company, I guess. Huh. Xia Hongying angrily went back into the house. Huo Nanxun went to Aunt Tang's house and surprisingly called Lu Qingyu over to their house. Lu Qingyu glanced at Xia Hongying and asked, Brother Sun, what's wrong? Qingyu, I have a favor to ask. Huo Nanxun said, What else would you ask me? Lu Qingyu smiled and said, Just say it. Huo Nanxun pondered for a moment and said, Last time you said your dad has a quota and can arrange work. Lu Qingyu, yes. But Brother Sun, it can only be for relatives. It can't be for non-relatives. I know. Huo Nanxun said, In the future, if my mom or sister-in-law ask you about this again, just say the work has been arranged for your relatives, and there are none left. Okay. It seems that Wu Lianying and Huang Kaiwa have taken a bait. A hint of smugness flashed in Lu Qingyu's eyes, but her face was full of confusion. Why? Huo Nanxun, I'm just afraid that some people might have inappropriate thoughts. I'm also doing this for your own good. Lu Qingyu nodded. I'll try my best. But I'm not good at lying. Once I start lying, it's full of loopholes. And I can't guarantee it won't be exposed. Huh. Suddenly, Xia Hongying laughed. Clearly, Xia Hongying was standing right in front of her, but Lu Qingyu didn't ask her. Instead, looking at Huo Nanxun with a puzzled and somewhat hurt expression. Brother Sun, what is your wife laughing at? Is she laughing at me? Huo Nanxun also didn't know what Xia Hongying was laughing at and looked at her questioningly. Xia Hongying, Dr. Lu, since you know you're full of loopholes when you lie, you might as well not lie in the future. Just like you just told me that you were afraid of thunder and Huo Nanxun accompanied you until midnight. But do you know? He went home last night. He got home before 9 o'clock. Lu Qingyu's eyes showed obvious panic, but she quickly calmed down and said with disbelief, What? Impossible. Brother Sun was clearly with me, talking all night. He only went to a colleague's house to sleep after the rain stopped. Brother Sun, ISNT that, right? Chapter 54. You can't expect me to go out in a tank top and shorts, right? Huo Nanxun is right here, and she still refuses to admit it? Xia Hongying sneered. Unexpectedly, Huo Nanxun actually said, Yes, that's right. But later I went home and didn't go to my colleague's house. But why did my sister-in-law say you came back before 9? Lu Qingyu's expression gradually changed, filled with confusion and panic. She looked like someone who wasn't normal. Huo Nanxun said in a comforting tone, Your sister-in-law is just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. Really? Is it really a joke? Sister-in-law? Lu Qingyu asked Xia Hongying again. Before Xia Hongying could speak, Huo Nanxun suddenly turned his back to Lu Qingyu and exchanged glances with Xia Hongying. Xia Hongying initially wanted to expose Lu Qingyu's lie in front of Huo Nanxun. She never expected that Huo Nanxun would join in on the nonsense. She was full of questions, but seeing Huo Nanxun signaling her, she kept quiet. Huo Nanxun breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Lu Qingyu, saying, Qingyu, it was just a joke. You don't need to think too much about it. I called you over to discuss the work arrangements your dad made, so we can align our statements. Okay. Only then did Lu Qingyu appear relieved and said to Xia Hongying, Sister-in-law, don't joke with me like this in the future. I'm a timid person. Xia Hongying. After Lu Qingyu left, Xia Hongying asked Huo Nanxun, Huo Nanxun, you clearly came back early last night. Why did you say you stayed with her until midnight? Huo Nanxun furrowed his brow and, after a long pause, said, I can explain the reason for this, but you have to promise me not to tell anyone after you hear it. Xia Hongying, okay, I promise you. I'm really curious to hear your explanation. What could possibly make you ignore the facts and help her lie? Huo Nanxun said, she married Huo Lei, but it wasn't a free romance. It was an accident. Xia Hongying was surprised. Accident? Huo Nanxun. At that time, Lei and I only knew her from a few encounters. We helped her once when we encountered a medical dispute while seeking treatment, and we didn't have any deeper connection with her. One night, I still don't know the specific situation, but they both ended up in a marital situation. Xia Hongying, and then Huo Nanxun. She insisted that the person was me and forced me to take responsibility. Fortunately, there were several witnesses at the time, and Lei never shirked his responsibility. But she still insisted that it was me she had relations with and even threatened to commit suicide over it. Her mother found me and took me to a psychiatrist, showing me her medical history. It stated that when she was 5, on a stormy night, she was thrown into a graveyard by her brother, who lived nearby. She was overly frightened and developed a condition. Xia Hongying. What condition? A mental illness? Huo Nanxun had just mentioned a psychiatrist. Huo Nanxun said, she is usually very normal, has no issues at work or in life, so she can't really be considered mentally ill. It's just that when it thunders or rains, she easily has episodes and experiences hallucinations. The doctor also said that people around her shouldn't deny her hallucinations. Otherwise, she would fall into chaos, which could lead to more serious mental disorders, and it's possible for her to completely lose her mind. Xia Hongying. So the doctor means you shouldn't deny her, right? Huo Nanxun nodded. But it's not something I did, so I can't admit it. I simply signed up for a peacekeeping mission abroad. After I returned 6 months later, she had already married Huo Lei, and I heard it was because she found out she was pregnant. Xia Hongying sorted out this matter in her mind and asked, even if she has mental issues, why didn't she point the finger at someone else and insisted it was you? Huo Nanxun. How would I know? Xia Hongying frowned. What exactly happened with her and Huo Lei's accident? Whose responsibility is it? It shouldn't be Huo Lei's responsibility. Otherwise, he would have been imprisoned for rape long ago. Huo Nanxun said, but I can't ask for the specific details since Huo Lei won't say. All I know is that the night it happened, it was also a thunderstorm. Xia Hongying. So you think when she said she was with you last night, it was her hallucination, and it's best not to confront her? Huo Nanxun nodded. Xia Hongying. Did you never think about why her hallucinations always involve you? Why is it you who slept with her and talked to her, not Huo Lei? Huo Nanxun's expression slightly changed. Xia Hongying's nose tinged with sadness. Only someone who likes another person would act like that. You still won't admit she likes you? Huo Nanxun seemed to be recalling. And after a long time, he said, Hongying, she has never expressed that she likes me. I always thought she regarded me as Huo Lei's brother, feeling pity for our hardships in the army, so she took care of me in life. Also, she and her mother always call me their savior. I never thought in any other direction. But the question you just raised does make sense. I will pay more attention in the future. He noticed Xia Hongying lowering her head, with a few glistening tears falling like raindrops. His tone softened, and he suddenly pulled her into his embrace as if wanting to meld her into his body. Why are you crying? Xia Hongying felt both shy and angry. Pounding her fist against his hard arm, choked up as she said, I forbid you to wear the clothes she bought. I forbid you to use the things she bought. Huo Nanxun suddenly grinned, pulling her out of his embrace and using his finger to wipe away her tears. You're still smiling. Xia Hongying turned away from him, leaving him with a round and cute back of her head and a delicate neck. I used to have a little yellow dog, and whenever I made it angry, it would do just like you, turning its tail towards me while glancing back at me. Huo Nanxun said, you look just like it when you're angry. You're the dog. Xia Hongying angrily went into the inner room. Huo Nanxun grabbed her, speaking in a tone like he was coaxing a child. I don't use anything she bought. Only what you buy. Xia Hongying bit her lip, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. But Huo Nanxun asked her, when are you going to buy me something? You haven't bought me any clothes yet. You can't expect me to go out every day in a tank top and shorts, right? Xia Hongying, what? You have nothing other than the clothes she bought? Huo Nanxun, I also have the old military uniform and the new work clothes. Xia Hongying, haven't you bought any clothes for yourself? Huo Nanxun, I usually wear military uniforms, and if I bought any, I wouldn't have the chance to wear them. Why waste the money? The clothes I brought back, besides underwear and military uniforms, are all bought by her. Xia Hongying angrily turned to leave. Hey, why are you angry again? Huo Nanxun chased after her into the room. Chapter 55, I only like one man, and that is Huo Nanxun. The pig pen on the Tea Mountain has been built. It consists of 3 rooms, constructed with stone slabs and round logs as beams, topped with black tiles. There are toilets on both sides, separated from men and women, arranged very neatly. This will make it convenient for working on the team mountain to use the restroom. Xia Hongying plans to buy 4 piglets and a sow to raise in this pig pen. With so many piglets, one carrying basket won't be enough, so she takes Xiao Ting along. Every market day, there is a pig market under the bridge in away.She township. Those with piglets at home come here to sell them. Since the pig market disperses around 8 or 9 in the morning, the 2 go there first. Pick out the piglets and leave them at Shunhao's shop. Xiao Ting and Yin also stay there, while Xia Hongying goes to the township health clinic to find her junior high school classmate, Yang Qin. Yang Qin was a good friend of hers in junior high, and both of them had excellent grades. Later, Yang Qin went to a vocational school, and Xia Hongying went to high school. After graduating from the vocational school, Yang Qin was assigned to work as a doctor at the township health clinic. Xia Hongying went to see her, asking for help to determine whether Lu Qingyo's cooling oil had anything added to it. Yang Qin smelled it and immediately identified that it contained a powder used to kill fleas and lice, typically used on hairy animals and not on humans. If it gets on the skin, it must be washed off promptly. Otherwise, it can cause skin irritation and redness. Xia Hongying then asked if expired cooling oil could produce similar substances. Yang Qin said that was impossible. Therefore, Lu Qingyu did it on purpose. She intentionally created ambiguous red marks to provoke Xia Hongying's suspicion and ruin their marriage, so she could take advantage of the situation. With such meticulous planning, does she really have a mental illness? Could she have bribed a doctor to force Huo Nanxun to marry her? Even the accident with Huo Lei is full of doubts. What's going on? Yang Qin asked her how the powder for lice could have mixed with the cooling oil. Xia Hongying had already prepared a reason. The seller said this cooling oil could cure all skin diseases, and my mother-in-law really believes it. But I feel there can't be such a miraculous medicine, so I brought some to you to check. It's fine for use on pigs and cows to kill lice and deworm, but don't use it on humans. Yang Qin said. Xia Hongying nodded. Thank you. Hey, do you still have contact with Wu Xingmin? Yang Qin asked in a low voice. Xia Hongying replied. I've run into him a couple of times and chatted a bit. Yang Qin continued. Have you heard that he has a girlfriend from another place? Xia Hongying's expression turned slightly cold as she said, I haven't heard of that. Why the sudden question? She knew a bit about his out-of-town girlfriend. They had been dating for 2 years, and as graduation approached, the girl's family suddenly accused Wu Xingmin of disrupting a military marriage. They claimed the girl originally had a fiancé in the military, who held a relatively high position. Due to this accusation, Wu Xingmin's job arrangements were greatly affected. He was supposed to be assigned to the province, but ended up returning to away.She township for various reasons. However, during their relationship, the girl had never mentioned having a fiancé. Our township's Mayor Liang wanted to introduce his niece to him, but he refused, saying he had a girlfriend from another place. Mayor Liang's niece came to inquire with me, asking if it was true. Yang Qin replied. Xia Hongying asked, What did you say? Yang Qin responded, I said I couldn't clarify. I'm not close with Wu Xingmin. Xia Hongying nodded. Hongying, guess who Mayor Liang's niece is? Yang Qin asked again. Xia Hongying inquired. Who? Yang Qin said. Liang Ling. Xia Hongying frowned. Liang Ling? Is she the Liang Ling from our class? Yang Qin nodded. Yes. The one who was always jealous of you and made trouble for you, Xia Hongying said resentfully. She always likes to bully others and even killed our little yellow dog with a rock. Wu Xingmin was right to refuse. Xia Hongying would remember Liang Ling for a lifetime because of the little yellow dog. Back in junior high, a stray puppy appeared on campus, looking like it had just been born, begging for help. They all brought lunch, and Xia Hongying and a few others shared some food with it. And the little puppy survived, growing cuter and more affectionate, and they all loved it dearly. Unexpectedly, one day, Liang Ling killed it with a rock. She claimed the little yellow dog was chasing and biting her, but it was clearly very gentle. Now she has become quite impressive. Working as a nurse at the 301 hospital, Yang Qin couldn't hide her bitterness. The benefits at 301 hospital are much better than our township health clinic, and they even get housing. Her? A nurse? Xia Hongying was surprised. A nurse at 301 hospital must have graduated from a formal vocational health school. How did she get in? In this era, vocational schools were guaranteed job placements, and the government even waived tuition fees. In rural areas, vocational schools were more sought after than high schools and also harder to get into. In Xia Hongying's year, both she and Wu Xingmin, who had consistently ranked first or second, missed an exam due to an accident. Only 2 people passed that year. How could Liang Ling, who had always been at the bottom, possibly get into a vocational school? Yang Qin whispered to her, I heard she used connections to take someone else's place in the health school. Then she found a way into 301 hospital. Xia Hongying couldn't believe it. What? You can take someone else's place to go to school? Yang Qin replied, of course. As long as the connections are strong enough, anything can be arranged. Xia Hongying was indignant. That's outrageous. This isn't just about taking someone else's place in school. It's stealing someone else's bright future. Yang Qin nodet haha. Lower your voice. I'm just repeating what I've heard, with no evidence. If this gets out, Liang Ling will come after me. Xia Hongying nodded. Yang Qin siged, Hongying. I always thought you and Wu Xingmin were a perfect match. If you had gone to university back then, you two would definitely be together. Xia Hongying replied. What are you talking about? I've already married and had children. Don't say such things. Yang Qin insisted. Back then, I heard you fell into the river. And he didn't even take the exam, running off to find you. That shows how deeply he cared for you. Xia Hongying said, Yang Qin, let me be clear. My relationship with him is purely sibling-like. There's absolutely nothing like what you think. So don't overthink it. Yang Qin replied, ourig. Sibling-like feelings. My goodness. Xia Hongying said, really, the only man I like is Huo Nanxun. Yang Qin looked at her with sympathetic eyes. He hasn't come back in 4 years. Xia Hongying responded, he has come back. Yang Qin's eyes widened. Really? When did this happen? Xia Hongying said, just recently. He has returned from military service and won't leave again. Yang Qin's expression turned gossipy instantly. I thought something was different about you today. It turns out he came back. Xia Hongying asked, what is different about me? Yang Qin laughed. It's like rain after a long drought. Ha ha ha. Xia Hongying playfully poked her. Be serious. After a while, Yang Qin managed to stop laughing and said, but I really didn't expect you to like someone like him. Xia Hongying replied, you haven't seen him. How do you know what he's like? Although she hadn't seen him. Who hasn't heard of Huo Nanxun's great reputation? Yang Qin stated, in junior high, he was the school bully, and in your high school, he was also the school bully. He fought fiercely, and even the thugs on the street had to call him boss. Chapter 56. One Scholar and One Warrior. Each handsome in their own way, Xia Hongying. Now he's a retired soldier. He even earned a merit in the army, and was assigned to work at 301. Yang Qin. Oh? So impressive? Xia Hongying felt a bit proud, of course. Plus, my husband is really handsome, and he has a great physique. Yang Qin. Is he more handsome than Wu Xingmin? Xia Hongying thought for a moment. Well, Wu Xingmin is refined and cultured, while my husband is more of the strong and agile type. They each have their own charm, one scholarly and one martial. Yang Qin, curious, how about we arrange to have a meal together one day? I want to see just how handsome he really is. Xia Hongying, sure. After leaving the health clinic, Xia Hongying went to find Wu Xingmin to ask about the training and investment meeting. Wu Xingmin told her, I've been busy these days and finally managed to contract all the tea gardens in the village. I'm about to notify each village. So you can take this document to your village chief. Xia Hongying looked at the notice. Training starts the day after tomorrow and lasts for half a month. Wu Xingmin said, yes, in half a month, it will be time to harvest the rice, so it's just right to hold the training during the slack farming season. You can come, right? Xia Hongying, is there a limit on the number of participants? I want all 6 of our tea garden workers to come. Wu Xingmin laughed. The more, the merrier. I was worried no one would want to come. Xia Hongying, how could that be? Learning tea cultivation techniques for free. Only a fool wouldn't want to come. Wu Xingmin, all right. Then you arrange your family matters in the next couple of days. Xia Hongying nodded. Brother, I heard from Yang Qin that village head Liang introduced his niece Liang Ling to you, but you turned her down, saying you have a girlfriend in another place? Wu Xingmin, yes. Xia Hongying, Liang Ling is not a good person. You did the right thing by not agreeing, but won't that offend your superior? Wu Xingmin replied calmly. I don't think it would offend him. Xia Hongying worriedly said, but you've made up a girlfriend. How will you find a partner later? Wu Xingmin, if I find someone suitable, I can just say we've been living apart for a long time and broke up. Xia Hongying, That works too. How about this? I'll ask Huo Nanxun if there are any suitable candidates in their unit and secretly introduce one to you. Wu Xingmin asked, have you told him about our relationship? Xia Hongying, no. Mom won't let me. She made a vow in front of the Buddha at the Wu family that she would ensure no descendants and a bad death. She said she's not afraid of dying, just afraid that the vow of no descendants will harm us both. So she always feels uneasy and sometimes has nightmares. She's very superstitious, and I have no way to convince her. She won't listen to anything I say. Wu Xingmin, people of their generation are like that. It's not that they are superstitious, it's just that they have something to respect. This kind of respect has been passed down for thousands of years. And it's indeed hard to change. Xia Hongying smiled bitterly. No wonder you're a Peking University genius. It's clearly superstition, but the way you put it makes it sound reasonable. Wu Xingmin chuckled and said, actually, I don't want to be like this, having to sneak away to find a private place to talk to my own sister. It would be great if we could interact normally as siblings. Xia Hongying frowned, feeling quite distressed. Indeed. Wu Xingmin said, in fact, I've been thinking about this since I came back. Now that you are married, such rumors could hurt you. We either have to cut off all contact, or we must break this deadlock. Xia Hongying, how do we break it? Wu Xingmin, it's not too difficult. It just requires your cooperation. And you might even be put in a difficult position, which is why I've only dared to think about it and not tell you. Xia Hongying, just say it. I'm about to go crazy. Since you have a solution, hurry up and tell me. Wu Xingmin, since there's a vow taboo from our mother's side, let my adoptive mother from the Wu family announce this matter. This way, it won't add to our mother's psychological burden, and our sibling relationship can be made public. Xia Hongying, but the reason your adoptive mother made our mom take that vow is to keep it a secret that you're not her biological son, right? How could she possibly take the initiative to reveal this? Wu Xingmin, that's why it needs your cooperation. Xia Hongying, how do I cooperate? Wu Xingmin said, just do what her mom said. You come home with me and say you're my girlfriend. She will definitely ask about your parents. And then you just need to mention your mom and dad's names. Xia Hongying listened, looking troubled. This. If she finds out that I'm already married, won't that expose the truth? Wu Xingmin, so we have to force it out on the first visit. Xia Hongying, but if she knows the truth later, she will definitely be very angry, right? Wu Xingmin, what she fears is actually two things. First, she fears that if I find out she's not my biological mother, I won't be filial to her anymore. Second, she fears being ridiculed for not being able to bear children. Now that she's in her 60s or 70s, whether she can bear children is no longer important. As for worrying that I won't be filial, that depends on how I act. As long as I fulfill my filial duties and give her enough sense of security, making her believe that I want to distance myself from her, but rather be more filial than before, she probably won't mind. Xia Hongying thought for a moment and said, I will treat her like my own mother too. Let her know that she hasn't lost a son but gained a daughter. Wu Xingmin smiled. Great. She envies others for having daughters. If she gets a good daughter like you, she might not even care about having me as a son. The two siblings made their plans, and Xia Hongying went to Chun Hao's store to find Shouting and Yin Yan. In front of the store, Chun Hao's son, Chun Yanjun, was teaching Yin Yan how to kick a shuttlecock. The boy was very patient, like a serious little adult, and Yin Yan was speaking in her childish way, but he didn't find it annoying. I have to say, Chun Hao's son has given him a lot of positive impressions. The two women returned to the Huo family's yard carrying piglets, but saw all the women in the yard gathered in front of Huang Caihua's house, chatting noisily, with Huang Caihua's big laughter ringing out from time to time. Among the crowd was a stranger. She was a stylishly dressed woman with permed hair, wearing large round earrings, lipstick, and a polyester short-sleeved shirt with a slightly open collar forming a natural small V, revealing her fair neck and a beautiful gold necklace. She looked very fashionable. Her figure was well maintained, but the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and slightly loose skin still revealed her age. She sat next to Antang, and if Xia Hongying guessed correctly, this should be Lu Qingyu's mother. Lu Qingyu mentioned a few days ago that her mom was coming to see her. Sure enough, when the two returned, Huang Caihu grinned, showing her big yellow teeth, and waved at Huo Shouting. Shouting, come here. Huo Shouting put down the piglet and walked over to ask, Mom, do we have guests? Who is this? Huang Caihu replied, This is your sister-in-law's mother, Dr. Jiang. Huo shouting greeted warmly. Hello, Aunt Jiang. I heard from Sister Qingyu a few days ago that you would come, and you really did. It's been a long journey. You must be tired. Lu Qingyu's mother looked at her with admiration, pulling her over and praising her. Little Huo looks great, and your sister is also a beauty. Look at this head, this appearance, this figure. Brother Huo, Sister Huang, how did you manage to have such good-looking children? Huang Kaiwa laughed so much she couldn't close her mouth. She's just a rural girl. She can't compare to Qingyu's little finger. Lu Qingyu's mother asked Huo, shouting, Do you have a partner? If not, Aunt can introduce one to you. He's a doctor from our hospital, how about that? Huo shouting still hadn't dared to tell her parents about Chunhao's existence. She awkwardly said, I'm just a country girl. How can anyone be interested in me? Such a beautiful girl. With a little dressing up, she's no worse than anyone else. She pulled Huo, shouting, into the house. On the square table inside, there were quite a few things. She picked up one of the paper bags, took out a beautiful dress, and said, This is for you, take a look. Do you like it? Huh? No. And this snowflake cream. Lu Qingyu's mom picked up the snowflake cream and said, This is something Qingyu specifically told me to bring. It makes your face white and tender. You should give it a try. Huo shouting saw the luncheon meat. Malted milk powder, bananas, fruit candies, and other items on the table, widened her eyes and asked, All of these are gifts from my family from you? Chapter 57, He is the most formidable. Lu Qingyu's mother laughed and said, Compared to your brother's life-saving grace toward Qingyu, this is nothing. I'm also weak and can't carry much. Otherwise, I would have brought more. These are hard to buy in the countryside. It seems like they are here to repay a favor. Huo shouting suddenly ran out, pulling Xia Hongying and Yinyan in front of Jiang Shutong, saying, Aunt, this is my second sister-in-law, and my little niece Yinyan, who is Huo Nanxun's wife and child. Xia Hongying had just heard Huang Caihua's introduction of her and smiled, saying, Hello, Aunt. Jiang Shutong looked at Xia Hongying as if she were appraising goods and said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, The daughter-in-law is also quite pretty, Huang's sister. You are truly blessed. Huang Kaiwa pouted and disdainfully said, What is the use of being pretty? It's all about having sons. Qingyu is a lucky child, destined to have a boy. That child Xiao Guang is clever and cute. I really like him at first sight. Lu Qingyu's mother said, Huang's sister, your view is outdated. What era is this? It's the same to have sons or daughters. Women are half the sky. Huang Kaiwa couldn't accept this and shook her head, saying, No way. How can sons and daughters be the same? Sons marry daughters-in-law and can support their parents in old age. Daughters are just a loss. After raising them with so much effort, they end up being someone else's. How can they be the same? Lu Qingyu's mother cast a light glance at Yinyan and smiled. Xia Hongying took a deep breath and said, Mom, if you can't say the right thing, just say less. She then apologized to Jiang Shutong. Aunt, my mother-in-law hasn't had much education and doesn't know how to speak. Please don't take it to heart. Huang Kaiwa widened her eyes. What do you mean? Xia Hongying said. Did you forget? Dr. Lu is Aunt's only daughter. What you just said, everyone knows, saying you like to belittle your own daughter-in-law. People who don't know would think you are hinting at others. Aunt Jiang has come all the way here and brought you so many things. You must not offend her. Huang Kaiwa finally reacted, slapped her own head hard, and stammered an explanation. Oh, look at me. That's Sister Jiang? Please don't be angry. I was talking about Xia Hongying. I wasn't talking about you. Oh, I know. Lu Qingyu's mother laughed and said, Sister, at first glance, you are an honest person, unlike those sharp-tongued little wretches. She looked at Xia Hongying. You too, even I, an outsider, can see that your mother-in-law is talking about you. Don't stir up trouble and drag others into it. Little wretch? Stir up trouble? Xia Hongying's hand, hidden by her side, clenched into a fist, her fingers slightly whitened from the force. But her face remained calm, and she smiled slightly, saying, It's good that Aunt isn't overthinking. It seems Aunt is also understanding and can bend and stretch, truly like mother, like daughter, just by looking at you. I can tell what kind of character Dr. Lu has. Lu Qingyu's mother's expression faded a bit, and she couldn't think of how to respond for a moment, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Huo shouting brought Xia Hongying and Yinyan over because she saw Lu Qingyu's mother bringing so many good things to repay Huo Nanxun's life-saving grace. There are things for her parents, things for her, and over there, the elder sister-in-law was carrying a net bag filled with luncheon meat and fruit candy. She thought that what was given to Xia Hongying and Yin would be even more generous. After all, they're the wife and daughter of the second brother. But reality was in front of her. Lu Qingyo's mother not only didn't prepare anything for the second sister-in-law and Yin, but it seemed she had some hostility towards the second sister-in-law. Speaking in a sarcastic manner, Huo Shouting was also confused and looked at Lu Qingyo's mother with strange eyes. Pulling Xia Hongying back home. This Aunt Jiang is so strange. Huo Shouting whispered. She sent gifts to the elder sister-in-law. Why didn't she send any to you? Isn't she supposed to repay the second brother's life-saving grace? How can there be gifts sent without giving to the main person, just to the side? Xia Hongying was silent for a moment and said, I don't know. Huo Shouting. Could this be their custom? Xia Hongying shook her head and said, wait until your brother comes back. Ask him, he might know. Oh. Huo Shouting leaned over to see, feeling something was off. Over there, Lu Qingyo's mother vividly recounted how Huo Nanxun saved her daughter back then. That scoundrel. His wife and child died. Their family is just unlucky. What does that have to do with the hospital? The hospital tried its best to save her. My daughter was too responsible. She just said not to make a scene in the hospital, as there were many patients who needed rest. He suddenly took out a knife, brandished it at Qingyo's neck, and demanded money from the hospital. Everyone started talking at once, furious. Isn't that extortion? Some people are just like that. When they suffer, they want the whole world to pay for their misfortune. Exactly. Lu Qingyo's mother replied. Later the police came, and he dragged Qingyo up to the rooftop on the 6th floor, saying if he didn't get money, he would perish with my daughter. At that moment, Xiao suddenly appeared, kicked the knife out of his hand, and pulled Qingyo back. The action was so fast that everyone couldn't see what happened. The person was safe. Wow. Is uncle so formidable? Huo Fei looked at her with admiration. Indeed, you all might not know. Lu Qingyo's mother continued. He is the most formidable. He is the captain. He has accomplished countless feats. Huo Baozhen asked in confusion. What feats? Lu Qingyo's mother. Well, the military doesn't disclose them. I'm not very clear on the specifics. But I know everything that passed through his hands was significant. National affairs, even international affairs. Everyone listened with great interest. Huo Nanxun's image in everyone's mind grew even taller. Lu Qingyo's mother continued. And he looks good. I don't know how many female soldiers in the army like him. Even the military commander's daughter wanted to marry him. Military commander? Huang Kaiwa asked. What kind of high official is that? Lu Qingyo's mother. In the army, he is a very high-ranking official. Huang Kaiwa slapped her thigh heavily. He should have gotten married so early. Why get married so early? Lu Qingyo's mother looked at Huang Kaiwa. The disdain and contempt on her face were well covered by her hearty laughter. Outside, the conversation was lively, while inside, the little pigs were grunting. They hadn't eaten for a long time and were hungry. Xia Hongying, however, was troubled by the pigpen issue. Originally, Xia Hongying intended to raise the piglets in the tea garden, but in the past half-month, all 6 of them had to go for training. If the piglets were put in the tea garden, they would have to climb the mountain to feed them specifically, even if they only fed them twice a day. Going up and down would waste a lot of time. Moreover, cooking pig food was also a problem. If they cooked it at home and carried it up, it would be too tiring on such a high mountain. If they cooked on a mountain, it would mean cooking pig food twice. Once at home and once in the tea garden, which would also waste time and energy. So the best solution was to raise the piglets in the pig pen in Huo's yard for the duration of the training. Chapter 58. Why don't you and Xuanzi get a fake divorce? Xia Hongying had 2 pigsties where she raised 4 pigs, all grown to over 100 pounds. If she locked the piglets in with them, the piglets would not only be unable to get food, but might also be trampled by the big pigs. Xia Hongying wanted to ask Huang Kaiwa to lend her family's empty pigsty. However, given their couple's usual character, they wouldn't agree without some benefits. So, Xia Hongying caught 2-foot-long rice-field fish from a rice paddy and made a pot of fragrant and spicy pickled fish, bringing a large bowl to them. The old man loved pickled fish the most. The people at the door had already dispersed, and Lu Qingyo's mother had returned to Aunt Tang's house. Everything on the table had been hidden by Huang Kaiwa. Only old man Huo was in the living room, where he saw Xia Hongying bringing the pickled fish. He immediately felt hungry and politely asked her to put it on the table, then turned to get a wine cup. "Dad, we're shouting," Xia Hongying casually asked. Old man Huo replied, "Her mother sent her to pull pig grass." Xia Hongying said, "I bought a few piglets, originally planning to raise them on the tea mountain. But today I receive a notice from the township that I need to attend training for tea planting technology for the next half month. I want to borrow your empty pigsty for just half a month. Is that okay?" Old man Huo filled a cup with the medicinal wine Xia Hongying made and readily agreed. "Go ahead." "No way." Huang Kaiwa suddenly rushed out from the kitchen, saying, "If you want to use my pigsty, no way." Xia Hongying replied, "Mom, the pigsty collapsed 2 years ago, and I paid to repair it." "No means no." Huang Caihua's eyes darted around. "Unless." Xia Hongying asked, "Unless what?" "Ahem." Huang Kaiwa was about to say something when old man was suddenly coughed. The words Huang Kaiwa was about to say were swallowed back, and she glanced at old man Hua. Old man Hua continued to drink and eat fish, not glancing sideways. Huang Kaiwa rolled her eyes, frowning and sighed. "I'm worried about your elder brother. There's no stable livelihood, relying solely on this little piece of land at home. How can we save any money? Little Fei is about to enter middle school, and before long, he'll need to get married. By then, we might not even have enough for the bride price. Little Fei is still in elementary school, and you're already worrying about the bride price?" Xia Hongying said, "You should worry less at your age. I'll head back now to put the pigs inside." As Xia Hongying turned to leave, Huang Kaiwa hurriedly called out to her, "I haven't finished what I wanted to say." Xia Hongying replied, "Then go ahead." "Ahem." Old man Huo coughed heavily again, filled with a sense of warning. "What are you coughing for?" Huang Kaiwa, who usually didn't dare to confront old man Hua, today seemed to be provoked and scolded back. "Did a piece of rotten fish get stuck in your throat?" "Shut up. Have you forgotten what Xuanzi said?" Old man Hua shouted at her. "He is your son, and you're his father. Are you afraid of him?" Huang Kaiwa retorted fiercely, "I have to say today." Old man Hua slammed his chopsticks down hard. "No talking." "What are you slamming for?" Huang Kaiwa went over, picked up the bowl of pickled fish that hadn't been touched, and poured it directly into the pig feed bucket. "Are you softening up because you're eating from my hands? Then don't eat." Old man Hua was so angry he nearly fell over you. If you're not eating, then get it back to me. Why pour out?" Xia Hongying was also heartbroken and glared at Huang Kaiwa. "Xia Hongying, why don't you and Xuanzi get a fake divorce?" Huang Kaiwa said recklessly. Xia Hongying was stunned for 3 seconds. "What?" Huang Kaiwa continued, "That day, you heard what Lu Qingyu said, right? Her dad has a quota and can arrange a job." Xia Hongying replied, "Yes, I heard." Huang Kaiwa said, "You and Xuanzi get a fake divorce. Let Xuanzi fake marry Dr. Lu, and her dad can arrange a job for your elder brother." Xia Hongying was silent for a moment and asked her, "Is this a guarantee from Lu Qingyu's mom today?" Huang Kaiwa replied, "This. You don't need to worry about that. Just say whether you agree or not. It's not really making you divorce. It's just a fake procedure. You don't need to move out. Once Ing Biao's job is secured, you can remarry." Xia Hongying said, "How can I not care? For such a matter, my consent is not important. It must be approved by Dr. Lu's family." Huang Kaiwa insisted, "Xuanzi is her lifesaver. This counts as repaying kindness. They will definitely agree." Xia Hongying found it absurd. What else is unclear? This is just bait to get Huo Nanxun's family to deal with her. Huang Kaiwa, who usually was very frugal, could stretch a piece of bacon to last 2 meals, but now could directly pour out a large bowl of fish. Given this crazed level, this trick might really work. Xia Hongying laughed in anger. "Fine. If I don't agree to such a good thing, you and your husband and sister-in-law might blame me for life. As long as Huo Nanxun agrees, we can go get the divorce paperwork done tomorrow." Huang Kaiwa was dumbfounded. "You agreed?" "Yes, I agreed. It's just a divorce. What is the big deal?" Xia Hongying turned and left, going to the west end of the courtyard, calling out, "Aunt Wu." Aunt Wu came out from the house. "Hongying, what is up?" Xia Hongying asked, "Can I borrow your empty pigsty for half a month?" Aunt Wu also had an empty pigsty. "Sure," Aunt Wu replied. "Are you buying piglets again?" "Yes." Xia Hongying said, "I originally planned to raise them on the tea mountain, but the township government is organizing training these days. So I'll borrow your empty pigsty for now. I'll thank you properly later." "Oh, we're neighbors. No need to say that. Aunt Wu said. You can use it. I've already cleaned it. It's tidy inside. Huang Kaiwa rushed out asking, Xia Hongying, didn't you want to use my empty pigsty? Why are you going to borrow from someone else? What do you mean? Xia Hongying replied. Aunt Wu's is spacious. I have 5 piglets in total. I'm afraid yours won't fit. Huang Kaiwa was half convinced. You agreed to it yourself. I didn't force you. Just don't play any tricks. Don't worry. Xia Hongying carried the piglets to the pigsty and let them out. The piglets, who had been cramped in a basket for a long time, scampered around happily, squealing for food. Xia Hongying went back to cook pig feed for them. By the time she brought the feed out, it was already sunset, and the bamboo shadows were long. Through the empty bars above the pigsty, she saw Lu Qingyu and her mother walking from the backyard towards the Huo family courtyard. Aunt Wu's pigsty was right by the road. Since they were returning to the Huo family courtyard, they would definitely pass by here. Xia Hongying didn't want to run into them at all and found a corner that could shield her, waiting for them to pass. She could hear Lu Qingyu's voice coming closer. Mom, we've delivered gifts to both the front and backyards. How much did you bring? It's heavy, right? Lu Qingyu's mother replied. I paid someone to help me carry the packages over. Otherwise, with such a long way, I could never have managed. Chapter 59. Shouldn't learning military strategy come before raising pigs? Lu Qingyu. Thank you for your hard work, Mom. Such a long journey. Her voice choked up. Why are you crying, child? Lu Qingyu's mother said, It's nothing. I just thought I would bring some things for your neighbors to build good relationships. You will be living here for a long time. Perhaps because Lu Qingyu was crying, the mother and daughter didn't continue walking and started talking not far from the pig pen. Lu Qingyu. Mom, I'm determined to come here. Don't blame me, okay? Lu Qingyu's mother sighed. I know you have deep feelings for Xiaohua. If he were single, I wouldn't oppose you being with him. But he has a wife and children. Do you still have a chance? Lu Qingyu shook her head sadly. You don't know him? He would rather the whole world betray him than betray anyone else. Xia Hongying waited 4 years for him to have a child, enduring hardships for 4 years. He definitely won't abandon his wife and children. Lu Qingyu's mother. Then what's the point of you coming here? Lu Qingyu replied. Just like now, being able to see him all the time makes me very happy. Moreover, he has told me that he only feels responsibility towards Xia Hongying, but true love is for me. Mom, I have no regrets. Suddenly, Lu Qingyu's mother said angrily, It's all that bastard Huo Lei's fault. He took advantage of your illness and pretended to be Huo Nanxun to bully you. If it weren't for him, how could you two have come to this point? I get angry just seeing his bitter mother. Lu Qingyu, Mom, please don't say that. My mother-in-law is also a pitiful person, and Huo Lei truly loves me. Lu Qingyu's mother, sigh. Anyway, you're old enough to make your own decisions. Mom supports you. Okay. Mom, you're the best. Lu Qingyu said, suddenly pointing ahead, her face full of excitement. Look, Huo Nanxun is back. Let's go. She and Jiang Shutong, arm in arm, quickly ran towards Huo Nanxun. Xia Hongying took another small path back to the yard and saw Huo Nanxun chatting with Jiang Shutong. Huo Nanxun was all smiles. Annie, you must have had a hard journey. No problem. It wasn't hard. Jiang Shutong, like a mother, reached out to straighten his work clothes. It's not easy to wear this outfit. Do well. I believe in you. Wherever you are shining gold. Huo Nanxun seemed to have long been used to this intimacy and nodded. I will. Have you eaten dinner? Jiang Shutong asked again. Qingyu's mother has prepared a great meal. Let's eat together. Huo Nanxun looked towards his home and said, My family should have dinner ready too. How about tomorrow night? I let my wife prepare a nice meal for us to enjoy together. I'm leaving tomorrow. Jiang Shutong said. Huo Nanxun, leaving tomorrow? Are you in such a hurry? Jiang Shutong. I only got 3 days off, plus the weekend makes it 5 days. 2 days on the way here, 2 days back. And I can only stay here for 1 day. I just came to see Qingyu and make sure she's doing well. Then I can relax. Huo Nanxun nodded. All right. Later. I'll take my wife and child over to have a meal together. Jiang Shutong paused for a moment and smiled. Okay. Xia Hongying didn't go home, but came to the path where Lu Qingyu and her mother had just spoken, looking at the pig pen at Aunt Wu's house. She was pondering whether they had deliberately spoken for her to hear, or if it was unintentional. This depended on whether they had seen her in the pig pen when they walked over. She noticed that the light was somewhat against her. and if one wasn't paying attention, it was indeed hard to see. But if you looked closely, you could still see someone in the pig pen. Mom, Yin Yin is looking for you. Dad is back. Xia Hongying took her back home, where Huo Nanxun was waiting at the door. Upon seeing her, he asked. Yin Yin said, "You want to feed the pigs. Why did you take so long?" Xia Hongying replied, "I bought 5 piglets today and just left them over there to see if they are picky eaters." Huo Nanxun looked displeased. "You never cared if I was picky or not." Xia Hongying couldn't help but laugh. "Qingyo's mom is here," Huo Nanxun said. "She said she is leaving tomorrow. Tonight, let's go to Aunt Tang's house and have a meal with her." Xia Hongying paused for a moment and said, "Huo Nanxun, today Dr. Lu's mother said you were very impressive in the army, a captain doing big things." Huo Nanxun raised an eyebrow. "What? Don't you believe it?" "I believe it." Xia Hongying asked him, "When you face enemy situations and can't distinguish between the real and the fake, what will you do?" Huo Nanxun's lips curved slightly. "Respond to change without changing." Xia Hongying, "Is it that simple?" Huo Nanxun, "It is that simple. When you can't distinguish between real and fake, the most important thing is to remain calm and not act rashly, as it would alert the enemy. You need to hide better than the opponent. Endure quietly, gather intelligence. Find their weaknesses, and then strategize for a decisive victory." Xia Hongying looked at Huo Nanxun's handsome face and suddenly laughed. "All right, got it. You take Yin Yin first. I'll go change clothes and freshen up, and I'll be right there." Huo Nanxun walked a few steps with Yin Yin before remembering. "Hey, got it. What did you get? Learning military strategy before raising pigs?" Jiang Shudong was very talkative. At the dinner table, she subtly initiated a conversation, reminiscing about the past with Lu Qingyu and Huo Nanxun, while Xia Hongying and Aunt Tang couldn't get a word in. "That Luo is really good looking. So heroic," Jiang Shutong said with a smile. "Today, I mentioned it to your mom, and she was so angry she kept hitting her thigh, saying you shouldn't have married so early." This topic seemed to make Huo Nanxun a bit nervous. He glanced at Xia Hongying awkwardly and said, "She's just my friend's sister. Quite spoiled. I get a headache just seeing her. She's the daughter of a military commander. It's normal for her to be a bit spoiled and willful." Lu Qingyu noticed how Huo Nanxun's gaze was glued to Xia Hongying. "Someone likes you so much, and you still tell them you have someone in your heart. You didn't know your sister-in-law back then, did you? Who was your heartthrob?" Xia Hongying also looked at him. To everyone's surprise, Huo Nanxun said, "Who says I didn't know? I met your sister-in-law in my 3rd year of junior high." Lu Qingyu's voice changed slightly due to the shock. "3rd year?" Huo Nanxun nodded. "Really, sister-in-law? How did you two meet?" Lu Qingyu asked Xia Hongying, eagerly wanting to hear a denial from her. Xia Hongying was convinced that Huo Nanxun was talking nonsense, but she didn't want to let Lu Qingyu have the upper hand. So, she teased Huo Nanxun. "How did you meet? Tell us more." Huo Nanxun's lips curled up slightly. "When you were on your way to school, did you pass by Huangjilin? There was a big yellow dog from a household that always ran out barking at you." Chapter 60, what is going on? That big yellow dog was transformed by you? Of course, Xia Hongying remembers. The rural junior high school didn't have accommodation facilities, so they had to walk for an hour every day to school. During the entire 1st year, they passed by Huangjilin every day, feeling anxious. Every time they were chased by that fierce and vicious dog, they were so scared that they cried and wet their pants. How could they forget? Xia Hongying gritted her teeth and asked, "What's going on? That big yellow dog was transformed by you?" "Ha ha ha." Yin Yin laughed loudly. Aunt Tang also laughed. Huo Nanxun held back for a long time and said, "That's my grandfather's house. The first time I saw you was there." Xia Hongying thought for a long time. "Why don't I remember seeing you?" Huo Nanxun, "You rushed into my grandfather's courtyard and shouted, forgot?" Xia Hongying blinked. She had forgotten this part either. That day, they were scared out of their wits by that vicious dog, and a little friend from the same village even sprained his foot because of it. Xia Hongying, in a fit of anger, rushed into that family's courtyard and shouted into the house, "Hey, can you manage your dog? It barks every day, and my classmate has sprained his foot. Compensate for the medical expenses." The dog barks to guard the house and keep outsiders away. Yet Xia Hongying dared to challenge its authority and rushed to the doorstep. The big yellow dog got angry and bared its teeth, lunging at her. That dog was huge. When it stood up, it was taller than Xia Hongying. She was so scared that she froze, her mind blank, unable to move. The little friends all screamed in terror. At that moment, a youthful voice came from inside the house, somewhat tender, but with an undeniable authority. "Dahuang, come back." The big yellow dog lunged to the side, circled around her as if to show off, and growled a couple of times before going back inside. That voice, Xia Hongying, was it you who called it back? Huo Nanxun nodded with a half-smile. "Speaking of which, I saved you. Do you know how many people that dog has bitten?" Xia Hongying, why does your grandfather keep a dog that bites? Huo Nanxun, he was robbed once, and the robber almost killed my uncle. So my grandfather got a vicious dog, and since then, no thief has dared to come, except for you. Xia Hongying, am I a thief? Huo Nanxun, yes. Xia Hongying, what did I steal from your house? Huo Nanxun just smiled and didn't speak. At that time, the little girl had her hair in a ponytail, wearing a blue school uniform. Her small body had a lot of energy, and her round eyes were filled with anger. Very spirited and very cute. Since then, Huo Nanxun started paying attention to her. "Come, Xiao, try this fish. It was made by Qingyu herself." Jiang Shutong gave Huo Nanxun a piece of fish, pulling his attention back to where it should be. "Thank you, Auntie." Huo Nanxun picked out the fish bones and handed the fish to Yin Yin, carefully teaching her, "Eat it slowly. Make sure not to swallow the bones." Yin Yin nodded, cautiously eating, smacking her lips and saying, "I want more." So Huo Nanxun continued to pick out the bones for her. "This fish is really good," Jiang Shutong said. "Raised in the rice fields, the small ones are about the size of a palm, and the big ones are over a foot long. Eating it has a fragrance of rice flowers. It's much better than those farmed fish in the city." Aunt Tang said from the side, "This rice field fish was first raised by Hongying. In the first year, everyone went to her field to steal fish. They didn't even have time to grow. They were all stolen." Jiang Shutong chuckled. Lu Qingyu also covered her mouth and laughed. Huo Xiaowang, beside them, laughed foolishly. They were all stolen. Ha ha ha. Huo Nanxun's gaze fell on Xia Hongying's face and saw that she was not angry. So he asked, "What happened next?" Aunt Tang. "Hongying is a clever and capable girl. When she held a meeting in the village, she taught everyone how to raise fish so that everyone could raise them. She also found fish dealers from the town to come and collect the fish. In our entire village, every household, without much effort, gained an extra income from selling fish. And we owe it all to Hongying." Aunt Tang looked at Huo Nanxun and said, "Xuanzi, you have good taste. Your wife is really hard to find even with a lantern. Smart, hardworking, and capable." Huo Nanxun's lips curled slightly, responding, "MHM." Xia Hongying shot him a glance. Aunt Tang praised his good taste, and he didn't show any modesty. This rice field fish is just putting fish fry into the field and waiting for them to grow, right? Lu Qingyu asked in confusion, "Does this still need sister-in-law to teach?" Ontang, hey, if it were that simple, wouldn't every village raise them? Just wait and see. Only our Huo family village has the best, fattest, and most fragrant rice field fish. When the fish dealers take them out to sell, everyone fights over them. Other villages trying to imitate either end up killing all the fish or raise fish that taste muddy, or they die from pesticides. Lu Qingyu's jealousy was almost impossible to hide, and with a forced smile, she asked Xia Hongying, "Sister-in-law, where did you learn this from?" Xia Hongying, "From books." Lu Qingyu, "Books?" Xia Hongying nodded slightly, suddenly remembering this matter, and said to Aunt Tang, "Aunt Tang, shouting, and I will be going to the town government to train in tea cultivation techniques for a while. When they come to collect the fish, can you help me watch the scales and collect the money? When the rice ripens, we need to drain the water from the fields half a month in advance. Before draining, the village will organize fish dealers to come and collect the fish. The villagers just need to wait for weighing and getting paid." Aunt Tang, "Okay, your in-laws, older brother, and sister-in-law are all here." Jiang Shutong frowned, her tone very critical, asking Xia Hongying, "Why let outsiders help you watch the scales and collect money?" Xia Hongying naturally couldn't say in front of outsiders that the money would be lost if it fell into their hands. So she just said lightly, "My family's rice field is next to Aunt Tang's. It's convenient. But still, they're outsiders." Jiang Shutong said, "It's better to find your own family to help you collect the money." Xia Hongying gave Aunt Tang a glance, not saying anything. Aunt Tang naturally knew why Hongying was looking for her, and also didn't speak. Jiang Shudong hit a soft nail, feeling displeased, and emphasized her tone. Are you not on good terms with your family? I noticed how you spoke to your mother-in-law today. It wasn't polite at all. How can you speak like that to your mother-in-law? Xia Hongying still didn't answer, and Aunt Tang said from the side, Mother-in-law, you don't know the situation. Hongying is filial. What she said today was also to avoid offending Sister Huang. Jiang Shutong's gaze towards Aunt Tang cooled a few degrees, and with a forced smile, she asked, Mother-in-law, I see you particularly like Hongying. Why didn't you let your son marry her back then? Instead, Xiaohua took advantage of it. Aunt Tang, I didn't know her back then. I only got to know her after she married in. If I had known her earlier, I would have definitely let Lazy go court her. Jiang Shudong's expression suddenly darkened. Mother-in-law, does this mean that my Qingyu is not as good as her? Aunt Tang answered lightly. I said Hongying is good, but that doesn't mean Qingyu is bad. They each have their own merits. Mother-in-law, don't misunderstand. Jiang Shutong's face still looked displeased. Xia Hongying was puzzled. Why were they arguing? Aunt Tang was usually kind and polite to everyone, so it didn't make sense for her to treat a distant mother-in-law like this. Something must have happened. Chapter 61. Weren't you two arguing? Why are you kissing again? Taking advantage of Aunt Tang going to the restroom, Xia Hongying followed her and secretly asked what was wrong. Aunt Tang hesitated for a moment before saying, I feel uncomfortable inside. Xia Hongying asked, what's the matter? Aunt Tang replied, she came and delivered gifts to every household. She even sent things to the front and backyards, especially to your in-laws, and shouting, giving the most generous gifts under the guise of repaying kindness. Xia Hongying said nothing. Aunt Tang continued, it's just you and Yin Yin. She didn't send anything to you at all. If we're talking about repaying kindness, the ones who should be receiving gifts the most are you two. Xia Hongying responded, I don't care, Aunt. Not just you. What she gave me was only a pair of rubber shoes that don't fit and are falling apart. There's also a piece of coarse cloth clothing, probably worth less than a scrap of Shouting's dress. Aunt Tang added. Xia Hongying asked, is that why you're upset? On tang zipli, si li go. It's not just about these things. Looking at the light spilling from her own doorway, she said, I just want to tell you something. You know it yourself. Xia Hongying nodded. Aunt Tang continued, Xuanzi grew up under my watch. He's a good man. You need to hold onto his heart tightly and not let those ill-intentioned women succeed. Xia Hongying looked at Aunt Tang in surprise. The years had left traces of hardship and sun exposure on her face, and her hair had rapidly turned gray after receiving the news of Huo Lei's death. Her eyes, filled with sorrow, were deeper and sharper than before, as if she could see into people's hearts. Xia Hongying gently nodded. Aunt, thank you. The two returned home and saw Jiang Shudong giving 20 yuan to Yin Yin. Yin Yin looked confusedly at Huo Nanxun, and when he declined, she wouldn't accept it either. Jiang Shudong insisted on giving it to Yin Yin, which made Yin Yin climb onto Huo Nanxun's lap and hide in his arms. Huo Xiaowang snatched the 20 yuan and ran over to stuff it into Yin Yin's arms, saying, This is for my grandma. Just take it. Lu Qingyu was surprised and hugged Huo Xiaowang joyfully, saying, Xiaowang, you finally understand. You're so great. Huo Xiaowang smiled happily. Huo Nanxun declined again. Aunt Jiang, it's not easy for you to come all this way. How can I let you spend money again? I really can't accept this. Jiang Shutong replied, This isn't for you. It's for Yin Yin. It's just a little gesture from Aunt on our first meeting. It's not much, so no need to decline. Jiang Shutong looked at Lu Qingyu and Huo Xiaowang, saying, In the future, Qingyu and Xiaowang, I still need to ask you to take care of Yin Yin more. Huo Nanxun had no choice but to accept it and agreed to leave together with them the next morning, bringing the meal to a close. Once back at home, just as he turned on the light, Huang Kaiwa came over and took Huo Nanxun away. Xia Hongying guessed that Huang Kaiwa was telling him that she had agreed to the divorce. Sure enough, not long after, she heard Huang Saiwa's cries from next door. You ungrateful wretch, I raised you for nothing, and she has agreed. Why are you still so stubborn? Huo Nanxun quickly returned, slamming the door shut behind him, his face dark as he asked, Did you tell Mom you were willing to divorce me? Xia Hongying replied, If your whole family has made up their minds, how could I not be willing? Huo Nanxun's tone turned cold. Your family? In the end, you have never regarded me as your husband. You have always treated yourself as an outsider, right? And you are the one who first complains? Xia Hongying felt a bit angry. That's your mom. Aren't you in your mom family? When you invited Lu Qingyu over that time, didn't your mom mention this? I didn't see you say a word to me about it. Who is really treating whom as an outsider here? Huo Nanxun pressed his thin lips together. His tone gloomy. I'm not treating you as an outsider. It's just that I'm afraid you will know their intentions, and it will hurt our feelings even more. Feelings? Xia Hongying scoffed. Aside from shouting, your family has no feelings with me at all. My 4 years of tolerance only led to them bullying me even more. Besides, what else have you been hiding from me? Who is that Luo? You never mention her. Are you afraid of hurting someone's feelings? Well, Nanxun replied, didn't I just tell you? She's my friend's younger sister. So, I've just seen her a few times. After a pause, he added, she did say she liked me, but I don't like her. I met Luo when I enlisted. If I had any feelings for her, why would I come back and marry you? I could just marry her, couldn't I? Her dad is a military commander. I'm not trying to hide anything from you. I just think it's unnecessary to mention her specifically. If I did, wouldn't you overthink it? Just like now. Xia Hongying looked at Huo Nanxun's very masculine face, filled with jealousy. How many good sisters do you have? Just say them all at once. So I won't have to deal with one popping up every day. It's annoying. Huo Nanxun replied, none. Not a single one. Xia Hongying turned to leave. Huo Nanxun pulled her back. No matter what others do, as long as I haven't been moved, it doesn't count, right? Xia Hongying said, let go. Huo Nanxun switched from one hand to both hands holding her shoulders. Really, not a single one. Xia Hongying insisted, I said let go. Huo Nanxun pulled her close, his grip like a vice. What can I do for you to believe me? Xia Hongying bit down on the back of his hand. The jealousy inside her made her bite down hard. Huo Nanxun remained silent and motionless, allowing her to bite. Xia Hongying tasted a hint of blood and released her mouth. Seeing deep bite marks on his hand, one spot even broken and bleeding. He seemed unfazed by the pain, with a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Biting so hard, are you jealous? Xia Hongying retorted, not at all. I just want you to let go, but you won't listen. He wrapped her in his arms, his voice low and sultry, asking in her ear, Xia Hongying, do I still have a little place in your heart? Xia Hongying's ears felt as if they were ignited, suddenly turning red, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Huo Nanxun leaned in to kiss her, starting from her ear to her neck, then to her lips. Xia Hongying felt as if she were being melted by his warmth, her whole body softening, momentarily forgetting everything else. Daddy, Mommy. Suddenly, a little girl's voice rang out nearby. Xia Hongying was startled, quickly pushing Huo Nanxun away, embarrassed and stamping her feet while covering her face. Huo Nanxun laughed, somewhat helpless, turning to glance at the little one beside them. She looked up at them, her big black and white eyes filled with illogical confusion. Weren't you two arguing? Why are you kissing again? Chapter 62. Making Mom Happy. Just recite ancient poems. Huo Nanxun, I'm making your mom happy. Yin. To make mom happy. Just recite ancient poems. Every time Yin recites ancient poems, Mom is very happy. Huo Nanxun. Xia Hongying, haha. Huo Nanxun squatted down, rubbed Yan's little nose, and said, you mustn't tell anyone about what just happened. Mom and Dad will be shy, understand? Yin. Can't tell Auntie either? Huo Nanxun. Auntie can't know either. This is a little secret between Dad, Mom, and Yin. Yin. Okay. By the way, I want to talk about something serious. Xia Hongying suddenly remembered. Huo Nanxun, what? Xia Hongying handed him a notice she got from Wu Xingmin. The notice was meant for the village head, but the village head said it was useless for him. So he gave it to Xia Hongying. It was for a training session lasting half a month. Xia Hongying said, I plan to send all 6 people from the tea garden, but if I do that, who will take care of Yin? Huo Nanxun's focus was, Wu Xingmin is going to? Xia Hongying, he is the person in charge of this matter, so he might get involved as well. Huo Nanxun fell silent. Xia Hongying, I'm talking about Yin. Why are you asking about Wu Xingmin? Huo Nanxun, I'll just tell my parents to look after Yin. Xia Hongying, no way. When Yin was just over a year old, I had to go out for something and ask them to watch her for half a day. When I came back, they couldn't find Yin anywhere. Guess where she went? Huo Nanxun shook his head. Xia Hongying, she was sleeping in the chicken coop. When Yin Yin wet the bed during her nap, your mom, in a fit of anger, threw her into the chicken coop. She was just over a year old, didn't understand anything, and just fell asleep there. Then your mom actually forgot about it. And when I came back to look for them, they only then remembered to find Yin Yin. At that time, they were panicking because they couldn't find her, but you could tell they didn't take Yin Yin seriously at all. Since then, I haven't dared to leave Yin Yin with them again. Huo Nanxun's gaze turned cold, then let shouting skip the training. Xia Hongying shook her head, pointing at the expert introduction part of the notice. Look at these experts' titles. They seem impressive. This is a rare opportunity, and learning from it is a skill. I have to be fair. I can't favor shouting just because she is close to me. Huo Nanxun. So what do you mean? Our unit can adjust the busy farming holidays with other holidays, but it's not harvest season for the rice yet, so I can't take time off. Xia Hongying said, I want to send Yin Yin to my mom's place for half a month. Huo Nanxun opposed. How can that be? Yin Yin is timid and shy. If we suddenly send her to a strange environment and she doesn't see us for half a month, she'll be terrified. Xia Hongying, during this time, I'll go back to my parents' home. I'll leave the pigs and chickens at home to you and shouting. Huo Nanxun thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll ask our factory director's wife, the principal Zhang you asked about last time, if Yin Yin can start kindergarten early. After all, she is going to enroll in September, so missing this half month doesn't matter. Xia Hongying's eyes lit up. If she could go to kindergarten, that would be the best. Sending her to my parents' place. Her brother and sister-in-law will definitely find ways to bother my mom. The next morning, Huo Nanxun went with Lu Qingyu to send Jiang Shutong to the town bus station. Because she had delivered gifts to everyone, when she was leaving, everyone came out to send her off, giving her boiled eggs, cured meats, or rural dried goods. Especially Huang Kaiwa and Wu Lianying, who, contrary to their usual stingy behavior, gave a big bag. There were dried bamboo shoots, dried green beans, peanuts, 2 pieces of cured meat, and 2 packs of sausages. Jiang Shutong politely accepted all of it. Xia Hongying didn't send anything and didn't go to see her off, just busy with her own things. When she returned after feeding the pigs, she saw Huang Kaiwa and Wu Lianying smiling widely, tiptoeing and waving at them. Looking back on the road, Huo Nanxun was helping Jiang Shutong carry a large, heavy bag, while Lu Qingyu was behind him, propping up a package, occasionally leaning in to talk to him. Suddenly, she felt a stab of jealousy. What Lu Qingyu and her daughter said yesterday by the pig pen resurfaced in her mind. Huo Nanxun and Lu Qingyu are in love. She and Yin are just responsibilities, while Lu Qingyu is true love. Is it true, or is it their scheme? As she was thinking, Huang Kaiwa pulled her into the house. What's wrong, Mom? Xia Hongying frowned. Huang Kaiwa, look, everyone has returned gifts to her. Why haven't you shown any sign? You didn't even come to see her off? Xia Hongying said, it's about reciprocity. She didn't give me anything, so of course, I want to return the favor. Besides, Huo Nanxun helped her carry the bag to the bus station. Isn't that enough? What else do you want me to do? Huo Nanxun is Huo Nanxun. And you are you. Huang Kaiwa was anxious. If you offend her, Ying Biao's job will be gone. I think she is doing it on purpose. Wu Lianying also came over, her triangular eyes filled with resentment, looking at Xia Hongying as if she wished her dead. Xia Hongying, what are you plotting? You can't stand to see my family doing well, can you? Xia Hongying took a deep breath. Big sister, what have I done that you can't let go? I agreed to pretend to divorce Huo Nanxun, but he didn't agree. You can go find him. Wu Lianying, what does he have to disagree about? It must be your doing. Xia Hongying, what can I do? If you don't believe it, we can confront him together when Huo Nanxun comes back. Huo Nanxun is clearly not someone to provoke, and Wu Lianying didn't dare to find him, so she stubbornly said, I want to look for him. I'll just look for you. You deliberately offended her, causing Huo Yingbiao's job to be in jeopardy. You have to take responsibility for this. Xia Hongying was so angry she didn't know what to say and turned to leave. Do whatever you want. Don't go. Wu Lianying pulled her back. Hongying, Huo Nanxun will listen to you. You tell him to go get a divorce. He will definitely agree. Xia Hongying shook off her hand. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. What fake divorce? It's just a ruse. You just wanted to really divorce him so that he can marry Lu Qingyu. This way, you 2 old folks will have a relative in the province who is an official, and your brother will also have a job, and even when Nanxun can get a son for free. right? Huang Kaiwa couldn't hide her thoughts, and upon hearing this, her face turned pale, her eyes darting around. Wu Lianying, however, was much more sinister, her sharp gaze unchanged. If you can convince him, I'll agree. At most, I'll just divorce him and raise Yin myself. Xia Hongying continued, but you want me to persuade Huo Nanxun to divorce me? Don't you think that's too much? Are you even human? Who says we want you to really divorce? Wu Lianying asked, hands on her hips. Did the old man say it? Or did Mom say it? Or did I say it? It's all in your own imagination. Since you think this way, can you not whisper sweet nothings in Huo Nanxun's ear? Xia Hongying, if Huo Nanxun doesn't agree, that's your business. Xia Hongying had training to attend tomorrow, and today she had a lot to deal with, so she didn't have time to argue with her and turned to leave. Xia Hongying, Wu Lianying shouted angrily, you must persuade Huo Nanxun, or I will not let this go. Chapter 63. Don't let other men get close to her in the afternoon. Huo Nanxun returned and told Xia Hongying that the matter of entering the garden early was settled. Principal Zhang asked him to take Yin to her house early tomorrow, and she would personally take Yin to kindergarten. Huo Nanxun said she also gave Yin a brand new blue backpack that her grandson never used, along with a nice metal pencil case, 2 new notebooks, and some old kindergarten textbooks. These were much better than the canvas shoulder bag Xia Hongying bought. This backpack is really nice, and it's new. Xia Hongying asked excitedly, why did you give it to us? Huo Nanxun replied, her grandson is going to 2nd grade in elementary school this fall. He's grown up, so this little backpack is no longer useful. Xia Hongying said, I'm really grateful to her. If this season's autumn tea sells well, we must tidy up the dormitory, treat the factory director, and also your master, their families, to a meal. Huo Nanxun nodded. Yin was also very happy to see her new backpack, flipping it over and over again, and carefully wrote her name in the new notebook. Xia Hongying then conveyed Huang Kaiwa and Wu Lianying's earnest request to Huo Nanxun. They insisted that I persuade you to get a divorce, saying that if I couldn't persuade you, it would mean I was scheming and whispering in your ear, and they wouldn't let me off the hook. Huo Nanxun frowned, his tone probing. Are you suggesting that I should agree to it? Xia Hongying replied, I've said before, I don't want to divorce you. I just want to live a good life with you. The reason I mention agreeing is that Wu Lianying doesn't dare to say a word in front of you. She's always pushing her mother to take the lead. I'm pushing it towards you to avoid their entanglement. Huo Nanxun's expression relaxed. Really? Xia Hongying said, if you don't believe me, then forget it. Huo Nanxun said, I believe you. Let's not worry about them for now. You're going to training anyway, and you won't be home for half a month. When you come back after the training, if they look for you again, I will naturally have some good fruit for my sister-in-law. Xia Hongying asked, what are you going to do? Huo Nanxun replied, you'll know when the time comes. Huo Nanxun had to arrive at Principal Zhang's house before 7 o'clock, so he left early with Yin. Xia Hongying and the others were scheduled to start training at 9, and the 6 of them set off for the town government at 7:30. For them, participating in government-organized training was a new experience, and everyone was filled with curiosity and excitement. Huo, shouting mischievously, told everyone, yesterday my brother gave me some advice. Do you know what he said? Wang Dehua asked. What did he say? Huo shouting coughed and imitated Huo Nanxun's tone. Your sister-in-law is quite eye-catching. You must always stay by her side and not let other men get the chance to approach her. Ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. Cousin Wang Dashu said, I didn't expect my sister-in-law's husband to be this kind of person. Daju's wife added, you don't understand. This just shows how much he loves his sister. Xia Hongying turned red and said, shouting, he wouldn't say that. Are you making up stories about your brother and his sister-in-law? He really said that. The one lying is a little dog. Huo shouting said confidently, I asked him, who are you guarding against? He said that most of those going to the training are young men, and they all need to be guarded against. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed again. Xia Hongying felt a bit annoyed, but also inexplicably sweet, and she couldn't help but chuckle. He also said, especially that classmate of second sister-in-law, Wu Xingmin. Huo shouting was enjoying teasing her brother. Wu Xingmin? Wang Dashu asked, is he the top student from our village? Wu Xingmin was not only the only college student in their village, but also the provincial top student of that year, making a huge impression and becoming a local celebrity. Huo shouting exclaimed, that's him. Wang Dashu asked in surprise, sister, he's your classmate? Xia Hongying replied, yeah. We were in the same class in middle school and the same school in high school. Wang Dashu exclaimed, wow, what kind of person is he? Xia Hongying said, you'll see him soon. He is in charge of his training. No wonder Huo Nanxun was wary of him. And he smiled and said, he is really handsome. Standing next to Hongying, he is simply eye-catching. If Hongying hadn't failed the college entrance exam back then, maybe there wouldn't be anything between her and Huo Nanxun. Really? What happened? Everyone began to ask in confusion. Wang Dashu asked curiously, Mom, have you met him? And he said, the year Hongying took the high school entrance exam. She was pushed into the river by a bad boy. When I rushed to the hospital, I saw Wu Xingmin taking care of Hongying. I heard he ran out from the examination room. TSK, TSK. He ran out of the exam room, was shouting wide in her eyes at Xia Hongying, oh my God. Second sister-in-law, he definitely likes you. And he is a super romantic guy. Why didn't you get together with him and instead marry my brother? Xia Hongying said with a headache, don't guess randomly. He was just the class monitor. He was just concerned about his classmates. What a lie. Hua, shouting, excitedly interrupted Xia Hongying. Caring for classmates to the point of not taking the entrance exam? No way. I must take a good look at him today. Wang Dashu and his wife chimed in, me too, me too. The notice said they should arrive before 9 in the morning, and they arrived at around 8:10. The group told the gatekeeper they were there for training, and the gatekeeper went in to call Wu Xingmin out. Wu Xingmin wasn't as tall as Huo Nanxun, but he stood out in the crowd, around 180 centimeters tall, wearing a white shirt, black pants, and black leather shoes, with a neatly styled haircut. His hair was particularly thick, his skin exceptionally fair, and he was very handsome, exuding a clean, scholarly aura that was hard to forget. He came out, glanced at the number of people, and smiled at Xia Hongying, asking, you really brought 6 people? Yes. Xia Hongying replied, we're not late, are we? He said, you're the earliest, come in with me. He let a few people inside. Was shouting, and Daju's wife hit it off, having worked together in the tea garden for the past few days and becoming close friends. Now, seeing Wu Xingmin, they were both excited and blushing, deliberately walking at the back, whispering to each other. So handsome. He looks so good. My goodness. He can rival my brother-in-law. One literary, one martial. Each has its own charm. Absolutely. Hua, shouting, exclaimed, provincial top student, Peking University. And he looks this good. It's simply outrageous. Daju's wife said, if this were ancient times, he would definitely be the handsome scholar from a gentry family, the kind that would be caught by a prime minister's list for a son-in-law. Exactly. His whole demeanor is just different from us farmers. Standing next to him, my second sister-in-law is indeed eye-catching. Hua shouting looked at the backs of Xia Hongying and Wu Xingmin, wondering how she ended up marrying my brother, that big rough guy. Daju's wife laughed and said, haha, how can you be so biased? What if your second brother hears you? He'll definitely give you a hard time. Hua shouting grinned and said, I can't help it. He is just so perfect for me. If he liked me, I would immediately kick Chun how to be with him. Slurp. Daju's wife said, me too. If he liked me, I would kick Daju and elope with him. Ha ha ha. Chapter 64. Social butterfly, were you two whispering about? Xia Hongying stood at the door of the conference room, waiting for them. Hurry up. We're coming. The two followed Xia Hongying into a large conference room, standing a bit awkwardly. Please sit down. Wu Xingmin greeted them. You arrived the earliest, so take the front row. Sitting in the front, you can hear better. As he spoke, he took 6 delicate porcelain cups, poured 6 cups of tea, and brought them over, first handing them to his aunt and Xia Hongying. Aunt quickly stood up to receive it. Oh, thank you, leader. How can we accept this? It's nothing. Wu Xingmin glanced at her and recognized her. You are Hongying's aunt, right? I remember seeing you before. You remember? Aunt said happily. Back then in the hospital, I didn't understand anything, and I relied on you to help me. Thank you so much. Wu Xingmin smiled and said, you're welcome. You and Hongying are partners, right? Xia Hongying told me. Aunt, yes, but Hongying takes the bigger share. I only take a small share. Wu Xingmin, you have vision and courage. That's impressive. Believe me, RT will definitely find a market, don't worry. His calmness and confidence boosted Aunt's confidence, and she nodded, asking, may I ask what position you hold here? Xia Hongying said, Aunt, he is the deputy township head. Oh, the township head? Aunt asked, you and Hongying are classmates, so you should be about the same age, right? To be a township head at such a young age. That's quite remarkable. When they were in school, They were right in the midst of the chaos of the Cultural Revolution, and there were students in the same grade with an age difference of 10 years. Wu Xingmin replied, I am 2 years older than Hongying. You want to get 2 more cups of tea? Smiling as he said, speaking of being young, after all these years, Aunt, you haven't changed at all. You even look younger. Hearing him call her Aunt, Aunt laughed heartily, pointing at Wang Dashu. I'm old. My son is already this big. Wu Xingmin handed the tea in his hand to Wang Dashu. Your son is already this big? Really can't tell. Wang Dashu, who had not seen much of the world, instinctively felt nervous in front of someone like Wu Xingmin, stood up in a fluster to receive the tea, but fumbled and nearly dropped the cup. Wu Xingmin and Xia Hongying quickly reached out to catch the cup. Just as their hands were about to touch, suddenly, Xia Hongying was pulled back, her whole body leaning back, but she was caught by someone falling into that person's arms. When she regained her composure, she saw Huo Nanxun firmly holding the cup with one hand and wrapping his arm around her waist with the other, his eyes fixed on Wu Xingmin, slowly and softly saying, Be careful. Wu Xingmin also quietly stared at him. Their eyes met, and Wu Xingmin smiled faintly, extending his hand. Huo Nanxun, you've changed a lot. Huo Nanxun was silent for a moment, slowly extending his hand to shake Wu Xingmin's hand. You too. Huo Nanxun was tall and strong, exuding a formidable presence that gave a strong sense of pressure. Although Wu Xingmin was slightly shorter and thinner than him, his aura was not weak, facing Huo Nanxun with ease and confidence. As the two shook hands, those around them felt inexplicably alarmed. It was Huo Shouting who broke the tense atmosphere, curiously asking, Second brother? You know Township Head Wu too? Huo Nanxun withdrew his hand, saying, We played ball together in school before. Huo Shouting pondered for a moment and glanced at Xia Hongying. I see. Seeing Huo Nanxun, Xia Hongying felt a bit surprised, her expression brightening unconsciously. And she asked with a smile, Are you here for business or to find us? When Huo Nanxun caught her gaze, he suddenly smiled as if the ice had melted, naturally wrapping his arm around her shoulder, saying, Just to say hello. He turned to face Wu Xingmin while holding Xia Hongying. My wife is very eager to run the tea garden well under the government's guidance, and she brought so many people for training. Hope we're not causing you trouble. Wu Xingmin's gaze swept over his hand, smiling, and replied unperturbed. How could that be? It's a good thing that Hongying values the training so much. We must fully support it. Huo Nanxun nodded lightly. Turning to Xia Hongying, Principal Zhang personally took Yin to kindergarten, and I will pick her up for lunch in my unit cafeteria, so don't worry. Xia Hongying, okay. Huo Nanxun, how are you all having lunch? Xia Hongying looked at Wu Xingmin. Wu Xingmin said, We will eat at the government cafeteria. It's all arranged, don't worry. Huo Nanxun nodded, then went over to greet Aunt. Aunt, is everything settled at home? Aunt smiled. Your uncle is watching over it. Huo Nanxun then turned to greet Wang Dashu and his wife, patted Huo on the shoulder, and then said he had to get to work and took his leave. Wu Xingmin also mentioned that the experts should be arriving soon and went out to greet them. Once everyone left, Huo Shouting looked puzzled and said, Why do I feel my brother is acting strangely today? Xia Hongying, what is strange? Huo Shouting, what is strange? It just feels a bit overly attentive. He specially came to greet Township Head Wu and proactively greeted each of us, acting like a social butterfly, which isn't his style. He greeted everyone, but only didn't greet you, Wang Dehua said. Huo Shouting glared at him. What do you mean? Wang Dehua, think for yourself. Huo Shouting habitually confronted him. Think for myself? Wang Dehua, have you learned to play coy in front of me now? Wang Dehua was immediately intimidated by her and said, Do you really think he came just to say hello? Look at his attitude towards Township Head Wu. It's incredibly arrogant. He came to assert his dominance. Assert dominance? Everyone suddenly realized and looked at Xia Hongying. Xia Hongying, you guys, is this going to go on forever today? Huo Shouting, Wang Dehua, and several young people were laughing. Only Wang Dashu suddenly said, Hey, don't you think Township Head Wu looks a bit like our cousin? The first time I saw him, I felt that way. Hey, now that you mention it, that is true. And also agreed. I said why I felt such a warm feeling when I first saw him. Huo Shouting thought for a moment. The face shape is similar. The eyes are similar. The nose is similar. Wow. Second sister-in-law. Could it be that you two are long-lost siblings? Xia Hongying smiled, but didn't speak. How is that possible? The Shu's wife blurted out. That S called the couple's resemblance. Everyone looked at her. Xia Hongying could no longer smile. Han Xiaoji hurriedly covered her mouth. I just suddenly thought of it. I didn't mean anything else. Huo shouting. You must not say that in front of my second brother. He will strangle you. As the time approached 9 o'clock, others from the tea garden arrived one after another, totaling around 20 people. Xia Hongying's family brother and sister-in-law were surprisingly among them. When they saw Xia Ju and Xia Hongying, there was no trace of joy on their faces, only surprise and barely concealed jealousy. Aunt Hongying, why are you both here? Chapter 65. Brother and sister-in-law Xia Hongying said lightly, my aunt and I have also contracted a tea garden. You contracted a tea garden? Brother Xia Hongyao asked. How many acres did you contract? Xia Hongying replied, 50 acres. Only 50 acres? Xia Hongyao immediately found a sense of superiority and said, we contracted 300 acres. The village chief said our family has the largest contracted area in the village. Xia Hongying smiled, that's great. But for a 300-acre tea garden, are just the two of you going to conduct the training? Xia Hongyao glanced at his aunt, the Shu, was shouting, and others, and whispered, such core technology should definitely be kept in our own hands. Are you silly? Bringing so many people? Xia Hongying said, a person's attention is limited. If I miss something, it's a waste of resources. Having more people to learn and communicate seems good to me. Xia Hongyao scoffed. Sister-in-law Ma Defen nudged Xia Hongyao's arm, smiling broadly as she said to Xia Hongying, Hongying, we arrived late, and there are only seats left at the back. Can you let your people switch seats with us? We want to sit in the front. Sister-in-law, who doesn't want to sit in the front row? Xia Hongying replied, if you wanted to sit in the front, you should have come earlier. Sorry about that. Hongying, we are your own brother and sister-in-law. Ma Defen's expression darkened. It's not like I'm asking you to give up your seat. Can't you let the people under you switch with us? Xia Hongying, no. Hey, everyone, please take your seats. Wu Xingmin arrived and told everyone, the experts are coming soon. Xia Hongyao and Ma Defen had to hurry to the back and sit down, both of them glaring at Xia Hongying with displeasure, as if she owed them something. The village leaders and the experts who were to give lectures arrived, but the most central position on the podium remained empty. Looking at the nameplate in front of them, the absent person was the village party secretary and village head, Liang Xinghua. Wu Xingmin frowned and frequently looked at his watch, urging someone to check. It was only after 9:40 that he finally arrived, late. After he arrived, he first apologized to everyone, saying he had to answer a call from above. Then, Wu Xingmin hosted the meeting, introduced the experts and leaders, and invited a few major leaders to speak. The speaking time for the other leaders was generally kept under 5 minutes, but the late Secretary Liang spoke for a full hour. He talked about the household contract responsibility system, the history of tea gardens, the spirit conveyed by the higher-ups, and his own contributions, filling his speech with bureaucratic jargon and not mentioning anything related to training or income generation. Few farmers could understand what he was trying to express, and it was only when snoring sounded from the back that he ended his speech with a somewhat ugly expression. Next, Wu Xingmin talked about the seating rules and the arrangements for the next half-month, and then it was time for lunch. Wu Xingmin led everyone to the government cafeteria. The office and cafeteria were a distance apart, and Wu Xingmin, along with one of his capable young subordinates, led everyone toward the cafeteria. Seeing the capable young man leading the way, Xia Hongying quietly walked up to Wu Xingmin and quietly asked, brother, that Secretary Liang was late for such a long time and interrupted you several times while speaking. I can't help but feel. Wu Xingmin shook his head at her and gave her a meaningful look. Xia Hongying frowned. Hongying, someone called her from behind. Xia Hongying turned around to see a woman in her 30s, dressed like a city dweller, with permed hair, earrings, and lipstick. She looked somewhat familiar, but Xia Hongying couldn't recall who she was at the moment. I'm Ma Chuyue from Shangiba village. The woman said, I used to visit your home. Have you forgotten? Shangiba village. Xia Hongying remembered. Ma Defen's family also came from Shangiba village, and this Ma Chuyue was from the same village. She had originally been a sent-down youth. Because she married a local man, she couldn't return to the city. Later, her husband died from a sudden illness, and she became a widow, raising 2 children alone while also taking care of a sick mother-in-law. When she came to the Xia family, It was to act as a matchmaker for her cousin. She said her cousin had fallen in love with Xia Hongying at first sight and had asked her to help. However, Xia Hongying's mother didn't like Ma Qiuyue due to her bad fate and refused to let her act as a matchmaker, saying that Xia Hongying already had someone she liked without even having met her cousin or asking for his name or village. Fortunately, just a few days later, she did meet Huo Nanxun, so that lie was smoothed over. Sister Qiuyue, Xia Hongying felt a bit guilty for not recognizing her at first. Please don't take it to heart. Not at all, Ma Qiuyue smiled. You've been married for 4 years, right? I heard you have a child. How old is she? Xia Hongying, 3 years old. Ma Qiuyue, boy or girl? Xia Hongying, a girl. Girls are great. Ma Qiuyue said. Girls are their mother's little cotton-padded jackets. I love my youngest the most. Xia Hongying smiled and asked, Sister Qiuyue, have you contracted the tea garden in Shangyiba? Yes. Ma Qiuyue held up a finger. 100 acres. They're all relatives and friends working for me. She pointed to 7 or 8 young men and women following her. Xia Hongying said, Sister Qiuyue, you're quite bold. So are you. Not many dare to take the first leap, Ma Qiuyue said. How many acres did your family contract? Xia Hongying, my aunt and I partnered up, and together we have 50 acres. The two started chatting. Ma Defin and Ma Qiuyue were from the same village and had never gotten along. Seeing the two of them chatting warmly, Ma Defin sarcastically remarked, Ma Qiuyue, Xia Hongying, you two shouldn't be joining in this excitement. What tea garden are you contracting? Her voice was loud and filled with a sharp and acrid tone, drawing the attention of people who had been chatting in small groups along the way. You two, one is a widow and the other's husband is in the army, as if he died outside. He hasn't come back in 4 years. Ma Defin said, just the two of you women and with children to take care of. Without money or manpower, what good tea can you grow? Just being able to plant the land would be good enough. Look at us contracting a tea garden. Do you even have conditions for that? Huo Shouting got angry upon hearing this. Sister-in-law Ma, who are you saying has died outside? Hey, don't get angry. I'm just making a comparison, Ma Defin said. Hongying, don't blame sister-in-law for not reminding you. You should buy a ticket and go see where your brother-in-law is serving in the army. Who knows, maybe he's set up another family out there. And you are still blissfully unaware. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Xia Hongying with strange expressions. Xia Hongying took a deep breath. Sister-in-law, Huo Nanxun is a soldier, and the military has strict discipline. It would never allow bigamy, so don't talk nonsense. Besides, he has already returned. Returned? Ma Defin, however, thought she was lying to save face and scoffed. How come I never heard he came back? My brother did come back, Huo Shouting said. He was assigned to work at 301. Assigned? Ma Defin had a disbelieving expression and turned to ask Xia Hongyao. Can soldiers still be assigned jobs now? Chapter 66. The best look is not wearing anything, Xia Hongyao replied. How is that possible? There is no such policy. Ma Defin glanced disdainfully at Xia Hongying. Did you hear that? There is absolutely no such policy. Have you ever seen anyone in the village who was a soldier and got a job arranged after discharge? Just to save face, you lie without a hint of shame. Xia Hongyao chimed in. Hongying, don't get your hopes up. No matter how many years he served, there is no such thing as job placement. Your sister-in-law has a point. In this day and age, anything can happen. You should quickly look for him. When the time comes, you can separate and divide the family property. With your looks and figure, while you're still young, you can remarry. Ma Defin laughed. Exactly. Even if you can't marry a first-time husband, those widowers who are a bit older will be eager to have you. By then, your parents can collect another bride price. The others listened to their words, watching them like a circus show. The looks in their eyes toward Ma Defin and her husband were filled with contempt. The way they looked at Xia Hongying was also much more disdainful. Xia Hongying wished she could sew their mouths shut, but it was the first day of training, and she didn't want to argue in front of Wu Xingmin and the experts, so she gritted her teeth and stayed silent. Wu Xingmin frowned, about to speak when suddenly, a voice came from behind, Village Chief Wu. Xia Hongying turned to see Huo Nanxun walking toward them in his work uniform from around the corner. His appearance was too striking, and everyone brightened up upon seeing him, especially the girls attending the training. Who is that? Oh my God, so handsome. My goodness. Huo Nanxun. Ma Defin couldn't help but scream. You really came back? Huo Nanxun ignored her and walked straight to Wu Xingmin, saying, "My daughter started kindergarten today. I want to go see her with Hongying. I'll bring her back before your afternoon class starts." Wu Xingmin replied, "She hasn't eaten yet." Nanxun said, "I'll take her to our cafeteria to eat." Wu Xingmin nodded, "Go ahead." Hearing she could go see Yin Yin, Xia Hongying felt overjoyed and prepared to leave with Huo Nanxun. However, Nanxun turned around, smiling but without warmth, and greeted Xia Hongyao and his wife, brother, sister-in-law. "Long time no see. How have you been?" Xia Hongyao awkwardly smiled. "You really came back? When did you come back? Hongying didn't even tell us." Huo Nanxun asked, "What? It seems like you're not very happy I'm back. Am I interrupting your bride price collection?" "Just kidding. Why are you taking it seriously, brother-in-law?" Ma Defen, without any shame, smiled warmly. "Brother-in-law? What kind of clothes are you wearing? It looks just like the uniforms of the 301 workers." Huo Nanxun replied, "Didn't my sister just say? I was assigned to 301. Ma Defen's jealousy was barely concealed. "Really? Assigned to 301? Huo Nanxun nodded. Ma Defen pushed Xia Hongyao hard and asked angrily, "Didn't you say there's no job placement?" Xia Hongyao replied, "There isn't. Several soldiers I know who were discharged didn't get placements either. What about you? Lunchtime is limited. We can talk more later," Huo Nanxun said, taking Xia Hongying's hand and leaving. Xia Hongyao and Ma Defen watched their backs, their expression sour. Although they have different mothers, they share the same father. Huo shouting, seeing their expressions, couldn't help but sneer. "Can't stand to see your own sister doing well. What kind of people? What did you say? You little brat. Say that again." Ma Defen lunged at Huo shouting, but was pulled back by her aunt, who whispered, "The experts are still here. Aren't you afraid of being sent back?" Ma Defen glanced at the leaders and experts ahead who hadn't walked far and didn't dare to act recklessly. Wu Xingmin called everyone to continue walking. Xia Hongying followed Huo Nanxun to their cafeteria for lunch. As they approached, she suddenly remembered to ask, "Is it really okay for me to eat at your cafeteria?" "It's fine," Huo Nanxun replied. "They often bring family members to eat, and you can even take food home." Xia Hongying held on to him. "Is my outfit okay?" She thought they were going to the tea mountain, so she wore clothes suitable for working up there. Black pants, a red check shirt with a white base, and canvas shoes. Huo Nanxun said, "You look good in anything." "Nonsense," Xia Hongying replied, but her lips curled into a smile. "You look best without anything on," Huo Nanxun added. Xia Hongying playfully punched him. "Worker Huo, who is this?" At that moment, a delicate voice came from the side. Xia Hongying turned to see a young girl wearing a 301 uniform, petite and fair, with large black-framed glasses, curiously sizing her up. "This is my wife," Huo Nanxun said. "Hongying, this is my colleague Li Mylin, also one of my masteress apprentices." Xia Hongying smiled and greeted her. "Hello. I thought in a factory like yours, it would be all men. I didn't expect such a refined young lady to be here. We have quite a few female colleagues in our factory," Li Mylin said. "Are you joining us for lunch, sister-in-law?" Huo Nanxun replied, "Yes. She happens to be nearby today." "Then let us go," Li Mylin said enthusiastically, linking arms with Xia Hongying. "Our cafeteria has the best ribs. Coincidentally, we have some today." Once inside the 301 cafeteria, Li Mylin helped her get food and water, taking special care of her. And Xia Hongying thanked her repeatedly. Just as the three of them sat down, Huo Nanxun's master, Wei Daong, also came over with a lunchbox. Sitting next to Li Mylin, smiling as he asked, "Xiao Xia is here?" "Hello, master." Xia Hongying quickly stood up to greet him. "Sit. Seat." Wei Daong gestured for her to relax. "You're a family member of the staff now. In the future, feel free to come to the cafeteria and dormitory. This is your home. Be a little more casual here." Xia Hongying replied, "Okay, thank you, master." Wei Daong asked, "How does it taste?" Xia Hongying took a bite and said, "It's really good. 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. The combination is quite nice, right?" Wei Daong picked up a piece of rib from his bowl and gave it to her. "Our cafeteria makes great ribs. You're young, have another piece." Xia Hongying said, "This? How can I?" "Don't worry, I haven't started eating. It's clean," Wei Daong insisted. "No, I can't take yours." Xia Hongying protested, "I'm older. I don't like eating meat." Wei Daong then gave another piece of rib to Li Mylin beside him. "Mylin, don't say master is biased. Here's one for you too." As he leaned over to pass the rib, Xia Hongying, perhaps being overly sensitive, noticed Li Mylin slightly retreating and frowning, then quietly said, "Thank you, master." "Eat," Wei Daong said. "You're so thin. You need to eat more." Li Mylin nodded. With Master Wei Daong present, Li Mylin's earlier enthusiasm faded, and she quietly focused on her meal. Xia Hongying felt as if she were having lunch with a strict teacher, hardly daring to speak. After finally finishing their meal, she urged Huo Nanxun to quickly take her to the kindergarten to see Yin Yin. Chapter 67. Digestion after meals. The kindergarten is right next to the dormitory area, enclosed by a wall of decorative bricks. Looking through the gaps, one can see the basic layout of the kindergarten. There are several rows of single-story houses with hand-painted, whimsical drawings on the white walls, and under the eaves, there are swallows' nests with a few little swallows flying around, chirping happily. There's a playground, with vegetables planted in one corner and some chickens and geese raised in another. At this moment, the children are cleaning the playground under the teacher's guidance, each holding a broom, chatting and laughing in groups, creating a lively atmosphere. Xia Hongying quickly spotted Yin Yin. She had no broom and stood alone in a corner, looking small and lonely. Her eyes were red, clearly having cried, and she timidly gazed longingly at her classmates and the teacher on the playground. Yin Yin had cried. Xia Hongying felt a pang in her heart and hurriedly wanted to go over. "Don't go." Huo Nanxun stopped her. "If she sees you, she'll definitely cry and want to go home with us." "But look at her." Xia Hongying's eyes turned red, tears welling up. "She is all alone, so pitiful." "You cried?" Huo Nanxun chuckled. "Yin Yin didn't cry, and you're crying?" Some passers-by glanced over at them, and Xia Hongying, feeling a bit embarrassed, wiped her eyes and said, "I'll just take her home. I want to participate in the training anymore. I could just have my aunt and the others tell me about it later." Huo Nanxun shook his head. "Kids just starting school are like this. They have to go through this whether they're sent early or late." Xia Hongying understood this reasoning, but seeing the child who had almost never left her side, struggling to fit into the group, made her heart ache. She reasoned with herself, she is still too small. Look, the other kids are much older than her. It's not too late for her to start kindergarten when she is a bit older. Huo Nanxun insisted otherwise and advised her, every time new recruits come to our unit, some struggle to adapt or can't handle the hardship. As the captain, if I indulge them, they'll definitely be eliminated or get hurt during missions. That's why there's a saying, indulging a child is like killing a child. When it's time to be tough, we have to be tough. Huo Nanxun's expression also showed a hint of concern, but his gaze was resolute. You have to believe in Yin Yin. After a few days, she will definitely adapt. Looking at Huo Nanxun's face, Xia Hongying felt inexplicably more at ease. Ultimately, she held back her reluctance and left the kindergarten area without alerting anyone. Huo Nanxun wanted to walk her back, but Xia Hongying declined. "I can go by myself. You can head back." Huo Nanxun insisted. "Let us walk together. It's just to digest our meal." So the couple walked along the smooth cement road toward the street. "The food in your cafeteria is quite good." Xia Hongying gradually regained her composure and told Huo Nanxun, "Rice, steamed buns, pickles, and soups are all plentiful. And the dishes taste good and are clean." Huo Nanxun smiled. "I'll come pick you up for dinner again tomorrow." "Don't," Xia Hongying said. "Everyone eats over there. It's not good for me to stand out alone. Besides, what if I run into your master? That would be awkward." Huo Nanxun replied, "Then the day after tomorrow. Your master will be off that day, so you definitely want to run into him." Xia Hongying said, "Starting the day after tomorrow, we'll go to the tea garden for on-site training." Huo Nanxun asked, "Which tea garden?" Xia Hongying replied, "It's the nearest one, Wushan Tea Garden." Huo Nanxun's expression slightly dimmed. "Near Wu Xingmin's house. Your master is really nice. He even shared the ribs with us." Xia Hongying asked Huo Nanxun how many disciples he had. Huo Nanxun replied, "Currently, there are 5 he is mentoring, all of whom just joined the factory not long ago. As for the ones he mentored before, there are many." Xia Hongying asked, "Was he this nice to you all back then? Sharing meat dishes with you?" Huo Nanxun glanced at her, shook his head. "It's probably because you're particularly likable." Xia Hongying replied, "Don't flatter me." In fact, she felt quite averse to it. She wasn't too close to Wei Daong. She had a cleanliness obsession. She wouldn't want to eat from someone else's bowl, even if it were dragon meat. Moreover, Wei Daong was an old and ugly man. That piece of rib made her feel a bit nauseous. Not eating would be impolite, leaving her in a very uncomfortable situation. In the end, she symbolically took a bite and claimed she couldn't eat anymore, leaving the rest. What did you do in the army? Xia Hongying asked him again. Huo Nanxun replied, training. Xia Hongying asked, anything else? Huo Nanxun said, just training day after day, and studying during breaks. Xia Hongying inquired, no, entertainment? Huo Nanxun explained, there are a few organized movie screenings every year. Occasionally, there are performances by the art troupe. Xia Hongying asked, what about that Luo Yi? What kind of soldier is she? Huo Nanxun replied, she is an artistic soldier in the art troupe. Xia Hongying asked, is she pretty? Huo Nanxun answered honestly, very pretty, and she dances well. She is the flower of the art troupe. Xia Hongying asked, did she like you? Did you ever have feelings for her? Huo Nanxun laughed. Xia Hongying puffed up in annoyance. What are you laughing at? Huo Nanxun said, if I say I had feelings, you'd definitely get angry. If I say I didn't, you wouldn't believe me and would still be angry. How do you want me to answer this question? Xia Hongying insisted, just be honest. Huo Nanxun replied, the honest truth is no, never. Xia Hongying stared at him. You're obviously lying. Huo Nanxun. When they returned to the conference room, as soon as they entered, they saw Xia Hongyao and Ma Defen sitting in the front row where Xia Hongying and her aunt were supposed to sit. Huo Shouting was arguing with them. Didn't Team Mayor Wu say this morning? The afternoon seating should follow the morning S order. Look, everyone is sitting in their original seats. Why are you two sitting here randomly? Ma Defen, looking rude and aggressive, replied, this is my sister's seat. What is wrong with me sitting here? You, a young girl, are so petty. No wonder you're still not married at this age. Huo Shouting retorted, you sister-in-law. Xia Hongying approached and said, sorry, but I don't want to switch seats with you. You two can go back. Ma Defen sat firmly. We're sitting here. What can you do about it? Xia Hongying said, should I call Mayor Wu? Call if you want. Am I afraid of you? Ma Defen said, I have 300 acres, while you only have 50. Can I sit in the front row? At that moment, Wu Xingmin's office was next door, and he heard the commotion and came over to ask. Huo Shouting quickly reported the situation. Wu Xingmin said, ladies, I mentioned this morning to avoid such situations for these 2 days. Please sit in the order you arrive in the morning and return to your original seats. Ma Defen protested, Deputy Mayor Wu, my brother-in-law is Xia Hongyao from Yinjing village. Our tea garden is the largest. Why can't we sit in the front? Wu Xingmin replied, that is a different matter. Today's seating is not arranged by the size of the tea gardens, but by the order of arrival. Ma Defen had an uncle who was a leader in the county and had always been arrogant in the village and at home. If she had to go back to the rear seats, she would lose face. Feeling blocked, she directly acted defiantly. Why should we do it your way? You're just a deputy mayor. Who do you think you are to control how we sit? Chapter 68. Wu Xingmin, well-mannered, did not get angry with them and calmly said, any event, even if organized by an individual, the organizer has the right to set rules and the obligation to maintain order. Moreover, we are a government department. Comrades Xia Hongyao and Ma Defen, please return to your seats. Ma Defen, who couldn't read a word, did not understand what he meant and continued to throw a tantrum, saying, I won't leave. I want to sit in the front row. Let's see what you can do to me. Wu Xingmin's expression darkened. There are security guards at the door, and I can have them throw you out and never let you in again. Furthermore, if you continue to make trouble, the police station is just 300 meters to the left. You could be detained for disturbing the peace. What will you choose? Ma Defen, turning red with anger, was about to say something more, but Xia Hongyao, who was timid and afraid of trouble, quickly pulled her away to the back. Wu Xingmin reassured them, saying, the meeting room is only this big. The experts are speaking at the front, and you can hear everything from the back. There's no need to fight for seats. With 15 minutes left before the afternoon class, Wu Xingmin finished speaking and went out first. Ma Defen muttered behind him, is this little white face interested in how pretty Xia Hongying is? Always helping her. Xia Hongying turned back to look at Ma Defen, her eyes filled with warning. Brother, you better keep an eye on your sister-in-law. Huo Nanxun can fight really well and has a bad temper. Ma Defen wanted to say more, but Xia Hongyao grabbed her. Don't talk nonsense. Huo Nanxun used to be a troublemaker who dared to do anything. and I've heard he was invincible in the village. After so many years in the army, he looks even scarier now. Don't provoke him, or he might actually hit us." Thinking of Huo Nanxun's cold and ruthless demeanor from just now, Ma Defin swallowed hard and managed to hold her tongue, not causing any more trouble. Xia Hongying prided herself on being knowledgeable about tea planting and processing, but after listening to the expert's lecture, she realized she was just a frog at the bottom of a well, with so much knowledge she was hearing for the first time. She took detailed notes and formed a resolve in her heart. She would seize every opportunity to participate in training and learning in the future, continuously broadening her horizons and knowledge and arming her mind. The morning class was originally planned to last an hour, but was delayed by Secretary Liang, resulting in an hour's extension in the afternoon to finish what needed to be said. After the training ended, as Xia Hongying walked out of the town government gate, she saw Huo Nanxun waiting outside with Yin Yin. Huo Nanxun was holding her and teaching her the big characters on the plaque hanging on the wall. Yin Yin, this one is person, this one is wood, and this is white. Huo Nanxun, these characters say, by-She Township People's Government. Yin Yin, isn't by-She Township our township? Huo Nanxun, yes, it's our by-She Township. Yin Yin, what does people's government mean? Huo Nanxun, it means the government of the people. It is a place that leads everyone to a good life and serves everyone. Yin Yin seemed to understand, but not quite. Oh. Xia Hongying happily ran out. Yin Yin, Mommy. Yin Yin reached out her hand towards her, leaning half her body forward. Xia Hongying scooped up her soft little body and kissed her twice. How was your first day at kindergarten? Did you miss Mommy? Yin Yin pouted, tears immediately welling up. I missed Mommy. Xia Hongying pressed her little head against her chest, feeling a pang in her heart. Yin Yin. Huo shouting also came over to hug her, and after some playful teasing, seeing so many familiar faces made Yin Yin smile happily. Wu Xingmin also came out. Seeing Yin Yin greeting him. Yin Yin, do you remember me? Yin Yin blinked her eyes at him. I remember. Uncle. Wu Xingmin smiled and pinched her little face. So smart. Look what this is. He took out a lollipop and placed it in Yin Yan's hand. Yin happily unwrapped the candy and put it in her mouth. Huo Nanxun took her in his arms and said, What did Daddy tell you? Eating too much candy will give you cavities. Yin Yin, no, I won't. Yin Yin will brush her teeth when she gets home, and I will just eat this one. Huo Nanxun couldn't resist her acting cute and had to let her be, half jokingly and half seriously asking, Director Wu still carries lollipops around? Wu Xingmin, yes. I bought it for my niece. Huo Nanxun, I heard you are the only son of the Wu family, and you have a niece? Wu Xingmin, yes, I do. She's my niece. Huo Nanxun, then you spent a lot on her. We'll head back now. Goodbye. Wu Xingmin nodded. As they walked home, they just crossed the intersection when they ran into Lu Qingyu, who was getting off work. Lu Qingyu saw Huo Nanxun walking alongside Xia Hongying, holding Yin Yan's hand, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes as she asked in surprise, Brother Sun, why did you come from that side? Huo Nanxun replied, I came to wait for Hongying to go back with us with Yin Yan. You and Yin Yan? Lu Qingyu was puzzled. Did you take Yin Yan with you? Did you bring her to the office? Huo Nanxun, Hongying is attending a training, so I dropped Yin Yan off at kindergarten early. Lu Qingyu, what? Why didn't you tell me? Huo Nanxun looked at her. If you had told me, I would have let Xiao Guang go to kindergarten early too. Lu Qingyu frowned. Yin Yan is so timid. She will definitely have a hard time adjusting to kindergarten and might even get bullied by other kids. If Xiao Guang could protect her and keep her company, wouldn't it be better? Sister Qingyu, let's forget about that. The straightforward Hua, shouting, immediately said, How could we let Yin Yin be with your son? Even with adults watching, he spits and hits people. What would happen without adults around? Lu Qingyu's expression did not change. Shouting, Xiao Guang is not like that anymore. The night before last, my mom was there, and Xiao Guang even gave Yin Yin money. Was shouting, That's good if he's changed. That ungrateful girl. Lu Qingyu cursed inwardly. I bought her such an expensive dress and skincare cream, and she still stands on Xia Hongying's side. Brother Sun, Lu Qingyu said again, could you please let Xiao Guang also start kindergarten early tomorrow? Let him keep Yin Yin company. Huo Nanxun shook his head. The small class starts on September 1st, and there are only a few days left. Let's wait until then. I've already owed someone a big favor by letting Yin Yin start early. I can't ask for another favor. A flicker of jealousy crossed Lu Qingyu's eyes. All right then. We will wait until the official start of school. I will never make it difficult for you. Huo Nanxun did not say more, and the three of them, two adults holding Yin Yan's hands, walked along while talking. Mommy, the teacher praised my writing today. Xia Hongying was pleasantly surprised. Really? What did the teacher say? Yin Yan. The teacher said I'm so small and can write. That's great. She even rewarded me with a little red flower. Xia Hongying, where's the little red flower? Yin Yin bounced with excitement. It's in my backpack. Chapter 69. The fish have all run into the river. Lu Qingyu took a deep breath to suppress the jealousy in her heart. It was almost 7 o'clock when she returned to the village. Luckily, in this season, it usually doesn't get dark until around 7:30 to 8. So it wasn't too late. As she walked along the small river to the lower yard, someone called out to Xia Hongying, saying, Hongying, your rice field has been dug up by your mother-in-law. Xia Hongying, what? Dug up? No way. The old party secretary issued a notice that water would be released for fishing the day after tomorrow. But Huang Kaiwa took a hoe and dug a big hole in your field, and all the fish have run into the river. Xia Hongying and the others immediately turned around and headed to the rice field by the riverbank. Sure enough, there was a 3 or 4 meter long gap dug in the field, leading straight to the small river. And there was hardly any water left in the field. The fish had all run into the river. Is Mom crazy? Was shouting said in disbelief. Second brother, second sister-in-law. Why did she do this? Xia Hongying remained silent, looking at Huo Nanxun. Huo Nanxuan's expression darkened as he said, let's check the other fields. Their family had a total of 4 rice fields. 2 small fields measuring 2 acres were not far from the whole family yard. One was a large field covering 3 acres, shared by several households, with their family owning about a quarter of it. The other was a 1 acre and 3/10 field by the river, which was their largest and highest yielding rice field, containing the most fish. The large field, shared by several households, had not been dug up. However, the 2 small fields in front of their house had also fallen victim to Huang Caihua's destructive hands. This area had a gentle slope, with long narrow rice fields cascading down to the riverbank like terraces. With Xia Hongying's field dug up, the fish had all run down to the fields below. The fields below the 2 small ones belonged to Wu Lianying and Uncle Air. Those 2 would not get their fish back. Mom, Hua shouting ran back home to ask Huang Kaiwa, why did you dig up the second brother's field? Huang Kaiwa put down what she was doing and stepped outside, crossing her arms, looking at Huo Nanxun and Xia Hongying who were heading home, and coldly huffed. Asked them. Hua shouting turned back and looked at Xia Hongying, second sister-in-law. Xia Hongying stepped up the stairs and said, your mom is trying to force me and your brother to divorce. Hua shouting, what? It's to get them to fake divorce. Huang Kaiwa hissed in a suppressed voice. That way your eldest brother can get a formal job. Such a good opportunity. And they refused to accept it. Isn't that infuriating? Hua shouting, huh? What are you talking about? Why would they fake divorce for my eldest brother to get a job? You a girl, what does this have to do with you? Go away. Huang Kaiwa shoved Hua, shouting aside, with a malicious look on her face. And in a voice only they could hear, she said, you 2 are selfish, only caring for yourselves and ignoring the family. I will sabotage you. As long as you disagree, I will keep at it. Let's see how long you can hold out. Qingyu, Huo Nanxun called out to Lu Qingyu, who was about to enter the house from the bottom of the stairs. Lu Qingyu awkwardly smiled and came over to ask, brother son? Huo Nanxun, did your dad give that spot to your relatives? Lu Qingyu quickly nodded. Yes. It's already gone. She looked apologetically at Huang Kaiwa. Annie, I'm sorry, but the spot my dad had has already been given to my relatives. It's gone. Huang Kaiwa sneered. Huo Nanxun, do you think I don't know? It was you who forced her to say that. When Jiang Mei came last time, she said that spot was reserved for Qingyu. Whoever Qingyu says it goes to. It goes to. Oh no, my mom. Lu Qingyu exclaimed, feeling guilty. I'm sorry, brother son, my mom came and left in a hurry. And I didn't remember to communicate this with her in advance. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Huang Kaihua laughed smugly. Still trying to deceive me? Huo Nanxun glanced at Lu Qingyu, paused for a moment, and said, Qingyu, I'm sorry for dragging you into my family matters. Lu Qingyu sincerely replied, what are you talking about? Do we need to say these things between us? Huo Nanxun nodded and said, could you please accompany me to my elder brother's house? Lu Qingyu, sure. Dad, Mom, Hongying, you all come. Huo Nanxun led everyone to Huo Yingbiao's house. Xia Hongying signaled Huo, shouting to keep an eye on Yin Yin. Huo, shouting, nodded, and then waited for everyone to enter before hiding outside with Yin Yin to eavesdrop. The Huo Yingbiao family was having dinner. When they saw Huo Nanxun come in with a group of people, Wu Lianying appeared a bit flustered. She glanced at Lu Qingyu and then composed herself, smilingly asking, "Oh, why are you all here? Have you eaten? Come eat something." Huo Nanxun said, "Elder brother and sister-in-law. Today Mom dug up all my family's fields and let the fish into the river. Do you know about this?" "Huh? What happened?" Wu Lianying feigned surprise, her tone unnaturally high, clearly pretending not to know. Huo Yingbiao's reaction was much more genuine. "Huh? Mom? What is going on?" "Huo Nanxun, it's still about your job. Mom is using this method to force me and Hongying to fake divorce." Huo Yingbiao understood, feeling a sense of pride like a brother fighting and parents protecting him. But he said, "Mom, how could you do this?" Huang Kaiwa maintained a righteous expression, not feeling that she had done anything wrong. "Today, let's clarify everything at once." Huo Nanxun said, "This matter hinges on Qingyu. That's why I invited her here as well." Everyone looked at Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu smiled awkwardly yet gently. Huo Yingbiao pulled over a stool, wiped it clean with his sleeve, and said, "Dr. Lu, please sit." He then called to the others, "Sit. Everyone sit." Everyone sat down, and Huo Nanxun directly asked, "Qingyu, my mom said you were willing to fake marry to give the spot in your dad's hands to my elder brother. Is it true?" Lu Qingyu replied seriously, "Brother Sun, you are my lifesaver. All along, our family has no way to repay you. I'm willing to give that spot to Brother Huo." Huo Nanxun said, "But if that is the case, if you remarry later on, it would be your third marriage. It would have quite an impact on you." Lu Qingyu, "It's okay, Brother Sun. I never planned to remarry. See, I'm not lying to you." Huang Kaiwa, who had previously listened to Wu Lianying, was now excited to hear Lu Qingyu say this. "How could I possibly deceive you about this?" Huo Nanxun nodded and said, "Qingyu, I'm very grateful that you are willing to do this. I owe you this favor." Lu Qingyu knew that Huo Nanxun was a principled person and thought the hardest part would be convincing him. So her strategy was to force Xia Hongying to withdraw voluntarily. But unexpectedly, he said this. Lu Qingyu's heart raced immediately. Huang Kaiwa was even more excited and stuttered. "Son, Xuanzi, does this mean you agree?" Huo Nanxun nodded. "I agree. Moreover, this favor counts as something I owe Qingyu. I will definitely repay it when there is a chance in the future." Huang Kaiwa was overjoyed. Huo Leoi's expression also changed, his eyes shining brighter than before. Wu Lianying suddenly slapped her thigh and laughed widely. "Xuanzi, oh, how can we thank you for this?" She pulled Huo Fei over and pushed him towards Huo Nanxun. "Xiao Fei, when you grow up, you must be as filial to your dad as you are to your second uncle. Do you understand?" Huo Fei nodded, somewhat dazed. Chapter 70. The only person for the fake marriage is Sun Zi, Huo Nanxun continued. "Then, brother, you should go and handle the divorce paperwork with sister-in-law tomorrow." Huo Yingbiao widened his eyes. "Huh? Me?" Wu Lianying's laughter also froze on her face. "What?" "Huo Nanxun, go handle the divorce paperwork. Of course, it's a fake divorce. Sister-in-law will still live in this house, just like you haven't divorced at all. Once brother gets a stable job, you can remarry. How can that be?" "No way." Wu Lianying, Huang Kaiwa, and Lu Qingyu spoke up simultaneously. Huo Nanxun's sharp gaze seemed capable of piercing through hearts. Why not? If brother wants that formal job, isn't it safer to have a fake marriage with Qingyu? There's still a difference between a husband and a brother-in-law. "Brother, what do you think?" Huo Yingbiao's eyes lit up at the possibility, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Unfortunately, Wu Lianying saw this smile and immediately went mad. "Huo Yingbiao, what are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? What? Do you want to divorce me and marry her?" "Huo Yingbiao, if you dare to have this thought, I'll kill you, and then I'll slit my own throat." All right. Why are you going crazy?" Huo Yingbiao gritted his teeth. "Who would want me?" "Brother, this has nothing to do with wanting or not wanting." Xia Hongying, who had been watching from the side, spoke. "It's just a fake procedure, not real." Huo Yingbiao, "True. As for me, I can definitely do it." "You can do what?" Wu Lianying slapped him. "You dare to try divorce. None of us will live." Huo Nanxun dodged, avoiding the slap, but not the nails, leaving 2 bloody scratches on his face. You shrew. Huo Nanxun was furious, standing up and distancing himself from Huo Nanxun. Sister-in-law, why are you so agitated? Xia Hongying asked her again. It's a fake divorce, not real. Huo Nanxun said. Huo Nanxun is not the same as Sun Zi. He.S. just a lecher who can't resist pretty women. If you let him have a fake marriage with Qingyu, he'll definitely find a way to make it real. Hongying, this matter still needs your help. Huo Nanxun, you dare to mess around again. Huo Nanxun pointed at her, feeling a surge of anger, wanting to hit someone. Huo Nanxun dared not say more. Her gaze towards Huo Nanxun was venomous. Xia Hongying chuckled and turned to Lu Qingyu. Dr. Lu, what is your reason for opposing this? Lu Qingyu regretted saying no as soon as it came out. While Huo Nanxun and his wife were arguing, she had been thinking of what to say. She was always quick-witted and had come up with something. Now that Xia Hongying asked her, she said, the fake marriage has to be kept from my dad, otherwise he definitely won't agree. To be honest, Brother Huo, please don't be angry. If my remarriage partner is Sun Gu, my dad wouldn't oppose or suspect it because he knows Sun Gu is excellent and he admires him very much. But if the remarriage partner is Brother Huo, my dad probably wouldn't agree and would suspect that there is something else going on. Huang Kaiwa looked at Xia Hongying sideways. Did you hear that? The only person for the fake marriage can be Sun Zi. Xia Hongying glanced at Huo Nanxun and said nothing further. Lu Qingyu also looked at Huo Nanxun, her gaze exceptionally frank. Huo Nanxun nodded and said, since that's the case, then this matter cannot proceed. Qingyu, I am a soldier. I absolutely cannot deceive uncle to benefit my brother. Lu Qingyu's expression changed this. Actually, you don't have to worry. I will explain it to my dad later. Huo Nanxun shook his head, pulling Xia Hongying up to stand. Sister-in-law, do not impose on others what you do not want for yourself. You are unwilling to have a fake divorce with brother, so why can't you understand Hongying? She is also unwilling. Huo Nanxun, isn't she willing? She said it herself, right? Mom? Huang Kaiwa. That's right. She said it herself. She is willing. Huo Nanxun gathered everyone to resolve the matter, and Xia Hongying naturally wouldn't hold him back, saying, Mom, brother, sister-in-law, I didn't consider this well before. I thought it was just a paperwork issue that could help brother get a good job. I didn't expect that Dr. Lu actually had to deceive her dad for it. So, I can't agree to this. We can't do such a deceitful and immoral thing. Huang Kaiwa pointed at her, furious. You. Who are you calling immoral? Lu Qingyu secretly clenched her fists, realizing she was being pushed into an ethical dilemma, and for a moment couldn't think of any words to extricate herself. Huo Nanxun, Hongying, how much could our fish sell for before? Xia Hongying, a couple of years ago. It was around 140 to 150. Huo Nanxun nodded. Mom, because of the losses incurred this year due to you, I can only use my salary to repay you, calculating it at 140, deducting for 7 months. Previously, he promised to give the 2 elderly 20 yuan a month, totaling 140, just enough to offset 7 months. Huang Caihua's eyes widened. What did you say? You unfilial son, are you calculating accounts with your mother? I raise you with so much effort, helping you marry a wife and raise children. How dare you not pay? If you think I am being excessive, let's call the old secretary and Uncle Da and Uncle E, those respected elders, to judge. Huo Nanxun said, if they think I am in the wrong, I will do exactly as you say. Whatever you ask, I will do, okay? Huang Kaiwa. I. She of course knew that inviting these people would only judge her. Huo Nanxun pulled Xia Hongying away. Once outside, Huo Nanxun said to Lu Qingyu, Qingyu, I'm sorry for the trouble. Lu Qingyu. Sun Gu, don't be so polite. You make me feel like I'm the one causing you trouble. I shouldn't have brought this up. I just mentioned it casually. Huo Nanxun, I know. Let's leave it at that. Actually, saving you back then was just a small effort for me. If you insist on repaying the life-saving grace over the years, you and lazy taking care of me in life has already counted as repayment. In the future, whether it's my parents or brother and sister-in-law, if they make any unreasonable requests, you must refuse. At least discuss it with me before giving them a reply. Okay, I will try to pay attention in the future. Lu Qingyu reluctantly agreed, her nails almost digging into her palm. Back in the house, Huo Nanxun went straight to the backyard. Sitting alone there, lighting a cigarette and saying nothing. Xia Hongying quietly cooked and ate. Huo Shouting came in with Yin Yin, sat next to Xia Hongying, and whispered, "I just overheard everything." Xia Hongying smiled wryly. "I never dreamed that, even in the 1980s, there would be a day of being forced to divorce by the in-laws." Huo Shouting said, "Second brother and second sister-in-law, you must hold on. You can't let them succeed. I know my mom too well. If you really listen to her fake divorce, she will definitely find a way to make it a real divorce. Because what she wants is not just that job. She also wants a powerful in-law to rely on, and she might want Huo Xiaowang to be her grandson." Chapter 71, Wu Family Manor Museum, Xia Hongying. "You seem to understand everything." Huo Shouting, "They're my parents. Who else would understand if I don't? My brother understands too. That's why he refuses to agree. Right, brother?" Huo Nanxun did not respond. Huo Shouting glanced at Huo Nanxun outside, leaned in closer, and whispered, "Also second sister-in-law. About Dr. Liu, do you think she might?" Xia Hongying paused her actions. Huo Shouting, "I feel something is off about her. I have a strong intuition, and I'm rarely wrong. Second sister-in-law, be careful of her." Shouting. Huo Nanxuan's tone was full of warning. "Do you think I can't hear you? Oh, I just spoke so loudly to you, and you couldn't hear, but now you can?" Huo Shouting stood up and walked out, saying to him, "Second brother, don't you think Dr. Liu is suspicious?" Huo Nanxuan, "What is suspicious?" Huo Shouting, "She is willing to have a fake marriage with you, but not with my brother. Do you think she might like?" Huo Shouting. Huo Nanxuan called her by her full name, his tone displeased. "Don't let me hear such words from you again. She is Huo Lei's widow, and Huo Lei treated you like a real sister since childhood." Huo Shouting, "Why are you so fierce? I'm just talking to you, not to anyone else." Huo Nanxuan, "It doesn't matter who you talk to. If you really suspect something, go find evidence and present it, making it undeniable. If it's just suspicion, don't say it out loud, or it will only create baseless rumors and doubts." "I create rumors and doubts?" Huo Shouting was angry. "Second brother, I'm on your and second sister-in-law's side. How can you say that to me?" Huo Nanxuan, "I'm just reminding you to be careful of what you say." Huo Shouting, "Why don't you remind Lu Qing you to be careful of what she says? If she and T said her dad could arrange a job, where would these troubles come from?" Huo Nanxuan said, "From her perspective, she doesn't know who her parents are. She's just chatting idly. You can't blame her for this." Huo Shouting, "Fine, fine, fine. It's all my fault then." She turned and left, slamming the door shut. Xia Hongying glanced at Huo Nanxuan. "Those words you said were for me, right?" Huo Nanxun, "No, don't think too much." Xia Hongying, I'll say it even if you don't want to hear it. Just now, when she mentioned her mother, she directly denied it, didn't she? She quickly changed her words. Hongying, Huo Nanxuan said, "If she really has other feelings for me, then I have made a huge mistake. You can deal with me as you wish." Xia Hongying, "I'm not your superior. What can I do to you?" Huo Nanxuan went into the house and sat down beside her, saying seriously, "You can hit me or scold me." Xia Hongying, "Just that?" On the third day of training, Wu Xingmin took the experts and tea farmers to Wushan Tea Garden. Wushan Tea Garden is the closest tea garden to the township government, less than half an hour's walk away. For the next 10 days of training, they would be here. At the foot of Wushan, there is a large village. They had to pass through this village to get to the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, beside the main road leading up, they saw a large building. It had an ancient style with a vermilion gate, carved beams, and painted rafters. 2 large stone lions at the entrance looked quite imposing. And even the bricks used for the surrounding wall were different from those of the villagers' houses, made of thick, high-quality gray bricks with floral and bird reliefs. "What place is this?" everyone asked. "There is a plaque hanging there." Xia Hongyao pointed at the black characters on a white background plaque at the entrance and read, "Wu Family Manor Museum." There is actually a museum here? This was the home of Vice Township Head Wu before liberation. Wu Xingmin's assistant said with a smile, "After liberation, it became a museum. It's beautiful inside. When you have time, you can go in and take a look. It's free." Vice Township Head's home? Oh my! Huo Shouting stared at the museum, then looked at Wu Xingmin. Wu Xingmin only smiled faintly. "Vice Township Head, where do you live now?" Huo Shouting asked him. Wu Xingmin pointed to a row of bungalows next to the museum and said, "That is my home. That row of bungalows has only 3 rooms. Fenced off with a picket fence in front, not much different from other households in the village." Huo Shouting, "Couldn't he help but sigh. The contrast is too great. They had a 2-hour break at noon. Wu Xingmin directly took Xia Hongying back to his home. During the Cultural Revolution, Wu Xingmin's father was criticized and died. His family only had a widowed mother, Zhao Yui, who had taken Xia Hongying's mother as a concubine, giving birth to her. Zhao Yui was the daughter of a county magistrate during the Republic of China, a typical lady of a wealthy family, educated and well-mannered, with bound feet. Even though it had been decades since liberation, she still rarely went out, only visiting her closest relatives. She wouldn't attend any banquets held by other families in the village. These were things Wu Xingmin had told Xia Hongying before. The Wu family matriarch, in his mother's words, was rich and dignified. Even a casual piece of clothing could buy 10 concubines. In the Wu family, she was always cautious, not daring to raise her head in front of Zhao Yui. Therefore, in Xia Hongying's impression, Zhao Yui should be a graceful and beautiful woman wearing a chi pao and holding a hand fan, even at an old age. But upon seeing her in person, she realized she had overthought it. Now she was not much different from other peasant women. Deep wrinkles, gray hair, rough hands, and her gait was rather awkward due to her feet being inconvenient and her back was slightly hunched. The difference was that her clothes were very clean and tidy, with no patches, her hair neatly combed, and she spoke calmly and gracefully, exuding a certain elegance. Seeing Wu Xingmin bringing Xia Hongying into the yard, Zhao Yui asked in confusion, "Xingmin, who is she?" "She is my girlfriend," Wu Xingmin said with a smile. "Today, we happened to go to the tea mountain for training. I brought her to meet you." "Girlfriend?" Zhao Yui looked Xia Hongying up and down. Xia Hongying had dressed up specially today, holding a gift in her hand, showing her sweetest smile, allowing her to scrutinize her freely. "She is a proper and pretty girl." Zhao Yui showed a satisfied smile. Come in. Come and sit." Xia Hongying went in and sat down, and Zhao Yui asked her how she met Wu Xingmin. Xia Hongying said, "We are classmates. Same class in middle school. Same school in high school." Zhao Yui, "Do you farm at home or work elsewhere?" Xia Hongying, "I farm." Zhao Yui nodded. "Farming is good. Steady. Where is your home? Who is in your family?" Xia Hongying, "My home is in Yinjing village. My family has my parents, an older brother, a sister-in-law, and a nephew." Yinjing village? Zhao Yui, he suddenly paused, looking at Xia Hongying's face, her expression growing increasingly strange. "Do you know Jiang Furong?" "Huh. Aunt, you know my mom?" Xia Hongying exclaimed with surprise. "What? Jiang Furong is your mom?" Zhao Yui suddenly stood up. Chapter 72. I am the thief preventer. Xia Hongying. "Yes. My own mother." Zhao Yui swayed a bit, almost losing her balance. I said, "The more I look, the more it resembles." "Aunt, what's wrong with you?" Xia Hongying asked her. "Mom, what's wrong?" Wu Xingmin also asked. Zhao Yui sat down again, her expression heavy and hard to speak. "You two cannot be together." Wu Xingmin, "What? Why? Didn't you say before that I should just find someone kind-hearted and with similar interests, and you wouldn't interfere with anything else? Why now?" "You don't need to say more." Zhao Yui interrupted her. "Anything else is fine, but her, absolutely not." Wu Xingmin, "Why?" Zhao Yui shook her head. "I know her mother, and her mother is not a good person. Like mother, like daughter. Jiang Furong's daughter can't be good. I absolutely will not agree. You must break up immediately." Xia Hongying, "Aunt, you said you know my mom, but I've never seen you since I was little. Where did you hear that my mom is not a good person? My mom raised my dad's ex-wife's children, treating them better than me, and everyone in the village says she is virtuous." Zhao Yui, "Don't tell me these things. Go back. Our family does not welcome you." Wu Xingmin got anxious. "Mom, what's wrong with you today? You have never acted like this. You haven't even met her face to face. Just heard her mother's name, and you rashly judge a person's character? Don't tell me so much. You must break up. No negotiation." Zhao Yui's attitude was resolute, but she still did not say the reason. Wu Xingmin's attitude became firm. "Impossible. Mom, Hongying and I are talking about marriage. How can we just break up? Unless you give me a convincing, factual reason, I will never break up with her. Not only will I not break up, but I also plan to bring her to see you, and tomorrow we will register for marriage." "You." Zhao Yui suddenly widened her eyes in shock, pulling Wu Xingmin outside, and quietly asked him, "Tell me the truth, you two. Have you done anything inappropriate?" Wu Xingming, no. Do you not trust your son's character? I would never take advantage of anyone before marriage. Zhao Yue sighed in relief. That's good. Mom, what exactly is going on? Wu Xingming looked confused. Zhao Yue sighed and said, let's talk inside. I will give you the reason. After entering the room, she had no choice but to tell the truth. Actually, the real reason I'm stopping you two from being together is that you're siblings. Xia Hongying and Wu Xingming exchanged glances, then exclaimed in unison. What? Siblings? Wu Lianing nodded, looking reluctant but had to say, back then, I was 35 and still couldn't get pregnant. I saw countless doctors to no avail. So, I took a concubine for Xingming's father, and she gave birth to Xingming. Concubine? Xia Hongying looked dazed. I accidentally heard my mom say before that she had been a concubine for someone. Could it be that the concubine you took is my mom? That's Jiang Furong. Zhao Yue said, I only know that after she left the Wu family, she married to Yanjing village. Well, I just heard Yanjing village. I suddenly felt you looked more and more like Jiang Furong. I didn't expect you to really be her daughter. Xia Hongying, how is this possible? Wu Xingming also looked greatly affected. Hongying is actually my biological sister? Mom, you're not lying to me, are you? Zhao Yue shook her head. It's absolutely true. Girl, if you don't believe it, go back and ask your mom. Xia Hongying stood up. I'm going back to ask right now. She felt she couldn't keep pretending any longer. Stood up and left. After waiting for a while at the side of the Wu Family Estate Museum, Wu Xingming came out. Brother, did you tell her the truth? Xia Hongying asked. Wu Xingming shook his head. Tomorrow. Just now, we acted too hard, and suddenly asking me to tell her the truth. I couldn't say it. Xia Hongying, then let's wait until tomorrow. After you tell her tomorrow, let me know immediately. Wu Xingming agreed. They returned to the town from the Wushan Tea Garden, and Huo Nanxun was waiting for them with Yin Yin at the agreed place. Today, there was no Lu Qingyu. Yin Yin also seemed to be adapting well, not crying or fussing about going to kindergarten. The family happily returned home, half an hour earlier than yesterday. Aunt Tang was resting under the tree in the courtyard and quickly handed Xia Hongying 32 yuan, saying, Hongying, this is the money from selling fish in the big field. This is your share. Xia Hongying accepted. Thank you, Aunt. Aunt Tang whispered. Your mother-in-law insisted on taking this money. I found the old branch secretary, and he let me have it. She was furious, you. Before she could finish her sentence, Huang Kaiwa noticed they had returned and immediately started shouting. Xia Hongying, what do you mean? You didn't give us the fish money, but gave it to Tang Xiaoyu? Is she your dad or your mom? You usually ignore us old folks. And it's fine if you curry favor with her, but you even have to give her money? Xia Hongying raised the money in her hand and said, Mom, I asked Aunt Tang to help me collect the money from selling fish, and she has already given it to me. Huang Kaiwa, why did you let her help you collect the money and not us? You treat us like thieves. Is this what a daughter-in-law should do? Xia Hongying said, I'm not treating you like thieves. I am the thief preventer. Huang Kaiwa took a while to react, then exploded with rage. Who do you say is a thief? You worthless whore who can't even give birth to a son. Mom, Huo Nanxun's face darkened. Hongying asked Aunt Tang to help her collect money. What are you making a fuss about over this small matter? I'm losing face today. Huang Caihua's expression was as if she had eaten shit, feeling that everyone was laughing at her because her daughter-in-law treats her like a thief. Xia Hongying sneered. I think you must not have received the money and are angry out of shame. Huang Kaiwa had lost 7 months' worth of money because of Huo Nanxun and was already feeling pained, wanted to make up for it with the fish money. As a result, Aunt Tang said Xia Hongying asked her to collect the money, and when the two quarreled, the old branch secretary decided to give the money to Aunt Tang. He even publicly criticized her for letting Xia Hongying's fish go, scaring her by saying that if there was a next time, she would have to compensate double and would be sent to the police station. Others also said she was wrong. And even young daughters-in-law said in front of her that if their elders treated them like that, they would definitely not care for them when they got old and couldn't work. Huang Kaiwa, feeling humiliated and laughed at by everyone, vented all her anger on Xia Hongying. Chapter 73. The pig ran away, new grudges and old hatreds. Huang Kaiwa rushed up, wanted to tear at Xia Hongying, but was stopped by Huo Nanxun, who forcefully pulled her into the house. Xia Hongying used to feed the pigs 3 times a day, but now due to training, she has changed it to 2 meals. Although she put in more pig feed in the morning than usual, The trough was only so big, and it couldn't hold more. By the afternoon, the pigs inevitably went hungry. For the past 2 days, every time she returned home, the pigs were all starving and squealing. At this moment, as soon as she entered the yard, she heard her pigs pushing against the pig pen door. She didn't have time to deal with Huang Kaiwa and quickly brought out a large bowl of corn kernels, asking Yin Yin to call the chickens back to eat. Then she carried a basket to pull pig grass, washed it clean at home, chopped it up, and cooked it with corn flour. During this time, Huang Kaiwa kept cursing. Even when she went to feed the pigs, she didn't stop. She met Lu Qingyu by the pig pen. "Auntie," Lu Qingyu called kindly, "come. Let me help you open the door." "Which pen is yours?" Huang Kaiwa saw her and smiled brightly, as if she had seen money. "That one over there." "Oh, whose pen is this?" Lu Qingyu asked, pointing to the cleanest-looking pig pen. "The pigs in here are making quite a racket." Huang Kaiwa's face darkened. "Who else could it be?" "It's that unfilial Xia Hongying." Lu Qingyu sighed and said, "That day, Sister Hongying asked my mother-in-law to help her collect money from selling fish, and I even advised her. It's best not to let money go through the hands of others to avoid disputes. If she's not at home, asking you to help collect the money would be the best option, but she just wouldn't listen." Huang Kaiwa said, "If she had half of your sense, can't even give birth to a son, and doesn't respect the elders, all day just knows how to incite my Xuanzi to go against his parents. Even the pension money she won't give." Lu Qingyu's smile deepened, but she feigned surprise. "Ah, that's impossible. Xuanzi is not that kind of person." Huang Kaiwa didn't want to speak badly of her son, so she added, "Xuanzi was originally the most filial." Xia Hongying incited him, saying to use the pension money to make up for the losses from the fish. "I see." Lu Qingyu said, "Annie, it's not easy for Xuanzi to earn money. You should teach your daughter-in-law. There are plenty of ways to avoid economic losses. Then Xuanzi wouldn't be so angry, right?" Huang Kaiwa casually responded while pouring pig feed into the trough, clearly not understanding her point. Lu Qingyu cursed in her heart, then said, "Oh dear auntie, look. The door latch of Sister Hongying's pig pen isn't secured properly. It would be bad if the pigs run away. It's getting dark." Huang Kaiwa, "If they run away, that's even better. It will drive that little bitch crazy." Lu Qingyu smiled slightly and said, "Auntie, you continue, I'm going back." As Huang Kaiwa came out of the pig pen, she remembered Lu Qingyu's words and glanced at Xia Hongying's pig pen door. Sure enough, one of the latches had become loose because the pigs had been pushing against the door. She blinked her triangular eyes and suddenly had a retaliatory thought. "If you won't let me be happy, you won't have it easy either." After a flurry of activity, when Xia Hongying went to feed the pigs, she discovered that all the pigs had run away. The door of her pig pen was wide open, and all 4 large pigs had escaped. The 5 piglets raised at Aunt Wu's house had also vanished without a trace. As the sky darkened, Xia Hongying's mind buzzed, and she put down the pig feed to ask the people in the yard if anyone had seen her pigs. Aunt Wu said that when she went to feed the pigs in the evening, they were fine. Her little pigs were starving badly, and she had even scooped some pig feed to share with her little pigs. Others also said that her large pigs had been pushing against the door in the afternoon due to hunger, so it was likely they had knocked the latch loose. Xia Hongying quickly called Huo Nanxun, who was cooking, to go out and look for the pigs together. Huo Nanxun asked the men in the yard to come help, and everyone from the front and backyard came out with flashlights and torches to help look for them. Only Old Man Hua and Hua Ingbiao didn't even step out of the door. The 4 large fat pigs didn't run far. Their bulk made them clumsy, and it was easy to rope them back in one by one. However, the 5 piglets were in their playful stage, running wildly across the hills and fields. Even if they were found, it was not easy to catch them. After working until past 10 at night, they finally managed to bring back the 4 piglets. But one black-haired little sow was particularly cunning and had hidden somewhere unknown. Huo Nanxun told everyone to go back, saying that if they couldn't find the last one, it would be fine. It might come out by itself in the daytime tomorrow. Thus, everyone went home after Xia Hongying repeatedly thanked them. Xia Hongying had only eaten 1 bun at Aunt Wu's during lunch. By the time she returned at night, she hadn't had a chance to eat. And after running around for 4 to 5 hours looking for pigs, she was both tired and hungry, sitting on a small stool under the eaves, not wanting to move. However, the pigs that had been locked up were still calling out. They had gone out to run and were probably even hungrier now. Xia Hongying wanted to go feed the pigs, but Huo Nanxun said he would go, carrying the already cooked pig feed to feed them. Soon, she heard the sound of them eating eagerly and the satisfied grunts. Losing a little Sao made Xia Hongying feel unhappy. Her heart felt like it was blocked by a lump of cotton, and she dragged her sore feet to Huang Caihua's side to bring Yin Yin back. Before going out to look for the pigs, she had entrusted Yin Yin to shouting. The door was closed, and there was light inside. Xia Hongying knocked on the door, shouting, "I'm here to pick up Yin Yin." Huo Shouting came over to open the door, saw Xia Hongying's exhausted appearance, and looked guilty, quietly saying, "Second sister-in-law, Yin Yin is asleep. Let her sleep with me tonight." Xia Hongying nodded. "Okay, then thank you. I haven't eaten yet. I need to go back and eat something. I'm starving." However, Huang Caihua shouted from inside, "Xia Hongying, if you don't divorce my son, don't expect to have a good life in the future." Xia Hongying paused her steps, turned around, and barged in to ask, "Did you do it? Did you intentionally let my pigs go?" The panic and urgency she felt while looking for the pigs came rushing back, and her anger was intense, her eyes burning like fire. Huang Caihua was somewhat frightened by her demeanor, but still held her head high, saying, "So what if it was me? You refuse to divorce, delaying my children's future. So I will make sure you have a hard time." Xia Hongying clenched her fist and walked toward her, wishing she could slap her. "What are you doing?" Huang Caihua, half a head shorter than Xia Hongying, didn't have her strength and was now scared, retreating behind Old Man Hua. "Dad, aren't you going to do anything about her?" Xia Hongying asked Old Man Hua word by word. Old Man Hua was smoking a long pipe, and after hearing this, he took a deep puff and exhaled the smoke after a long time, saying, "Hongying, you know how hard it is to have a stable job. Now there is a great opportunity in front of you, and you just need to cooperate to handle some paperwork. How can you not help your family with this little bit of effort? Xuanzi and Ingbiao are brothers. This way of doing things is unacceptable." Xia Hongying was silent for a moment, then turned and walked out. Inside the house, Huo Shouting's voice could be heard scolding her parents. "Mom, what kind of medicine have you been taking these days? How can you do this? You're forcing family members to become enemies." Chapter 74, holding onto Huo Nanxun's waist. Huang Caihua slapped her on the head. "Who do you think you are, talking like that? I'm doing this for your sake. Both of your brothers have stable jobs. And you can marry someone from the unit too. Then our whole family won't have to struggle for food anymore, and we can enjoy a life of ease. Do you understand?" Huo Shouting replied. "What about my second sister-in-law? What about Yin Yin?" Huang Caihua answered. "Who told her to give birth to a daughter? She has bad luck, and I don't care what happens to her." "Humph." Huo Shouting was so angry she was speechless. After thinking for a moment, she still advised with concern, "My second sister-in-law married into our family, which is enough to repay us. The clothes and shoes you wear, which one of them wasn't bought by her? Has your eldest brother and sister-in-law ever bought you anything? The cured meats and sausages, she saved them and didn't eat them, giving most of them to you. Has your eldest brother and sister-in-law ever given you even half a piece of meat? Dad's stomach wasn't good before. He was so thin. She helped Dad get better, and now he is healthy and eating well. And the tofu, cold noodles, yellow cakes, sweet potatoes, and twisted rice dumplings. Which of these troublesome foods wasn't made by my second sister-in-law for you to eat? You only know how to complain that she had a daughter, but you can't see her good side at all." Huang Caihua's tone softened a bit, but she still insisted. "What good does that do? Lu Qingyu can arrange a job for your eldest brother. That's a lifelong matter." Old Mr. Hua spoke up at this moment. "Hongying's daughter-in-law is capable and filial. I am satisfied. We're not trying to drive her away. Isn't this just a fake divorce? Pretending to get divorced will allow your eldest brother to get a job. If they don't want to, then they're just being selfish." Huo Shouting shook her head. "Dad, is there really such a good thing in this world? Can't you see how close Lu Qingyu is to my second brother? If my second brother really goes through with the marriage paperwork with her family background, how can my second brother easily get divorced? You're dreaming. What fake divorce? In the end, it's likely to turn into a real divorce." Huang Caihua, "A real divorce would be even better. Our family would soar to success." "What's wrong with that?" Huo Shouting, "My second brother has already said he doesn't want to do this. He and my second sister-in-law have a good relationship. If my eldest brother wants a stable job, he should earn it himself. Just because he can't do it He forces my second brother to divorce to fulfill him. Huang Kaiwa, you dead girl. Shut up. You say I took the wrong medicine. I think you must have taken the wrong medicine. What kind of spell did Xia Hongying cast on you? You can't even see the benefits right in front of you. Xia Hongying stopped to listen for a while and returned to her own house. In the kitchen, Huo Nanxun finished feeding the pigs and was preparing to cook. When he saw Xia Hongying come back, he asked, "Where's Yin Yin? Is she asleep?" Xia Hongying nodded slightly. "Huo Nanxun, I made dinner earlier. I'll just boil some cowpeas and fry an egg. It'll be ready soon." Watching him deftly snap the long cowpeas into segments, Xia Hongying thought to herself that Huo Nanxun was really a great guy. She didn't team marry the wrong person. With his own abilities, he secured a job that everyone envied with a high salary and even got Yin Yin into the best kindergarten. If it were any other man, capable outside but lazy at home, he would probably expect to be served by a woman. For example, Huo Nanxun, who doesn't even have a formal job, just did 2 years as the village head, and at home, he acts like a lord, refusing to do any chores like fetching water, cooking, washing clothes, or grinding. During the slack farming season, he just idles around, eating out and playing mahjong. Their family can't save money. Most of it was squandered by Huo Nanxun. Huo Nanxun was different. Every day when he got off work, he rushed to help her with heavy chores. Fetching water, carrying manure, watering the vegetables, feeding pigs. He was always eager to do the hard work. He was also so handsome. Even if he did nothing, just being at home was a treat for the eyes. Good things are desired by everyone. A good husband is too. Xia Hongying liked him, and Lu Qingyu adored him immensely, even chasing him from the city to the countryside. But why should she hand over her man to her? In a moment of impulse, Xia Hongying suddenly stood up and hugged Huo Nanxun's waist. His waist felt strong. In her palms was the outline of his powerful abs. In her breath was his unique scent. She didn't want to let go. Huo Nanxun obviously stiffened. Turning to look at her, "Hongying?" When Xia Hongying met his gaze, she suddenly woke up, her face flushed as she released him. I was just hungry." Huo Nanxun chuckled. "It's my fault. Tonight, I must fill you up." "Xia Hongying, aren't you hungry too? It's so late." Huo Nanxun's smile deepened. Hungry, extremely hungry. After just now going out searching for pigs, he was sweating profusely and needed a bath. After bathing and washing some clothes, it was already nearing midnight. She usually went to bed before 9, but now that it was past her bedtime, she wasn't feeling as sleepy. Lying in bed, she waited for Huo Nanxun to come to bed and turn off the light. Huo Nanxun also finished bathing, bare-chested and wearing only black shorts as he entered the room. Xia Hongying glanced at him and immediately blushed, not daring to look again. His tall, strong body, beautiful muscular curves, walking towards her while drying his wet hair. Such a scene had appeared in her dreams before, but of course, it was not a proper dream. In her hot head, she couldn't help but recall the contours and warmth of his abs when she hugged his waist. At that moment, those 8 strong abs suddenly struck her vision, making her blush instantly, her gaze wandering. Although she didn't dare look at him, her other senses became unusually sharp. She could feel him getting onto the bed, pressing the mosquito net under the bamboo mat to keep the mosquitoes out. "Turn off the light first." As soon as she spoke, her voice carried a seductive tone that embarrassed her. What was wrong with her? Cough. She quickly cleared her throat, pretending her throat was uncomfortable. Huo Nanxun leaned closer to her, resting one hand above her shoulder, his deep and aggressive male aura enveloping her completely. Xia Hongying looked at him, her clear and beautiful big eyes bright and moist, full of shyness. "I don't want to turn off the light." Huo Nanxun whispered in her ear, "I want to take a good look at you." That night, they finally did what a married couple should do. She didn't even know how she fell asleep. She had a dream. She dreamed that she had harvested autumn tea and sold it all, happily counting the money when suddenly, Huang Kaiwa shouted, "Xia Hongying!" Xia Hongying jolted awake. Outside, Huang Kaiwa's scolding voice rang out, "Xia Hongying, how dare you let my pigs go? Why are you hiding inside during the day? What dirty deed are you up to?" Xia Hongying turned over and sat up, realizing it was bright outside and already past 7. She usually woke up at 5. She quickly got dressed and opened the door. "What are you shouting about?" "It's not like I was out late last night looking for pigs and got tired, so I slept a bit longer." Chapter 75. Coming out with a kitchen knife, what is the big deal about sleeping in a little longer? Huang Kaiwa was spitting with rage. You lazy woman. The sun is already up, and you still haven't gotten out of bed. My Xuanzi has to work so far away, and he still has to get up early to cook, feed the pigs, and take care of the kids? What kind of precious young lady did I marry? Xia Hongying, are you done talking? Huang Kaiwa not done yet. With a bang, Xia Hongying slammed the door shut, nearly hitting Huang Caihua's nose. Huang Kaiwa was so angry she could hardly breathe, forcefully pushed open the door and grabbed Xia Hongying's arm. You let my pig go? And you think it could just end like this? No way. Xia Hongying, I just got up. When did I let your pig go? Huang Kaiwa, are you daring to do something but not admit it? Someone saw you near the pig pen when it was just getting light. Xia Hongying, which blind person saw me go to the pig pen? I've been asleep since last night until now, and I didn't even pass by. Huang Kaiwa, Qingyu saw it. Qingyu, come here. Lu Qingyu, probably getting ready to leave for work, came over dressed neatly, carrying a shoulder bag, and sweetly asked, Annie, I'm just about to go to work. What is the matter? Huang Kaiwa, did you see Xia Hongying go to my pig pen? Lu Qingyu looked at Xia Hongying, a hint of a provoking smile on her lips, and said, I saw someone whose back looked a lot like Sister Hongying's, but it was still quite dark then, so I can't be sure it was her. Xia Hongying sneered upon hearing this. She always used ambiguous words to deceive others. If she got caught later, she could just say she didn't see clearly. It was a misunderstanding. Anyway, she could spread rumors without any consequences. Huang Kaiwa believed her words wholeheartedly. Who else could it be if not her? Xia Hongying, I let your pig go last night, and you dare to retaliate against me? Is this how you behave as a daughter-in-law? Xia Hongying laughed in anger. Is this how you behave as a mother-in-law? You let my fish go, let my pig run away, and made the neighbors suffer too. I haven't even asked you. Is this how you act as a mother-in-law? Huang Kaiwa never was a reasonable person. Hands on her hips, said arrogantly, I'm a mother-in-law. You're the daughter-in-law. I can let your pig go, but you can't let mine. Xia Hongying, your pig wasn't let go by me. Huang Kaiwa, it must be you. Who else could it be? Seeing that it was getting late, and Xia Hongying had to go to training, she really had no time to argue with her. So she took a deep breath and asked, What do you want? Huang Kaiwa extended her hand. Compensate me. Give me $50. Xia Hongying, huh? Dream on. I'm in a hurry for training. If you have any issues, wait for Huo Nanxun to come back and tell him. Don't use my Xuanzi to scare me. Huang Kaiwa said, You coax him to come find me early in the morning, but it's useless. After all, he is my son. He can't kill me. Sister Hongying. Lu Qingyu spoke up at this time, acting as a peacemaker. Just agree with Annie. It's only right for a daughter-in-law to respect her mother-in-law. If you really push her too hard, she might start letting your pigs out every day. What will you do then? Exactly. Huang Kaiwa seemed to have found her backing. Gleefully said, You must compensate me today. Otherwise, I'll let your pigs out every day when you're not around. You can go look for them. Ha! Xia Hongying looked at the two blocking the door, took a deep breath. Fine. Just wait. She turned around, went to the kitchen, and came out with a kitchen knife. Huang Kaiwa screamed, scared, and ran out. What are you doing? Are you going to kill someone? Oh my gosh. Xia Hongying is going to kill someone. Ingbiao. Ingbiao. Lu Qingyu also hurriedly ran away, nearly twisting her ankle. Xia Hongying chased after them with a knife. Huang Kaiwa ran straight to Hua Ingbiao's side. Ingbiao. Ingbiao. Come out quickly. Wu Lianying, seeing Xia Hongying's aggressive stance, rushed into the house and slammed the door shut. Thunderstruck you. Huang Kaiwa was frightened, looked back, and saw Xia Hongying had grabbed her hen that was hatching eggs. What are you doing with my brooding hen? Huang Caihua's eyes widened. Xia Hongying, Huang Kaiwa, I didn't let your pig go. Your family only has one pig, fat and immobile. I wouldn't even need to make an effort to catch it. If I wanted revenge, I wouldn't do it so stupidly. If I really wanted revenge, I would do this. She raised the kitchen knife, swung it down, and chopped the old hen's neck, then threw the dead chicken at Huang Kaiwa. Chicken blood splattered all over Huang Caihua's head and face. Huang Kaiwa screamed. Xia Hongying, you murderous scoundrel. You actually killed my brooding hen. That batch of eggs just started hatching. Xia Hongying, holding the dripping knife. Look like a demon. What is this? Huang Kaiwa, you better keep an eye on my pig pen. In the future, if my pig runs out again, I'll kill every single one of your chickens. After I'm done with the chickens, I'll kill your pig. If your pig gets killed and you're still not satisfied, I'll kill you. You want to make my life miserable? Then let us both not live and die together. Huang Kaiwa, terrified, covered her chest. You. Old Master Hua and Huo Shouting had gone out to work, and Huang Biao's door was tightly shut. After calling for help for a long time, she looked around and saw many neighbors watching the spectacle, but no one came to help her. She could only concede, I was just trying to scare you. I wouldn't let your pig go anymore. Xuanzi came to tell me this morning that if I do this again, he'll go to the police station and cut ties with me. Hurry up and put down the knife. Xia Hongying turned around and went back inside, seeing Huo Shouting, who was dumbfounded, carrying a bundle of pig feed. Second sister, you. What's this? Huo Shouting trembled, pointing at the blood dripping everywhere. Whose blood is this? Xia Hongying didn't say anything and went inside to eat. Huo Shouting hurried back, Mom. Mom, are you okay? Huang Caiwa's voice came, shouting. That madwoman Xia Hongying killed our brooding hen. What are we going to do about this batch of eggs? The dishes were warming on the stove, and the pot for pig feed was also cleaned up, with steam still rising. She remembered Huang Kaiwa saying that Huo Nanxun got up early to cook, feed the pigs, and took Yin to school, while allowing her to sleep until the sun was high. Moreover, she hadn't even been woken up, which showed he was being careful. Suddenly, her anger deflated, leaving only an indescribable grievance. She never thought she would be forced to brandish a kitchen knife one day. When she was in school, she was a good student with excellent grades, dreaming of getting into university and becoming a real doctor. Now, what had she become? On the way to training, Hua Shouting cautiously said to Xia Hongying that her mom was just that kind of person and it was unavoidable, so she should be more tolerant. She also mentioned that Huo Nanxun had gone to find her early in the morning, had a serious talk with her and old Master Hua, saying that if there was another time, he would directly take her to the police station and cut off their mother-son relationship. Xia Hongying just shook her head and said nothing. Chapter 76. Did he specifically bring lamb? Upon arriving at the Wushan tea garden, Wu Xingmin found an opportunity to tell Xia Hongying that he had recounted the entire incident to his mother, who asked Xia Hongying to visit their home again at noon. Between men and women, even a slight closeness can easily give rise to rumors. Yesterday, Wu Xingmin had brought Xia Hongying home publicly, claiming that his mother was unwell and hearing that she could make medicinal meals. He asked her to help his mother recuperate. Medicinal meals cannot be prepared in a day. When Xia Hongying visited his home again today, no one said anything. After all, people like Wu Xingmin were not expected to have any relations with a married woman from the countryside in the eyes of the public. Sitting in front of Wu Xingmin's mother, Xia Hongying felt very uneasy and ashamed, and she first apologized. Aunt, I'm sorry about yesterday. Zhao Yue replied. Xingmin has already told me everything. I can understand you both. I don't blame you. Xia Hongying's eyes brightened. Thank you. My brother often speaks highly of you. He says you are well-read, polite, and gentle in nature, and it seems to be true. Zhao Yue continued. You want me to make your relationship public so you can interact normally, right? Xia Hongying nodded. Zhao Yue coughed a few times, covering her mouth, and said, I have one condition. Xia Hongying replied, You say it. Zhao Yue said, Let your mother come see me. Xia Hongying was taken aback. My mother? Zhao Yue confirmed, Yes. Let her come see me. Xia Hongying thought for a moment. During this time, I have to attend training. After the training, it will be time to harvest rice, and every household will be busy. How about I bring her over after the rice harvest, once the busy farming season is over? Does that work for you? Zhao Yue frowned and coughed a few more times. So long? Hongying, tomorrow morning, Expert Wang has something to do, so everyone is free to move around. Wu Xingmin said, There's no time like the present. Why not have you go find my mom tomorrow morning? Xia Hongying nodded. Okay, Aunt. If my mom knows you're willing to make our relationship public, she will definitely be very happy. Zhao Yue didn't respond but smiled faintly. After having lunch at the Wu family, on the way back, Wu Xingmin asked her if she wanted to go inside the museum to take a look. Since there was still time, Xia Hongying went in with him. This used to be the Wu family's old residence. While all valuable items had disappeared, many large pieces that were hard to move remained. For example, beautiful carved beds, gold and silk nama tables and chairs, and a Buddha shrine, all of which were quite old, but still looked exquisite. The golden silk namu had a captivating luster, the carved bed was meticulously crafted, and the large wooden boxes were gilded and painted. After looking around, Xia Hongying couldn't help but express, "Aunt now looks no different from other peasant women in the village. I can hardly imagine she lived here when she was young." Wu Xingmin said, "My mom had a hard time. She never did farm work when she was young. She had small feet. After my dad passed away, the family relied on her to support us and send me to school." Xia Hongying asked, "Brother, if you had stayed in the province, you would have been able to get an apartment and bring Aunt to the city. What happened back then? Who did you offend? How did you end up back in the countryside?" Wu Xingmin replied, "Let us talk about this later. Once we acknowledge each other, we can invite Huo Nanxun to discuss it together." Xia Hongying pressed, "When I asked you before, you also said to talk about it later. Why?" Wu Xingmin changed the topic. "What is going on between you and Huo Nanxun? I feel like he—" Wu Xingmin started to say, but couldn't help but laugh. Xia Hongying asked, "What is so funny? What about him?" Wu Xingmin said, "He treats you quite well." Xia Hongying responded, "Huo Nanxun is good to both me and Yin Yan. But, Sai, I've been particularly troubled lately." Wu Xingmin inquired, "What happened?" Xia Hongying told him about Lu Qingyu. Now his parents and his older brother and sister-in-law are all eager to make me divorce him. His mother is making a scene every day. I was so angry this morning that I almost grabbed a kitchen knife. Wu Xingmin squinted. "Lu Qingyu? From a provincial capital?" Xia Hongying nodded. "Yes, she said her dad is an official at the provincial department and she graduated from Capital Medical University, previously working as a military doctor in a military hospital. She has now been transferred to our village S301 hospital." Wu Xingmin asked, "What is her father's name?" Xia Hongying shook her head. "I don't know." Wu Xingmin suggested, "Ask Huo Nanxun later. I'll check with my acquaintances to investigate." Xia Hongying wondered, "What are you investigating?" Wu Xingmin explained, "As far as I know, state-owned factories prioritize urban residency for hiring. Your brother-in-law has a rural residency, so it's impossible for him to get into the factory. If we can prove that Lu Qingyu is just using this as bait to incite her family against you, then this issue will be resolved. Her true colors will also be exposed." Upon hearing this, Xia Hongying suddenly couldn't control her tears. "Brother, thank you." Wu Xingmin noticed her tears and felt heartbroken, realizing how much she had suffered because of this woman. Xia Hongying, feeling embarrassed, looked for a handkerchief to wipe her tears, but found none. Wu Xingmin took out his own and handed it to her. "It's new and used." Xia Hongying accepted it and wiped her tears and nose. "Thank you. Don't cry, it's okay." Wu Xingmin patted her head, saying, "I'm here for you." Xia Hongying smiled through her tears. "Having such an amazing brother like you is probably the luckiest thing in my life." Wu Xingmin laughed. "Let us head back. It's getting late." After leaving the museum, Xia Hongying saw someone flash past the corner and paused. "Huh? What is wrong?" Wu Xingmin asked. Xia Hongying replied, "I just saw someone walk by, and it looked like Huo Nanxun. Why is he here?" Wu Xingmin said, "You must have seen it wrong." Xia Hongying couldn't help but peek around the corner, but saw no one, and had to give up. Unexpectedly, after climbing the mountain, everyone told her that Huo Nanxun had come by and even brought them a steamer full of lamb, specifically for them to enjoy a meal. Second aunt, Deputy Township Head Wu, Huo Xiaoting ran to the kitchen of the tea garden, bringing out 2 small steamers stacked on top of each other. Opening them for them. "We saved these for you. Come on, try them. They're delicious." Inside the steamer was steamed lamb, wrapped in rice flour, mixed with various seasonings, topped with cilantro, and it smelled extremely tempting. "He specifically brought lamb?" Xia Hongying asked in surprise. "Yes," Huo Xiaoting replied. "My second brother is afraid you're not eating well. TSK, TSK. They say there's a place nearby that specializes in steamed lamb, and he bought a whole 40 portions to bring up." An aunt nearby said, "We told him you went to Deputy Township Head Wu's house to make medicinal meals, and he was waiting for you to come back. Later, when he couldn't wait any longer, he left." Xia Hongying felt regretful. "I just want to take a look at the museum, and when I was leaving, I saw a figure that looked quite like him. I didn't expect it really was him. If I had known, I would have chased after him for a bit longer to see him. Oh well, you'll see him tonight." As Xia Hongying ate the lamb, she felt warm inside. Even the shadow from this morning had completely vanished. However, that night, Huo Nanxun did not return home. Chapter 77, If Only I Could Hold His Hand. Xia Hongying and Huo Nanxun agreed to meet every afternoon at the south end of the big bridge in away.She township. If he and Yin weren't there, it might be because he was working overtime or there were other circumstances, so she should go home first. Sister-in-law, slow down. Why are you walking so fast? Was shouting asked her. Xia Hongying turned back and said, You guys walk slowly. I'll go find your brother and Yin first. I'm afraid they'll be waiting too long. Was shouting watched her almost running and muttered, So impatient. Huh? Sister asked Sister Chuya 4 times about the time this afternoon. Han Xiuji said with a sly smile. Ma Chuya was the only tea farmer in the training who wore a watch. Was shouting asked, What does that mean? Han Xiuji replied, This noon, brother-in-law came to deliver lamb dumplings, but she didn't see him, so she was anxious. She probably can't wait to see brother-in-law and give him a kiss and a hug. Was shouting covered her mouth and looked back. Lower your voice. Don't let your mother-in-law hear. Han Xiuji laughed. My mother-in-law is very open-minded. She won't care about these things for young people. Xia Hongying had never been so eager to see someone as she was now. She longed to see his face, hear his voice, and feel his warmth. If she could hold his hand, that would be even better. She arrived at the agreed place several minutes earlier than others, but didn't see anyone. She stared longingly in the direction of 301, but he never came. When her aunt and the others finally arrived, she worried that the chickens, ducks, and pigs at home would be hungry, so she went back home with them. In the morning, Xia Hongying had killed the broody hen, Huang Kaiwa, and she feared that returning home at night would mean another hard battle. She mentally prepared herself several times for what to do if Huang Kaiwa let her pigs loose again or if something else happened. Unexpectedly, Huang Kaiwa was just a paper tiger who was afraid of the strong. As soon as Xia Hongying entered the yard, Huang Kaiwa didn't make a sound and turned to hide in the house. Xia Hongying couldn't help but laugh. It seemed true that the weak fear the strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the desperate. Instead of going directly back to the house, she went to the pig pen to take a look. The pigs were fine, and the latch was tightly secured. Not only that, she even saw the little black pig she hadn't found last night. It was right next to the pig pen where it had been kept before, and when it saw her, it squealed. Its belly was flat, looking like it had been very hungry and had come back. It had only been a few days since she bought it, and it had managed to find its way back. That was quite a skill, Xia Hongying said. So you were hungry, huh? The little black pig looked quite handsome, with a tuft on its head and bright black eyes, squealing at her as if answering her. At this point, even if she opened the pig pen door, it might not be willing to go in. The other little pigs might run out, so it was best to bring some food to lure it in. So, Xia Hongying quickly returned home to prepare some dry powder mixed with water to entice it. Surprisingly, the little black pig followed her, waddling up the steps behind her. Hey! Huo shouting saw this and exclaimed, Isn't that the little black one that got lost? Where did it come from? Xia Hongying replied, It was just over by the pig pen, and it managed to find its way home on its own. Quite clever. She opened the door, and the little black pig followed her inside. It was normal to let piglets roam around a bit after bringing them home. During the free-range period, it was similar to a dog. It knew which household was its own and who its owner was. And when it got hungry, it would go home to ask its owner for food, and after eating, it would run out to play and forage. Some even clung to their owners more than dogs. Wherever the owner was, it would be there too, and at night. It insisted on sleeping in the same room as the owner. Moreover, it wouldn't mess around. It would run to the pig pen or a secluded spot to relieve itself. So, when the little black pig followed Xia Hongying into the house, she let it in. When she finished cooking the pig food, she took the bucket to the pig pen, and the little black pig happily followed her. Opening the door, Xia Hongying filled the trough with pig food, and the 4 little pigs in the pen came over eagerly to eat. At this moment, even with the door open, they wouldn't run out. Come in to eat. Xia Hongying called to the little black pig at the door. The little black pig was outside the pen, anxiously pacing around, but just wouldn't step through the door. Xia Hongying went out to push it, but it stubbornly refused to enter. If you don't go in, I'll close the door. Xia Hongying threatened as she tried to close the door. As the door slowly closed, it was obvious that the little black pig was very conflicted. It took 2 steps forward, then retreated 3 steps, poked its head in, and then pulled back out. What? Are you willing to forego food for freedom? Xia Hongying simply closed the pigpen door and took the empty bucket back home. The little black pig followed behind her, its cries rising and falling, clearly accusing her of mistreating the piglet. Back home, Xia Hongying found an unused enamel basin and filled it with pig food for the little black pig, which happily started eating. It chewed and looked at her, as if saying, "Finally, you acted like a human." Xia Hongying found the situation amusing and decided to let it roam free. After all, it was a sow she planned to raise for breeding, and running around would keep it healthier. Just as Xia Hongying was cooking, Lu Qingyu arrived. She must have just gotten off work and hadn't had time to go home, with a bag still hanging from her shoulder. "Sister-in-law," she called as she walked straight in. Xia Hongying glanced at her. "What is up?" Lu Qingyu said, "I came to let you know that Brother Sun won't be coming back for the next few nights. He has to work overtime. He said he and Yin are staying in the dorm, so don't worry." Xia Hongying asked, "The next few days? How many days is he going to work overtime?" Lu Qingyu shook her head. "I don't know. I asked him, and he wasn't sure either." Huo Nanxun had previously told her that he might need to work overtime recently to save up for busy farming days and wouldn't have weekends off. Xia Hongying was surprised and said lightly, "Okay, I understand. Thank you for passing the message." However, Lu Qingyu didn't seem want to leave and continued, "Sister-in-law, it's all my fault. This morning, you really scared me." Lu Qingyu said, "The more I thought about it, the more scared I got. So during the lunch break, I went to find Brother Sun and told him about you chopping Huang Dama's things with a kitchen knife this morning." Xia Hongying narrowed her eyes. "You want to find him at noon?" "So, he sent lamb because he wanted to comfort her?" She thought it was because he wanted to see her. Lu Qingyu replied, "Yes. When he came to find me to pass the message this afternoon, he looked really unhappy. Do you think he doesn't want to see you fighting with Huang Dama and just decided to avoid it and not come back?" Xia Hongying pursed her lips. "Is that so? If that's the case, I'll explain to him that it was you stirring up trouble and letting my mother-in-law as pigs go, accusing me. Guess what? Would he believe you or believe me, the one who sleeps beside him?" Lu Qingyu's eyes flashed with a hint of darkness. "Of course he would believe me. I've known him for so many years. How can you compare?" Xia Hongying replied, "Then let us give it a try." Lu Qingyu coldly snorted, her gaze dark, and turned to leave but almost stepped on a dark, soft, and moving thing. "Ah!" Lu Qingyu exclaimed in shock, dodging to the side and crashing against the wall, her elbow hurting badly. Chapter 78. The former wives meet hee. The little black pig's voice was cheerful, as if it were laughing. Lu Qingyu finally saw what it was and exclaimed, "How did you bring a pig into the house? It's filthy." Xia Hongying suppressed her laughter and reached out to touch the little black pig's head. "Little Black, why are you so clever?" The next morning, Xia Hongying told Huo Shouting and the others that she had half a day's free time and wanted to gather some Chinese herbs to make medicinal dishes for Wu Xingmin's mother. The others had no doubts, and Xia Hongying headed straight back to her family home. Her elder brother and sister-in-law had gone to the Wushan tea garden, so only her parents and her nephew, Xiao Jun, were at home. Xia Hongying explained the whole situation to her mother, Jiang Furong. "Mom, as long as she can reveal the truth, you can recognize your brother openly." However, Jiang Furong was not as excited as Xia Hongying. She furrowed her brows. Lost in thought. "Mom?" Xia Hongying shook her arm. "Don't you want to recognize your brother? On your birthday? Or if something happens at home, wouldn't you want your brother to come over?" "Of course I do," Jiang Furong said, "but how could she let me recognize him?" "That's impossible," Xia Hongying replied. "At first, she might have wanted to take your son away, but so many years have passed, and she is older now. Maybe she has changed? Regardless, let's go meet her and hear what she has to say." Jiang Furong was also tempted and went with Xia Hongying to meet Zhao Yui. After the two parties met, Xia Hongying and her mother greeted Zhao Yui, but she did not respond, merely staring at Jiang Furong. Wu Xingmin cautiously said, "Ma." Zhao Yui took a deep breath and said, "Furong, it's been over 20 years since we last met. I thought you would have a harder life after leaving my family. But looking at you now, you seem well taken care of and still have some of your youthful looks." Jiang Furong had been very beautiful in her youth and was healthy, which is why she was chosen to be a concubine for the Wu family to help the main wife bear children. Wu Xingmin had also grown into a rare handsome man. Jiang Furong smiled and said, I'm married into the old Xia family in Yanjing village. My father-in-law was said to have learned medicine when he went out to explore and pass down many recipes for medicinal dishes. We follow those recipes, and they're really good for our health. After a pause, she added, I noticed, Sister Zhao, that you seem to have a bit of a cough. Let Hongying help you make some medicinal dishes. Perhaps it could help remove the root of your illness. Before they even entered the house, they heard Zhao Yuwei coughing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuwei coughed a couple more times, her face slightly reddening as she said, Xingmin already told me that you recognized him back when they were in middle school. Jiang Furong's expression changed. Sister Zhao, I didn't recognize Xingmin at that time. I was worried, I know. Zhao Yuwei interrupted her. Xingmin has told me. I can understand you. Jiang Furong breathed a sigh of relief and continued. Xingmin was raised by you. The grace of raising him surpasses the grace of giving birth. He will always be your son. I never thought of taking him from you. It's just that the two children suffer. They are siblings, yet they have to avoid speaking to each other. And if they are not careful, rumors spread. I heard that you are willing to acknowledge their sibling relationship, which would be wonderful. I am sincerely grateful to you. However, Zhao Yui did not mention this matter but said, I called you here today to ask you to honestly answer me one question. Jiang Furong asked, what question? Back then, my husband and I treated you well, right? Zhao Yui said, did we ever mistreat you in terms of food, accommodation, or anything else? Although Xingmin was raised by me, did I ever prevent you from seeing him? Even after so many years, Zhao Yui still habitually referred to her husband with the old title. Jiang Furong bit her lip. You did not mistreat me. The food, accommodation, and everything else were much better than when I was at my own home. You also never prevented me from seeing Xingmin. On the contrary, you let me take care of him. The people around you reminded you, and you said that no one would take care of him as diligently as his own mother. Xia Hongying and Wu Xingmin looked at Jiang Furong in astonishment. This completely overturned their long-held perceptions. In the old society, men with a bit of wealth would keep concubines. After the liberation, the government required those concubines to divorce and return to their families. However, later considerations took into account that many women had no means of livelihood and did not even have a family to return to. Some even had their own children in their husbands' families, and forcing them to leave would actually put them in a worse situation. Starting in 1952, the government gave women the right to choose for themselves whether to divorce or not. Initially, Jiang Furong chose to stay with the Wu family. Later, she sought help from the government, claiming that the Wu family abused her and that Zhao even wanted her life to take her son away. Thus, the government helped her leave the Wu family and marry into the Xia family. But now, she was saying that the Wu family had not abused her and had treated her well. Mom, didn't you leave because you were not living well in the Wu family? Xia Hongying had always believed this. Jiang Furong, however, remained silent. Speak. Zhao Yui's tone intensified, even becoming somewhat harsh. I see you are quite articulate. Go on. Why do you slander me? Slander my husband? Jiang Furong looked at her. Sister Zhao, so many years have passed. Why bring up those old matters? We are already halfway in the ground. Everything is for the children. You say it so lightly. Zhao Yui sneered. Because of your accusations, everyone around says we are two-faced. During the Cultural Revolution, they used your false accusations against us. And my husband was beaten to death because of it. You think a simple mention of old matters will suffice? You want me to sacrifice my reputation for the reunion of your children? Dream on. Hearing this, Jiang Furong became anxious. You put the blame for Wu Leoi's death on me? I can't bear such a heavy injustice. Cao Yu retorted. Whether you can bear it or not, this is the truth. He was killed because of you. Jiang Furong's emotions also flared. What do you mean I killed him? If you insist on saying that, then I can say he was killed by you. Zhao Yui laughed in anger. I killed him? Jiang Furong remained silent for a moment before saying, do you still remember Zhang Xuelian? Zhao Yui's expression changed, and she gritted her teeth. Of course I remember her. My personal maid, Jiang Furong. She told me that you treated me well, partly to have me nurse the child, and partly to build a good reputation. Once Xingmin was weaned, you would secretly kill me. Zhao Yui asked, what else did she say? Jiang Furong replied, she even gave me a bottle of poison, telling me to take the initiative and poison you. That way, Both the child and the husband would belong to me. I didn't want to commit such a life-taking act, so I sought help from the government and left her home. Sister Zhao, tell me, who really killed Wu Leioi? Who had the intent to kill? Was it you or me? Zhao Yui suddenly stood up, but then started coughing violently due to her excessive agitation. Wu Xingmin and Xia Hongying hurried over to support her and pat her back. Chapter 79, I can still take your pulse after a while. Zhao Yui finally calmed down and said, crying bitterly, the master was killed by Zhang Xuelian. It turns out that she wanted to poison me through you so early? This venomous woman, what did I ever do to her to deserve this? Zhao Yui recalled the past, tears streaming down her face. Jiang Furong looked at her and asked in confusion, what are you saying? Poison me through my hands? Zhao Yui glanced at Jiang Furong and sneered. If I wanted your life, I could just kill you after you give birth and say it was a difficult labor, right? Why would I need your little bit of milk? At that time, although both the Wu and Zhao families had fallen from power, finding some milk wouldn't be difficult. Wasn't my sister just in confinement then? Yes. She came when Xingmin was a month old and even soaked her clothes because she had too much milk. Jiang Furong asked in confusion. So, she was lying to me? Zhao Yui replied. Otherwise, what else could it be? Your matter has always been like a thorn in my heart. Today, I finally know who put that thorn there. Xia Hongying couldn't help but ask. Auntie, what kind of grudge does Zhang Xuelian have against you? A grudge? Zhao Yui laughed bitterly. When she fled from the famine and almost starved to death, I saved her. She was only 8 years old then, claiming her family had all died and begging me to take her in. Seeing her pitiful, I kept her by my side as a maid. Over time, I developed feelings for her, almost raising her like a daughter. I don't know how I ended up raising an enemy. Xia Hongying asked Jiang Furong again. Mom, when she gave you the poison, didn't you suspect her? Jiang Furong said. She said she was violated by the master, and Zhao Dejia was worried she would tell, wanting to kill her to silence her. She said she hated both of you, that the poison was meant for herself, intending to perish together with you. But since she had already left the Wu family, it was hard to do, so she gave the poison to me. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yui cried and laughed at the same time. Violated? Her? Jiang Furong. Can you really believe her based on her looks? Jiang Furong. She said the master got drunk. Zhao Yui, you stayed in my house for 3 years. When did you ever see him drunk? Jiang Furong recalled carefully. The master has a good alcohol tolerance. I really haven't seen him drunk. Zhao Yui wiped her tears with a handkerchief, took a deep breath, and said, Jiang Furong, although I now know the reason. The master's death is still closely related to your slander. I cannot comply with your request. I fear Xingmin's father will not rest in peace. Wu Xingmi, Mom, if you want to leave with your own mother and sister, I won't stop you. You can do whatever you want, but I will never show my face. Zhao Yui interrupted him. Wu Xingmin's expression darkened. Mom, please don't say that. How could I leave? Zhao Yui stood up, about to go back inside. Zhao Daji, Jiang Furong shouted, and suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud. Mom, what are you doing? Xia Hongying was shocked and rushed over to help her up. However, Jiang Furong wouldn't get up, looking at Zhao Yui and saying, Zhao Dejia, I am sorry to you. I shouldn't have believed her words. You have every right to blame me. But look, Xingmin has no siblings, and although Hongying has an older brother and 3 older sisters, they treat her like an outsider. There are many siblings in this world who become enemies, but few who truly care for each other. It's rare for them to get along so well. I beg you, for Xingmin's sake, help them out a bit, so the 2 kids can maintain a normal sibling relationship. In the future, when Xingmin has his own family, they can help each other. As she spoke, she suddenly remembered something. Oh, is it because Xingmin is successful that you fear Hongying will drag him down? Hongying is very capable. My son-in-law is also capable. After returning from the army, he got assigned to work at 301. You, Zhao Yui, was furious at her words, turning around to point at her. Now I know why you believe Zhang Xuelian's nonsense. It turns out that in your eyes, I am the malicious and self-interested one. As she spoke, she suddenly found it hard to breathe and collapsed. Mom, Wu Xingmin was shocked and quickly caught Zhao Yui. Xia Hongying and her mother were also startled and rushed into the house. Xia Hongying had learned a lot from her deceased grandfather when she was young. She knew how to check pulses and diagnose illnesses. She looked at Zhao Yui's flushed face, made her lie on a reclining chair, and then pressed her philtrum and acupoints. Seeing that she was reacting, Xia Hongying exerted force behind her, wrapped her arms around her belly, and pushed hard, causing Zhao Yui to suddenly cough up phlegm and regain consciousness, her complexion improving. Wu Xingmin let out a big sigh of relief, asking in surprise, "You could perform first aid?" Xia Hongying replied, "Didn't I tell you? My grandfather had skills. He taught me since I was little. I can even take pulses, and I feel quite accurate. If you trust me, I can check Annie's pulse." Wu Xingmin nodded. So Xia Hongying took Zhao Yui's pulse, frowned, and said, "Overwork has caused illness, damaging the 5 organs. I fear she caught a chill in winter before, and the cold has entered her body. In damp, rainy weather, especially in autumn and winter, she will cough particularly badly." Wu Xingmin's eyes lit up. "You're even as precise as the doctor at Rinji Hall. Dr. Chun from Rinji Hall learned skills from my grandfather. Sometimes when he encounters difficult diseases, he even asks me to help diagnose." Xia Hongying said this with some confidence. "My grandfather said I have a talent for taking pulses." Wu Xingmin, "So you have such a connection with Dr. Chun?" Xia Hongying nodded. "Before my grandfather passed away, he was still learning from him. A man in his 30s or 40s would still call me a junior sister." Wu Xingmin couldn't help but chuckle, but then he grew worried about his adoptive mother's health, asking, "Hongying, Dr. Chun said before that my mother is too weak to take supplements and needs to be nurtured slowly. What do you think she should do?" Xia Hongying said, "It's best to nourish her with medicinal food. Brother, I'll bring the herbs tomorrow. You prepare the ingredients according to my list, and I'll come to your house to cook at noon." Wu Xingmin, "Okay, no need." Zhao Yui turned around facing inward. "Even if you cook, I want to eat. You two mother and daughter should not come over again in the future. Take care on your way out." Xia Hongying, fearing to anger her again, pulled Jiang Furong away. Jiang Furong, filled with guilt and panic, said as they left, "Zhao, Jia, it's all my fault for not knowing how to speak. You know I haven't read much. Don't take it to heart. Please take care of your health." After leaving the Wu family, Jiang Furong looked very dejected. "Why am I so foolish? For over 20 years, I never suspected I was deceived." Xia Hongying, "Mom, you're not foolish. You were only 18 or 19 at that time. It's normal not to discern who is good and who is bad, who is true and who is false." Chapter 80, Finding Huo Nanxun for dinner. Jiang Furong said, "At that time, I was not only young, but also had not seen much of the world. Looking back now, both old Master Wu and Sister Zhao were actually very good people, although the Wu family were landlords. They had a good reputation in our county and never treated the tenants and laborers harshly. They even donated money and supplies to the Red Army. But at that time, I truly had not seen the world and was only afraid of those big shots. I felt that Shi Huoyan and I were similar kinds of people. She was particularly nice to me during that time and must have approached me on purpose, so I believed her words without question." Xia Hongying, "Where is Zhang Shi Huoyan now?" Jiang Furong, "I don't know. Since I left the Wu family, I haven't seen her again." Xia Hongying frowned. "Even if she really has a grudge, she shouldn't use you to kill someone. Isn't that pushing you to your death? Just based on this, she is definitely not a good person." Jiang Furong nodded. "Yes." "Hongying, what do you plan to do if Sister Zhao doesn't agree? It has been like this for so many years. The worst that can happen is to maintain the status quo." Xia Hongying said, "Her health is the priority. I will help her with her health first, and the rest will depend on fate." Jiang Furong asked again, "How about you and your son-in-law? He is a worker now, and you haven't spent much time together, will he?" Xia Hongying, "Mom, don't worry, we're doing quite well." Jiang Furong looked at her with satisfaction. "Of course. My Hongying is so beautiful. He must like her. Otherwise, he would have agreed to such a high bride price back then." Xia Hongying smiled. "Mom, you should go home first. I still have to go up the mountain for training this afternoon." Jiang Furong, "Okay. I haven't seen my son-in-law for many years. When your dad has his birthday in October, you must bring him along so I can see him." Xia Hongying, "Sure. I will definitely bring him." In the afternoon, Wu Xingmin also went up the mountain. With a furrowed brow, he told Xia Hongying that her mother wouldn't let her go back home anymore. She also said that even if she made medicinal dishes, she wouldn't eat them. Xia Hongying thought for a moment and said, if she doesn't want me to go to your house, that's fine. I can make it home and bring it over. You can heat it up for her right away. The problem is that she won't eat it. How about this? Tomorrow you tell the owner of the tea garden, borrow their stove, and I'll teach you how to make it. If you make it for her, she will definitely eat it. Wu Xingmin, isn't your family's medicinal dish recipe not to be passed on? Xia Hongying, originally it wasn't tea, but you are my brother, so you are an exception. I will burn some paper for my grandpa later. He loves me the most, so he definitely won't blame me. Wu Xingmin smiled, all right. Let us not mention my mom for now. Xia Hongying said, the old lady is not in good health, so don't make her angry again. From now on, we can just maintain the status quo. We've been sneaking around for so many years anyway. Wu Xingmin's expression was not pleasant. That night, Huo Nanxun still did not return home. By the third day, Wu Xingmin had learned to make medicinal dishes, but Huo Nanxun still hadn't come home. Xia Hongying was very worried and even dreamed about them at night. Coincidentally, she got out of class half an hour early that day, so she went to room 301, wanted to have lunch with Huo Nanxun. Huo Nanxun had said before that if she wanted to find him, she could go anytime and just tell the gatekeeper, and they would bring him out. Inside the gate was a main road that ran horizontally, which was the necessary path to the cafeteria, and workers were already heading there one after another. Just as Xia Hongying was about to ask the gatekeeper, she spotted someone familiar. It was the girl she had met last time at their cafeteria, who had the same master as Huo Nanxun, named Li Milan. Li Milan was holding 2 empty lunchboxes and saw her too. She smiled and came over, calling out, sister-in-law, are you here to find worker Hua? Xia Hongying nodded, yes. Could you please call him out? Li Milan looked troubled. Sister-in-law, is there something urgent? Worker Hua is really busy right now. He doesn't even have time to eat. I'm going to get his meal to take back. Xia Hongying, oh, he that busy? Li Milan, yes. Next week, many people are taking busy farming leave, so this week everyone is working hard. Xia Hongying, I see. Actually, I don't have anything urgent. I just wanted to see him since he's been working overtime for several days. Since he is busy, let it be. Please just tell him I stopped by. All right, sister-in-law. Li Milan waved at her. Then, take care. Xia Hongying watched as she hurriedly left, feeling a bit sad. She had walked for over half an hour from Wushan Tea Garden just to find him for lunch, but she couldn't even see him. Worker Hua, I brought you lunch. Li Milan handed the meal to Huo Nanxun. Huo Nanxun came out of the soundproof room and was a bit surprised. Why trouble you? I can go eat myself. I saw you were very busy, Li Milan said, worried that if you went late, all the good food would be gone. So I helped you get in advance. Thank you. Huo Nanxun took out a meal ticket and handed it to her. Here, your meal ticket. Li Milan, oh. We work under the same master, so let this meal be on me. That won't do. Huo Nanxun insisted on giving her the meal ticket. Li Milan accepted somewhat awkwardly and returned to her workstation to eat. Huo Nanxun took the lunchbox and was about to leave when Li Milan called out to him. Worker Hua. Huo Nanxun turned back. Is there something else? Li Milan hesitated for a moment and asked, are you working overtime tonight too? Huo Nanxun. Li Milan nodded, not saying anything further. Xia Hongying didn't see Huo Nanxun and decided to go to the kindergarten. There was a smell of food wafting outside the kindergarten, and the children should be inside eating at this time. There was no one outside. Xia Hongying carefully looked around the kindergarten, reluctantly leaving. She hadn't eaten yet and planned to return to the street to find a restaurant for something to eat. Just as she got onto the main road, a jeep came from behind. Xia Hongying stepped aside, but to her surprise, the jeep stopped beside her, and the window was open, revealing the face of Wei Daong. Huo Nanxun's master. Hongying. Wei Daong smiled and asked, it's been a while since I saw you. Why haven't you come by? Xia Hongying smiled. Master. Wei Daong. Did you come from the kindergarten to see the kids? Xia Hongying. Yes, but I didn't see them. At this time, the kids are all inside eating. Wei Daong got out of the car and opened the passenger door, saying, get in. I'll give you a ride. I'm heading to town anyway, going towards your home. Xia Hongying hurriedly waved her hands. No. How can that be? Don't be polite. Wei Daong said, we're all family. Get in. Xia Hongying. Master, I'm not being polite. Mainly, I'm not going home. I'm going to Wushan Tea Garden. That is not on your way. Chapter 81. Xiao Hua is so handsome. Don't you have a sense of crisis? Wei Daong, what are you going there for? Xia Hongying said. I contracted the tea garden, and the government organized a technical training session at Wushan Tea Garden. Oh, I see. The roads there are all narrow. I can't drive you there. Wei Daong said. Then I'll take you to the bridge. Get in the car. Xia Hongying repeatedly declined. Master. Really, it's not necessary. I can walk there by myself. It's not far. Wei Daong. It will take you at least 10 minutes to walk there. I can get there in a moment if I step on the gas. Get in. Although Xia Hongying had never been in a car, she didn't want to ride in Wei Daong's car from the bottom of her heart, because the last time she went to his house to get something, he accidentally or intentionally touched her hand and patted her shoulder, which made her feel strange inside. However, he had been standing by the passenger door for so long, and if she kept declining, she wondered if it would offend him. He is the master of Huo Nanxun, and if she offended him, Huo Nanxun would definitely have trouble. Thinking of this, Xia Hongying got in the car and thanked him repeatedly. Wei Daong sat in the driver's seat and said, Put on your seatbelt. Seatbelt? Xia Hongying didn't understand. Sorry, I haven't been in a car before. I don't know what a seatbelt is. Wei Daong smiled gently and said, It's okay if you haven't been in one. You'll get used to it. Come on, I'll help you put it on. He suddenly leaned over, startling Xia Hongying to dodge toward the car door. Wei Daong paused and chuckled. Don't be nervous. The seatbelt is on your right. I'm just helping you get it. Xia Hongying looked to her right and indeed saw a flat strap. She reached out to pull it and asked, Is this it? Yes. Wei Daong said, Pull that buckle over and insert it here. Xia Hongying followed his instructions, and once Wei Daong started the car, he said, Xiaohua is very smart and can endure hardships. I value him and treat him like family. As his family member, you're also part of the family. So you don't need to be so polite when you see your master in the future. Just treat him like family. Understand? Xia Hongying was flattered and said, Got it. Thank you, master. Wei Daong then asked, When are you moving to the dormitory? Xia Hongying said, My family is farming, raising chickens, ducks, and pigs. And I also contracted the tea garden, so I can't leave. I want to be moving in for now. Those things aren't worth much. Just handle them. Wei Daong said, Most of the families in our unit have moved into the dormitory for the convenience of their children going to school and for the couple. You should come too. A fresh young girl should dress beautifully and enjoy life. Working in the countryside, exposed to the sun and rain all year round. The grains grown aren't worth much. What's the point? Xia Hongying smiled politely. Even if it's not for anything else, you should come to watch over Xiaohua. Wei Daong continued. Xiaohua has been working overtime and can't go home at night these days. He's been bringing the child to the factory. And many female colleagues are eager to help him take care of his daughter. Xia Hongying, huh? You silly girl. Wei Daong shook his head with a smile. Xiaohua is so handsome. Don't you have a sense of crisis? Xia Hongying didn't say anything. The car was indeed fast. And before long, they arrived at the bridgehead in away.She township. After parking, Wei Daong helped her unbuckle the seatbelt and leaned over to open the car door for her. Xia Hongying tried to move aside, but still caught a whiff of his scent. It smelled of perfume mixed with cigarette smoke and a strange odor reminiscent of something old from his bedroom, making her very uncomfortable. Xia Hongying got out of the car and respectfully said, Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. Wei Daong said, No problem. Just think about it well. Okay. Xia Hongying nodded. After the car drove away and was out of sight, she finally took a few deep breaths of fresh air. This master must be around 50 years old. Why does he smell like that? Old man Hua, Huang Kaiwa, Aunt Tang, they're all older than him. And none of them have such a smell, of course, excluding the smell of sweat. For Xia Hongying, Wei Daong's scent was just a small episode. A fleeting thought in her mind. What she really cared about were Wei Daong's words. She suddenly remembered that the last time she went to the cafeteria to eat, she was a bit nervous because it was her first time, and looking back, quite a few young female colleagues cast various glances at them. She imagined the scene of Huo Nanxun taking Yin Yin to the factory, with other female colleagues helping him take care of the child, and her lips unconsciously pouted. Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, a man shouted at her in a threatening tone. Xia Hongying came back to her senses and saw a young man in front of her, styled with a side part, wearing a plaid shirt tucked into his pants, and with a loosely hanging belt, as if his pants might fall down at any moment. This was a popular look among the local delinquents. Moreover, Xia Hongying recognized this person. Although he had grown a lot and changed a lot since school, she wouldn't mistake him even if he turned to ashes. His name was Liang Hui. In the 3rd year of middle school, This person pursued her to be friends, but was repeatedly rejected by Xia Hongying. As graduation approached, he either got anxious or something, and actually resorted to force. Xia Hongying told the teacher, and the school had invited his parents. About a day later, on the morning of the vocational school entrance exam, he brought 4 or 5 delinquents and blocked her on her way to school. He forced her to be his girlfriend, or he would teach her a lesson. In the scuffle, Xia Hongying fell into the river in away.She township. The river was wide enough to be dozens of meters and deep without a bottom. Xia Hongying couldn't swim and almost drowned. Her aunt and Wu Xingmin went to the police station to report the case, and she heard that Liang Hui was taken away. But she never saw him again after that. Liang Hui obviously recognized Xia Hongying, holding a cigarette in his mouth and swinging a metal lighter in his hand, leaning crookedly against a motorcycle. Oh, who is this? Isn't it our school flower, Xia Hongying? Xia Hongying turned to walk away, but another thug blocked her. What are you doing? You think you can just walk away after knocking down Brother Huey's ice cream? Xia Hongying, when did I knock it down? The ice cream is right there on the ground. Are you trying to play tricks? The thug pointed at the ground, claiming that the ice cream Brother Hui just bought had been knocked down by her without taking a bite. There was indeed an ice cream stick at Liang Hui's feet, looking freshly unwrapped and not yet eaten. Xia Hongying didn't want to get entangled with them and directly took out a dime and handed it to Liang Hui. The ice cream is 5 cents. Here, a dime for you. Is that okay? Liang Hui reached out, but it wasn't to take the money. Instead, he reached to grab her hand. The moment Xia Hongying was touched by him, she suddenly pulled away and threw the dime at him. Liang Hui, what are you doing? Do you think you can act like a thug on the street? Chapter 82. Hurry and call your husband to beat us up? Huh, after so many years. You still have such a fierce temperament. Liang Hui had a cheeky smile on his face. Xia Hongying, old classmates meeting. Just a handshake, is it necessary? Xia Hongying, who's your old classmate? I wasn't in the same class or the same grade as you, so don't randomly claim to be old classmates. She tried to walk past him towards a noodle shop, but Liang Hui suddenly leaned closer to her and whispered in a voice only she could hear, Xia Hongying, you become even prettier. No wonder you're the woman I've set my sights on. Are you crazy? Xia Hongying decided not to enter the noodle shop and planned to shake him off first, turning and walking briskly in another direction. Unexpectedly, there were 2 thugs nearby, closing in on her with malicious intent. Xia Hongying's heart sank, and she turned back to Liang Hui, asking, what do you want? Liang Hui bent down, picked up a dime that had fallen to the ground, walked over, grabbed her hand, slapped the money in her palm, and then held her hand tightly, saying, I just saw an old classmate, and I'm very excited. I wanted to shake hands and invite you to dinner. I wonder if the school beauty would give me the honor? Xia Hongying forcefully broke free from him. Liang Hui, don't mess around. My husband is right over there. He'll be here soon. Husband? A flash of malice crossed Liang Hui's eyes. Already married? Xia Hongying deliberately tried to intimidate him. That's right. My husband was a soldier, and the few of you together can't even take him on. Ha 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 ha. They all laughed loudly. All right, we'll wait here and see how powerful he really is. Xia Hongying looked around. Today wasn't a market day, and there weren't many people on the street. The shopkeepers and stall owners around were looking this way. But this group of thugs looked aggressive and intimidating, and no one dared to come help her. Where's your husband? Liang Hui's eyes were crazed as he arrogantly approached her. Why isn't he here yet? Why don't you call for him? Yeah, call for him. One of the thugs with a big silver chain around his neck laughed wickedly. Call out loud. Husband, come quickly. Just like that. Ha ha. Hurry and call your husband to beat us up. Or should we help you call him? What's his name? The others joined in mocking her. People around were pointing and whispering. Xia Hongying clenched her fists and suddenly turned around, grabbing a large broom that was placed at the side of the noodle shop, swinging it hard at the thug with the chain. The curly-haired thug was caught off guard and was hit solidly by the broom. Xia Hongying had done farm work since she was young and could carry over 100 pounds, so she had plenty of strength. With this swing, the crew-cut thug was knocked to the ground, his head hitting the steps in front of the noodle shop with a loud thud, letting out a painful scream. You little piece of trash. I told you to shout. Shout enough. The curly-haired thug, who had the dirtiest mouth, was targeted by Xia Hongying. My husband is not someone like you, who can just meet whenever you want. What are you even worth? A dog that looks like a human, but can't speak human words. After hitting him 4 or 5 times, the broom was suddenly grabbed by Liang Hui. The strength between men and women was ultimately different, and Xia Hongying couldn't swing it anymore. Damn woman! The curly-haired thug got up from the ground, a bump on his forehead, and with a vicious look, he was about to hit Xia Hongying. Liang Hui stopped him. Lai Mao, what are you doing? The curly-haired thug seemed to listen to Liang Hui. He took a deep breath and pointed at Xia Hongying. You better listen to our brother Hui today. Do whatever he says. Otherwise, I will definitely take care of you. The others also closed in, glaring at Xia Hongying. Xia Hongying struggled hard to grab the broom, but couldn't pull it away. Instead, Liang Hui yanked it hard, snatched it away, and threw it far away. Then he stepped forward towards her. Xia Hongying stared at him, just thinking whether to rush into the noodle shop to grab a knife, when suddenly, a loud shout came from the street. What are you doing? The voice was very familiar. Xia Hongying looked over and instantly felt as if she had seen a savior. Huo Gang. Uncle San, a group of over a dozen stonemasons, was passing by. Among them were Uncle San and Huo Gang. Xia Hongying. Huo Gang ran over and stood in front of her, holding a long steel rod. Who are you? Anyone sensible? Get lost. Liang Hui raised an eyebrow, looking Huo Gang up and down with a contemptuous tone. Is this your husband? A stonemason? Huo Gang's face turned bright red. Taking a few steps forward with the steel rod, get lost or not? Uncle San also came over with his apprentices, all holding stoneworking tools, heavy hammers, long and short steel rods, thick ropes, and long sticks, each looking quite strong. Stonemasonry is a technical job, and it requires strength. Uncle San's apprentices were all strong and sturdy. Seeing that he couldn't gain any advantage, Liang Hui nodded and said, all right, let's wait and see. He then looked at Xia Hongying with a half-smiling expression. Xia Hongying, the popsicle you owe me will have to be repaid sooner or later. After saying that, he called his brothers, got on their motorcycles, and left swaggeringly. Motorcycles? Uncle San said, these things aren't even common in the city. Who are they, Hongying? Xia Hongying replied, I don't know where those thugs came from. Uncle San, Huo Gang, thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, I might have suffered a great loss. Xia Hongying didn't mention Liang Hui because bringing him up would remind people of how he had harassed her before. Some with ill intentions might even think of ways to slander her. You don't know them? Huo Gang asked. Xia Hongying, I don't know them. Huo Gong suddenly snorted coldly. Xia Hongying looked at him. He turned his head away, refusing to meet her gaze. Uncle San asked, weren't you going to train for skills? Why are you here alone? Xia Hongying said, I went to kindergarten, was just about to get something to eat, and then ran into them. Uncle San, where are you going? Uncle San replied, we took a job, go to work at the water tank dam. Xia Hongying said, going over there? That's just on my way. I'll go with you, so I don't run into them again later. She didn't go into the noodle shop for noodles, but bought a few buns, eating as she walked along with them towards Wushan Tea Garden. Huo Gang deliberately fell behind to walk with her and asked again, you really don't know them? Xia Hongying looked at him in surprise. Why? That's Liang Hui, Huo Gang said. He was always pursuing you when you were in middle school. You say you don't know him? Xia Hongying asked in astonishment. How do you know? Huo Gang replied, I was in middle school too. Xia Hongying, aren't you in the same grade as Huo Nanxun? When Liang Hui was pestering me all the time, you should have already gone to high school in town. Huo Gang was silent for a moment and said, just because I went to high school doesn't mean I can't come back to middle school. Xia Hongying, then how do you know him? Huo Gang, I happened to see him pursuing you. Xia Hongying, because of this, I was worried that if I said I knew him, people would gossip. Huo Gang sneered. Those who have nothing to hide don't worry about this and that. Xia Hongying's expression changed. What do you mean? Are you saying I have something to hide? Chapter 83. Tightening screws. Huo Gang. After he pushed you into the river that time and went to the police station, his parents took him to the city. I know you have nothing to do with him, and I also know that you look down on him. Xia Hongying, since you know all this, why do you say I have a guilty conscience? Huo Gang, if you look down on him, there must be someone you like. Xia Hongying, what do you mean? Be clear. I can't understand your sarcastic tone. Huo Gang fell silent. Huo Gang, speak up. Xia Hongying said, you always talk to me in a sarcastic way, and I have no idea why. When I ask you to be clear, you don't say anything. Huo Gang, if you want people not to know, you must not do anything yourself. Some things you think you're keeping secret, but in fact, those who should know already know. Xia Hongying took a deep breath. What exactly did I do? Huo Gang quickened his pace and ran ahead. Xia Hongying was so angry that she almost choked on her bun. In the evening, Xia Hongying encountered Liang Hui again. This time he was alone. Riding his motorcycle, he was cruising down the street. When he saw Xia Hongying, he honked twice. Xia Hongying pretended not to hear. Fortunately, there were enough people in their group, and Liang Hui did not come over to make trouble for her. Little Hua, are you working overtime again tonight? Wei Daong asked Huo Nanxun, who was focused on drawing blueprints. Huo Nanxun replied, Yes, master. Why are you still here so late? I have something to do as well. Wei Daong glanced at Yin Yin, who was next to Huo Nanxun, and smiled. This girl is well behaved, not crying or making a fuss. Huo Nanxun smiled. Yes. Give her a picture book, and she can look at it for a whole evening. But it's not good for you to do this all the time. Wei Daong said, Bringing a child to the office is against the rules. Huo Nanxun said, I talked to the factory director about it. Wei Daong's smile faded a bit. The factory director is doing this for my sake. But my face can't always be used, right? Huo Nanxun was silent for a moment and said, I'll think of another way tomorrow. Wei Daong smiled and patted his shoulder. What I mean is, you'd better let your partner come over to stay. That way, wouldn't all the problems be solved? Huo Nanxun said, She is busy with family matters and can't come over for now. Farming and tea planting in the countryside is tiring and doesn't earn much money. Wei Daong said, I talked to your partner today. You should consider it carefully and move over as soon as possible. Huo Nanxun was a bit surprised. Today? Did you see her? Wei Daong, yes. At noon today, she went to the kindergarten to see the child and happened to run into me. Huo Nanxun asked Yin Yin, Yin Yin, did your mom come to see you at noon? Yin Yin shook her head. I didn't see mommy at noon. Oh, she told me she didn't see you. Wei Daong said, at that time, all the kids were eating in the room. Huo Nanxun fell silent, not knowing what he was thinking. You should think carefully about moving. Wei Daong said, the little land in the countryside and your job, you should know which is more important. Your partner should come over soon to take care of the logistics. Otherwise, how can you manage both being a dad and a mom? Huo Nanxun understood, master. Wei Daong chatted with Yin Yin for a while before leaving. That night, Huo Nanxun still didn't come back. Xia Hongying went from hope to disappointment. It was fine when she was busy, but when it came time to eat alone and sleep, she really missed Yin Yin. Embarrassingly, compared to Yin Yin, she actually missed Huo Nanxun even more. Lying in bed, tossing and turning unable to sleep, she recalled what Wei Daong said today about many female colleagues competing to help him take care of the child. She imagined that scene in her mind and suddenly hit the bed. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Xia Hongying asked. Me. It was surprisingly Huo Nanxun's voice. Xia Hongying's eyes lit up, and she ran to open the door, only to see Huo Nanxun standing at the door. Illuminated by starlight, with Yin Yin on his back. Xia Hongying was both happy and heartbroken. Why did you come back so late? The broadcast announced that it was already past 10. Huo Nanxun didn't speak, gently putting the already asleep Yin Yin on the bed. Yin Yin woke up, sleepily looking at the scene before her, realizing she was home and that mommy was right in front of her. Suddenly, her eyes turned red, and she reached out to her. Mommy, baby Yin Yin. Xia Hongying got onto the bed, leaned down to hug her. Mommy missed you so much. Mommy. Yin Yin lay against her, pouting her little mouth. All the grievances from not seeing mommy for a few days turned into tears, crying uncontrollably. After a lot of coaxing, she finally stopped crying, but her little hand still tightly clutched her clothes. Xia Hongying lay beside Yin Yin, soothingly stroking her little head while asking Huo Nanxun, who was looking for clothes to change. Why did you come back today? Huo Nanxun said indifferently. I heard Master say that you went to see Yin Yin, and you must have missed her, so I brought her back for a visit. After saying that, he took his clothes to wash up in the back. Xia Hongying looked at him through the mosquito net, not knowing if it was her illusion, but she always felt his tone was very cold, and his back was very distant. When he finished washing up and got into bed, Xia Hongying asked him again, What do you do at your factory? How can you be so busy that you don't even have time for lunch? Huo Nanxun looked at her. Didn't he eat lunch? Xia Hongying, I was going to look for you for lunch today. I ran into that Li Mylan at your factory gate, the one I met last time. She said you were so busy you didn't have time to eat, and she helped you get food to take back. Huo Nanxun frowned. Li Mylan didn't tell him. Xia Hongying asked again, Oh, what do you do? Are you busier than your master? Huo Nanxun was silent for a moment and said, making guns and cannons. Xia Hongying, I know, but I mean, what specific work do you do? For example, tightening screws or operating machine tools? Huo Nanxun, tightening screws? Xia Hongying nodded, her curious big eyes blinking at him. Huo Nanxun lay down and looked at her. If Wu Xingmin entered 301, what do you think he would do? He entered 301? Xia Hongying thought for a moment and said, with his smart brain, if he studied a related major, he would definitely be doing high-tech work or be in a management position. Huo Nanxun suddenly smiled, took a deep breath, turned around and faced away from her. After a while, he reached out through the mosquito net and turned off the light. Xia Hongying asked, I asked you what you do. Why are you bringing up Wu Xingmin? You still Haven Tea answered me. Huo Nanxun, tightening screws. Xia Hongying, that must be tiring, right? Go to sleep. Huo Nanxun said, we have to tighten screws all day tomorrow. Xia Hongying still had a lot to say to him. She wanted to explain to him about the day she used a kitchen knife to kill the yellow flower chicken, and whether Lu Qingyu reported it to him, not knowing if he would misunderstand her. She also wanted to tell him that day when he came to Wushan Tea Garden to find her. Since that day, everyone envied her for having such a handsome and caring husband. She wanted to tell him about running into Liang Hui and those thugs on the street today. She had a lot to say, wanting to confide in her husband. It would be best if she could lie in his arms and talk. But looking over, all she could see was his handsome back of the head and broad, strong back. All the words were stuck in her throat. Xia Hongying fell asleep feeling dejected. The next morning, she got up to make breakfast. Huo Nanxun also got up early, fetched water, and went out to bring back a load of pig grass. 9 pigs eat 2 large baskets of pig grass every day, and his help significantly reduced Xia Hongying's burden. Huang Kaiwa noticed her son as soon as she got up. After holding in her grievances for several days, she suddenly released them and rushed over to report. Xuanzi, you are finally back. That crazy woman Xia Hongying wants to kill me with a knife. Chapter 84. Where did she cut you? Huo Nanxun asked her. Where did she cut you? Huang Kaiwa. If I hadn't run fast, your mother's life would have been gone. That murderous woman, since she couldn't catch me, she killed my broody hen. My whole nest of eggs was halfway incubated and went cold. I couldn't bear to throw them away, so I cooked them, and the little chicks were already formed. It hurts my heart. Huo Nanxun looked at her pounding her chest in distress and said, even if the chicks are formed, they can still be eaten. In other places, that's called hairy egg, and it sells quite well. What nonsense? Am I talking about whether the eggs can be eaten? Huang Kaiwa yelled. I'm telling you, your wife, she wants to kill your own mother. Huo Nanxun asked, Mom, with your small frame, you can't outrun her or fight her. If she really wanted to kill you, could you still stand here shouting at me? She killed my broody hen. That can't be wrong. Huang Kaiwa said irritably. Huo Nanxun, where's the chicken? Huang Kaiwa, of course we ate it. Can I just throw it away? Huo Nanxun, who ate it? I and your dad ate it. She didn't mention that she also served a bowl to the eldest family and let her eldest grandson eat it. Huo Nanxun, you ate the chicken and you ate the eggs, so you actually didn't lose anything. Next time, just brood another nest. Huang Caihua's eyes widened in anger, trembling as she pointed at him. Listen to what kind of nonsense you're saying. Huo Nanxun, you really forgot your mother after marrying a wife. How did I give birth to such a son? You don't support your own family at all, only outsiders. If I had known, I would have drowned you in a urine bucket after giving birth to you. Xia Hongying couldn't stand it anymore and went out to ask her, Mom, you keep saying I killed your chicken. Why don't you say why I killed your chicken? Huang Kaiwa, why? You still have the face to ask? You let my pig go early in the morning and kill my chicken. And you still have a reason? I didn't let your pig go. Xia Hongying said, just right, Huo Nanxun is here today. Let's argue it out. Huo Nanxun, tell your mom. Did I get up that morning? Huo Nanxun told Huang Kaiwa. Mom, I can testify. Hongying did not get up that morning. Your pig running away has nothing to do with her. Besides, didn't I help you herd it back into the pen? What are you making a fuss about? Huang Kaiwa, how do you know if she got up or not while you were asleep? Huo Nanxun, I can know. Can what can? Huang Kaiwa said, someone saw it with their own eyes. If you don't believe me, I'll call them over. She shouted loudly to the neighbor, Aunt Tang. Qingyu, Qingyu. Lu Qingyu came out from the house. Auntie, what's the matter? Huang Kaiwa said, you tell me, That morning, didn't you see Xia Hongying let my pig go? Lu Qingyu looked at Huo Nanxun with a troubled expression and said, Auntie, this happened several days ago. Let us not mention it. You did let Sister Hongying's pig go. You were indeed in the wrong. Even if Sister Hongying wanted to take revenge on you, that would be understandable. Understandable, my foot. Huang Kaiwa said arrogantly, I'm a mother-in-law. She's the daughter-in-law. Even if I did something to her, she can't retaliate against me. Xia Hongying glared at her. Heh, you see if I can. Huang Kaiwa was immediately dominated by the fear of being hit by a dead chicken, feeling uneasy as she hid behind Huo Nanxun. Look at her eyes like knives. When she chased me with a kitchen knife, oh my God, she was like a devil. And look at Qingyu, gentle and cultured, obviously a woman who understands reason. Gentle and kind. Qingyu would never lie. She said she saw Xia Hongying let my pig go. And you still don't believe it? Auntie. Lu Qingyu said, I didn't see Sister Hongying let your pig go. I saw someone going towards the pig pen when it was just getting light. And her back looked a bit like Sister Hongying. Sister Hongying, that's what I said that day, right? Xia Hongying's eyes were cold. Yes. You did say that day. Dr. Lu, are you short-sighted? If you're short-sighted, wear glasses. Don't spread rumors without seeing clearly, causing family conflicts. Lu Qingyu was best at using ambiguous statements to achieve her goals. In the past, whether at her dad's house or among classmates, she always managed to succeed. She really hated straightforward people like Xia Hongying. A flicker of annoyance passed through Lu Qingyu's eyes. Sister Hongying, the back I saw that morning really looked a lot like you. I'm not lying. Son, do you believe me? Huo Nanxun said, Hongying didn't get up that morning. You saw wrong. Lu Qingyu, is it possible she got up and you were asleep and didn't he know? Exactly. I said that too. Huang Kaiwa said, look at your dad. On any morning I get up to cook, does he wake up? He just knows to get up and eat what is prepared. Well, Nanxun glanced at the frowning and habitually silent old Master Hua and said, I dare bet 8 times out of 10 he knows. He is just pretending not to be awake and doesn't want to get up to help. Old Master Hua paused his smoking action, glared at him fiercely, and went inside with the cigarette rod. Son, I think you're a bit arbitrary. Lu Qingyu still tried to persuade him. You're not the elder. How do you know if he was awake or not? Anyway, I believe I didn't see wrong. That back really looked like Sister Hongying. Huo Nanxuan's tone grew colder. Even if she really went over there, since you didn't see or let the pig go, what are you saying to my mom? Lu Qingyu, isn't Annie asking to let her pig go? I'm just providing a little clue. I said, don't interfere in my family's matters. Huo Nanxuan's eyes held a cold suspicion. Are you doing this on purpose? Lu Qingyu became a bit flustered, her expression carrying a hint of sadness. Son, I'm just speaking the truth. I live in this Huo family courtyard, and I'm also part of it. Can I say a word of truth? Her eyes turned red. You're angry, but I still have to say, since I came here, Annie has been especially good to me, and I get along well with her. I just want to help her. If you dislike me, I can't leave either. I've transferred my job here. She choked and turned away, looking extremely wronged. Huang Kaiwa punched Huo Nanxun. Look at you. You made Qingyu cry. She has been sincere to our family. How can you treat her like this? She pulled Huo Nanxun towards Lu Qingyu. Go comfort her. Enough, Mom. Huo Nanxun irritably shook her off. I'll say it one more time. Hongying did not get up that morning. Your pig was not let go by her. Stop making a fuss. Yin goes to kindergarten at 7:30. I'll go eat something and leave. Where are you going? Huang Kaiwa held him tightly. Yin is just a girl. What's the use of going to kindergarten? You've made Qingyu cry, and you still want to leave? Hurry up and comfort her. Auntie, Lu Qingyu sniffled. I'm fine. You hurry and let Son eat. Yin go to school is the most important. Huang Kaiwa looked at her with heartache. You really are understanding. Unlike Xia Hongying, selfish and malicious, always instigating my son to deal with me. Xia Hongying snorted and turned to go inside. Chapter 85. She was resting her head on my arm, sleeping in my embrace. Huo Nanxun walked in without saying a word, serving himself food. Xia Hongying said, I really didn't get out of bed that morning. I was fast asleep. I didn't even know when you left. Huo Nanxun replied, Of course I knew. He was a soldier, long accustomed to being extremely alert and perceptive, even if they slept in separate beds. He would certainly know if Xia Hongying had spent the night. Not to mention, that night, she was sleeping with her head on his arm, her face pressed against his bare chest. After 4 years of abstinence, he momentarily lost control. He wanted it badly, and she was sleeping very soundly, not even aware of him getting up. But your mom insisted on believing Lu Qingyo's words and told me to let our family pig out every day. The night before, I was so furious searching for the pig, and I ended up owing favors all around. And she said that. I lost my temper. Hongying, you don't need to explain. When Nanxun interrupted her, even if I didn't see it myself, I could guess. Xia Hongying, are you blaming me? When Nanxun was silent for a moment, but then asked, you still don't want to move to the dormitory, do you? Xia Hongying, I've already contracted the tea garden. In 3 years, I have to pay 1,000 yuan to the village every year. How could I go? When Nanxun, what if you didn't have to worry about money? The tea garden can be sublet, the chickens and ducks and pigs can be sold. The land can be left fallow or farmed by someone else. As long as your heart is with me and Yin Yin, these are not problems. Moving to the dormitory, my parents, my older brother and sister-in-law, they won't be able to interfere anymore, and there won't be any more chaos. Xia Hongying looked at him for a while and shook her head. When Nanxun suddenly smiled. Do you love the tea garden that much? You can't bear to part with it? Xia Hongying, I told you before, I don't want to be idle. All right, no more talking, I have to go. When Nanxun only ate half a bowl of rice, put down his bowl, and got up to leave, looking very upset. Xia Hongying was stunned for a moment, then followed him out, seeing him change into work clothes. His top muscles revealed a sense of distance, and his strong features exuded a coldness. Also, after just a few days apart, he seemed to have lost some weight. His facial contours became even sharper, giving off an aura that was very hard to approach. Why did you eat so little? Xia Hongying asked him. Are you feeling unwell? He usually starts with at least 2 bowls of rice. When Nanxun took a while to respond, his tone flat. No. Are you angry with me? Xia Hongying asked again. He was already acting strange last night. When Nanxun remained silent. That was a tacit admission. Xia Hongying, what is it about? He still didn't speak. Are you mad at me for scaring your mom with a kitchen knife? Xia Hongying asked. I was indeed furious that day. I know. When Nanxun interrupted her. I'm not angry. Xia Hongying, then what's wrong? When Nanxun finished putting on his clothes, brushed past her, went into urge Yin Yin to eat faster, and then took her away. Lu Qingyu chased after them, calling out, Sun Ge, wait for me, and followed him. Xia Hongying stood under the eaves, watching their departing figures, her eyes gradually dimming. He said he wasn't angry, but with this attitude, it was clear he was upset. After all, they were mother and son, but she didn't regret it. If she had to do it all over again, she would still act the same way. Xiao He crawled out from the firewood pile, squatting next to her, looking at her, then looking at the path they took, snorting a couple of times. Xia Hongying glanced at it. Being a pig is also pretty good, carefree, just waiting for food to be served. Kick Sun Yi. Lu Qingyu chased after Huo Nanxun. Did Hongying tell you something about me? Why did you say that about me? Huo Nanxun fronted. No. Lu Qingyu. She never liked me from the beginning, always misunderstanding and suppressing me. What is her reason? Did I hinder her in any way? When Nanxun paused his steps, turned back to ask her, where did she misunderstand you? It's been like this from the start. Lu Qingyu said righteously. She always nitpicks my casual words, then amplifies them infinitely to attack me. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't be perfect in what I say or do. She does this all the time. I'm even afraid to talk to her. I'm on the verge of a nervous breakdown. What Nanxuan's tone was unyielding, leaving other matters aside. Just the fact that you said you saw her by the pig pen, that is absolutely impossible. There is no one in our yard that resembles her from behind. This is enough to prove that you are lying. You even specifically came to my unit to tell me about this. Qingyu, do you think I'm a fool? Lu Qingyu was unconvinced. Absolutely impossible? On what basis do you say that so definitively? Although you are a special forces soldier, you are still human, and you can also fall asleep. Huo Nanxun. That night, I was holding her while sleeping. Lu Qingyu's expression suddenly froze. What? Huo Nanxun clearly stated. She was resting her head on my arm, sleeping in my embrace. Don't even mention getting up. I could even tell if she just moved a finger. You can fool my mom, but you want to deceive me? Lu Qingyu's gaze momentarily lost focus. Huo Nanxun showed no mercy, continuing to walk forward, and Lu Qingyu took a while to catch up. But Huo Nanxun walked faster and faster, as she couldn't keep up. Huo Nanxun only returned this time, and it wasn't until the busy farming break that he came home again in late August. By then, Xia Hongying and the other training was also nearing its end, with only one more day left. When Xia Hongying got home in the evening, she found Yin playing with the little black pig under the eaves. Yin, Xia Hongying called out joyfully, "When did you come back?" "Mom." Yin rushed over, hugging her. "Dad and I came back at noon." "Where's Dad?" Xia Hongying looked inside the house. Yin pointed to the house. "Cooking." Xia Hongying hugged her and was about to go inside, but Yin struggled to get down, saying she wanted to continue playing with the little black pig. "Mom, is this our little pig?" Yin asked. "It's so much fun. It lies here and lets me scratch its belly, and if I don't scratch, it uses its front feet to dig at my hand." "Look." Sure enough, as soon as she went over, the little black pig lay there, exposing its belly for her to scratch. This pig usually did this, and Xia Hongying was used to it, laughing. "Then you can play with it for a while. I'll go in and help your dad cook." Upon entering the kitchen, she indeed saw Huo Nanxun stoking the fire and cooking. His tall figure sat in front of the stove, sending firewood inside. With him there, the kitchen suddenly felt crowded and lively, no longer cold and quiet like the past few days. Xia Hongying's eyes sparkled. "Why are you back so early? Are you on vacation?" "Huo Nanxun." "Yeah, tomorrow is Sunday. And next week is a full week off, a total of 8 days. Our family has less than 2 acres of land. With just the 2 of us, we can finish harvesting in 3 or 4 days." Xia Hongying said, 8 days is more than enough." "Huo Nanxun, tomorrow is the weekend. Yin doesn't have school, right?" Xia Hongying asked again. Huo Nanxun said, "I've already told the kindergarten teacher that she won't go next week. When the small class starts, she'll go directly to the small class." Xia Hongying, "Okay, I'll finish my half day tomorrow too. After lunch, let's start harvesting the rice." On the way back today, many families had already started harvesting rice. Huo Nanxun glanced at her, seeing her in high spirits. The corners of his mouth curved up slightly, and he nodded. Xia Hongying sat down beside him and asked, "That day, Lu Qingyu chased after you. What did she say to you?" Chapter 86, Apple. Huo Nanxun said, "I rejected that matter." Xia Hongying asked again, "Have you calmed down after so many days?" Huo Nanxun glanced at her, but said nothing. Xia Hongying continued, "Your mom is so infuriating. I was just trying to scare her a little. How could I really hurt someone? Wouldn't that land me in jail? I'm not that foolish." Huo Nanxun was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. "Xia Hongying, do you really not understand, or are you just pretending?" Xia Hongying replied, "Huh? What do you mean?" Huo Nanxun took a deep breath and was about to speak when Yin suddenly ran in, holding a big apple, and happily exclaimed, "Mom, there's an apple in your bag." "Oh, you know what an apple is?" Xia Hongying asked. Yinchuan is rich in resources with cherries, peaches, plums, loquats, pears, oranges, pomelos, and other fruits, but it does not produce apples. At this time, there were no foreign fruits in the town streets, and not only Yin, but Xia Hongying herself had never eaten an apple. She thought Yin didn't even know what an apple was. Yin said, "Grandma Zhang has some. She gave me one." "Grandma Zhang?" Huo Nanxun replied, "Principal Zhang. I couldn't take Yin to my office, so after class these past few days, I sent her to Principal Zhang's house." "Huh? How could I let you do that?" Xia Hongying felt very apologetic. "Once the busy season is over, I'll bring them some gifts." Huo Nanxun agreed. "That works." "Mom, I want to eat it. Help me wash it." Yin bounced around asking for the apple. Xia Hongying took it and washed it for her. Yin hugged the big apple and took a bite, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons as she exclaimed, "So delicious." Xia Hongying smiled and rubbed her little head. "Mom has never eaten one. Let me have a bite." Yin let Xia Hongying take a bite, and a wave of extreme sweetness spread in her mouth. Xia Hongying was stunned by the taste for a few seconds and said, "It's really delicious." Yin, let Dad have a taste too." Yin ran to Huo Nanxun, tiptoeing to bring the apple to his mouth. "Dad, eat." But Huo Nanxun turned his head to ask Xia Hongying, "Where did the apple come from?" "From Wu Xingmin," Xia Hongying replied. "He went into the city and said he bought it especially for Yin. 6 big apples in total." Yin asked nearby, "Did Uncle buy it for Yin?" "Yes." Yin's eyes sparkled with innocent joy. "Uncle is so nice. He always brings Yin delicious food." Xia Hongying chuckled, "You little glutton. It's so delicious. Let me have another bite." Yin Yin handed the apple back to Xia Hongying, and the mother and daughter happily shared the apple. Suddenly, there was a loud bang that startled both of them. The stove had two openings, one in front and one in the back. Huo Nanxun lifted the pot from the front to the back, but whether it was a slip or something else, the pot fell heavily onto the stove, making a loud noise. "Be careful," Xia Hongying said. "Don't break the stove." Wu Xingmin specially bought apples for Yin Yin. Huo Nanxun turned around to ask her, his expression and tone very cold. Xia Hongying replied, "I taught him how to make medicinal dishes. His cough has improved a lot, so he bought apples to thank me." Huo Nanxuan's face darkened. "What about before?" "Why, every time," Xia Hongying explained. "Before, he just bought snacks like cookies. He's my old classmate. It's normal." Huo Nanxun questioned, "Very normal? Isn't it normal?" Xia Hongying shot back, "My friend Yang Qin and Chun Hao, they also give Yin Yin snacks when they see her. It's just to please the child." Huo Nanxun remained silent, an air of tension surrounding him. Xia Hongying stared at him. "What's wrong? Is someone spreading rumors about me and Wu Xingmin again?" Huo Nanxun didn't respond, turning to put the pot on the stove, preparing to cook. Xia Hongying frowned. "Is it Lu Qingyu again? Don't drag her into everything." Huo Nanxuan's tone was harsh, and the tension around him was palpable. Xia Hongying said, Fine, she's your good brother's widow. Should I treat her like a deity and not say anything against her?" Seeing how he defended her, Xia Hongying felt angry and got up to leave. She had a box specifically for storing herbs she made or bought. Tomorrow was the last day of training, and she packed a bag of herbs to take to Wu Xingmin. She also wrote down the recipe and method for changing the medicinal dish in detail in her notebook. Inside, Yin Yin called her for dinner, so she went in. However, the two of them sat on opposite sides, both with dark expressions. Yin Yin looked at her dad, then at her mom, and asked Dad, "Mom, Yin Yin learned to sing in kindergarten. Can I sing a song for you?" She began to sing "Let Us Swing Our Double Oars." Her voice was very childlike, but she articulated clearly, and her pitch was accurate, singing the entire song flawlessly. Xia Hongying was so pleasantly surprised that she forgot her anger and cupped Yin Yan's little face. "My little darling, you sing so beautifully." Yin Yin beamed with joy and asked Huo Nanxun, "Dad, did Yin Yin sing well?" Huo Nanxuan's demeanor softened, and he nodded, reaching out to give her a piece of meat, saying, "Very good." The teacher said, "I sang well too." Yin happily exclaimed. The teacher even had all the big brothers and sisters in the class applaud for me. Xia Hongying felt sweeter than eating an apple and kissed Yin Yan's face several times. The atmosphere at the dinner table improved significantly, and Xia Hongying felt she wasn't angry anymore. She glanced at Huo Nanxun across the table and said, "You've lost weight again. You must be too busy to eat properly." Huo Nanxun looked at her and after a while said, "Not really. The food at your workplace is quite good. If you eat properly, you shouldn't lose weight." Xia Hongying suddenly leaned in to look at his complexion, frowning and asking, "Is your stomach not well?" Huo Nanxun replied, "Why? Can you diagnose someone?" Xia Hongying put down her bowl, took his wrist, and felt his pulse. Huo Nanxun and Yin Yin watched her curiously. The more Xia Hongying felt his pulse, the more her brows furrowed. "It's not that your stomach isn't good. It's, your stomach has been injured? Did you have a stomach bleed?" Huo Nanxuan's expression shifted slightly. "Can you really feel pulses?" "My grandfather taught me," Xia Hongying said. "Am I right?" Huo Nanxuan nodded. "But how did your stomach get injured?" Xia Hongying asked, puzzled. Huo Nanxuan was silent for a moment, and then said, "I accidentally swallowed a hard object, and it scratched me. It has indeed been aching subtly lately." Xia Hongying asked, "What hard object did you swallow?" Huo Nanxuan replied, "A film." Xia Hongying was utterly confused. "Why would you swallow a film?" Huo Nanxuan said, "It was an emergency for important intelligence." Xia Hongying didn't understand. "You swallowed a film for intelligence? Am I hearing this right? This is peacetime. Why are you acting like a spy from a novel?" Huo Nanxuan was silent for a moment and said, "It was an exercise." "An exercise? You're taking it so seriously?" Huo Nanxuan replied, "Yes. Every exercise is treated as real, so when war actually comes, we can respond." Chapter 87 Is the thing outside so good? Xia Hongying, "Then, how did you get the film out?" Huo Nanxuan, "Forced vomiting. I also scratched my throat." "That's too dangerous." Xia Hongying said, "The stomach is closely related to mental and emotional states. Your stomach pain during this time should be related to your high-intensity work. You need to relax and maintain a pleasant mood. I will help you with your recovery later, and it will be fine. Huo Nanxun, Xia Hongying, wait a moment. I'll make you some soup medicine. I guarantee that if you drink it, your stomach won't hurt tonight. After dinner, she made a bowl of soup medicine for Huo Nanxun, and when she served it to him, she saw him looking at the herbal prescription she had just written. Is this for Wu Xingmin? Huo Nanxun pointed at the list and the herbs and asked. Xia Hongying, yes. His mother needs to change the prescription, and I'm afraid he can't remember, so I wrote it down. Huo Nanxun threw the list aside without saying anything and went to bed. Drink it first, then sleep. Xia Hongying handed him the soup medicine. Huo Nanxun coldly said, no need. Xia Hongying, drink it while it's hot, and your stomach won't hurt. Huo Nanxun, I said no. Xia Hongying was taken aback. I simmered it for half a day. Huo Nanxun, did I ask you to? Xia Hongying. Huo Nanxun, what is wrong with you? One moment you're fine, the next you're not. If you have any issues with me, just say it. Huo Nanxun turned over towards the inside, pretending to sleep. Xia Hongying slammed the bowl down on the table and turned to take Yin to wash up. When she returned to the bedroom, the bowl of medicine was still on the table, now cold. Xia Hongying frowned at Huo Nanxun, who seemed to have fallen asleep. What is he angry about? The herbal prescription? Remembering his reaction when Yin was eating an apple earlier? Or is he jealous of Wu Xingmin? The more Xia Hongying thought about it, the more it seemed like that. The next day, Xia Hongying and the others went to the county government conference room, where Wu Xingmin organized a meeting for the tea farmers to commend them for successfully completing their training and encourage them to work hard on the autumn tea, saying that the government would soon organize a business matchmaking meeting to open up sales channels for everyone ST. Then he also commended 2 tea farmers, one of whom was Xia Hongying and the other was Ma Chiyue. They not only valued the training and ensured all members participated, but they also actively asked experts many questions during the learning process. At noon, Wu Xingmin organized everyone to go to the cafeteria for a meal with the experts. By the time they returned to the village, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. The weather was great today. All the golden rice was drooping its head, and the mud in the fields had dried up. Almost every household had started harvesting rice. Rice is their staple food, the source of grain for the entire year. Harvesting rice is a big deal for farmers, and they need to rush to dry it and store it in the granary. In the next few days, based on past years' experience, it would often lead to rainy days, making it difficult to operate in the fields, and if the rice didn't dry enough, it could mold and spoil. Huo Nanxun had also started working, and just one morning, he had finished harvesting the 2 small fields at his doorstep and was now carrying the threshed rice home. Yin was barefoot, rolling up her pants, with her little bottom sticking out, digging for water chestnuts in the field, while a little black pig followed her, nudging around with its nose. Mommy! Yin happily held up a round water chestnut. Look at you, your face is all muddy. Xia Hongying pointed at the muddy pig and said, you're about the same as it. Did you bring your little handkerchief? Mommy will help you wipe it. Yin said, I brought it, it's in my pocket. Xia Hongying took out the handkerchief from her pocket and helped her wipe her face. Then she noticed that this handkerchief had the characters Xingmin embroidered on it. It was given to her by Wu Xingmin that day at the Wu Family Estate Museum when she was touched and shed tears. Although the Wu family had fallen, his mother still kept some customs, making sure that the delicate parts were very refined. For example, this handkerchief, which he had embroidered with the character Xingmin and also made it fragrant. Back when he was in school, his clothes were always cleaner and tidier than those of other classmates. Rural people who had just escaped famine cherish items deeply. So Xia Hongying would never throw away a good handkerchief. She washed it and put it in the drawer where she kept her handkerchiefs. Yin probably just randomly picked one and happened to take this one. Xingmin? Huo Nanxun suddenly spoke up, startling Xia Hongying. When she turned around, she saw him carrying a load of rice, just passing by her. His face looked very grim when he asked this question. Xia Hongying said, this handkerchief was given to me by Wu Xingmin. I washed it and put it in the drawer, and Yin took it. Huo Nanxun put down the burden on his shoulder, snatched it away, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it far into the field below. Xia Hongying, what are you doing? Is the stuff from outside, man, so good? Huo Nanxun's expression was dark, bringing all sorts of messy things back home. Xia Hongying stared at him in a daze, frozen there. Huo Nanxun picked up the rice and left. She was right. This jealousy was splashed right on her face. Huo Nanxun, Xia Hongying called him. Huo Nanxun ignored her. Xia Hongying, he is my brother. Although her mother had repeatedly warned her not to tell anyone. But since it had come to this, she might as well tell him. As long as she kept it from her mom, it would be fine. Unexpectedly, Huo Nanxun sneered, his expression getting even worse. Brother. Then he walked away without looking back. Xia Hongying was also going to go home to change her clothes before coming out to work, so she directly followed him. Huo Nanxun, listen to me. I have nothing to do with him. Don't talk to me about your relationship with him. Huo Nanxun interrupted her. I don't want to hear anything about you two. Xia Hongying, anything? You don't want to hear about my relationship with him as siblings? Huo Nanxun answered her directly with his actions, quickening his pace and walking fast. He was carrying the biggest bamboo basket from home, and the load on his shoulder was at least 150 pounds, yet he moved quickly and steadily as if the weight was nothing. Only the tense muscles on his shoulder showed the weight of the burden. Xia Hongying ran a few steps to catch up with him and noticed Aunt Tang by the courtyard, with a mixing barrel and bamboo mats nearby. She felt a bit embarrassed and switched to a normal pace, greeting her. Aunt Tang, are you also getting ready to go to the fields to harvest rice? Yes, Aunt Tang said somewhat shyly. Hongying, can you help me carry the mixing barrel? I just tried to carry it over here, but my legs trembled and I didn't dare to carry it anymore. Please don't carry it by yourself. Xia Hongying said, you just hurt your waist last time. Don't hurt it again. Come, I'll help you carry it. The mixing barrel was square like a giant rice scoop, weighing between 50 to 80 pounds, quite heavy. The two of them carried it together to the fields, and Xia Hongying asked, Aunt, will Dr. Lu take a break during the busy farming season? Huo Nanxun took 8 days off. Her? I haven't heard anything. Aunt Tang said, she probably won't take a break. She doesn't know how to do farm work, so it would be useless even if she did. Xia Hongying, it's fine. After our family finishes harvesting, we'll come help you. Don't worry. Aunt Tang gratefully said, I'm always grateful for your help every year. How can I thank you? We're all neighbors. Thanking each other feels too distant. Xia Hongying said, you get busy first. I'll go back to change into long sleeves to work. Aunt Tang, I still need to go back to get the bamboo mat. Let us go back together. By the way, where's Xiaoguang? Xia Hongying asked. He was just playing the courtyard. Aunt Tang said, this child loves to cause trouble. I'll have to take him to the fields with me later. The Tian is about 300 meters away from the Huo family's courtyard. As I walked along the winding path back to Yin Yan's side, I saw Huo Xiaoguang snatch away a few wild water chestnuts that Yin had painstakingly dug out from the soft mud, and he threw them far into the rice field below. He also stepped heavily on the back of Yin Yan's foot. He was wearing hard-soled shoes, while Yin Yan was barefoot, and she immediately cried out in pain. Xiaoguang, Aunt Tang rushed over in a hurry, pulling him away. What's wrong with you, child? Why did you throw Yin Yan's things? And why did you step on her foot? Chapter 88. Afraid of being taken away, Aunt Tang was a bit anxious and pulled harder, causing Huo Xiaoguang to stumble and almost fall. He started crying. Uncle Huo threw away the bad woman's things, so why can't I? Xia Hongying was so angry that she wanted to slap his mother. What bad woman? Your Hongying aunt is a wonderful woman. Aunt Tang yelled at him. Who taught you to say such things? Did your mother say that? Damn old lady. You hurt me. Huo Xiaoguang struggled desperately. Aunt Tang could barely hold on to him, and in her anger at being called a damn old lady, she slapped his bottom a few times, saying, you little brat, how dare you curse your grandmother? I don't know how your grandmother taught you to develop such a temper. Woo woo woo. Huo Xiaoguang cried after being hit, reaching out towards the direction of the Huo family's courtyard. Mom, Uncle Huo. Xia Hongying turned around and saw Lu Qingyu and Huo Nanxun approaching one after the other. What happened? Lu Qingyu hurried over, sounding displeased. Mom, if Xiaoguang is naughty, just teach him well. Why did you hit him? Even his grandmother is being dragged into this. What do you mean dragged into this? Didn't you say that he was raised by his grandmother before? Has she spoiled him? Aunt Tang said. He took Yin Yan's things and threw them away, and even stepped on her foot. Look at what he did to Yin Yan's little foot. Xia Hongying held Yin Yan, while Aunt Tang showed Lu Qingyu Yin Yan's foot. On Yin Yan's adorable little foot, there was a red mark from being stepped on, and the highest point of the foot had a scrape that was oozing blood, showing just how hard Huo Xiaoguang had stepped. Lu Qingyu glanced at Huo Nanxun, who was looking cold and full of concern. She turned around angrily and hit Xia Wang, asking Xia Wang, "Why did you do that? Didn't you promise Mom that you would get along well with your sister from now on?" Having been scolded by both his grandmother and mother, Xia Wang was filled with grievances. He pointed at Xia Hongying while crying and shouted, "Uncle Huo scolded that bad woman and threw her things. Why can't I?" "Huh? What?" Lu Qingyu exclaimed in surprise, her expression betraying her excitement beneath. "Huo Nanxun, what happened? Did you have a fight with your sister?" Huo Nanxun didn't answer, his eyes filled with disappointment as he sternly asked Xia Wang, "Xia Wang, have I not told you that a man should protect the weak, not bully them? Do you think what you did was right?" Being reprimanded so harshly by the uncle he admired most, Xia Wang felt wronged and held back his tears, keeping his mouth shut. "Sungu, he has always admired you," Lu Qingyu said with guilt. "So he learns from you in everything. I'm sorry. I'll apologize to Yin Yin on his behalf." She held Yin Yin's little hand, looking pained. "Yin Yin, I'm sorry. It's brother's fault, and we'll definitely punish him when we get home, okay?" Yin Yin pulled her hand back and buried her little face in Xia Hongying's arms. Lu Qingyu awkwardly forced a smile. This child, after such a long time, is still so shy. "Sister-in-law, Yin Yin's foot is scraped. I have some alcohol. Let me take her to disinfect it." She reached out to hold Yin Yin. "Yin Yin, Anne is a doctor. Let me take you back to treat your hurt, okay?" Yin Yin hugged Xia Hongying even tighter, afraid of being taken away. "Yin Yin, come here. Your foot is hurt. You can't run around barefoot. Aunt has pretty shoes for you. Would you like to wear them?" "No, thanks." Xia Hongying had been quietly watching her performance, and at this moment, she spoke up. "Yin Yin's injury is not serious. But what's serious is Xia Wang." Lu Qingyu looked at her with an unfriendly expression. "What's wrong with Xia Wang?" Xia Hongying asked Xia Wang, "Xia Wang, is it because you admire Uncle Huo that you imitated him and treated Yin Yin that way, right?" Xia Wang looked at Xia Hongying with a hostile gaze, still crying, but remained silent. Xia Hongying continued, "So, you do what Uncle Huo does, right?" He still didn't reply. "Sister Hongying, he has always been like this." Lu Qingyu defended him. "Don't say children. Even adults can unintentionally imitate their idols." Xia Hongying pressed on, "Xia Wang, did your mom say that?" He remained silent. "Xia Wang, Sister Hongying is asking you a question." Aunt Tang shouted at him, "Don't be so rude." Lu Qingyu placed her hand on Xia Wang's shoulder. "Xia Wang, tell Sister Hongying. It is just like that. It is just like that." Xia Wang shouted at Xia Hongying. Xia Hongying responded, "Then, if now Uncle Huo hit your mom, would you also learn from him and hit your mom?" Xia Wang's eyes widened. "You bad woman. Uncle Huo only hits bad people. He wouldn't hit my mom." Xia Hongying nodded and looked at Lu Qingyu. "Dr. Lu, you see, even though Xia Wang is young, he knows how to distinguish right from wrong. He not only understands, but he also hates evil." Lu Qingyu's expression changed slightly, about to speak when Xia Hongying hit the nail on the head. "So Xia Wang, you are not bullying the weak. You are hitting bad people, right?" Xia Wang was just a child, and when everyone was blaming him, only Xia Hongying voiced his thoughts and grievances. He immediately pouted and cried out, "Uncle Huo, they are both bad people. Uncle Huo, hurry up and drive them away." Huo Nanxun shot a glance at Lu Qingyu with a grim expression. Though he didn't say it outright, the meaning was clear. These words could only have been taught by Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu felt a buzzing in her head from Huo Nanxun's glare, and she slapped Xia Wang hard on the back, yelling at him, "Xia Wang, what nonsense are you talking? How did Mom usually teach you?" At this, Xia Hongying felt pained just watching. Xia Wang also felt wronged. After being hit by his mom, he didn't cry out but bit his lip tightly, only shedding tears without saying a word. "Dr. Lu, I once read in a book that ages 3 to 6 are a critical period in a child's growth." Xia Hongying said, "You should teach him more good things. Don't raise the child wrongly. I just feel sorry for Huo Lei." Lu Qingyu's face turned red with anger. Clenching her fists, "What do you mean? Are you implying that I taught Xia Wang to say you two are bad people? How could I possibly teach him that?" "Xia Wang, did Mom ever teach you that?" She tightly gripped Xia Wang's wrist, pulling so hard that his soft, chubby wrist turned pale. "You tell her. Did Mom teach you?" Lu Qingyu asked fiercely. "Xia Wang did." "No." Lu Qingyu pressed. "Then why did you say they are bad people?" "Because they took away Uncle Huo." Xia Wang pointed at Xia Hongying. "She always bullies my mom. Kek Sunye. Did you hear that? Lu Qingyu sneered. Children don't lie. Chapter 89. Huo Nanxun was lost in thought as he looked at Huo Xiaowang. He didn't answer her, only asked Huo Xiaowang, will you listen to Uncle Huo? Huo Xiaowang nodded. Then Uncle Huo will tell you today, Hongying's aunt is my wife, and Yin is my child. They're all the closest family to Uncle Huo, not bad people. Do you understand? Huo Xiaowang felt her wrist tighten again and hurriedly nodded. I understand. Huo Nanxun said, you can't do this again. If you dare to hurt Yin again, Uncle Huo won't forgive you. I won't. Huo Xiaowang quickly grabbed Huo Nanxun's hand. Uncle Huo, I really won't. Huo Nanxun nodded, released Huo Xiaowang's hand, and said, all right, Hongying, take Yin back to put on a pair of shoes. Don't let her wound touch the water. Aunt Tang, you all go ahead with your work. After saying that, he picked up the empty shoulder pole and continued to carry rice. With a loud slap, Lu Qingyu's face was knocked to one side. Mom. Huo Xiaowang reached out in fear to grab her arm. Don't hit anymore. You said the wrong thing today. All of Mom's previous efforts were in vain. Lu Qingyu slapped herself again with a loud sound. Mom, I'm wrong. Huo Xiaowang's expression was very sad. I know I was wrong. Don't hit yourself. Lu Qingyu squatted down to be at eye level with her, her eyes full of obsession and hatred. Have I ever told you to pretend to really like Yin in front of your Uncle Huo? You promised, Mom. Why did you do this again today? Huo Xiaowang said, I saw Uncle Huo being very fierce to that bad woman. I thought Uncle Huo already knew they were bad people, so I hit her. Lu Qingyu, he doesn't know yet. If he knew, Mom would tell you. Before Mom tells you, don't lay a hand on Yin again. Even if there are no adults around, it won't work because she will tell on you. Huo Xiaowang gritted her teeth. So annoying. All she does is tell on people. Lu Qingyu, in front of Uncle Huo, you have to pretend to really like Yin. That way Uncle Huo will think you are a good child who takes care of your sister. Uncle Huo likes good children who take care of their little sisters the most. Huo Xiaowang frowned in resistance. But I don't like Yin. I hate her. Lu Qingyu, we're just pretending. I don't like her either. Huo Xiaowang's small brows furrowed together. Mom, as long as I listen to you, can Uncle Huo be my dad and always be with us? Lu Qingyu, yes. Xia Hongying went home, cleaned up Yin, and put a pair of long rain boots on her. The child was still small, and it was impossible to leave her home alone. So, she had to take her along to the fields. Some areas of the field were dry, while others were a bit soft, especially in the large field where there was a low-lying area that would accumulate water every year. Xia Hongying also brought a small bucket and a small net for catching fish for Yin and took her to the field. Huo Nanxun had already carried the mixing bucket to the large field. This large field covered more than 3 mu and was owned by 4 households. Huo Nanxun and Xia Hongying owned 6 fun. Aunt Tang's family owned 2 fun. The second uncle's family also owned 5 to 6 fun. And the rest belonged to the Huo Yingbiao family. This field was the main rice field of the Huo Yingbiao family. When Xia Hongying arrived, she saw that their family of 4 was already in the field. Huo Fei was honestly cutting rice. Huo Baojin complained of a sore hand and a sore stomach, using various excuses to avoid work, and was scolded by Wu Lianying. Huo Yingbiao was repeatedly smashing rice against the threshing rack, cutting rice, threshing, carrying it home, drying it in the yard, using a windmill to blow away the rice husks, and moving it into the granary. Among these processes, threshing was the most labor-intensive. Without some strength, it was very difficult to separate the rice grains from the ears of rice. Huo Yingbiao was sweating profusely, gasping for breath, with many rice husks falling from his head, looking very hard at work. When Xia Hongying saw him, she thought of the lines from the poem about the sweat that waters the earth. Every grain is hard-earned. Looking at Huo Nanxun again, it was a different scene. He was swinging a heavy bundle of rice with a smooth and powerful motion to thresh it. Under the sunlight, wearing only a simple tank top, his exposed arms had well-defined muscles, exuding a sense of powerful beauty. For the same bundle of rice, Huo Yingbiao had to hit many times to completely thresh it, but he only needed a few strikes for the golden rice grains to fall like fine rain. Moreover, his movements strangely conveyed a sense of casualness and freedom, complementing the vibrant rice field, full of simple yet moving charm. What are you looking at? Huo Nanxun tilted his head and asked her, aren't you going to cut rice? Xia Hongying, caught off guard by her daze, awkwardly came to her senses and went to cut rice. She wanted to tell him about Wu Xingmin, But the large field was crowded, especially with Huo Nanxun, who had a big mouth and a bad heart. Xia Hongying didn't want her to overhear, so she planned to talk to him about it later in the evening. Lu Qingyu also brought Huo Xiaowang to help Antang. As soon as Huo Xiaowang arrived, she handed 2 candies to Yin Yin, saying, "Here you go." Yin Yin didn't take it and ran to Xia Hongying, looking at Huo Xiaowang with a wary gaze. Huo Xiaowang then ran to Huo Nanxun's side, calling out, "Uncle Huo." Huo Nanxun paused his actions. "What's wrong?" Huo Xiaowang said, "I gave Yin Yin candy, but she doesn't want it." Huo Nanxun said, "She might not want to eat candy. You can eat it yourself." Huo Xiaowang, "Uncle Huo, I won't hit her again in the future. Please don't be angry with me." Huo Nanxun looked at Huo Xiaowang's brows and eyes, which resembled Huo Lei, and his heart softened, saying, "Knowing the error and correcting it makes you a good child. You're about to go to kindergarten. There will be many little friends there. Whether they are older or younger than you, you should unite and love each other and not bully or hit others. That way, the teachers and mom will like you." Huo Xiaowang, "Okay." Huo Nanxun smiled. "Go play a bit further away. The rice husks flying onto you will be itchy and painful." Huo Xiaowang then moved a bit further away, looked around, and saw Yin squatting by a puddle with her small net, trying to catch fish. Huo Xiaowang's eyes lit up as she went over to take a look. There were actually many fish of various sizes in that small puddle. The big ones were as long as her palm, while the small ones were still fry. She cheered and reached out to catch the big fish. But how could she catch them? Huo Xiaowang snatched the net from Yin Yan's hand, awkwardly trying to catch fish. "That's mine." Yin Yan stood up and said, "Get back to me. I'm just using it for a bit. I'll get it back to you in a moment." Huo Xiaowang remembered what her mom had said and patiently replied. Yin Yan, anxious, stomped her feet. "That's my net. I want to catch fish. Get it back to me quickly." Huo Xiaowang ignored her and played by herself. Yin Yan shouted, "Mom, Mom, Xia Hongying, what's wrong?" Yin Yan pointed at Huo Xiaowang. "She stole my net." Xia Hongying frowned and called out, "Xiao Guang, that's Yin Yan's. Get it back to her." Huo Xiaowang turned a deaf ear. Huo Xiaowang. Xia Hongying went over directly, reaching out. "The net is Yin Yan's. If she agrees to let you play with it, you can use it. If she doesn't agree, then you are stealing. Stealing things is wrong." Chapter 90. My little girl can't be bullied by boys, ouch. Huo Nanxun exclaimed sarcastically. "Hongying, I'm not saying you, but kids are just playing. You're making a big deal out of nothing." Xia Hongying replied, "There's no such thing as a small matter when it comes to children. Isn't just a little net bag, like a toy. No one would even pick it up if you threw it on the ground. It's not a small matter. What could it possibly be a big deal?" This little net bag was indeed not fishing gear. It was just something Xia Hongying made for Yin Yan to play with using an old fine mesh fishing net, bamboo strips, and a piece of bamboo. Xia Hongying ignored Huo Nanxun and continued talking to Huo Xiaowang. "Xiaowang, did you hear? Give the net bag back to Yin Yan." "I don't want to." Huo Xiaowang, who was already playful, was having too much fun to let go. Yin Yan was also caught up in the excitement, and when her little mouth pouted, she was about to cry. Xia Hongying paused for a moment, squatted down, and whispered to Yin Yan, "Go and take it back." She felt that since Yin Yan was about to start kindergarten, she needed to teach her how to handle such situations. Yin Yan was taken aback, looking at her with tear-filled big eyes, and asked in disbelief, "Huh?" Xia Hongying encouraged, "Go ahead. Mom and Dad will protect you." Yin Yan glanced at Xia Hongying, then at her robust-looking dad, not far away, suddenly feeling brave. She marched over to Huo Xiaowang with her little short legs. She was quite clever. Instead of acting immediately, she waited for him to be distracted and snatched it back in one swift motion. Huo Xiaowang found his hand empty, eyes wide in disbelief. And then he exploded in anger, reaching out to Yin Yan. "Give it back to me." Yin Yan hid the net bag behind her, saying, "It's mine. Give it to me." Huo Xiaowang reached out to grab it. "It's mine." Yin Yan dodged him. Huo Xiaowang had indeed been spoiled by his grandmother, raised like a little tyrant, and immediately glared at her, reaching out to push her. Xia Hongying caught his hand and frowned, saying, "Huo Xiaowang, didn't you just get enough of the beating? Go find your mom and let her figure out how to make you one." "Hongying, you're really regressing, fighting over things like a child," Huo Nanxun said, then suddenly shouted, Qingyu, Qingyu, Xia Hongying is bullying your son. Aren't you coming to take a look?" Her naturally loud voice made everyone working in the fields turn to look over. Huo Gang, who was passing by and preparing to help second uncle, also stopped. Huo Gang had 3 siblings, none of whom were married, and with parents still in their prime, they had plenty of labor. Second uncle and his wife were both older, and Huo Gang had been helping them out for a few days over the past 2 years. Lu Qingyu dropped her sickle and came over, asking Sister Lianying, "What's going on?" Wu Lianying exaggerated. "The 2 kids are fighting over a net bag to play with." Xia Hongying, as an adult, actually went to help Yin Yin, instructing her to snatch Xia Wang's net bag. What kind of adult does that? Going to snatch things from 4 or 5-year-olds? Xia Hongying replied, "Sister-in-law." "What do you mean?" Yin Yin snatched Xia Wang's net bag. "The net bag belongs to Yin Yin. It was Xia Wang who snatched it from her. He always bullies Yin Yin. How can I not keep an eye on it? Boys are like that." "Well, little girl hasn't been bullied by boys," Wu Lianying said, as if it were a matter of course. "You just like to make a big deal out of nothing. It's the same with other things." "It's the same now." Xia Hongying refused to consider divorce, and Wu Lianying was filled with resentment towards her. As for Huo Nanxun, she didn't resent him. She only hated Xia Hongying. In her heart, Huo Nanxun marrying Lu Qingyu was a good thing. He couldn't possibly be unwilling. It must be Xia Hongying who was against it. Xia Hongying declared loudly, "My little girl can't be bullied by boys. No one as child can." Wu Lianying scoffed and exchanged a knowing look with Lu Qingyu, full of mockery, saying, "When she grows up, you better not let her get married. Let her stay at home as your old maid for life. If she marries a man, won't she still be bullied? Who knows, she might even get punched." "Ha ha ha." Xia Hongying shot back, "Watch your words, or the retribution will fall on Baojin." When Wu Lianying laughed at others. She couldn't handle it when it was directed at her. She immediately shouted angrily, "Xia Hongying, you dare curse my Baojin. I'll tear your mouth apart." Xia Hongying swung the sickle. "Come at me." Wu Lianying grabbed a sickle and came over, but Huo Gang rushed over to block her. Lu Qingyu hurried to pull her back, saying with a guilty look, "Sister Lianying, don't be impulsive. Today's matter is all because of my Xia Wang not being sensible." She bowed to Xia Hongying. "Sister Hongying, I'm sorry. I apologize." Then she held Wu Lianying's hand, saying, "Sister Lianying, you're a kind-hearted person, and I really appreciate you. It's all Xia Wang's fault. Little boys are playful and have caused you trouble." Saying this, she pulled Xia Wang over and scolded him. "Xia Wang, hurry up and apologize. Apologize, apologize. Apologize." "I don't want to." Xia Wang yelled impatiently. He was annoyed by the adults' chatter. He didn't understand what they were arguing about. He just wanted to play with the fish. "I want to catch fish. Mom, hurry and get it for me." He pointed at the net bag in Yin Yin's hand. Lu Qingyu, looking troubled, said to Xia Hongying, "Sister Hongying, can you lend this net bag to Xia Wang for a while? Yes, just a hothead. Once this fuss is over, he'll drop it." Xia Hongying replied, "The net bag is Yin Yin's. She's playing with it too. Why don't you ask her if she's willing to lend it?" "Xia Hongying, that's where you're wrong," Huo Gang interjected. "Can you ask a child about such things? If you ask her, she'll definitely say no." Xia Hongying looked at him. If she definitely won to lend it. But Xia Wang insists on snatching it. Is it Yin Yin's fault? Huo Gang said, "I didn't say Yin Yin was at fault. I said you were at fault. At times like this, as a mother, you should persuade Yin Yin to lend the net bag to Xia Wang. How can you even ask for her opinion?" Xia Hongying asked him. "The net bag belongs to Yin Yin. If she wants to lend it, she can, and if she doesn't want to, she doesn't have to. Why should I force her?" Huo Gang looked incredulous. "What kind of parent are you? Other parents would advise their children to be accommodating, but you indulge your child as selfishness. That's where you're wrong." Xia Hongying replied, "If right now someone asked you to lend them $1,000 and you refused, would that mean third uncle and third aunt are at fault?" Huo Gang was infuriated. "Is this the same thing? You're just being unreasonable." "Gongzi." Lu Qingyu stopped him, shaking her head slightly, trying to convey with her eyes not to argue with her, saying, "If Sister Hongying won to lend it, then I won to lend it either. It's not a big deal, right?" Huo Gang shook his head. "You should really learn from Sister Qingyu. She's so reasonable. You keep picking on her, and she doesn't hold a grudge against you." Xia Hongying found it laughable. "Huo Gang, your Qingyu is great and all, but she just can't make a net bag. If you have the ability, make one for Huo Xia Wang yourself, and let him play however he wants. Coming to snatch someone else's and then lecturing me? What kind of logic is that?" Chapter 91, Unable to Resist. She took out a handkerchief and wiped him. Huo Gang was not particularly articulate. He felt he had a lot to say, but couldn't win against Xia Hongying. His face flushed with anxiety as he shouted, Sun Zi, come here. Huo Nanxun was busy slapping the rice ears and didn't hear the commotion. When he saw Huo Gang waving at him, he walked over and asked what's going on. Why is everyone gathered here? Huo Gang said, you should manage Xia Hongying. If this goes on, she'll spoil Yin Yan. Huo Nanxun looked at Xia Hongying and asked what happened. Wu Lianying, who had rushed over first, said, those two kids are fighting over that net bag. And she, as an adult, actually came to help Yin Yan. Can you believe that? Huo Nanxun asked. How'd she help? Wu Lianying replied. She instigated Yin Yan to get the net bag back. Xia Hongying, don't deny it. I saw it with my own eyes. Xia Hongying took a deep breath and said, yes, that's right. I'm saying this in front of you all. I did tell Yin Yan to get it back. She is about to start kindergarten, and I want to teach her how to protect her legitimate rights. If it belongs to her, she can lend it if she wants. But no one should force her to compromise for others. Huo Gang exclaimed, listen what she's saying. I've only seen parents in such situations teach their kids to give in. I've never seen anyone teach their child like this. This is the first time for me. He turned to Huo Nanxun. Aren't you going to do something about it? Huo Nanxun glanced at Xia Hongying and suddenly smiled, saying, I think what your sister-in-law said makes a lot of sense. And I've always thought she's a very wise woman. I support how she teaches the kids. Huo Gang stared at him. What? You. In the military, our first lesson is to defend our home and country, not giving up an inch. Huo Nanxun, can you say that that's wrong? Huo Gang retorted, is that the same as this? Huo Nanxun replied, what's the difference? Hongying didn't teach Yin Yan to take Xiao Guang's things. She taught her to learn to refuse and protect her own things. I don't see any problem with that. You're just blinded by her beauty. Huo Gang said angrily as he walked away. Wu Lianying pouted, fell silent, and went back to cutting her rice, muttering, just had a daughter, and she is already trying to show off her strength. She'll get her comeuppance sooner or later. Lu Qingyu said apologetically, Sun Ge, I'm sorry to trouble you again. Can you help make another net bag for Xiaoguang? Huo Nanxun replied, I didn't team make this. It was your sister-in-law. It's not difficult, but I don't have any fishing nets on hand, so I can't do it for now. Xia Hongying chimed in. They sell them on the street. You could buy one tomorrow. Lu Qingyu didn't respond or look at her, taking Xiaoguang and leaving. Huo Nanxun returned to his work. Xia Hongying felt a bit sweet inside. Even though Huo Nanxun was jealous and angry, he still protected her and Yin Yan. Moreover, he agreed with and supported her thoughts, which made her very happy. She let Yin continue to catch fish, took the water jug, and went over to Huo Nanxun. Huo Nanxun was preparing to smash the rice stalks when he saw her smiling at him and asked, what is up? Xia Hongying opened the water jug and handed it to him. Are you thirsty? Have some water. I drew it from the crab hole on the way here. It's especially cool. Near the fields, there was a deep well with very cold water. A sip was refreshing. However, the crab hole was a bit far from the Huo family yard. They usually didn't fetch water from there unless they needed cold water for watermelon or cold dishes. Xia Hongying had specifically gone to fetch water from the crab hole with the jug. Huo Nanxun took it, tilted his head back, and took a few sips, showing a look of relief. Xia Hongying noticed his Adam's apple moving up and down, and some water dripped down his neck to his chest. Unable to resist, she wiped it with her handkerchief. Huo Nanxun stiffened for a moment and suddenly looked at her. Xia Hongying felt as if she had been electrocuted, quickly retracting her hand. Blushing as she said, there's water. Huo Nanxun swallowed the water in his mouth and handed the jug back to her without saying a word. But Xia Hongying felt that his gaze on her was like a lurking wolf, as if he wanted to devour her. Huo Nanxun, Xia Hongying called. Huo Nanxun didn't answer, just kept looking at her. My mom, Hongying. Suddenly, the second uncle's side became noisy, and Xia Hongying heard the second grandma calling her. She walked over and asked, Second grandma, what's wrong? The second grandma, with only a few teeth left, spoke unclearly, but Xia Hongying clearly heard her say, come here. Fortunately, Huo Gang was also calling, Sister Qingyu, come quickly to see my grandpa. His stomach hurts badly. Xia Hongying was startled and quickly ran towards the second uncle. Huo Nanxun followed her. Lu Qingyu and Aunt Tang also went. They saw the second uncle squatting on the ground, his face wrinkled in pain, pale and trembling as he cried out, "Ouch, ouch. Hongying, come quickly to see what's wrong with your second uncle." The second grandma's voice trembled with urgency. "What do you want her to see?" She asked, not a doctor. Just as Xia Hongying was about to check, Huo pulled Lu Qingyu away, anxiously saying, "Sister Qingyu, please check on my grandpa. What is wrong with him?" Lu Qingyu frowned and asked, "Second uncle, where do you feel uncomfortable?" The second uncle groaned, "Ouch, my stomach hurts so much. It feels like my intestines are about to break." Lu Qingyu said, "It might be acute gastroenteritis. I have medicine for intestinal inflammation at home and painkillers. I'll go get it." Huo urged, "Go quickly." "Thank you." Lu Qingyu turned and hurried away. Xia Hongying observed the second uncle's complexion and asked, "Second grandma, has he been having diarrhea or vomiting?" The second grandma replied, "No, he was fine just now. Suddenly, his stomach started hurting like this." Xia Hongying approached to check the second uncle's pulse, saying, "It's just a fever. Don't worry too much. I could do some cupping, and it'll be fine. Don't mess around." Huo said, "Let Sister Qingyu bring the medicine first." Xia Hongying ignored him, took the second uncle's hand, and splashed some water from the field on his elbow to prepare for cupping. Huo grabbed her arm. "Xia Hongying, can't you see how much he is in pain? Don't move him." Xia Hongying retorted angrily, "Huo Gong, cupping won't kill anyone. When have you ever heard of cupping being fatal?" Huo was about to say more when Huo Nanxun stopped him. "Hongying has ancestral medical skills. Let her do it. It won't harm the second uncle." Only then did Huo stop talking. Cupping also requires technique. Xia Hongying used the middle joints of her index and middle fingers to pinch the flesh on the second uncle's elbow and quickly pulled hard. After a few pulls, large patches of red-purple marks appeared. After pulling both arms, the second uncle's stomach stopped hurting, and he gasped, "It's better. It doesn't hurt anymore. Thanks to you, Hongying." Chapter 92, Is it proper to call you Xia Hongying? "Just call me sister-in-law," Xia Hongying said. "You're just feeling the heat and the moisture from the fields. It's a sudden onset of discomfort. If you rest in a cool place for a while, you should be fine." Second aunt let out a sigh of relief, smiling to reveal just a few remaining teeth. "Hongying, thank you." Xia Hongying continued. "Second uncle's health is a bit weak. It's best to quit smoking and drinking and avoid heavy physical labor." She mentioned his weakness to avoid alarming the elderly couple. In reality, second uncle's heart, kidneys, liver, and lungs weren't in good shape, especially his lungs, which had been damaged from years of smoking. "Quit smoking and drinking." Second uncle laughed as if he had heard a joke. "What's the point of living then? Just tell me to quit eating instead." Xia Hongying replied, "Even if you can't quit smoking, it's hot these days. You shouldn't be doing heavy labor. You have plenty of children and grandchildren. Let them help you harvest the rice." Second uncle completely disregarded her advice, saying, "I'm not that old yet. I'm fine. It was just a little discomfort." Huo and Huo Nanxun were also hiding in the shade of another tree nearby. Huo shook his head in surprise and said, "I didn't expect Xia Hongying to actually be quite capable." Huo Nanxun responded, "You should call her Xia Hongying, not sister-in-law." Huo turned and smiled without answering. "Your sister-in-law is impressive. She took my pulse last night and even knew that my stomach had been injured. Most traditional Chinese doctors can't figure that out," Huo Nanxun added. Huo asked, "Your stomach has been injured? How did that happen?" Huo Nanxun briefly explained, and Huo sighed, "You're really reckless. Why push yourself like that? What if something happens?" Huo Nanxun replied, "When you're in that position, you have responsibilities. Besides, I also want to make a name for myself. Otherwise, if people compare me to that person, I can't lose too badly." Huo was silent for a long time before saying, "In that regard, I can't compare to you. Losing to you, I accept. Losing to me? What do you mean?" Huo Nanxun asked. "It means you're doing well. What else could it mean?" Huo said. Huo Nanxun shook his head. "What are you talking about? Today is Dahua's birthday. Let's finish work and go to his house." Huo Gong nodded. When Lu Qingyu hurried back with the medicine, second uncle was already fanning himself and chatting away. "Hey, second uncle, you're okay now?" Lu Qingyu asked in surprise. Second uncle chuckled, "I'm fine. Hongying helped me, and I'm better." "Helped you?" Lu Qingyu shot a reproachful look at Xia Hongying. "Sister-in-law Hongying, you're not a doctor. You can't just treat patients casually. If something happens, you'll be responsible." Xia Hongying replied, "I know, but the situation was urgent. I couldn't think of so much." Lu Qingyu opened the sterile paper in her hands, revealing several Western medicine pills, and handed them to second uncle. Even though the symptoms have eased, it doesn't mean the illness is cured. You should take the medicine. Second uncle waved his hand in refusal. I'm fine now. Why take medicine? No, no. Lu Qingyu insisted. How can you recover without medicine? Gongzi, you should persuade second uncle to take the medicine. Huo Gang tried to persuade him, but second uncle was stubborn and refused to eat the medicine. Huo Gang got frustrated and raised his voice, and it looked like the grandfather and grandson were about to argue. Seeing this, second aunt turned to Xia Hongying and asked, Hongying, you saved second uncle. What do you think? Should he take the medicine? Xia Hongying replied, Second aunt, I know a bit about traditional Chinese medicine, but I don't understand Western medicine at all. I don't even know what Dr. Lu's medicine is for, so I can't say if you should take it. Second aunt then turned to Lu Qingyu and asked, Doctor, Lu, what is this medicine for? She was a medical student, yet they didn't trust her and asked Xia Hongying instead. Lu Qingyu felt deeply insulted. However, not wanting to appear ungracious in front of Huo Nanxun and Huo Gang, she held her anger and said, It's for stomach issues, anti-inflammatory, and pain relief. Second aunt looked at Xia Hongying with immense trust. Hongying, she says it's for stomach issues, anti-inflammatory, and pain relief. Do you think he can take it? Lu Qingyu's frustration was evident on her face, and Xia Hongying didn't want to hurt her pride. However, since second uncle already had poor liver and kidney health, she didn't agree with taking medicine indiscriminately. She also didn't want to disappoint second aunt's trust, so she spoke the truth. Second uncle doesn't have gastroenteritis. I feel this medicine isn't quite suitable. Moreover, Western medicine treats symptoms rather than the root cause, and it can harm the liver and kidneys. If it can be avoided, it's best not to take it. However, if he does take it, it shouldn't cause any major issues. Lu Qingyu suddenly got angry. Sister-in-law Hongying, have you ever been to medical school? Do you know what these Western pills are made of? Xia Hongying shook her head. You know nothing. Yet you dare to speak nonsense. Lu Qingyu glared at her, as if Xia Hongying had insulted her ancestors. You really have no idea about the world. Just because you know a few rural remedies, you dare to question our 301 hospital? Her words were extremely rude, and Xia Hongying was also angered, retorting, Then tell me, what are the ingredients in these Western pills? How could Lu Qingyu possibly remember the ingredients of every Western medicine? She replied, Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Second uncle, second aunt, you'd rather believe her, a farmer who isn't even a barefoot doctor, than me, wouldn't you? Second uncle had always been blunt and had a small temper. He despised those who looked down on rural people. When he encountered someone like that, he would confront them directly. Lu Qingyu's words touched a nerve, and since he recognized Xia Hongying, who had saved him today, he felt a protective instinct and said, I've heard that the doctors in this hospital aren't good. They charge a lot, and people suffer, yet they can't cure illnesses. Today I can see it's true. By the time you brought back the medicine, I would have died in the fields. Moreover, since it was just discomfort, how could you not see that? Why would I take stomach medicine? No way. Lu Qingyu turned and left, clearly very angry. Sister Qingyu, Huo Gang hurried after her to apologize. My grandfather is just like that. Don't take it to heart. I apologize on his behalf. Lu Qingyu still wanted to maintain her gentle and understanding persona, taking a deep breath and saying, It's fine. I won't argue with him. You can go back. Huo Gang felt guilty. Sister Qingyu, you really are magnanimous. Once my grandfather finishes harvesting the rice, I'll come help your family. You're from a city and haven't done farm work, so take it easy and don't rush. Lu Qingyu smiled, Thank you. Chapter 93. Huo Nanxun suddenly kissed her. In the past, during the rice harvest, Xia Hongying basically did everything herself for the first couple of days. Cutting, threshing, carrying. Wang Dehua would come to help her for 2 or 3 days after finishing his own harvest, which made things a bit easier for her. However, since Wang Dehua was an outsider helping out, there were many times she still had to exert herself to the limit. Every year after the rice harvest, her shoulders would be chafed, her arms sore to the point where she couldn't lift them, and she felt as if she had died once. But today, she only had to cut the rice. The rest involved going back to spread it out in the sun, gathering straw, and cutting pig grass to feed the pigs. This level of labor intensity was a piece of cake for her. The heavy and strenuous work was all done by Huo Nanxun. She wanted to help with threshing or carrying the grain, but he wouldn't let her. Having a man at home made a difference. While cooking dinner in the evening, Xia Hongying thought about telling Huo Nanxun as soon as he returned from Dehua's house that she and Wu Xingmin were biological siblings, to remove the thorn from his heart. Wang Dehua was celebrating his birthday that night, and, after finishing work, Huo Nanxun and Huo Gang went to a small shop by the roadside 2 miles away to buy some liquor, a few packs of flour, and 2 bottles of canned pears, bringing along a bag of eggs from home to their house. After the brothers had a good drink, it was already past 10 o'clock at night. Xia Hongying had been waiting for him and hadn't slept. When Huo Nanxun pushed the door open, he was clearly a bit drunk, his steps a little unsteady, with a hint of boisterousness from the alcohol, his eyes red and giving off an inexplicable sense of danger. Xia Hongying was organizing her training notes and stood up to ask, "How much have you drunk?" "You're already drunk." Huo Nanxun had been unusually quiet these past few days, and he remained so now. He didn't respond, but walked straight up to her. His eyes narrowed as he looked at her. "Xia Hongying, why are you looking at me like that?" "Xia Hongying." Huo Nanxun called her by her full name. "Xia Hongying, huh? Huo Nanxun, why didn't you tell me when you encountered a ruffian on the street?" "Xia Hongying, did Huo Gang tell you?" Huo Nanxun suddenly grabbed the back of her neck and pulled her towards him. "Did you even consider me your husband? Such a big thing. And you didn't even mention it to me?" Xia Hongying felt wronged. "Did you give me the chance to say it? How many times have you been back during this time? Even when you came back, you were cold and didn't give me a chance to talk at all. Did I not give you the chance to speak? Or did you just not want to talk to me?" Huo Nanxun looked at her with fierce and ruthless eyes, filled with sharpness and unwillingness, locking onto her tightly. "Did you tell Wu Xingmin? With his small frame, do you think he can protect you?" "Xia Hongying, no." "Huo Nanxun, he leaves and you marry me. He comes back and you want a divorce, right? What do you take me for?" "Xia Hongying, you let go of me first. I never wanted to divorce you." "Huo Nanxun, you don't want to be on the same household registration book as me. When my mom told you about a fake divorce, you immediately agreed without putting on a show. You don't tell me anything. Don't you just want to leave? Is he that good?" This series of accusations had been building up for how long? Xia Hongying was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Huo Nanxun, you misunderstood." "Huo Nanxun, what did I misunderstand?" "Xia Hongying, Wu Xingmin and I, we are siblings." Huo Nanxun suddenly kissed her, sealing her remaining words in her mouth. In silence, it spoke louder than words. In the early hours of the morning, Xia Hongying looked at Huo Nanxun, who had fallen asleep after finishing, and got up to tidy up. He really had drunk too much. He was biting and sucking on her, with such force that she felt as if her whole body was falling apart. The next morning, when she woke up, the sun was already shining on the bed. There was leftover food on the stove, and both Huo Nanxun and Yin Yin were gone, leaving only a little black pig, grunting discontentedly at her and nudging its empty food bowl with its snout. On the table, there was a small note that read, "Get up and feed the pig. I'm going out to work while it's cool in the morning." Xia Hongying stepped outside and looked into the large field, where she saw Huo Nanxun busy at work. The little black pig was still urging for food, so Xia Hongying cooked pig feed for it, and after it was full, it ran out quickly, its little legs moving fast, heading straight towards the large field. Xia Hongying couldn't help but laugh. Pigs and dogs shared some common traits, and little pigs loved playing with children. After taking care of things at home, Xia Hongying headed to the field. Above the large field was the main road of the village, and the field above belonged to Huang Saihua's family. The couple had also come down to this side today, making it even livelier. From a distance, she saw Lu Qingyu chatting with Huang Kaihua. "Auntie, where's shouting? I haven't seen her." Huang Kaihua replied with a resentful tone. She went out early in the morning, saying it's her friend's son's birthday, rushing off to celebrate. Who knows if she's just making excuses to be lazy. Lu Qingyu, already aware of some gossip, asked, "Which friend? Is it a boyfriend?" Huang Kaihua's voice suddenly rose. "How could it be a boyfriend? She already has a son. Can she still have a boyfriend?" Lu Qingyu laughed. "True. Shouting is so pretty. How could she find a divorced man? Earlier, when my mom saw her, she was so keen that she wanted to introduce her to her own apprentice." Huang Saihua's eyes lit up upon hearing this. "Your mom's apprentice is from the city? Can he really take a liking to shouting?" That apprentice, although settled in the city now, also came from a rural background. Lu Qingyu said. He asked someone who studied his way out. People say it doesn't matter if you find someone from the city or the countryside, as long as you get along. Huang Kaiwa. So where is this young man from? Lu Qingyu replied. He is from our county, Hongxiao Town. Huang Kaiwa. Hongxiao Town, right on the edge of the city. That is a much better place than our poor countryside. Lu Qingyu said, if Auntie is interested, I can write to my mom and send Xiaoting's photo. And we can ask him to send a photo back too. What do you think? Sound good, sound good. Huang Kaiwa was very excited. I thought your mom was just saying it. There really is such a person? Lu Qingyu laughed. Of course. Huang Kaiwa said, then I'll ask Xiaoting to go to the photo studio for a picture. No need to go to the photo studio. Lu Qingyu said. My mom sent me a camera. It should arrive in a couple of days. I'll take a nice picture of her. Huang Kaiwa looked shocked. You could take photos too? Lu Qingyu laughed. Taking photos is quite simple. When I was at home, I liked playing with the camera. My mom was worried I'd be bored here, so she bought me the latest model to send over, telling me to take some village scenery photos and send them to a magazine. Who knows, they might get published. Huang Kaiwa, wow, that's impressive. Lu Qingyu laughed. It's just a toy. Auntie, I'm going to help my mom cut the rice now. You keep busy. Hey, it's Monday. Don't you have to go to work? Huang Kaiwa asked. Lu Qingyu, I took a week off for the harvest. I don't have to go to work this week. What a dutiful child, Huang Kaiwa said. This work is tiring. Can you handle it? Lu Qingyu rubbed her waist. I cut rice for half a day yesterday, and my back feels like it's about to break. But labor is good exercise. The more you practice, the better it gets. She saw Xia Hongying walking over and joked. What Sister Hongying can do, I can do too. Chapter 94. Too much affection leaves marks. Huang Kaiwa glanced at Xia Hongying and scolded. Xia Hongying, why did you get up so late again today? My son has been in the fields for 2 hours, and you're just strolling over. You lazybones. You see that my Xuanzi is back. And you push all the work onto him, right? Xia Hongying replied lightly, Mom. Last time Dr. Lu's mother came from far away. You said in front of her that I couldn't have a son. Today you're saying I'm a lazybones right in front of Dr. Lu again. Isn't Dr. Lu just here? If you call me a lazybones, doesn't that mean you're scolding her too? People who know you understand, but those who don't might think you're specifically targeting Dr. Lu's family. Huang Kaiwa was flustered. You're talking nonsense. Qingyu, I'm not talking about you. You have a formal job. How can you be compared to Xia Hongying? If you do farm work, it's filial. If you don't ask for this busy farming leave, no one could say anything about you. Lu Qingyu wasn't angry at all. Instead, she smiled and said, Annie, don't worry. I can still tell good from bad. Sister Hongying, don't try to sow discord here. It's too obvious and low level. By this time, Xia Hongying had already walked up to Lu Qingyu and said, as long as you don't blame my mother-in-law, can you let me pass? Once I'm gone, you can chat slowly. Lu Qingyu was about to retort, but her gaze fell on Xia Hongying's neck, and her expression suddenly darkened, even showing some resentment. Xia Hongying frowned. What's wrong? Can you move aside? The spot where Lu Qingyu was standing was particularly narrow, allowing only one person to pass. She averted her eyes and walked away quickly, her steps a bit disordered and unsteady, as if she had suffered a significant blow. Xia Hongying was puzzled, thinking, what is wrong with her? As she walked a bit further, Xia Hongying saw Yin cutting pigweed in the oak grove behind Huang Kaiwa's house, her expression very focused. Huo Nanxun had dressed her in a light yellow daisy smock, and since her foot injury had scabbed over, he didn't let her wear rain boots in the hot weather. Instead, she wore little sandals, holding a sickle, clumsily yet earnestly cutting the pigweed, placing it into a large basket by the roadside. Surprisingly, the basket was already 2/3 full. For a child not yet 4 years old, this was quite a feat, requiring a lot of interest and concentration. Xia Hongying didn't disturb her and quietly walked past. A little black pig had been following Yin, and upon noticing her, ran over and nudged her pant leg with its head. Xia Hongying smiled and patted its head before going over to Huo Nanxun and quietly asking, did Yin cut all that pigweed in the basket? Huo Nanxun's expression was filled with pride and gratification as he nodded. I asked her to help you. She has been cutting pigweed everywhere since morning, and look how much she has done. Xia Hongying felt her eyes warm and said, this child is truly a treasure bestowed upon me by heaven. She is my little warm coat. Not heaven's gift, Huo Nanxun said with a teasing smile. It's my gift. You. Xia Hongying playfully glared at him. Huo Nanxun suddenly fixed his gaze on her neck and asked, "Does it hurt there?" Xia Hongying replied, "My neck? It doesn't hurt. What's wrong?" Huo Nanxun's expression turned a bit mischievous. "Last night, I didn't control my strength well and left some marks." Xia Hongying's expression changed as she touched her neck. "Where?" Huo Nanxun pointed above her collarbone here. Then he ran his thumb along the side of her neck. "There's also one here." Xia Hongying blushed and hit him lightly. His arm was hard, and the impact made her hand ache. Huo Nanxun smiled slightly and leaned down to whisper in her ear, "If you ever mention Wu Xingmin again, I'll do this." Xia Hongying exclaimed, "You." Suddenly, nearby, Huo Gang's anxious voice rang out. Both Xia Hongying and Huo Nanxun were startled and hurried over to see that the second uncle had collapsed on the ground, unconscious and struggling to breathe. Huo Yingbiao's family, along with Lu Qingyu and Aunt Tang, gathered around. Huo Gang urgently called out, "Dr. Lu, please take a look at my grandfather. What's wrong with him?" As a resident doctor at the hospital, Lu Qingyu naturally had some medical knowledge, but she usually relied entirely on various test results for diagnoses. With the second uncle suddenly fainting and without any examination, how could she know what was wrong? However, she understood that these rural folks didn't grasp hospital procedures, and she couldn't say she didn't know what was wrong with him. That would ruin her reputation. So she pretended to hold a grudge against the second uncle, saying, "Huo Gang, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the second uncle and second aunt only trust Sister Hongying. They want to listen to my suggestions. You should ask her." Although she understood some medical knowledge, she was not a doctor after all. Huo Gang pleaded, "I'm begging you, Qingyu. Please take a look at my grandfather. Please." Others chimed in, "Look at him like this." Reluctantly, Lu Qingyu didn't want to be labeled as cold-blooded, so she had no choice but to go over to check on the second uncle. While they were talking, Xia Hongying had already taken his pulse and examined his oral and nasal cavities. "Hongying, let Sister Qingyu take a look," Huo Gang said. "Please step aside." Xia Hongying didn't say anything and stood up, letting Lu Qingyu check. Lu Qingyu examined the second uncle's eyes, and upon seeing he was having difficulty breathing and his face had turned a bit red and blue from suffocation, she pondered for a moment and asked, "What was he doing before he fainted?" "Threshing rice," the second aunt said. "He was taking turns threshing rice with Gongzi." Lu Qingyu asked, "Did he eat anything?" She suspected something might have entered his airway, causing the breathing difficulties. Huo Gang had been with the second uncle at that time and recalled carefully, he didn't eat or drink anything. He was just carrying the rice and preparing to thresh when he suddenly had difficulty breathing and fainted shortly after. Lu Qingyu frowned but said nothing. "What is wrong with my grandfather, sister?" Huo Gang asked anxiously. Lu Qingyu remained silent for a moment and said, "He can't lie in the wet ground. You need to carry him home first." Huo Gang was about to go pick him up. "No," Xia Hongying firmly stopped him. "You can't carry him. You can only lift him." Huo Gang asked why. Everyone looked at her curiously. Xia Hongying explained, "Can't you see he is struggling to breathe? If you carry him, it will compress his lungs, and he'll feel worse. Find something to lift him back. I have a carrying frame over there." Huo Yingbiao said, "Xiaofei, go get the carrying frame." They tied it up. It should work for carrying someone. The carrying frame was used for carrying firewood, and its shape somewhat resembled a stretcher, just not as long, but if they tied it with straw, it could be used to carry someone. "The carrying frame is broken," Wu Lianing suddenly said. Huo Yingbiao replied, "Where is it broken?" "It was perfectly fine when I brought it over this morning." Wu Lianing insisted, "If I say it's broken, then it's broken." She pulled Huo Yingbiao aside and whispered, "If he dies on it, can we still use the carrying frame?" Chapter 95. Oh my God. Hongying is a divine doctor. Huo Yingbiao. How could he die so easily? No way. Wu Lianing absolutely won't allow it. Let's use this. Huo Nanxun directly took off the mat wrapped around the mixing bucket, folded it to the width of a stretcher with the smooth side facing up, and carefully placed the second uncle on top, then tied him securely with straw. "Come on," he called out to Huo Gang. "Hold the bamboo frame." Huo Gang followed suit. But the second uncle weighed about 150 to 160 pounds, and the mat wasn't very effective. The edges were particularly sharp. After lifting him for just a few steps, Huo Gang couldn't hold on. "No way. I can't use my strength." Huo Nanxun said, "Big brother, you two hold one corner each." Hongying. You walk in the middle to protect the second uncle. Don't let him tilt and fall off. The group hurriedly carried the second uncle back to the courtyard. Yin stood next to the oak grove, a bit scared, and asked, "Mom and Dad, what happened to great-grandpa?" Xia Hongying said, while walking, "He's fine. Yin, be good. Mom and Dad will be back soon." Yin, okay. Xia Hongying still felt uneasy and called out, "Dad, Mom, please keep an eye on Yin for me. I'll go back to brew some medicine for the second uncle." The place where Yin was cutting pig grass was right above the water field of the two elderly ones. Huang Kaiwa was straightforward, with her emotions written all over her face. She showed a worried expression and said, "Just go quickly. With so many of us here, she won't get lost." Rural children are used to being outside from a young age, unlike city kids who are watched closely by adults. Xia Hongying hurriedly returned home, picked a few ingredients for lung health, and brewed them. After thinking for a moment, she also took a needle and heated it over the fire, then rushed to the second uncle's house. About 20 minutes passed, and several sons and daughters-in-law of the second uncle had been called back home. The second aunt was squatting outside, crying softly. The sons were also silently shedding tears. Xia Hongying felt a pang in her heart. Second aunt, the second uncle. Dr. Liu said all the rescue methods that could be used have been used. He is nearly gone. The second aunt cried out in despair. "Hongying, do you have any way? Please save him. If the old man passes away, I don't want to live anymore." Xia Hongying went inside to take a look. And indeed, the second uncle's condition was very bad, with no signs of improvement. It looked like he was only breathing in, not out. Huo Nanxun was asking Lu Qingyu, "Is it still possible to send him to the hospital?" Lu Qingyu frowned and said, "If there's a car, it might be possible. But there's no car, and with such a long distance, by the time we get there, it will definitely be too late." Huo Nanxun, what kind of illness did he have? Lu Qingyu shook his head, not speaking. Huo Nanxun, is it hard to diagnose? Lu Qingyu said, "I initially suspected it was a cerebral embolism, but it didn't seem like it. It feels like something got into the trachea, and there are no examination instruments here, so I'm not sure. How about I give it a try?" Xia Hongying said. Huo Gang had been sitting by the bed, staring at the second uncle with a look of distress that seemed worse than his grandfather's. Upon hearing this, he quickly stood up and let Xia Hongying pass. Xia Hongying took out the long embroidery needle she had just prepared, unbuttoned the second uncle's shirt, and felt for his acupuncture points. She had learned acupuncture, but she wasn't a doctor, and after not practicing for many years, her hands were quite rusty. If it weren't for the second uncle's urgent situation, she wouldn't have dared to give him acupuncture. Fortunately, the acupuncture point on the chest wasn't in a dangerous area like the head. Being slightly deeper or shallower wouldn't pose a great danger. "Sister Hongying." Lu Qingyu's voice sounded beside her, unclear if it was a threat or a warning. "You don't have a medical qualification. If this needle works, that's fine, but if it doesn't, you'll have to take responsibility. The family has the right to sue you, even accuse you of murder." She had already issued a death notice and couldn't let Xia Hongying keep trying. What if she really brought him back to life? How would that reflect on her as a formal doctor? "What nonsense are you talking about?" The second aunt had come in at some point and said angrily, "Hongying is trying to save a life, regardless of whether she can save him or not. We will be grateful to her." Yes, the second uncle's eldest son also had a dark expression. "Do you think our family is trying to scam you?" Lu Qingyu remained unperturbed. "I'm not targeting you. I'm just informing Sister Hongying of the possible risks. It's my duty as a doctor." "Sister Hongying, how you choose to proceed is up to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Hongying had already found the acupuncture point and indeed inserted the needle. The second uncle suddenly inhaled deeply, and his breathing became much smoother, and he even opened his eyes and woke up. He's awake. He actually woke up. "Oh my God, Hongying is a divine doctor. I heard her grandfather studied imperial medicine. Indeed, she's different." The crowd began to murmur. Lu Qingyu's expression changed dramatically, and he nearly ground his back teeth to dust. Xia Hongying then gave the second uncle the bowl of soup medicine she had brewed, and before long, the second uncle was able to get up and walk a few steps. Huo Gang excitedly asked, "Xia Hongying, what happened to my grandpa? How did you bring him back to life?" Xia Hongying breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I said yesterday, don't let the second uncle work in the fields anymore. His health is weak, especially his lungs. He just suffered from heat stroke, which led to acute pulmonary edema. Huo Gang looked at her with completely different eyes. How did he get better with just one needle? It opened the channels. Xia Hongying looked at the second uncle. Second uncle, are you still going to work in the fields? The second uncle awkwardly smiled. No more, no more. Let them do it. I still need to save this life to live a few more years. Xia Hongying, will you quit smoking? Smoking. The second uncle looked pained. What does smoking have to do with this? Xia Hongying, poor lung health is caused by smoking. If you want to live a few more years, you must quit smoking. The second uncle pouted and didn't say anything. Xia Hongying, rest well. Don't go out in the sun again. I'll brew you 2 more bowls of soup medicine later. Drink it and you'll be fine. The second uncle rarely listened and nodded, even smiling at her. It was a false alarm, and everyone dispersed, going back to work in the fields. Along the way, several sons and daughters-in-law of the second uncle were discussing. That Dr. Liu is no good. Is this the level of the doctors from the 301 hospital? He's not even as good as Hongying. Do you think those big hospital doctors are so amazing? They don't even know how to take a pulse. They only know how to draw your blood, make you spend a lot of money on all kinds of tests, and then prescribe medicine that won't kill you, but won't help you either. When it comes to seeing a doctor, we should still rely on our ancestors' medical skills. Xia Hongying, Huo Nanxun, Lu Qingyu, and Huo Gang were all heading toward the fields and heard their discussions. Lu Qingyu's face was extremely ugly, thoroughly disgraced, and very awkward. Huo Gang didn't speak up for her either. He just glanced at her, and his expression was somewhat unspoken. Chapter 96. Crabhole. It was still Huo Nanxun who had seen the world and knew that traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine each had their advantages. Hospitals also had their own procedures. He comforted her, saying, Qingyu, don't take it to heart. Traditional Chinese medicine has its miraculous aspects, and Western medicine has its strengths too. If you're seriously ill, you still need to go to the hospital. Lu Qingyu forced a smile and said, Sun Ge, did I embarrass you? Xia Hongying shot Lu Qingyu a sideways glance and said, You're embarrassing yourself. What does it have to do with Huo Nanxun? What do you mean you embarrassed him? We all came back from the army. Besides, it was Sun Ge who brought me to Huo family village. Lu Qingyu replied, Sister Hongying, do you have to nitpick my words like this? She asked Huo Nanxun and Huo Gang with a face full of grievances. Sun Ge, Gongzi, do you think there's something wrong with what I said? Huo Gang, who was obviously a bit slow on this matter, pondered for a long time and said, It seems. There's no problem. Huo Nanxun, however, had a barely noticeable smile on his lips and asked Xia Hongying, I also think there's no problem. Why don't you tell us what the problem is? Xia Hongying glared at him. You could just treat me as petty. I just can't stand other women getting too close to my husband, without any sense of propriety. Huo Nanxun laughed lightly, his expression hard to read, as either sour or sweet. Getting too close? Without any sense of propriety? Xia Hongying, so you know that too? Xia Hongying. He was once again mocking her and Wu Xingmin. Is this never-ending? Lu Qingyu didn't know the little calculations between the two and thought Huo Nanxun was speaking up for her. The corners of her lips curled up slightly as she said, Sister Hongying, you're making a mountain out of a molehill. My husband and I have always had a good relationship with Sun Ge. We're family and friends. Are you trying to force me to cut ties with him? Xia Hongying remained silent. Sun Ge, what do you say? Lu Qingyu asked Huo Nanxun again. If you say we should draw a line from now on and never interact again, I have nothing to say. Huo Nanxun replied, Not to that extent. However, since your sister-in-law cares so much, just be a little more mindful in your words from now on. Lu Qingyu was so angry that she gritted her teeth and said, Xiao Wang should be waking up now. I'll go check on him. With that, she didn't continue towards the rice field, but turned back to the Huo family courtyard. Watching her walk away, Huo Gang asked Xia Hongying, just now, when you were giving Grandpa acupuncture, Qingyu said that if something went wrong, you would be responsible. Weren't you afraid? Xia Hongying looked confused. Did she talk to me? I was so focused on second uncle at that time that I didn't notice. Hu Gong. Xia Hongying continued. Life is at stake, and I have a good understanding of his condition. So at that time, I was only focused on saving second uncle. Who had time to think about anything else? Huo Gang glanced at her and fell silent, not knowing what to think. Hu Gong. Now that it's just you and me, I might as well tell you the truth. Second uncle's health is really quite weak, Xia Hongying said again. So don't let him do heavy work in the future. Huo Gang agreed. And just then, the little black pig that Xia Hongying was raising suddenly came running over, crazily running back and forth in front of them while squealing loudly. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Huo Gang's eyes widened. Is this pig mad? Xia Hongying had a bad premonition in her heart and frowned. Little black, what are you going crazy for? The little black pig ran around a few circles and, seeing that they were unresponsive, actually bit Xia Hongying's pant leg and started to drag her forward. Xia Hongying reacted. Are you trying to take me somewhere? As soon as she said this, Huo Nanxun's expression suddenly changed, and he took off running. The little black pig, seeing Huo Nanxun run, darted ahead at rocket speed, heading straight for the rice fields. Xia Hongying's heart tightened, and she hurriedly chased after him. But she and Huo Gang couldn't keep up with the man and the pig at all. Huo Nanxun's running speed was astonishing, like the most agile cheetah, combining strength and agility. When he reached the corner of the water field, he leaped over it with long strides, like a flying person. The little black pig, being a four-legged animal, was running very quickly, and Huo Nanxun actually managed to keep up. In just 20 or 30 seconds, the man and the pig arrived at the crab hole. How did they end up at the crab hole? From a distance, Xia Hongying saw it and suddenly felt her legs go weak, almost falling over. Huo Gang supported her arm from behind, helping her steady herself. Seeing her turn back, Huo Gang let go of her as if he had been scalded and said stiffly, "What are you in such a hurry for?" Xia Hongying didn't reply and continued to run as fast as she could towards the crab hole. The crab hole was located about 3 or 4 meters down the slope from the main road, with a steep little path leading down. It was a large well, with a diameter of about 3 or 4 meters. Looking down from above, a small part was visible, while the larger part was hidden in the stone cave at the bottom of the slope. Moreover, it was not a man-made well, but a natural pit formed by underground water erosion. Someone had once used a bamboo pole to probe down, and at its deepest point, only less than half a meter of the 6-meter-long bamboo pole was left exposed. When Xia Hongying reached the crab hole, she glanced down and didn't see Huo Nanxun. All she saw was the little black pig lying on the edge of the well, peering into it. Its demeanor no longer seemed mad. It was filled with fear. Huo Nanxun, Xia Hongying shouted, but there was no response. The deep well was pitch black, with only strong ripples moving about. Xia Hongying continued running down. About 20 meters down, she reached the place where Yin was cutting pigweed. The large basket was already full of pigweed. She didn't see Yin. Huang Kaiwa was cutting rice, and Grandpa Huo was threshing rice. Further down the rice field, Huo Ingbiao and his wife seemed to be arguing about something, with Wu Lianying cursing loudly. Even further away, Aunt Tang was also cutting rice, and Huo Xiaowang, who rarely played around, was surprisingly learning to cut rice with a sickle. Looking around, she still didn't see Yin. Xia Hongying, out of breath, asked, "Where's Yin? Mom, where's Yin?" Huang Kaiwa, sweating profusely, straightened up and asked, "How is your second uncle? I'm asking you where Yin is." Xia Hongying shouted, "What are you shouting for?" Huang Kaiwa replied irritably, "I asked her to help us bring some water to drink." Xia Hongying asked, "Where did she go to get water?" Huang Kaiwa felt a bit guilty and said, "To the crab hole. Didn't you see her when you came?" Xia Hongying turned around and ran back. "What are you running for?" Huang Kaiwa looked puzzled. Then she also felt uneasy, dropped the sickle, and followed after her. Xia Hongying ran back to the crab hole and immediately saw something in the well. It was a piece of yellow fabric with small daisies, floating up from the depths, becoming clearer. Suddenly, Huo Nanxun emerged from the water, holding Yin. Chapter 97. Back from hell at that time, Huo Gang had just come out of the crab hole, standing next to the little black pig and looking into the well. He was greatly shocked to see Huo Nanxun actually lifting Yin out from inside, and he immediately reached out to take the child. Huo Nanxun jumped out of the well, his whole body exuding a heavy chill. The little black pig followed Yin closely. Its unusual behavior of running towards the crab hole made Xia Hongying particularly fearful that something had happened to Yin. At that moment, her worst fear became reality, and her vision went dark, almost causing her to fall. She forced herself to steady her mind and stumbled down the steep path, trembling as she checked for Yin's breath. There was no breath. Her entire body was cold. She was soaked, her little belly swollen, lying there limply. Huo Nanxun was not much better than Xia Hongying, his eyes filled with fear, tears streaming down his face as he turned Yin over and tried to expel the water from her. Yin coughed up a lot of water, but there was still no breath. Huo Nanxun laid her flat on the ground, continuously performing CPR and artificial respiration on her. He seemed to have received specialized training. His technique very skilled. Xia Hongying knelt beside him, trembling all over, her gaze wooden and hollow. She didn't know how long this process lasted until Yin coughed once and regained her breath. Only then did she feel as if she had returned from hell to the human world. Yin, my Yin. Xia Hongying hugged her and cried out loud. After a while, she sensed something was wrong. Although Yin was breathing, she had not awakened. No matter how she called her name, there was no response. This was definitely due to suffocating in the water for too long. Huo Nanxun decisively decided to take her to the 301 hospital immediately. As they climbed to the main road while holding Yin, they saw Huang Kaihua standing there, looking flustered and guilty, asking Xuanzi Yin. She fell into the well? Huang Kaihua. At that moment, Xia Hongying wished she could kill her, feeling somewhat hysterical. Yin was only 3 years old. How could you let her go to the crab hole alone to fetch water? Huang Kaihua replied, I thought she could cut pig grass by herself. Fetching water shouldn't be too hard. Huo Nanxuan's eyes were filled with disappointment and coldness as he said, Mom, I remember you used to follow Hui Fei closely. Afraid he'd get hurt. Wasn't that? Huang Kaihua made excuses for herself. I was younger then, but I'm 60 now. My old arms and legs can't move well. So I asked Yin to help me fetch some water to drink. Huo Nanxun didn't say more to her and quickly walked home with Yin. Yin was cold and still dripping with water. Xia Hongying also wanted to hurry back to change her into dry clothes, so she followed Huo Nanxun. She didn't die. Huang Kaihua felt wronged seeing Huo Nanxuan's cold face. How would I know she was so weak that she could fall into the well while fetching water? When they got home, they changed Yin into dry clothes and wrapped her in a blanket. Huo Nanxun carefully held the child, while Xia Hongying took all the money from home, and the two rushed to the 301 hospital to register for emergency care. The doctor conducted an emergency consultation, arranged for them to be hospitalized, and then informed them that the child was in a coma due to prolonged asphyxiation. The asphyxiation could likely cause brain damage. As for the extent of the damage, they would have to wait until she woke up to know. Thus, the couple anxiously waited for Yin to wake up. However, she didn't wake up but developed a high fever and was constantly coughing. The doctor said this was caused by the water incident and administered an anti-fever injection. The water in the crab hole was around 23 degrees Celsius year-round. In the summer heat, one could hardly last long with a hand in it. Based on the speed at which the little black pig ran, it was estimated that Yin had been in the well for at least 1 or 2 minutes. So, she must have been frozen badly. Young girls are particularly susceptible to cold. Xia Hongying feared she might have some after effects and decided to give her a massage. She asked Huo Nanxun to buy a bottle of liquor, poured it into a bowl, lit it with a match, and used the burning liquor to massage her back. This way, it could reduce her temperature and drive away the cold. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon when Huo Nanxun heard Xia Hongying's stomach growl and said he would go out to buy food. Go ahead. Xia Hongying was indeed hungry. She needed to eat well to have the strength to take care of Yin. I don't have any money, Huo Nanxun said. Seeing Xia Hongying look back at him, he added, I paid the hospitalization deposit today and bought this bottle of liquor. I only have 20 cents left. After a pause, he continued, my salary is coming soon, and I will give it all to you then. Xia Hongying said, my hands are inconvenient. The money is in the inner pocket of my pants. You can take it. Huo Nanxun walked over, pulled open her waistband, and reached into her right abdomen's inner pocket to take the money. After taking it, he turned to leave but found Lu Qingyu standing at the door of the ward. Qingyu? Huo Nanxun asked her, what are you doing here? The gloom in Lu Qingyu's eyes quickly turned into concern as she said, I heard about Yin situation and was really worried, so I came to check on her. How is she? Still not awake? Huo Nanxun frowned, yes. And she has a fever. Lu Qingyu said, I'll go find our director and ask him to make sure to do his best to treat Yin. Huo Nanxun walked out. Thank you. Lu Qingyu asked, where are you going? Huo Nanxun replied, to buy something to eat. I'll take you to our cafeteria. Lu Qingyu said, The outside restaurants are expensive and dirty. Our cafeteria's food is quite good, and it's still open at this hour. Huo Nanxun said, no need. If I go to your cafeteria, I'll have to use your meal tickets. Don't be so polite with me. Lu Qingyu insisted, let us go, with the child sick. The adults must also take care of their health to have the energy to take care of her. So, Huo Nanxun went with her to the hospital cafeteria to buy food. Xia Hongying heard Lu Qingyu ask Huo Nanxun, how did you come here? You didn't carry Yin all the way here, did you? Huo Nanxun replied, yes. Lu Qingyu asked, such a long way, is your hand sore? Huo Nanxun said, it's fine. Lu Qingyu said, don't worry too much. Yin looks like a fortunate child, and good people have their blessings. As the two walked further away, Xia Hongying felt a chill. Since she was here to see Yin, why didn't she come to check on her, but instead asked Huo Nanxun about his well-being? However, she only momentarily shifted her thoughts and then focused all her attention on Yin, concentrating on the massage. The effect of the liquor in dispersing heat was the best. After massaging for a while, she felt Yin-Yan's body temperature gradually decrease, and her slightly furrowed brows began to relax. Xia Hongying felt a bit relieved. What are you doing? A nurse came in and angrily reprimanded her. Xia Hongying turned around to see that it was someone she knew. The visitor was her middle school classmate, Liang Ling, holding a thermometer, likely there to check Yin-Yan's temperature. Xia Hongying? Liang Ling exclaimed. Is that you? Xia Hongying nodded. Yes, Liang Ling, it's been years. Liang Ling forced a smile. Who is this child? She is my daughter. Xia Hongying said, I'm giving her a massage to reduce her temperature and drive away the cold. How did she drown? Liang Ling casually glanced at Yin and asked. Xia Hongying replied, she accidentally fell into the well. Liang Ling said, how could you be so careless? How long was she down there? Xia Hongying said, I'm not quite sure. I've seen situations like this before. Liang Ling said, they end up in a vegetative state. You should prepare yourself mentally. Seeing Xia Hongying's face turn pale,